Hello, everyone. Welcome. We're at the beginning of a journey here, a journey that will hopefully see us raise £10,000 for Zoe'S place, the baby hospice in Liverpool, that so desperately needs the support of the city and the wider world, and anyone with a care in their heart. I am here. I am Paul Machin. Alongside me is Chris Page. XD Hoare is here, and yes, we're going to be here for between 12 and 13 hours, leading all the way up and beyond Liverpool's game with Leipzig tonight. We are going to have a stream of incredible guests joining us online and in person as well. If you want to get involved, there's plenty of ways that you can do that. Of course, there is the QR code on screen right now. You can go to justgiving.com/page/the Redmen TV.
Nailed it. Nailed it. Look at that.
Go. First try.
Not just a pretty face.
First of the day, baby. And of course, look, if you just want to share the stream or chat with us in the comments, then please do. Obviously, ultimately, we're here to entertain. And if we can entertain you guys and you feel compelled to give on top of that, do. But as always with these things, please, if you want to give, don't give beyond your means. Give what you feel comfortable. Or if you don't feel comfortable, don't give at all.
Just by what? Just a share. Just a share and a like or anything else, you know what I mean? Something like that. It all helps if you can put this stream in front of other people who can donate. If you're not in a position to, it's all brilliant for us.
And more importantly, every time one of you watch this, or the ad revenue that we get from YouTube, we're going to donate straight to them as well. So just by watching, you're helping. So share it with as many people, watch it on as many devices as you can, all that good stuff. And every single penny will go to Zoe'S place, yeah, because it's a fight we need to win.
Chris, do you want to give people an update on where we're actually up to with the...
Yeah, sure. So we put the Just Giving page live probably around about a week ago, give or take now. Didn't think anyone would donate actually before it all started. But we've already managed to raise £766. So thank you to everybody there. And I don't know whether Aaron's got me NDI and stuff here, but you can see there Kate Knight has just donated £10. Oh, there's a name running. Oh, my dad's just donated 50 quid down on the bottom there. Did you see that?
The names are all there, yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. So yeah, well done. Thanks, Dad. And my cousin Mark. Well in, Mark. Appreciate you. He's over in Washington, DC, so he's donated as well. So yeah, £766 so far. There'll be some giveaways throughout the day as well. We're going to have some things donated. And anyone who does donate to Zoe'S place will be passing on those sort of things as well. So yeah, there's loads and loads to come. And I think, Paul said it right there. For us, it's a massively important thing, and we're going to set that up. We're going to have an ex-Liverpool player, Lee Pryor, in very shortly with his wife, whose kids actually went to Zoe'S place. Louis did his own little fundraiser on Sunday, walking from Zoe'S place to Anfield as well, and I raised quite a lot of money there. So a little bit of an inspiration for us as well, but and just seeing everybody sort of pull together over the last few weeks, last week or so, has been absolutely incredible. Now Adam Rowe will be in later on today. He's been a big inspiration to me and to us in many different ways. But yeah, absolutely. And there you go. We've just had a super chat in there from Mikhail Borisov, who's power to Zoe'S place from Bulgaria. Thank you so much, Mikhail. We will be donating all super chats to Zoe'S place that we get today as well. But if you can, it would make it a lot easier and a lot less work for us if you just went to the Just Giving page and donated. But as I say, if it's just easier for you to do it on Super Chats, all the Super Chats that we get today will be donated to Zoe'S place as well. So yeah, we've got an incredible stream, incredible guests. Jamie Carragher's going to kick us off. In fact, I can see he's already in the waiting room. Ooh. Should I let the man in?
Yeah.
Should we let Jamie in?
No. Just no. Sorry. Sorry, mate. No, we're not going to bother.
Jamie's in the waiting room now. He's not on the screen just yet. Hopefully he'll be able to see us. And he needs to turn his video on, I know that. Here he is, look at the man, the legend, Mr. Jamie Carragher. Thank you so much for joining us. I don't know whether you're on the screen yet, we're just trying to get you in there, but you're looking dapper, mate, and I know you're busy as well, so thanks very much for joining us today. Yeah, we'll be about 10 seconds. Oh, there he is, look at him, in all his glory. You're on, mate, we've managed to do it, yeah.
You're on live. Don't say nothing.
Live.
Don't say nothing. Get you cancelled.
That's happened about 4 times.
Jamie, I know you're doing the Champions League today, mate, so thank you so much for joining us from London.
Not a problem, boys. Brilliant what you're doing. Well done.
So, what game are you covering later?
The Mighty Reds, isn't it?
You're doing us. They're letting you.
Yeah, no, well, to be honest, we find out when we get in, because there's that many games now with the new format, there's a lot going on, but there's a main game that the channel will obviously that will be going out to most of the viewers. So that's the one we have to keep a look on. So I'm just trying. I think it's Barcelona Bayern Munich might be the big game tonight, but I'll be watching Liverpool. You know that. We'll keep that between ourselves, not the American viewers.
Yeah, very good. I have to say, Paul, mate, you're looking. I'm digging the glasses look. By the way,
are you liking the glasses look? It's definitely not a fashion statement. It's much needed, but since I need them, I want to try and get the best ones I can possibly get. So I had a pair. Are we actually? Have we started?
Yeah. We're on the internet.
We're on.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Yeah. I thought we were starting about football, not my glasses, but okay. But I had these bigger, thicker ones, and I kept getting sent pictures of Harry Hill and this cartoon character with a big square telly head and these things. So I thought these are going to go. So I've gone with the more rounded ones. So Nicholas said it's a little bit more Harry Potter-ish. But I prefer these ones. So you think they've gone all right? Yeah,
you look good, mate. Colin Firth in Kingsman vibes for me, mate. Looking.
Oh, okay, Colin Firth. Yeah, okay. Well, that could be the next step. You know, when Sky want to get rid of me or I get cancelled.
Jamie, Chris again, mate. I know we got Lee Pryor coming in with his wife shortly. Have you got any good stories about Lee from that FA Youth Cup winning days?
Well, we've been talking a lot about getting cancelled on this show. I mean, do you want Redmen TV to get cancelled?
So he has got good stories, yeah.
How would you describe Lee? He's a scally. In the nicest possible sense. Great lad. I mean, those 18 days, brilliant. We got together a few years ago, so that would have been, that was 96. So what would that have been then we got together? Was that long ago? I don't know if we got around for it, like 96. What are we on, 2016? I don't know if it was like 20 years we got together or something. It can't have been 2016. I don't think it was that long ago. I'm trying to work out the date here, how far behind. So it might have been like the 25th anniversary for Lee.
Yeah.
Is that him there?
Speaking of the man.
This is Lee here with his kid, Louis.
Oh, brilliant.
So you can hear him, mate, as well. You can pop.
How are we, Target?
Oh, there we go. He's got his headphone.
He's got his headphone in now, Jamie. You can speak to him, mate.
How are we, lad? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, all good, lads. All good. Behaving yourself?
I always behave myself, you know that, mate. It's Louis here. One.
Hey, Louis, you okay, mate?
How are we, Louis, lad?
Say hello.
Say hello to Jamie. Okay. So, Lee, Jamie was just about to tell us a story about you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he said he didn't want us to get cancelled.
Don't worry, it was the other one.
Yes, it's all good, mate. It's all good.
No, we were just talking about the Youth Cup, lads, and great days, weren't they? Going back a long time now. You know, Lee, you know when we got together in town, the team.
Yeah.
Was that the 25th? I'm trying to work out the dates. Was that the 25th sort of?
No, I think that was about the 20th one. The 25th coming up, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah,
we're in 2020.
Oh no, it's the 20th coming up, isn't it? Because it's 96, isn't it?
I think it might be the 30th, lads. You keep taking those tablets.
It's like that.
No, but we had a great day. We all got together. We all went out in town.
Yeah.
All the old faces and that. So it was brilliant. And it was like, you know, it was different the way it is now, wasn't it, Lee? You know, the way the academies are, the clubs, and rightly so, all the top clubs do the same. They bring players in from all over the country, different parts of the world. So that was just a Scouse 11 with a couple of woolly backs, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's not many homegrown kids coming through now, mate, is there?
No, certainly not in the academy. Listen, there's still obviously homegrown kids come through, but obviously we spread our nets further afield, don't we now? But that was it was definitely a throwback. It was a brilliant team, weren't it?
Yeah.
Pryor was right back. How would we describe Lee Pryor as a right back? Who in the Premier League today would be Lee Pryor?
I don't know, lads. Who
gets most yellow cards?
Yeah, who gets sent off all the time, mate?
Who would you rather have had right back at that time, Pryor or Neville? That's the big question.
Oh, Lee Pryor.
All day.
That wasn't just for the ability on the pitch, that was for his ability off the pitch as well. He was a social secretary.
Amazing. I love the idea. Were you all scallies at the time? You know, you all had to...
We were just all close. We were all very, very close mates as well. Do you know what I mean? As well as being scallies.
Yeah, we used to go out in town, didn't we? So we'd play sort of Saturday mornings. You'd have the A or the B team. They'd kick off at 11 o'clock, so you'd be done, and then you'd probably go to go to Anfield. We'd always get a ticket for the game, wouldn't we? So that was what would happen. Everyone would get a ticket for the match. You'd go to the game, and then we'd probably be out about 7 or 8 o'clock in town, wouldn't we? Or start on County Road or something.
That was it, County Road, mate, the Black Horse, wasn't it?
Yeah, starting the Black Horse. And probably end up in the States or the Buzz.
Yeah, that was good times, mate. Yeah, ends up in the state, yeah.
So, Lee, have you got any stories of Jamie that you can tell us?
Not off the top of my head, like...
He's blushing there, he's panicking, I can see it.
Mate, at the end of this stream, Lee, we've got to make sure we're all still in the job, so just be careful what you're saying here.
Go on. Well, we'll talk about our Louis now, eh?
Yeah.
Probably for the best. So, yeah, Lee, obviously this is your son, Louis. Louis went to Zoe's place.
Yeah, he's still at Zoe's place.
He's still at Zoe's place now,
yeah.
Okay, and did a charity walk on Sunday, how did it go?
Yeah, we walked from Zoe's place to Anfield, and it was good. It was brilliant. A lot of friends and family come out for that, even though the weather wasn't too good as well.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it was great. This is Emma, by the way.
Emma, I know you've had a lot of support from Zoe's place so far. Can you talk to us about that, please?
Yeah, of course. So we've been going to Zoe's place for 2 years, and what we do is we get a 2 days respite, which is the end of every month, and some months we can get extra days depending if there's any cancellations. And them 2 days are very important to me, Lee, and obviously my little girl as part of a family, because obviously by that time we're absolutely like exhausted but tired because Louis doesn't sleep, so we get no sleep. And also it gives us time as a family where I can spend like a day with Lee, so my mum will take my little girl, and obviously we can have a day where, so like me and Lee could go for a meal, or we make my little girl feel really special, and them 2 days are about her. Now, about Zoe's place, it's such a special place. I'm very blessed, I can say, to be part of their family, because as soon as you walk in them doors, you're not just going in and leaving your little boy. You're made to feel like reassured that Louis is safe, we're all safe. And when it's not only is there a respite for me, but obviously for Louis, because Louis loves going there. As soon as he goes in, his little eyes light up. And
he's very close to everybody in there as well. They've all took a shine to him. He really enjoys it going there.
And also he gets to spend time as well with like other children as well. And so as soon as you go in, it's like a little small family, and everybody comes out just to make sure like how you are, and if you need any help, you know, or any support. I mean, we got told about support that we didn't know anything about. And also they have like a therapist that comes in once a week and does us like treatments for the family, and there's also counselling there if you need any counselling.
This is something that you can't live without.
Yeah, completely.
Since we've had it, it's unreal, the help that we get, like.
And how many families is Zoe's place supporting at the moment?
I think there's 20 or 30 families at the AIMEE.
Yeah. You also have like
what it is as well about Zoe's, it's like, if Zoe's was to go now, it's about the next generation of kids that are going to need it. There's no help there. So like, we didn't realise that we had this help. Do you know what I mean? We was lost until we got this help. And it really does make a difference. So we're out here. Everyone's snooking really hard, do you know what I mean?
Of course, yeah.
I thought it was interesting what you were saying there, because obviously you're talking about support for Louis himself, but actually support for the parents. People forget that. People forget that, you know, it's something you're all experiencing. You mentioned the respite care of actually just being able to, you should be allowed to feel like you get to live a normal life at times as well. And you mentioned your little girl as well. Yeah. Is that, you know, I guess you must see that from in the faces of the other parents of, you know, yes, it's about looking after the, you know, Louis himself, but yeah, the care you guys require, I guess, is one of those things that you're parents, so you'll go flat out. You'll always go that extra mile, but it's actually nice to have someone who cares about your well-being as well.
Yeah, of course. That's what they're like. I mean, they always say to us, like, Emma, you're okay, and they're just, at the moment, it's just all about the family, and that's all anybody's concerned about now, is us as a family, and how we are, and how we're coping.
So what does it mean, Jamie? Obviously, you've to bring you back in here. You're obviously doing a show with the Anfield Rap on Saturday. What has urged you to do this and to jump on today's stream and support Zoe's Place? Is it the people like, you know, Lee and Emma here?
Yeah, it is, and it's along with Older A for me. I'm really proud of the fact that we've got Zoe's Place and Older A in our city, and for me, I think it hits home a lot more when you've got your own kids. I think we all grew up with sort of Zoe's Place and Older A, and I was at Older A from the first day I was born for a good few weeks and was, you know, really well looked after. But I think the child element of it as well, really, you know, when you've got your own kids and you see other kids, and I don't think anybody in our city has not been touched either by Zoe's Place or Older A, you know, whether that's through your own kids or, you know, family member. And listen, we know how tight-knit Liverpool is. You know, we love our city, but it's, you know, it's a very small city. I call it a village at times. You know, we all know each other. We all sort of support each other. And obviously when the news came out about Zoe's Place, you can see the reaction. But listening to Lee and Emma now about Louis, you can see obviously the effect that it has on them. And I think you make a great point as well about what it does for the parents as well. You know, you can imagine how tough it is. Obviously, you have a child, whether you're going into a hospital or going to Zoe's Place, it's not easy, and the effect that it has on the family, they need the respite as well. So, yeah, it's just Zoe's Place, Older A. I mean, they're just synonymous with Liverpool, and we can't afford to let this place go. And that's obviously credit to you guys, what you're doing here and what everybody's doing in the city. And I'm sure we'll get there and get it across the line and keep Zoe's Place going for, obviously, people like we've got in today.
Yeah, amazing stuff. While we've got the boys together, it would be remiss of us not to talk about that youth team, because the 96 FA Cup winning youth winning team, it's the stuff of legend in the city of Liverpool. You know, obviously you guys very much involved in it. Like, first and foremost, talk to me about it. What was it like going through that run and having that collection of lads together?
Well, the run was every game we come up against. I don't think we was like the favourites in most games. Do you know what I mean? We were always up against it, but we always found a way. Like, everyone stuck together, and like, even when we were 2-0 down against United, we didn't really think like, oh, we're out of this. Do you know what I mean? We always believed we could turn them over.
And Jamie, yeah, you talked about it before, like a real gang of, we always said gang of scallies, but you know, definitely a different time being a youth player in the 90s growing up compared to what the lads coming through the academy experiencing.
Yeah, it was a different time, and I can assure you, scally is definitely a term of endearment in our city, as we all know. It's certainly not. I'm certainly not having a go at anyone, but no, listen, it was a different time. You know, you came in, you trained. We trained exactly the same way as the first team did. We warmed up with the first team. It was just a different world, but I wouldn't change it. You know, when you come together for the Youth Cup, I mean, I was well aware of the fact that if you go through history, that teams who won the Youth Cup in the past, that always 2 or 3 of the players went on to go on to play for the first team. So for me and for all of us, it was always that big thing of trying to win the Youth Cup. And when you're at Liverpool, it's very difficult to be the first team to ever do something, because the team, you know, the club's so successful, you know, achieved everything. But so for us to be the first team to win that, and it wasn't a squad, it was a team. This wasn't a squad of 20-odd players that maybe the youth team might have now. This was basically about 14 players, really, if I'm being honest. You know, I think there was only 2 subs and a goalie sub as well, maybe on the bench then. And if we'd have had a couple of injuries, we probably would have been knackered, really. So the big thing I think Lee was bringing Michael in, wasn't, I think that was the difference. Where I think it'd been difficult.
He was unbelievable, mate, wasn't he? He was so young. He was just like a breath of fresh air.
So who was the full side again? Because obviously you had David Thompson was in there as well, wasn't he?
I mean, some characters in there. Roy Naylor was in goal. He's from over the water. What did we used to call him? What was his nickname? He had some chin on him, didn't he?
Yeah.
Hang on a second, is that in a boxing way or in just he's literally got a big chin?
Some chin on him.
I tell you what, it helped us against Man United.
I'm telling you, he used to always hit him in the face.
Yeah, he used to always hit him in the face. Yeah, and we had Lee Pryor was right back. Gareth Roberts was left back. Who had a really good. He done well. He played for Tranmere for a while, didn't he?
Yeah.
You had Big Eddie Turk at the back. And Phil Brazier, who was the captain, he ended up, he ended up managing Marine, didn't he? And playing
he
for
managed Marine for quite some. He still plays now for the Brit.
Oh, does he? Yeah.
Yeah. So does Quinny plays for the Brits as well.
Who's that?
Quinny plays for the Brit as well. Are
they still playing now? Is that the old boys team?
Yeah, the over the hill mob. Yeah.
They were over the hill when they were in the prime.
You had Quinny on the right as well, didn't you?
Stewie Quinn on the right, Mark Quinn. Did me and Tomo in the middle.
Yeah.
Cass on the left.
Yeah.
And then you had John Newby up front with either John or Mick Moore, was it?
No, Davy Larmer as well, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, the Irish lad, yeah.
Irish kid, from Northern Ireland. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was it, basically. And then we'd have and then halfway through
we had Little Parky as well, remember he used to come on?
Oh, Park, I tell you what. We were ahead of our time. We were the first team to have 4 strikers.
I'm telling you. We used to always 5 on, and we had Michael Owen, obviously,
yeah. They brought Michael in for the game against Man United. They got him out of school, didn't he? He was at Liverpool at the time, yeah. Brought him down, yeah.
They were beating us 2-0, weren't they? With about 15 minutes to go when he came on, didn't he?
He scored a hat-trick, Michael, didn't he?
Yeah.
Unbelievable side, wasn't it? I mean, obviously, as you say, the first team to do it as well. It was just, it was unbelievable.
It was, as I say, genuinely growing up in Liverpool, that was the one, because you think now that game would have been on the telly. You know, it would have, like on LFC TV, and every round would have been on LFC TV, and you'd know the inside of every player.
The final was on the telly against West Ham.
Yeah.
Because they thought they were going to just roll us over. Yeah. But they were in for a shock, weren't they, Jay?
Well, Michael Owen, if you remember, so the first leg, they used to always put the first leg on Sky. For some reason, he didn't have the second leg on. But the first leg was away at West Ham at Upton Park, and we beat them 2-0. But Michael didn't play. I think Michael was away with England under 16s somewhere. So we won away 2-0. You know what? My memory's normally brilliant. I can't tell you who scored the goals in that game.
I can find that. John Newby scored one and David Larmer scored the other.
Oh, okay. All right, well, that'll do. And then we played the next leg. Michael came back, and we were getting beat 1-0 after 30 seconds, weren't we?
Yeah,
Lampard scored at the top end.
Yeah.
Frank Lampard talked to me about that. Then was it obvious that he was a player? You know,
you know what they did in the first game. Rio Ferdinand played centre back, and in the second, obviously we were winning 2-0. In the second game, they put him in midfield with Lampard. Now, obviously, you could see Frank was a good player. But obviously at that age as well, people are talking, so people think Frank Lampard's a good player. So going into the game, you're thinking, this fella's getting talked about, so Rio. And I watched some highlights of the second leg. I don't know where it was on, a few years ago, maybe it was like an anniversary or something. And to be fair, Rio was very good in the game at Anfield. I couldn't remember after the years later, but watching the clips and that, he was in midfield. He looked the part in that game. But we won that one, I think. Was that 2-1?
2-1, yeah.
So we won 4-1 in aggregate, yeah.
just for anyone not counting up, that was a clear 4-1 victory over Frank Lampard.
Yeah.
I wonder if they remember that game in quite as much detail. It'd be interesting to know that. Hell of a team. David Thompson mentioned in that as well.
Oh, what a player Tomo was.
Oh, it was unbelievable, mate. He's a great lad as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
So the two of you, Jamie, you and David played centre mid.
Yeah, we played centre midfield, but then because we skipped to the final, the semi-final was 2 legs actually, as well as the final, and we played Crystal Palace, and we give them a bit of a doing at Anfield, and we conceded like a stupid goal later on. So I think we won 4. It was like 4-1, and they scored right at the end, so it became 4-2. And then in the second leg, we were getting beat 2-0 and 3-1. So it went to extra time. And that's where that's one of the reasons why I ended up at centre-back in my career, because of that game. Because Eddie Turkington got sent off in extra time.
Wasn't he playing for Palace that Clinton Morrison was playing, wasn't he?
Was it him? Yeah, it was. Yeah.
He was playing centre forward. He was lighting it.
I think we probably just went into that game, thought we just beat them again, and before you knew it, they had a bit of a crowd there. It was a big thing for them to get to the semi-final playing Liverpool. It was a lively atmosphere, and before you knew it, we had to really dig in. Again, I don't know if Michael played in that game. I'm not sure if Michael played. Maybe he did in that one. But I ended up going to fill in at centre-back for the last sort of 5 minutes of the game. And then Eddie was missing from the first leg of the semi-final against West Ham then, because he was suspended.
Yeah.
And as I said before, we didn't have a big squad. We didn't have like another centre-back, really. It was just Eddie and Phil. So Ronnie Moran said to the youth coaches, put me there. And then we brought the lad in from St Helens, Mark Quinn. He was a decent player, weren't he? In midfield, he was a decent player. So then we played the first leg of the semi, won 2-0. So then they kept the same team for the final. So Eddie Turk was back. So you've got to imagine what Eddie Turk's like. He's 6'3", 6'4", big galoot from St Helens. So where was he from? St Helens, maybe?
No, he's from Runcorn.
Runcorn, same thing.
Is that better or worse?
And I'll never forget at the end of the game. So we've won the final and we're queuing up to like lift the cup and get our medal and that. And he comes over to me. So I've been wearing number 8. There's no squad numbers. I've now got number 5 on and he's got number 12. He went, you've got my shirt on. I went, what are you talking about? He went, that's my number 5. I said, oh, fuck off. and he went, no, I want it. I went, well, what am I going to do? He said, well, you have to have this. So I'm lifting the youth cup with number 12 on, and he's got a shirt on, Big Eddie Turk. Yeah, you don't argue with Big Eddie.
So just to bring it forward, then, so what you're saying is all of those Istanbul heroics would not have happened if it hadn't been for you going centre half in the youth game all them years ago.
Yeah, or for Eddie Turk elbowing someone at Crystal Palace.
Yeah, your groins are being in a far better condition now.
Exactly. Yeah, I'll be able to go for a run now.
Talk of running, Jamie. Your wife's doing 6 big marathons, isn't she?
Yeah. Fingers crossed. Hopefully we can get there. So we got some good news yesterday. So yeah, she had a scan on her knee. So she was a little bit worried the arm meniscus was getting really sore, that she might need an operation. So she's done Berlin, she's done Chicago, New York is what day is it? What are we on now? Wednesday. So it's about 10 days. New York is the next one. So the 6 major marathons are Berlin, Chicago, New York. And then after Christmas, I think March, it starts again. It starts with Tokyo, Boston, and finishes with London. And that will be the 6 major marathons in 8 months. So just fingers crossed. I mean, no problem with the running. She's fit, she can do that. It's just whether you pick up something injury-wise and it just stops the journey that you've got of trying to do the 6 in the 8 months. So she's just got to get an injection. She's getting an injection in a couple of hours. So hopefully that'll kill the pain and she can get through New York.
And your lad's doing well as well, isn't he? Keeping a Liverpool player out the side at the moment, is he, Jamie?
Yeah, they got beat last night by Mansfield, unfortunately. They've had a really good run, unbeaten in 7, but they've lost the last 2. So they've got a game Monday night away at Blackpool, so I'll be able to get to that one. So I've just been watching his clips this morning on White Scout, going through it. That's my only coaching role, coaching my son.
Oh, brilliant, mate. Glad to see he's doing well, of course. Jamie, I think we've taken enough of your time. We agreed 20 minutes.
You can all right, mate. You can have whatever you want. Don't worry about it.
What a guy, yeah. Well, while we've got you, we might as well ask you a little bit about the game. Any thoughts on the Reds tonight? It's probably the toughest one of the Champions League so far.
Yeah, I mean, they're flying in the German league, aren't they? I think the second in the league, right up there with Bayern Munich. But I was really interested to see what team the manager picks, actually. Because for me, going into this week of Chelsea, Leipzig, Arsenal, obviously 2 of them away, for me, if anyone was not 100%, this would be the game that I'd want to go with my full team to Arsenal. Mm-hmm. And I think the fact that we've won the first 2 games in the Champions League is not to say this will be an easy game. It's going to be a tough game, I get that. But I wouldn't risk anyone. in terms of someone wasn't 100%, because I think Arsenal's that big a game, and it looks like they've got injury problems as well. And you know, I know it's early days in the league, but we're top of the league, and we're going to our, you know, a league title rival. I want to go there and get a result. And yeah, tonight will be a tough game, but it's one that if we come away with a draw, it's not the end of the world. We've still made a great start in the Champions League. We've got 7 points out of 9. We played 2 away games, probably the 2 toughest away games that we'll have in Leipzig and Milan. And you get out of there with your points and make sure everyone's fit and firing for Sunday.
Absolutely. We got some interesting comments. Jamie Potter is one of them. People really roll up with that one.
You started that yourself, remember?
I know.
Craig Austin here says, ask Lee Pryor about when he played for the Paddock lads. What a team that was.
Yeah, that was a great side, the Sunday side for the Paddock. Yeah, we got to the National Cup final that year. Should have won it, to be honest with you. But I've played for lots of amateur teams. They were a great side, the Paddock.
I love the fact there's something about this city. I wonder if other cities have it in the same way, that like Sunday League teams become genuinely the stuff of legends. And I reckon like, buying the Echo, buying the Pink at the weekends and all that, and seeing like the result, there was just some sense of pride about every single youth footy team would get the result in the paper.
Who's got a chance for the national this year, Lee?
Do you know what? The Oman Bargains are a good side, and the Bull. Do you know what I mean?
Expensive though, aren't they?
But I don't really know them. They're all young now, Jay. Do you know what I mean?
Can anyone ever match this Brit team? The famous Brit team. Philo was captain.
The Oyster are close to it. Do you know what I mean? But I played in that Brit side as well. That won the National Cup. I don't think so, mate. I said they were all characters as well, as you know, Jay. You know everyone in that side. Do you know what I mean?
Who's the best player? Is still Leighton McGivern still the greatest Sunday League amateur footballer that he's ever produced?
I'd say so, mate. Yeah, by a mile.
Is he? I bet he's a boss.
Listen to this, Jay. The Brits are playing at 11 on Saturday, and I might get my boots back out. That's because Leighton's playing for them. Do you know what I mean?
The actual Brit team now, or the old team?
The over the hill, man.
Who you playing?
We're playing against Leighton's team on Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what I mean? So I might give him a good kick in there.
Are we going to see Jamie Carragher in a Sunday League side anytime soon then?
Well, I'm telling you, I mean, if I ever got the chance to play with Leighton McGivern, I'll have a go at that. That's probably the one thing Jamie, to play with Leighton.
We're going to get a game sorted up at McGull, like a little charity game for Zoe'S place for our Louis. If you want to get your boots on for that,
yeah, get me in.
Yeah,
will I make the team? What position you putting me?
I'll put you next to Ezzy Tay. I'll put you in midfield.
Fucking sentiment. So now you could be. I want to see Jamie Carragher, the lethal goal scorer. They're the stories that.
Yeah,
that
Jamie, remember for the Bayern, you were a goal scorer for the Bayern, weren't you?
Yeah, we used to play Sunday League together for about 12 months. My Sunday team stopped at sort of 13 under 14. I played for Hughes for 12 months. Didn't I? Bayern, yeah.
We had a great side then. There's Steve Kelly. He got us all together, didn't he?
Kinney in goal.
Yeah, Terence Brown up front. Leon was great in midfield, wasn't he?
You know what? I was on a night out a few years ago with Terence, right in town, and he's a coach now. We need the kids.
Yeah. L4 he does. L4.
Yeah, he's doing L4, and I was in the back of a cab, Doc Cotton with him, and he was talking to me about periodisation training. I said, "Oh, Terry, do us a favour, like give it a rest, lads. Periodisation. I go to Jose Mourinho or something, right?"
Yeah. I just Jamie, on that, you know, the goal scoring thing. I was speaking to Mike Yates about this. Is that everyone, you know, so many lads are goal scorers, and they fly at that level, and then they cease the business. Is that what Michael Owen just was? Where everyone was like, "Yeah, I can do this," and then Michael Owen walks in, and you go, yeah, that's what he
was. I mean, the thing with Michael was, the thing that stood out, I mean, the pace was just off the scale. Like, you know, it wasn't just quick; it was just like something you'd never seen before. And his mental strength and utter belief in himself as a player was something I'd never seen at that age.
He could get stuck right in as well.
That game against Man United, the first time we've ever played, and we only met him that afternoon.
He took the keeper right out, didn't he?
Oh, he took someone out on the halfway line.
Yeah.
And listen, me and him and Cass and David Tomo, we were animals on the pitch. You know what I mean? At youth team level, you couldn't get sent off.
No,
You'd basically, you'd have to give someone, you'd have to break someone's jaw to get sent. You could do any tackle you want, and you wouldn't get a red card. And even we were wincing at some of the challenges Michael put in. It was just like, oh my God, where's this lad from?
Yeah, he was not.
It was nuts.
Were people surprised when they found out the answer was Chester?
Exactly. You just don't expect it, do you? Yeah. But he had that nasty streak in him. And listen, that's what made him what he was at the start.
Hey, yeah, I mean, obviously, Liverpool fans will have seen that on the big stage later on. Peter Schmeichel, he had a few little bites at him, didn't he? And then, the less said about Ronnie Johnson, probably the better. But yeah, he definitely had a mean streak that no one really expected.
Yeah, he put a tackle in once on the Everton centre back David Weir in a derby game, and I think Stevie put a terrible tackle in on someone as well that game. And I always remember Ulier framed the picture of Michael's tackle and had it in his room. He's saying, that's the commitment we want. He nearly broke David Weir in half.
Yeah, absolutely sensational. Yeah, again, you just don't see it anymore. You was just the scallies and thugs, and I'm proud of it at the time.
Yeah, we were. Listen, it's something we can always look back on, and we always will do. And listen, Liverpool had great success at youth team level. I think they won it 2 years in a row with, I think, Jay Speeding's team, probably about 10 years later and stuff like that. But yeah, we can always say we were the first team to do it, and it was a different era. And when you talk, the thing that always stands out for me is, because the squad wasn't that big, we were basically the reserve team as well. So we'd play on a Saturday morning for the A team. The reserves would be midweek, and there'd also be, let's say, 6 or 7 midweek games with the youth team. So we could actually, honestly, this happened. I don't know if you played initially. We played for the youth team one night and played for the reserves the next night.
Yeah.
That happened. I mean, now, as sports scientists, we have an absolute heart attack over that, but it was just that we were the reserve team and the youth team, so we just played 2 nights running.
Child services, mate.
I know, exactly, yeah. Sammy Lee's coming on, like, you should mention it to me. You have to lock him up for that.
Yeah, well, definitely. I'm interested to get Sammy Lee's take on just how what some fine young gentlemen you were at that period of your careers.
This was funny. It just reminded me there. What time's Sammy coming on at?
He is on at 12:30. He's coming into the studio today.
Oh, remember you and him, Lee?
I was waiting for that.
What happens? Go on, tell us what happens.
So you tell him a jig, what happens?
just in the... he's giving a bit of lip back. We used to have a little bit of banter with each other, and I thought he just said something to Sammy, and Sammy didn't take it too kindly, and was going to kill him.
Do you remember what he said?
He did, though, didn't you? He bottled it.
Yeah. What do you think? Do you think I bottled it, lads?
Amazing, absolutely amazing. Well, Jamie, thank you so much for taking the time to come in. As you say, we know you've got a lot on your plate, but it is a phenomenal cause. Chris mentioned already you're doing a live show with Adam Rowe and the Anfield Wrap as well, and yeah, everyone should be, if they've got the ability to contribute towards this, then yeah, it'd obviously be a big help.
Yeah, brilliant. And I just wanted to mention Nicola's stuff at the charity is getting split between Zoe'S Place and Older Age, so we'll obviously get involved in that as much as we possibly can.
Amazing.
Brilliant. Thank you for everything, Jamie.
Cheers, Jay.
Cheers later. Hope everything goes okay. Hope everything goes all right with Louis and all that. Okay, fingers crossed.
All right, thanks very much, mate.
Amazing.
Cheers later.
See you later.
So we are currently now on £3,391 so far in the 40 minutes or so we've been live. So thank you to everyone who's donated so far.
Emma done a thing when you started last Monday, didn't you, for Louis, to raise 5,000, and she reached that in a week, and then she raised another 2,000 on the walk. So she raised like 7,000 in a week.
Yeah, so what we've done is we raised about 2,000, and then also a lot of people donated to Zoe'S Place online. Yeah,
unbelievable. How many people joined you for the walk?
You got a picture of it on your phone, or have I got a picture?
I haven't got my phone on me yet.
Don't worry about it.
There's about 20 or 30 of us.
Yeah.
What time you come out?
It was just all friends and family.
Well, how did that feel though? I mean, for you guys, obviously you're going through a thing. I imagine, you know, like friends and family have been with you the whole time, but when it comes to then having that many people walk with you must have been an amazing feeling.
Yes.
Yeah, it was overwhelming turning up and seeing everyone out because it was pissing down and rain as well, you know. Do you know what I mean? And everyone was there. Do you know what I mean? With
yeah,
the
in
kids
all honesty, to be honest with you, like when we turned up, like we didn't have any like t-shirts, and we just had these buckets. So people might have just thought that we just random people
just
walking to like the match. But yeah, everybody did participate, and I was really overwhelmed at one point. You know, trying to go up to people and speaking to them, it really touched me.
And I guess we'll let you
to help and support.
We'll let you go. But if you just want to give one last sort of message to the people watching at home about the importance of Zoe's place.
Okay.
It's just vital it stays open for the kids as well. It's mainly for the children. They need the support and the help.
And there's nowhere else like it, is there?
There's nowhere. There's nothing like it at all. We'd be lost without it.
Yeah, there's nowhere. Yeah, to be honest with you, you'd never find another place like Zoe's place. And for everything that they've done for
amazing.
us.
You can turn to them for anything.
Yeah. I mean, it was only a couple of weeks ago when Louis had his first seizure and he was meant to go in for respite, and I had to call and tell them, and the next day they wanted to come up to the hospital to see him. And the same when he got his peg done on Thursday. But yeah, I just, please just keep this place open, please.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Amazing, guys. Thanks so much for taking the time to come in and
us. See you, Louis.
Come on, mate.
Have a good one, mate.
Amazing.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got another guest coming in shortly. We've got AIMEE from Zoe's place. The guests will keep on coming all day long now. Just to let you guys know what's going on in the next sort of hour or so. We're going to bring Steve and AIMEE in very shortly. We've got Adam MCKOLA and BUVEY. Thank you so much, Lee. Take it easy, mate. I'll text you. Nice one. We've got Adam MCKOLA and BUVEY coming in around about 11 a.m. So we're going to be laughing at Manchester United with Adam MCKOLA. We've got BUVEY as well from Manchester City. We can't really laugh at him, seems to have won everything, but we can ask him about the charges and what he thinks about those. We've got LAURENCE, MCKENNA and MARC Goldbridge coming in, and we want the support from fans of other clubs as well. It's not just about Liverpool. Then we've got Big John ACHTERBERG dialing in from Saudi Arabia over at midday. SAMMY, Lee and KIEO are in the studio at 12:30. They've got some stories, by the way. They've got some stories. Neil Mellor and Abby Rudkin will be in at 1 o'clock. Kenny Dalglish and Paul Dalglish should be in around 1:30, depending on how good a game of golf Kenny had this morning. We've got Gibbo from the Rap and Josh Williams coming in at 2 o'clock. Mark Kenny and Errol Smith, 2:30. Mo Stewart and James Sutton. Mo Stewart, got to say a big thank you to him because he's filling in for Jay Spearing. The director of the Liverpool Academy changed the training times yesterday, and Jay Spearing can't make it, and he's so gutted. Then we've got Robbie and Stumpeg or NIEVE coming in at 3:30 on Zoom. Peter Moore will be dialing in from America at 4 o'clock. Alex
Gildea's saying NIEVE's surname then?
Because it's very difficult to say. It's NIEVE PETRUZZIELLO or Stumpeg. Then we've got Alex Gildea Trott and Neil Reynolds, the host of the NFL on Sky Sports at 4:30. One of Steve's good mates. And Adam Rowe and Ruby Deschamps before James Alcott and Flav give us a little bit of time to turn the studio around before the watch along, gents.
Excellent stuff. Yeah, I'm just going to double check it if you want to refresh the page. We are at 37%.
Let's smash it.
Already, thanks to Lee and Emma and Louis, and of course to Jamie Carragher for taking the time to...
I've been sat in there with AIMEE and she's been like that on the phone going, oh my god, this is incredible, just watching the go, she's going to come in now. And by the way, that was the scousest half an hour we've ever had.
I think I'm more scouse.
Honestly,
I feel like a North Ender. Anytime it's the first time in my life.
Anytime you get two Sunday League scousers together, made the stories and they just rattle off. I could have listened to that all day. It was fabulous.
I would love to be a fly on the wall in the boozer with them catching up, going through all of it. And it was, I had a thought when they were doing it, and they were saying names of teams. I was like I don't know half of the teams they mentioned, but it's like speaking a different language. It is that. It's like, yeah.
Mate, it's North End Liverpool. I understood every single part. It was absolutely fascinating.
It was unbelievable. I'm in a WhatsApp group. Paul Dalglish is the fellow who introduced me to Lee, and he put us in a WhatsApp group, and Lee started sharing some of their photos from back in the day, and Paul went, "Stop it, they're private." Straight away. Like, Lee was just straight in there with them. I was like, oh, brilliant. Okay, so we might get to show some of them later on. Depends how much. If we do 700% of the target, I might share one of his private photographs.
We're trying to raise funds and potentially cancel ex-footballers as well at the same time. Like, yeah, it's, I'm here for that. Why not? It's all for a good cause.
Hey, Jamie Carragher's glow up, eh?
Wow.
Oh, he looks $1 million.
I said I rewatched
like Kingsman, a fine wine.
First Kingsman movie the other day. Colin Firth, them glasses, like, you mean, yeah,
he's aged well, hasn't he? I mean, all these TV jobs pay well, I guess.
I've tried to. Obviously, I've been a glasses wearer for a few years now. Probably half my life thinking about it, but I've tried round glasses on, and it turns out when you've got a completely round face, you very much cannot wear round glasses.
I don't think you'd like Penfold.
Honestly, it's ridiculous. I go in there and like, I try them on, and I see the people behind the counter in Specsavers going, "No, don't you dare!"
You see someone from behind the counter goes, like hangs the phone up, big red button gets slapped, and like people come out and like pull you away from the glasses.
I really just wanted
the shelves rotate, and then they all lock off.
If you worked at, I always wondered if you worked at like a fashion shop or like a glasses shop, and someone buys something and they look hideous, but it's your job to sell that product. Where's the line? Because if Chris walked out looking like he's about to kill Danger Mouse or help Danger Mouse out, would you let him do it for your commission, or you think, mate, you best go?
I'd like to think that
it's a stressful experience, though, buying glasses.
Well, I only know if I vicariously through my daughter, but yeah, there is a thing of like you can look stupid. You know what I mean?
Oh, mate, yeah, absolutely. It's more touch wood. The eyes on me is the only thing that hasn't gone. My hair's gone. I'm overweight. My knees are fucked, but my mince pies are all right. But if I end up in glasses, I'll look like Harry Hill.
Stage just listen to two North End lads talk, and he's like, me mince pies.
I'd look like
oh God,
that's Cockney, isn't it?
Yeah. I know, but like
that's where it came from. Honestly,
Harry Hill's been eating at the buffet for a few more weeks.
I go there, right, and I'm there for so long because it's just a difficult thing to do. And then she's like,
because when you take them off, you
can't see exactly. And I'm trying these on anyway. I'm there, and she goes, I think they're all right. I'm like, great, okay, I'll go with them. Then she went, what about your second pair? I was like, give me the same pair again. I am not doing this again. I always get two pairs exactly the same. I relate to this
experience, but only through the medium of jeans.
Yes.
Of like, once you find a pair of jeans that you're into, then you should always buy two of that pair of jeans, because by the time you then need them again, they don't exist in the shop.
I do it with hats, obviously bald. I need hats in the sun, I need hats in the cold. Like, I'm a hat wearer, so if I find a good one, I've been known to buy 3 of the same hat. And and the problem is, some people think you're wearing the same hat constantly, and that you're a meth, and that you haven't washed said hat. But it is like, wear one, wash one, dry one. I either go baseball cap or like woolly hat, depending obviously.
Okay. Are they all Packers ones?
I say 90%.
Now you've got 3 of the same Packers hats.
Yeah, no, genuinely. I know, like, everyone goes on these European ways and buys a cap. I didn't get into that thing because I think I'm too old. I'm not like, or ironically not scally enough, but maybe I should have gone down that route as well. But yeah,
I'm envious of people who can pull hats off. I've never been able to pull hats off, but
it's very easy. You just grab them and you just lift it.
Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic.
Charlie, I'm stuck in my hat again. Will you take this off for me?
That's worth getting us to $4,000, right? For 3,963.
I'm in all day. Literally.
If that joke isn't worth getting us to a $4,000 milestone, I don't know what is. Did we prepare something for milestones?
We did, but whether we've got the graphics or not, who knows? Someone will have to ask
when we get to $4,000, which could be any second now, we're gonna have to find out, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't expect to be here where we are now. Where's AIMEE?
She's speaking to Louis outside. She'll be in a second, yeah.
Okay, sound.
Charles J's asked us a nice question. Is Redmen TV the first fan channel that came out?
Yes!
Yeah, the original. Not necessarily the best, but they're the original.
That's
AIMEE. Now, AIMEE, you need to swap places because AIMEE's good side, I've been told, was the left side. Are you sure you're okay over there?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Equally as fabulous on both sides.
Steve speaking as a symmetrical human being. skiing, you've got no concept of that, have you? You are perfectly symmetrical, so you've not got a bad side.
Oh, in terms of the hair. Yeah, because if you were on this side, your hair part to be I get it. I have no issues with such things.
Any side.
Walked into.
Well, I know
Any side is
you
good.
put me closer to the camera, because I think I look massive on that screen. I'm not that big, really. But I look huge. The camera adds
The silence.
80 pounds.
I want to see if this is a...
We're not that different, really.
No, we're not. Wait, why are you standing behind me? Step behind me. Yes, you're tiny.
Right, brilliant. Jens, that's absolutely fantastic. AIMEE,
Like a Father Ted, like the Father Ted cow. Sorry, apologies.
We've got AIMEE from Zoe'S Place to join us today. Obviously, we're just having a little catch up with
So stop
Zoe and
lowering the
stuff.
tone, Steve. Jesus, come on.
What's the last week been like for you personally?
Just such a massive like wave of emotion. You know, the children are and the families, like Louis and his family. It's what it's all about. The like the absolute heart of Zoe'S Place, and you know we work at Zoe'S Place, but we are also part of that family. Yeah. You cannot walk into Zoe'S Place. You cannot be there and not be all in and all invested. And there's a reason for that. And it's what you've just been talking about. It's because of how special Zoe'S Place is and how special the children are and the families. And we are a family. Every single member of staff, every single family, every single child, we're just a family. And we walk through those doors every day, whether you're part of the fundraising team, whether you're part of the clinicals team, and we are a family, and we are all doing our best every day to provide for those children and those families. So the last couple of weeks when we got that news, I mean, from a fundraising perspective, we were like, right, let's put everything at this. We can do this. And that is what we have been doing. And, you know, we've been working so hard to do everything that we can to raise the money. And so it's been a wave of emotions of sadness and frustration and stress, but then excitement and pride. Like, I mean, what has been going on in this city? I mean, Jamie just said Liverpool pulls together. Wow. Like, the love, the pride, the motivation, just, it has been phenomenal. Like, I keep saying this, but I get goosebumps daily. Whether it's seeing, you know, 7-year-olds on the street raising funds for Zoe'S Place, you know, runs to the hospice, companies fundraising, you guys doing this for us today. Like, it's just phenomenal. Like, to be part of this, I feel so, like, lucky.
Is there, I guess, you know, because obviously it's an ongoing thing, fundraising is always a thing, but is there, you could, like, curl up in a ball and get upset about it and kind of give up, but actually having that focus of, right, no, it's all or nothing. I guess that's a real that's a powerful tool, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you know, our attitude from day one is we will do this. We can do this. We know Liverpool can do this, and we will. And we will do it for our families. We will do it for our beautiful children and our staff. We'll do it. And that has been the attitude from day one. If you want to do some fundraising for us, what can we do to help you? What do you need? Like, we will do what we can to support you. And, you know, the outcry of support has just been phenomenal.
Do you mind if I ask, Amy, like, how are we here? So, like, in terms of, it's been an ongoing process, isn't it? But ultimately, we've got to a point now where we need, like, £5 million in a matter of days. It's almost like, it's like kind of, we all know Zoe'S Place, but this kind of crept up on everybody. Has this been something that you guys have been, like, working and chipping away for a while? Yeah,
I mean, I think, you know, it has been a big challenge to try and raise a significant amount of money for a new home in quite a short space of time. You know, and the expertise of the hospice is looking after children. We've never had to build a building before. Yeah. You know, and it you know, it has been difficult, and I think with rising costs, yeah, the economy, it has just proven extremely difficult. Yeah. And it's been a real challenge. So it has been hard, and I think that's been a massive issue. But, you know, the focus now is moving forward positively, and, you know, building a hospice in West Derby that our families and our children deserve. That is the focus now. Moving forward as positively as we can.
Yeah, fantastic. I'm sure we'll get there.
I had a comment here from Quadbad who just said, I think this is brilliant, by the way, Liverpool will save Zoe'S Place because Zoe'S Place saves Liverpool, and I think that's kind of all part and parcel, isn't it? And then Joe has asked, is there any way we can buy a Zoe'S Place t-shirt to support?
You know, we've had lots of people asking to buy T-shirts. And again, because this came as a bit of a surprise, we didn't, you know, plan for this. We didn't plan to order T-shirts. And we have been giving T-shirts to people that are doing fundraising for us. But it was a conversation we had yesterday. And it's something we're working on. So watch this space. And if we can get some for people to give a donation for, then we will.
As soon as they're on
If you're
sale,
struggling with that, I can help out.
Amazing. We're going to get them.
Honestly, I can get that boxed in like a day.
Okay, well then the answer is yes.
There will be.
The answer is yes. We'll make that happen.
Yeah, we might be able to get Steve a slightly smaller one.
This
as
is
well.
yeah. No, I'm all right. With it. I'm all right. You know.
Okay.
I'm glad you didn't give us the blue ones, to be honest.
Well, these are staff.
know.
These are just for staff. So it says staff on the back.
Ah, right, okay.
It's a nice colour.
Nice,
You can't be on Redmen TV for 12 hours in a blue. I mean, you could. The irony of it.
Toffee TV couldn't do the opposite. They couldn't do something.
We're not too bad.
We're fine. It's just a colour. Genuinely sensational. It's been so humbling. It's something Jamie said, and you kind of alluded to, is that Liverpool, it's a big city, but it's not. No. And so everyone, whenever you got something that's important to Zoe's place, everyone knows someone who's been, had help or been affected. It's so central to the sort of Liverpool community, and it really has lit a fire under people, hasn't it?
Oh my word, it's just been phenomenal. And again, I think if you don't have a child with complex needs, again, if you're a parent or you're an auntie or you're a friend of somebody that's got children, you can see and feel what it is to be a parent and the demands that a child without complex needs brings to a family. So let alone a child with, quite severe complex needs or that's quite poorly. And I just think you just want to help, One
of the things that Emma said that I thought was really just important to sort of highlight is that thing, it's the support for the parents.
Yeah. Because
anyone who is a parent will know, again, you'll run through brick walls for your kids. You'll run yourself into dust to see that your kids are all right. And this is kids, as you say, who actually don't have complex needs. My kids think they have at times, like when they can't get on Fortnite at times. But when you go through, families have got real hardships to face through. They don't even recognise that they require help, and I guess that must be one of the real sort of privileges, I guess, to see actually giving that support to parents so they can go and they can go to the shop, so they can go and be, a couple together without having it to be 100 miles an hour at every given second.
Absolutely, and we can take that for granted. I think that time, so time together as a couple, time with your other children. I think it's okay to use the word. Not really neglected sometimes, but I think when you're looking after a child with complex needs, siblings can often, not be given the same level of attention all the time.
Absolutely,
I think it's really, really important that is there. But, Emma touched on the holistic side and the counselling and the holistic therapy that Zoe's Place also offers. I was listening outside, but she didn't touch on the community that Zoe's Place also brings for families to communicate together. So it's that platform and it's that WhatsApp group, that family WhatsApp group, or it's those sibling days that we organise where we get families together, where families can meet each other and families can kind of share their shared experience. And actually, how amazing is it when you're going through something to talk to somebody else who is going through the same thing? Because, it would be really hard for us to relate to Emma.
It would be impossible. I'm just thinking, impossible.
But it's so powerful for Emma to be able to relate to other parents and to go for coffee and just to communicate and have that.
We have that in our lives every single day and we don't realise it. You think about the people that you've worked with over the years who become friends while you're working together because you're living through similar things, aren't you? It's a completely different level for the families at Zoe's Place and stuff, but it's something that we can all relate to. We all need support at times. And Zoe's Place is giving this to the people who need the support the most.
It's a bit like, if my kids, if me and my missus want a night out or something, I can give them to my mum or give them to the grandparents. Now, if you've got a child with complex needs, that's almost impossible, isn't it, to say this and this and this. That's where Zoe's Place would definitely help with. And also, we're parents of we've all got two kids of relatively similar ages. Sometimes we just talk to each other about have you ever been through this? I was talking to Paul's wife the other day about the transition of kids into secondary school and things like that. It would be say for the parents to have another parent who's been through something similar or go through it. If that closes down, there's just nothing else, is there? It's Zoe's Place or nothing, isn't it, AIMEE, at the moment? And that's why it's so important that we have to save it.
Yeah, it's an absolute lifeline.
Yeah.
Zoe's Place means so much, and I talk about the staff daily as well. Our clinical staff especially are the heart of Zoe's. That is what they are. Why Zoe's Place is so special, because they are all special people who literally give everything to those children to make sure those children have have a lovely time at Zoe's Place. I think, you know, sometimes there's a preconception that Zoe's Place can be quite a sad place. Well, let me tell you now, Zoe's Place is one of the brightest, happiest places I ever spend my time. If I'm feeling down or stressed, you know, any of us in the fundraising team or will go into the hospice and spend some time with the children, and we will come out.
Kids are so resilient, aren't they? Like, they just
and you know, we have, you know, the hospice has sensory rooms, it has a soft play, it has a hydrotherapy pool, it has a garden. We have play specialists that come in and play with, you know, create, you know, incredible times with the children. They have a brilliant time when they come to Zoe's, and they're happy. They are happy. That is our main focus. Zoe's was created, it means life. And yeah, it's a really bright place filled with love. That's the best way to describe it.
Got to keep it open.
Fantastic.
Keep donating if you can, please.
Yeah, and just when I was outside then, just listening and refreshing the Just Giving page, which has become a bit of a habit. I feel like we're all addicted constantly to refreshing the Just Giving page since 2 weeks ago. And the money coming in this morning has been phenomenal.
Honestly,
like, wow.
we're at £4,485 raised today.
Wow.
On this stream. We've been live for about an hour.
Thank you so much.
We put a target of £10,000 in, but I think with the support of everybody watching, we are going to smash through that, hopefully by midday, to be honest with you. And let's just see how far we can go with this, because there's 1,000 people watching now. We expect that to go up and up and up throughout the day, as we come to the match later on as well. It's humbling to see how people rally together, this city, these people, and it's not just fans of Liverpool Football Club, it's fans of Everton Football Club as well. In times of need, this city and our fan bases do better than absolutely everybody, because we are incomparable in times of need. I truly believe that, and you're showing that to us today, and I've got goosebumps just saying that.
It's great, isn't it? And it's not just Liverpool the city, like Liverpool.
I have as well.
And Liverpool, I know it's really cliche. I don't really like when Liverpool use that term, like the Liverpool family, but I kind of get it in times like these. Like, I'm seeing where some of these donations are coming from, and they're coming from across the globe. I mean, we've just gone through the £5,000 barrier already, which is just unbelievable. Thank you so much. And I can see they're coming in from all over the globe, just people desperate to support.
There's some of the people who've donated. So there's Tom Carlson there, donated $100 to smash the likes and that goal, folks. Steve Phillips said, good luck, but being a Scouser, you won't need it. Will Scanlon says, keep going, lads, you'll never walk alone, and either will the families you are supporting. So yeah, please do keep your donations coming in. As look, I've said this, I'm keen to say this, of course, is that, you know, don't go above and beyond, you know, your own, you know, means or whatever, but if you've got it to donate and you want to, then it's a very, very worthy cause.
And that's been something special since the Just Giving page launched. You know, some of the smaller donations coming in with beautiful messages. They are literally so special.
£1 to someone could be £100 someone else.
Exactly. And while I'm here, is it all right also just to kind of ask people to follow us on social media as well, especially our Instagram page, because you know, so many people across Liverpool and the globe are doing things for us, and they're tagging us on Instagram, and we're sharing it, and it's just the best way to keep on kind of top of our stories as well. And there's so many things on there, reels and photographs of our children and our families. So
what's the handles?
Zoe's Place Liverpool. So if you could follow us on there, that would be amazing. That is an incredible way to help us, because if you can engage with our posts or share something, it might encourage somebody else to make a donation as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Superb. Amy, thank you so much for your time. We've got our next guest coming in shortly. We're looking forward to that one. I think it's Adam MCKOLA and BUVEY, isn't it, next? I believe Hawks has just donated £500 or $500 as well. Wow. I'm seeing that in the YouTube comments. I haven't actually, it's not on my refreshed Zoe's Place page yet.
Thank you so much.
But Hawks, thank you so much. He's a follower from Redmen from over in America. Thank you so much. It really is unbelievable. You've been such a supporter to us over the years, and now supporting the causes that we want to support as well. It's really massively appreciated from everybody here. I know that.
Absolutely. Yes, Amy, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good luck with everything.
We'll keep in touch. Keep refreshing that stream.
Really appreciate it.
Get my number from Chloe out there, and if you need help with the merchandise, I can have a t-shirt up tomorrow if necessary.
Well, that would be brilliant.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
I just need the logos. We might even be able to get it done today. We'll get my number from Chloe and we'll get it sorted.
Get working on it straight.
Okay, brilliant.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Amy.
Thank you, everybody.
Lovely, thank you.
What a start to the day.
Wow.
I'm emotional already, man. I felt I was going to cry then.
we are on. I'm going to refresh you because every time I go to say it, you go, we're on this, and I was like, we're not. I'd refreshed it more recently and it had already gone up, but I'm 52% of the target already. And look, this is the thing, we're here all the way beyond the match tonight. With all those fantastic people who are going to be joining us, you know, and thank you for all the people who are watching us from all over the world. You know, I think it was Hawk saying I'm flagging and I'm going to need to go to bed. It's 3 a.m. Cool. We'll see you back here in a little bit later on for the match.
And the good thing is, the stream will live forever. So if whatever you miss when you go to bed, you can always go back and catch up. And 100%. I've got people upstairs already chopping it up into segments, and it's going to be everywhere for everyone to see. Yeah. Eyes and ears all over it.
Yeah. So yeah, massively. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun here. But yeah, the target is 10k, but don't think we're stopping there. Because if we can get to 10k,
we'll move some goalposts.
No, but 100%. Listen, if we can get to 10k, then look, that for us is the minimum objective of what we were hoping to achieve. But we'll have that conversation in a bit. But right now, we're 52% funded so far in the early stages, and that's, you know, I think probably 25% of that was for Carragher's glasses.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, Lord knows what's going to happen next. So yeah, make sure you stay tuned. And I think, thank you so much to everyone in the comments, by the way, who's encouraging people. Drop a like, make sure you share the stream as well. Are we live on other platforms?
Twitter, we were live on Twitter at points, Facebook. Aaron's sorting it all out. So yeah, we're everywhere. If you're on it, we're on it. It's kind of the message that we're trying to go
TikTok,
for.
Yeah. No, because we're too old.
Can you go live on TikTok? You probably could.
Probably can. I've got no idea.
Do we have to dance?
I downloaded the app, needed to create an account, never used the app.
If we get to 10k, will you do a TikTok dance on our TikTok?
No.
I will.
Yeah.
Of course Chris will. Because I do now.
I don't know what that is.
The dying pigeon, I think that was
the Daniel Sturridge dying pigeon.
The whitest Daniel Sturridge dance.
Right, just to let you guys know, I've got Adam McKola, I've got BUVEY joining us on the stream right now. They're not on the screens yet. Hopefully they can hear us very soon. I can see Adam, but he's not on the screen just yet. Thank you to Adam and BUVEY for taking the time out of their day. I know they've got busy schedules today as well. We're just waiting for Laurence to turn his video on, I think. As a content creator, this happens sometimes.
It is when you get to a level where you're so big that you've got people to do this for you.
Well, that's it, and that's certainly what BUVEY and MCKOLA have been doing recently. I don't know where Adam's gone. Looks like BUVEY's got that boxed off right now. We just need to be able to give Aaron a little bit of time so that we can get the gentlemen, both gentlemen, into the stream and stuff as well, and also Adam to sit back down, repping the Minnesota basketball jersey there. I can see they're in the stream with us, guys.
Can we hear them? That's the next bit.
Can you hear us, gents?
Did you mute you?
I can hear you, boys. How we doing?
Oh, yeah, we're all good.
Got him in a big way.
Gents, first off, thanks so much for joining us, mate. Just a little update for you. We have raised so far this morning £5,447 for Zoe'S place in the hour and 10 minutes that we've been streaming.
Nice. Good, congratulations, man.
Well,
great work. What's the target?
We're hoping for 10,000 quid, but we need 5 million, so we're a little way short of that to save them.
Now,
right, I'm sure me and BUVEY will get that pumped up.
Well, this is the
Have you shared it on socials, lads, that you're here? Have you shared it on socials?
Not yet. I'll do it now.
Get it shared. Yeah. Tell them we're about to have Manchester United and Manchester City chat.
Well, yeah, the thing is, what Chris
can we not talk about Manchester United? Jeez.
Oh no! Why do you think we've invited so many Mancs today?
Yeah, we've only really done this. We're only really mentioning how much we've raised because that's the bar that we're expecting from you. You know, Jamie Carragher and former Liverpool youth player Lee Pride have helped us raise that much. How much can Adam McKola and BUVEY help us get to? It's a high bar set, but these are guys who live to high bars. I'm
sure we'll get BUVEY to say something stupid. We'll go viral. It's golden, isn't it? That's our usual plan.
I just want to say it's great to see BUVEY seems to have escaped Chloe Bloxham's pocket since the last appearance on the Overlap. Where I'm informed that he absolutely bodied you, mate.
She was fantastic, mate. Yeah, she was fantastic. What can I say? Still not a lawyer, though. I mean, she still hasn't got a law degree. So.
She might have, you know. She might have. I wouldn't put it past her.
Adam, football. First, we'll start with you. Manchester United. Are you happy that your manager is still in place?
I wanted to turn it around. I wanted to turn it around, and I want him to do well. But I did think it was done. I thought he wouldn't survive the international break. So the fact that he has just maybe tells me he's on a little bit of borrowed time. Maybe they're trying to get all their, eggs in a row and try and line up who's next. Maybe they wanted Tuchel, he wasn't available, and they've decided to just stick a little bit. I'm not too sure, but we need to get some results in Fenerbahce away, West Ham away. I know on paper, not really the most difficult games, but in the form we've been in, like it could be a pivotal week for him. I think any week it feels like that at the moment. If you have 2 bad results, he's probably gone. And they don't feel like they're that far around the corner. It's a shame, really. I do like him.
Talk about the sort of structure there, because looking at it from our perspective, it looks like you've got the head honchos in, you've got Gerrard and Ashworth, and it feels a little bit like Jim Ratcliffe's kind of going, well, boys, this you made this call, so it's kind of on you.
Go, do some magic. Go, show me the trophies. Where are they? Yeah, it's going to be a long-term thing, and obviously he's not their guy.
Yeah.
Like, now, I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't a Manchester United manager, they come in. He would have been one of the targets. But there's always that thing about he's had that period of time before them where he did okay. He won a couple of trophies, but at the same time, it weren't all roses, and there were some doubters out there, and you kind of felt like the job was already slipping through his fingers a little bit. Now to kind of see them come in and then just win them all over and get the results turning, it's a difficult thing to do. Maybe it is the kind of thing where a manager with a fresh start can kind of do better. But the names out there, when you're looking at the names, who's really talking to? There's not a huge amount of names. I mean,
Thomas Tuchel wanted the job so little that he's literally put himself in front of the English media firing squad for the next 18 months. every lad who's ever sang about German bombers and 2 world wars and 1 World Cup, so he doesn't get to manage Manchester United, mate. That's the poison chalice.
It did make me think that, like, maybe he's just gone, I can get paid a lot of money for not having that day-to-day stress, and the job that I'd probably take would be a lot of stress. But at the same time, I think any manager worth the money is going to think, I can be the one to turn that around, because it is a big opportunity for someone as well. As much as it is looked at as a bit of a poison chalice and all these kind of things, the facts are we have brought in that structure which we've needed for a long, long time. You add that with the fact that if you can be the guy to turn this around, if you can be the guy to bring that title, the first title after 11, 12, however many years it's going to be by the time we win it.
20.
If you can be that guy, you're going to be a legend, you know what I mean? So that is there's a big opportunity there for some managers as well. We're just waiting for someone to grip it.
The manager thing's fascinating though, isn't it? Like, you're right. Like, they've had now basically two huge meetings, and I wonder at that point they were just looking around going, is there anyone else come up who's free and available for this? And you see, like, Graham Potter's obviously been doing the media rounds lately, but I mean, I guess you must be looking for someone to get the pulse racing a bit, but equally you've probably had that with a few managers over the years as well that hasn't quite worked out.
I think everyone is just a little bit, just do whatever you want. You know, just everyone's just like, just do whatever you want, man. I can't be bothered anymore with this crap. Like, I think eventually you do get to a point. I remember under Moyes when we were crap, the games were so good. I was having so much fun. You're still crap now, though, Adam. No, but like, this is my point. Like, then it was new, it was fresh. It was like,
it was fresh shit. It stunk, but we loved it because it was new.
It will be crap, but it'll be fun, and we'll go to games and we'll sing all game. I remember when you beat us 3-0 at Old Trafford. I didn't even see the third goal go in because we were singing and stuff. I don't know if you was in the ground that day. Like, we were just bouncing around having fun. Like, it was a.
There's quite a famous video, Adam, of Chris calling David Moyes a football genius pissed in a pub car park that night. So yeah, no, we were in the ground.
There's probably videos of us saying a lot worse after that game. But yeah, it was like, I remember doing a video for you after that game, actually. That was one of the worst things I could ever think about doing. I think someone just went to me, yeah, we need to do a video for Redmen now. And I was like, oh, you being serious about this? Like, I've got to send a video into some Liverpool fans after you've just been
full-time Devils for life. Baby. Yeah. That was it. That's what happens when you've got a fan channel run by a media company. You just go, we just need the views, don't we?
Yeah. Switch that around now. That's what's beauty. That's what I'm going to think. Like, I was thinking about you boys, because obviously you were the first channel, isn't it?
Yeah.
And myself, Joel, Jay, Steve have been running Paddock now for 4 or 5 years ourselves, and like, fucking, it's hard work, man. But
it's worse.
I love it, and you boys have done it for a long. You boys have done it for a long, long time, man.
We had Roy Hodgson as our manager, mate, when we started on YouTube. Roy Hodgson. So yeah, think about that. BUVEY, let's bring you in. Let's stick with the Man United chat. I'm sure you're not lacking an opinion or two on the plight of the Manx right now. Are you enjoying the Erik ten Hag era?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I've been enjoying it for 13 years. I mean, it's been unmitigated failure for over a decade now. It's going to be 15 years. I think it's going to be the 2030s before Man United get back to winning major silverware. And I think every second he's in the job, it prolongs the misery, because I think he's bang average. And only Manchester United could go out and hire a bold Dutch manager, and now he's not even the best bold Dutch manager in the Premier League. I mean, it's crazy. He's so far behind these other guys already. I know Arne Slot's only had 3-4 months in terms of club football. He's far ahead of where Man United are. I know he's building on success from Jurgen Klopp and what he achieved. It's a different situation towards compared to Manchester United. Of course it is, but in terms of what we see on the pitch, Arne Slot's miles ahead of him. He is, and I'd even dare say Enzo Maresca. What I saw from Chelsea, I know they obviously lost the game against you lot, but there's more development there as well. So whatever we say about the strategy, Ineos, all these different kind of macro factors, ultimately on the football pitch, I think he's being surpassed by new managers that have already come in this season.
Can I just say, it's nice to have board representation in the Premier League as well. And we've got good and bad ones. The best, was it 3 of the top 4 baldies now, you think, maybe, as well?
What, globally?
Just bald icons, and then we've got Ten Hag bringing us down, but we'll take that as well. But yeah.
Who's the greatest baldy
ever?
That's great. Let us know in the comments.
We can think of outside football.
Bruce Willis is pretty special.
Yeah, Bruce Willis has got to go up there.
Bojack.
Is Billy Joel bald now?
He is now.
Stone Cold Steve Austin. Jesus.
Yeah.
Cue the glass break. We haven't got it, sorry. He's not joining us today.
Imagine if that was a
That's the rattlesnakes music.
Oh my God, King.
He is a great bald.
He's definitely up there. Yeah. Okay, I want to know that. James Lim says Vin Diesel.
Nah, I'm not having that.
Oh no, don't be stupid. Vin Diesel.
Dr. Evil's a good one.
I mean, The Rock's got to be up there if we're going.
Yeah.
Now Rock.
Yeah. Well, obviously because he wasn't bald prior to that.
Yeah. I like people who've been bald for the entire career. Like they start, like Stone Cold's are perfect when they started bald and they maintain the look.
He didn't though.
Stunning Steve Austin.
But he was stunning Steve then.
Yeah,
that's stunning Steve then.
Yeah. Samuel Jackson's a shout there from Gerrard Kelly. BUVEY, Manchester City playing a dangerous game outside of football at the moment. How are you feeling about all that? Like, are you worried about all the charges and stuff, or have you just swallowed the Kool-Aid?
I think it's almost too big to worry about until we see.
That's such a male response.
That's such a don't look up moment, that isn't it? Like asteroid hurtling toward planet Earth.
What's my opinion on the election in America? It's too big to quantify.
You'd have an opinion on that, though.
but you're asking me for insight and a breakdown. I can't. No one can give it to you. And obviously I talked about this on the overlap. I got slated on the overlap. Maybe fairly, maybe unfairly, I'm not sure.
Fairly.
But ultimately, I'm sat in a room. I'm sat in a room with Adam McKollah, who's got, unbelievable football knowledge. All these other football fans, unbelievable knowledge. We've got Jamie Carragher.
And a law degree, by the way.
Yeah, and a law degree. Yeah, I didn't come to you for that, thankfully. But you've got Paul Scholes sat there. He's got 2 Champions Leagues. You got 2 guys there with 3 Champions League titles. They couldn't tell me any more than I could tell you lads about the case. All I'm trying to say is City fans should have to wait until the verdict's out obviously at the end of this year, I think it is, or at least the start of next year. And then we can talk about it. I don't think any City fan's going to sit here and say unequivocally the club's innocent or guilty until we actually know that the information. I think that's fair to say, isn't it? And I did get slagged off on the overlap for saying that. Maybe it seems like a little bit passive, or I'm trying to pass the buck a little bit. But why should any football fan have to comment on these massive legal issues without an actual final verdict?
Yeah, why? Well, because you've chosen to make your living talking about Manchester City on the internet.
I can give you an opinion on what I think. I think the club at the moment is run incredibly well. One of the most profitable footballing organisations in the world. We can debate the legitimacy of City deserve to have the investment or not. All I know is that before Sheikh Mansour came in 2008-9, the club was only a few weeks away from being completely out of money, completely out of liquid kind of cash and investment. So that's all I can say.
That's what sports washing is, isn't it, Booth? That's what sports washing is, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm not. I can't.
You're kind of reading from the party line here at the moment.
That's not the party line, though, is it?
It is a bit.
It's similar to it, though. I'm not saying you're actually reading it.
You're quick to go. Referees are ruining football, or we criticised Jurgen Klopp the other day for going to Red Bull, like. You know, you can't do them things, and then when it comes to City, it goes, oh.
You can't give me legitimate reasons why they've ruined football in this country. They've put a massive amount of investment into youth academy, into jobs and local jobs in Manchester. And
that's great for Man City. That's not
you're able to comment on all of that, but not able to comment on the other stuff.
Yeah, fair.
What's the other stuff? Sorry.
Yeah. Well played.
I like it. Yeah. Touche. Well, no, I'm not sure he meant it, but touche.
But the thing about it is that you've got to keep Man City fans on side, haven't they? Because if at any point Man City fans turn around and go, hang about,
just like, stop selling season tickets.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, they're trying the best.
How does that keep anybody on side? Like they're showing who they are. I think. It must just be a scary thing, and if you're a football fan and you know your club's on the precipice of these guys who have given you your greatest days, but also could be about to absolutely launch you into League Two.
Well, there's the big word. You said it there. It's the most insight I've heard from you about this debate, Adam. Could. That's the big thing. Could. And again,
yeah, but lack of legal insight reasons why it could
until we see a verdict. I can comment on evidence that I've seen of how the club...
if someone calls you a cheat 115 times, I'm sorry, there's no smoke without fire, man.
Yeah, that's your opinion. You're valid to it.
115 times.
I don't think we're ever going to solve this one, are we?
Yeah, but if we were looking for a break in the street, we could probably just get off here.
Misappropriating even the whole case itself. A lot of those...
It's 115 times.
Charges.
130 charges, let's...
130.
We can just make up numbers.
I mean, that's what you used to. Yeah.
We've got 6 months short joining us live, ladies and gents.
That's very good.
How much of this ground worth?
Football and all that. I'm talking about how good I think Liverpool are looking this season.
Tell us then. Tell us.
Slot.
Tell us. Next, we'll get to that. It's a long stream.
We'll get to that, will we?
Yeah. But anyway, 150. No. No, it is. Look, you've got to appreciate though. It's fascinating. You know, it's because it is unprecedented. You've had a team with unprecedented success.
Do you want to come in?
All right.
Yes,
sit down. Chloe. Going to just give Bruvey a wave. We've let him out of your pockets for the.
Hi, mate. I'm still working on that lawyer's degree.
Still working on the law degree. It's fine. Thanks, Chloe. Yeah, no, the whole thing is absolutely fascinating. And the only fan base that isn't burying the head, or the only fan base is burying the head in the sand, are obviously the City ones, because it is. I get it. I appreciate it. It is too big to wrap your head around. What's the point? You can't change it. It's going to be what it's going to be. Is it? Look, be honest with you. Is it that? Is that ultimately there's fuck all you can do about it? So you might as well just kind of carry on living.
But my issue is, again, I got ripped on the overlap, and maybe I'm completely at the wrong end of the spectrum. If City got found guilty, I've never said I wouldn't question the legitimacy of what the ownership are doing. I don't understand it. There was a moment when when I say we, all the big clubs in England tried to separate and create the Super League. Joel Glazer had a statement about Man City's future in the Premier League being away from the Premier League on the Man City website. I said that was outrageous. I said that was ridiculous. And I said that people should have been held accountable to that situation. I don't just blindly follow the club. I just look at evidence. And at the moment, the club hasn't been found guilty. What happened with Man City and other Premier League clubs, including obviously Man United, Liverpool, Chelsea, Spurs, Arsenal, that was outrageous. So I talked about that in a fair light. I don't think any City fan is going to blindly defend the club if even one of these charges is found out to be true. But at the moment, none of them have been found out to be true.
Okay. If anyone's got any questions for Adam or BUVEY about their football clubs, please feel free to drop them into the comments section. We had the super chat in from PW. He says, for charity, tell us all the things you love about Harry Maguire.
I love Harry Maguire. I love Harry Maguire.
I think he's a solid centre half.
I actually do as well, you know. Yeah. Adam?
He's like fucking idiots. That's all I can say of that matter. You know, he's horrendous, man. Let's not talk about Harry.
I think he's underrated for what he's done for England. I really don't get. I think
I couldn't care less about England, though. So you know,
I'm just saying for the general discussion. You know.
He's underrated for England. I wouldn't want him at Man United either.
Can I ask Adam a question from producer Aaron? Said, Adam, are you confident Man United will finish in the top half this season?
Yes, mate. We're still winning the league, remember?
Oh, yeah.
So let's talk about Liverpool then for a bit, Adam. Obviously, we played you. You lost.
Now, Harry Maguire and Liverpool. Fucking great.
It's for charity, Adam. It's for charity.
Yeah.
So plaster on a fake smile and we'll just go ahead with it. What did you expect from Arne Slot? And what did you expect from Arne Slot?
From him, like I didn't really. I wouldn't have been surprised to see him gone by Christmas. I wouldn't be surprised to see him doing this because you kind of have a nucleus of a good team. I didn't really know what to expect. I didn't know much about him, to be totally honest with you. Like, and obviously when you appoint a manager, sometimes you do a little bit of research into them. You find out a little bit more about him. He wasn't even really linked with anyone like beforehand. So I don't know. I weren't really clued up on him, but he's come in and he's smashing it at the moment, isn't he? You know, he's got you playing good football. He's scoring plenty of goals. You know, he's getting the crowd on side, which I think is important for an early start for a new manager. There seemed to be like a few issues maybe with players at the start, like Trent and stuff, and they seem to kind of just go into the background. You know, when you're winning games, it always helps. And when you lost against Forest, I thought, it's going to be tested now a little bit. What will happen after this? And you just bounce straight back to it, man. You're looking good. I think big chance of winning the league, which hurts me to say because it'd be 20-all. But yeah, I do think you've got a big chance of winning the league.
I heard a rumour a few years ago, right, that Liverpool have actually gone and I don't know whether this is true, gone and put the, what's it called when you trademark? Well done. Right.
We are fired.
I heard a rumour that we've got the trademarks for like 21 times, 22 times, 23 times, 24 times and all that type of stuff before Manchester United did, which would be great to see, by the way. And I don't think he's going to need them either.
If we could, mate, that'd make us winning the next cup, like winning the league even more if you've got them.
And not
that'd be so good.
Yeah, but then what would you change it to?
You can't trademark fucking numbers.
How can you trademark that? You won one league in 31 years. How can you?
Oh, there he is. There's BUVEY.
Adam, you won one league, and there wasn't even a single person, no one in that studio in Liverpool, not even their grannies could have gone to see them win it. It was the COVID Cup, and they're talking about trademarking titles. Between Man United and Liverpool, there's been barely any Premier League titles won since I'm an adult.
Whoa.
I'm not sure you are.
The League Cup.
He's mental to pick a fight with the two biggest clubs in the question.
The biggest clubs, least successful in the last 10 years. Well done.
By the way, BUVEY, if City had won what we've won in the last 10 years, prior to you like having these dodgy owners, you'd have statues of the managers and stuff outside.
What do you mean?
Like, we've won what? We've won a couple of FA Cups, couple of League Cups, Europa League. If someone did that at City 20 years ago,
Yeah, of course.
Fucking hell.
Of course.
Do they still bring Sean Goater out on the pitch?
But these are facts. But we're sat here right now. Liverpool haven't won a Premier League title ever with fans in the stadium. Let that sink in. Not a single fan. Not even a steward. Not even someone to lay out the nets, to put back in the nets. Trent
Alexander-Arnold was there, mate. It's fine. Yeah, it's true.
It was the age-old saying, innit? If no one was there to see you win the league title, you win the league title.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Where were you guys sat? Back at home on your sofa?
In here?
No, we were in here with 25,000 people watching us live.
Were you allowed to do that? Were you allowed to? You weren't allowed to say.
We were 2 meters apart. We were 2 meters apart-ish.
Not these Johnny come latelys to YouTube. We were there. We were here, mate.
Don't let this fool you. It's the foreshortening cameras. We are 2 meters apart here. It just looks. It just looks like
it's absolutely fine. What was that thing? We were in each other's bubbles, weren't we? I think.
Yeah. We bubbled up. Is what we did. Bubbled up.
Is that a euphemism?
I was bubbled up with the 10,000 people who were celebrating it outside the ground as well.
It's a big family then, mate.
Yeah. It was a big family party. Everyone bought a bottle. It was good.
So BUVEY, Liverpool for you, mate. Did you watch the game Liverpool-Chelsea at the weekends? What did you think of it? Because I think, Chelsea dominated the football, but Liverpool walk away with the 3 points.
It's just the classic thing. I think Arne Slott's been gifted.
Thank you.
World-class players that other clubs in the title race, even Arsenal, don't have. Obviously, Salah's the big one. Again, unbelievable. The amount of goals he's scoring against Big Six opposition is outrageous since he joined the league. I think that's the one reason why you could be ahead of Arsenal in the title race. We can debate if you're ahead of City. City don't look perfect, and it remains to be seen what will happen without Rodri. But Liverpool, man, it's the energy. And there are moments where, Chelsea had a lot of the ball at Anfield, but there are moments where Liverpool keep it a lot better than they did under Jurgen Klopp. I think Jurgen Klopp obviously had that kind of intensity, trying to chase games if you're losing or trying to get back into a game. But with Arne Slot, it's something a little bit more patient, a little bit more calm. I saw it from the first week against Ipswich, where they were causing you issues. He made that substitution. I think it was half-time, wasn't it? And you kind of got on the ball a little bit more, and you were a little bit more thoughtful about it. And I think it's Liverpool's side far more calm and collected. And if you add that with the world-class players you've got, I think you could argue, Van Dijk, Salah, still, world-class. Alisson, Trent, that's 4 or 5 world-class players. Gravenberch is one of the best DMs at the moment in European football and form as well. That could get you over the line versus Arsenal, because I just don't see some of Arsenal's forward line, some of their midfield. Are they world class in the same way? I'm not so sure.
Quality. I just want to ask before we start to let you go, Adam. In terms, if you had to rank the Premier League managers, where does Ten Hag rank in the 20 current Premier League managers?
Well, League Cups and FA Cups weigh a lot in this debate.
He's been the second most successful manager of the last couple of the last
Exactly. He'll tell you that every fucking week.
He won't fucking shut up about it.
Mate, that's when you know he's finished. Oh God, it's sad. He's going to leave and do well somewhere. Probably back at Ajax, but he'll leave and
Who's a worse manager in the league right now, BUVEY, than Erik ten Hag?
Russell Martin, for sure. He's better than Russell Martin.
Yeah.
He's not. I don't think he's better than. I don't think he would have got Nottingham Forest promoted. So he's not better than Cooper. He's not better than Kieran McKenna, because Kieran McKenna's got a higher ceiling. He's more respected. He's got a better kind of future in the game.
Respected by who?
I could see Ten Hag managing Norwich City in the future.
He'll manage Man City when there was 115 kicking and you're in the Championship.
I think he's bang average, and this idea that he kind of has no one in midfield, all these empty spaces in midfield, the guy's on a different planet and he looks way out.
If he's so bang average, what happened at Wembley? Come on.
City didn't even...
It does count.
It was a big day for United. It was like Wigan Athletic. It was a big day.
Don't do this. Don't do this.
You all got in the mega bus.
We know who you really are. Don't do this.
You had your mega bus day out, and that's fantastic. Ten Hag was way out of his depth, and you know it as well. You're a footballing man, Adam. You love football, apparently. He's on a whole different planet. He shouldn't be anywhere near Manchester United. Would he manage Brentford into where they finished in the last 4 or 5 years? Be honest. Be completely honest. No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. Probably.
Because you know what it is? Yeah? The pressure, I think pressure does a lot of things to managers, and I think he's going to go elsewhere and do well. I'm not saying he's going to turn it around.
You just said the Eredivisie.
I think it's up in the air whether that happens or not, and I think it's likely he gets sacked. But he will. He's a very good coach. I think that's clear. We've seen it. But there's a reason why he was linked with all these big jobs, and it won't surprise me to see him go away, do well somewhere else.
But you said the Eredivisie, which is a top 8 league in Europe, top 9 league.
He could manage Brentford. Come on,
he's not better than Thomas Frank, and these are facts.
Oh, I don't even know whether that's true or not, but he could manage Brentford. Jeez, come on, let's not be silly. He just fucking beat Thomas Frank. Thomas Frank played the worst Man United team.
Last year they battered you, and the year before he beat
ever. Mate,
well, listen, boys.
Scott fucking McTominay scored 2 against him.
We're going to have to digitally pull you apart here. Because obviously, if people want to see this, just go and watch the club. I imagine this is what you're like all the time.
He's all right, really.
Massive thank you, though. Obviously, thanks for coming on, being good sports, joining us today. It is a cause close to our hearts and stuff. So really appreciate you taking time out, lads, and joining us and bringing the rival fans as well. Hopefully, they've supported us in donating to Zoe's place.
Yeah, and I'll chuck you a donation now as well. Nice one, boys. Thank you for having us.
Boss King Kong Chaplain here with the donation says, here's 10 quid to shut BUVEY up.
You can't hear him, he's there going, keep him coming.
Brilliant. Nice one, lads.
Cheers, gents. Cheers, boys. Bye. Well, that was pretty good, wasn't it? The guests keep on coming, though, because we've got Mark Goldbridge and we've got Laurence McKenna in the waiting room now. Should I let these boys in? I don't want to keep them waiting, to be honest with you.
No, I'm good.
You sure?
We've got like 15 of these things made. I thought we might just use one, but it's fine.
We can use one. What have we got queued up?
Let's go. A former captain of Liverpool Football Club got in touch with us, and he had this to say.
Hi everyone, I hope you're enjoying the live stream. When I heard that Zoe's place in Liverpool was in danger, then I was keen to help in some way. So I'll be sending a pair of match-worn boots across to the Redmen TV, who will pick someone at random, whoever donates today, no matter how big or small the donation. So please give what you can. It's our only and last chance to save them. And if any city can, Liverpool can.
Line, gents. Hopefully you can see us. Oh, we're live.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Yes, Chris is just having a private conversation now, broadcast to the entire world. With
we're not quite got you on screen yet, gents. Sorry, mate.
So no problem. I'll give you a little update then in terms of where we're at. If you go to justgiving.com/page/ the Redmen TV, you'll be able to keep up to date with everything that we're doing here in terms of raising money for Zoe's Place Baby Hospice. We're in midway through hour 2 of the 12 to 13-ish hour live stream that we're planning to do today. We are at 63% of our total so far. That is £6,317 raised so far. We're aiming for a 10k minimum that we're looking to get to here with this one, and it's going really well so far.
Jordan Henderson might have just helped us out a little bit as well.
Yeah, so just to clarify, with Jordan Henderson there. So Jordan Henderson is offering a pair of his match-worn boots to every single person who has donated today. So we'll go back through it. You can donate any amount and get your name in the draw for a pair of match-worn Jordan Henderson football boots. So really generous of the of Liverpool's League and Champions League lifting and everything lifting.
Champion of everything,
yeah, he was indeed. Right, okay,
Aaron, here we go. We got Mark Goldbridge, got Laurence McKenna in from the Barbers by the looks of it. Laurence, where are you?
What is that, a dig? What is it? I don't know. I'm just in my office. What's new? I've been watching the live stream.
It looks so neat that it looks like a photograph behind you, actually.
I thought you're not used to seeing me look like this. No, it's very real. Look, there's 3. Am I allowed to advertise alcohol on the stream? There's 3 4 Carlsberg glasses there. Well, it's very real.
I mean, you didn't really give us a chance to say no there.
The great thing about the way is that you start this and you have Mark Goldbridge and you go, Laurence, is your background real?
Is this real?
It's very real. Yeah, very real. Yeah.
Mark,
it's definitely real.
Mark, thanks for joining us, mate. Massively appreciate you coming in today and helping out. Hopefully you put some social post out, gents.
Yeah. I was just waiting for the little Yeah, but I'm sure someone's doing it.
Fantastic cause. I was just checking. I've just contributed myself, so everyone get involved. And you're going to smash that one. You're going to need to knock it higher. So it's great what you're doing, lads. Well done.
Well done, guys. Well done.
Thank you very much. Right, we'll do some Manchester United chat. I was enjoying the chat with Adam McKenna just then about Manchester United.
Should have got me on. He'd have loved that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, guys, that would have done numbers.
Is this not a thing? Is there something I'm missing here?
Yeah.
Okay, very much something I'm missing here.
Been in a coma, Chris. Been in a coma. Actually, should have got Loz on. That might have even been better, but we'll leave that one.
I love everything the club guys do. I love everyone who's been coming on the live stream. So well done, guys.
Never the two shall meet. It's like turf wars. Digital turf wars. Can you can drop likes and you can also drop little like knivings as well across things as well. So yeah,
it's like Paul and I on camera, best mates. But when he sees me in public, he just slips me a little.
Careful.
You know, Mark just donated. There's a chance he could win Jordan Henderson's boots.
That would be.
I use them for gardening.
Do you know, you should have seen his face when you said Jordan Henderson's match-worn boots. He wasn't on the screen and he went absolutely fuming.
I was trying to wind Loz up because he was waving. I was like trying to wind him up. But no, that's a great prize for a Liverpool fan, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
So, Mark, Manchester United this season, Ten Hag, where do you stand with him at the moment?
You know what? I don't really know where Liverpool fans stand. I presume they want him to stay, but I feel I'm in the minority with United fans at the moment because I just don't want to see another manager get sacked. And I think we've been on this treadmill. It's funny that we're playing Fenerbahce and Mourinho tomorrow because I think when you look back at that, the way that the players in the club stabbed Mourinho in the back, I think longer term we'd have been better off sticking with him for another year. And I think, especially with Ten Hag, we spent so much money in the summer on players that are very specific to what he wants to do. And Ineos have only just come in and they've been involved in that. If they were going to sack Ten Hag, they should have done it after the FA Cup. And I think there's a debate to be had about that. But I think having stuck with him, they'd have looked ridiculously weak. But unfortunately, as with every fan base, there is this toxic element that wanted him sacked in May and sort of have this I want to be proved right thing. So every time we drop points or have a bad result, they pile in. The press obviously want to talk about us. But I was glad he survived the international break because I think we've just got to for the first time ever just try something new and not sack the manager and restart because it's so expensive and we're in so much debt. So yeah, he's on thin ice, but I think we've just got to get on with it this time, certainly for the next few months. And if a change needs to be made, do it next summer.
Does it feel, though, like there is that sort of Damocles where, because I think it was something Adam was saying before, it feels like two bad results and there's going to be a giant pile and that's going to be a real test of character for, for Berardi and Ashworth and co. And even can Jim Radcliffe then keep his oar out? He's trying his best, but he also feels like he's very much like pushing all of the blame away from himself and into the football structure instead.
Yeah, he's barely made any changes so far, Paul. You're right. Yeah, he's really not done that much.
No, but I think Paul's right because he said, and I'm always want to just jump in and get on Loz's back. And I think that, so Jim has made a few comments recently about it's down to the structure and I won't get involved, which sort of means you feel like he's sort of saying, I'd sack him, but I've got a board in place. But absolutely, exactly. You know, Liverpool have done so well at this over the years. And I think a look at, Arsenal as well. And, well, I hate to say it, Man City, but, the way that they've run their clubs has been based around expertise around football, be above the manager, which is something United haven't had post Sir Alex. So Jim needs to stick his nose out and leave it to these so-called experts. And then there can be no muddying of the waters. We'll get clarity on what's happening. And they've obviously decided to stick with Ten Hag. So I think you can't. I mean, we've never sacked a manager before November as well. That's what I find amazing, how much the media and certain fans wanted to sack Ten Hag in the international break. It's like, we've just spent loads of money, we've stuck with this guy, and now we're going to break the record for sacking a manager. We actually have got to stick with this a little bit longer.
That would be new though. That would be doing something new.
Yeah, the wrong way.
But Mark, you can't keep the wrong guy in charge for too long. I take all your points about keeping, the expensive stuff and all that, but is it not more damaging to keep the wrong guy in charge?
Well, it is, but I don't think the market was very good in the summer for managers, and I don't think it's any better now. So, look, we're well experienced, Chris, in changing managers. So I don't mind if like Nagelsmann was there 3 going, I want the Man United job. I would go, well, that's interesting, but I certainly don't want Gareth Southgate. I didn't want Thomas Tuchel. I don't want Xabi. So I think that you're ending up with Van Nistelrooy as an interim for 7 months, like we did with Ollie. And I know what United fans are like. They'll be singing Rude's at the wheel and he'll be getting a 3-year deal. So I think 10 Hag till the summer is what I want, really.
That scanned really well, doesn't it?
Yeah. Lars, can you jump in on this? Because the Ruud van Nistelrooy stuff was what I was going to come to next, is that he does feel like this looming presence. No, it reminds me of when Paddy Power sent the person in like the skeleton costume or whatever down to Old Trafford when Moyes was in charge, except it's a former Man United goal-scoring legend sat there, the spectre looming over him. There's a little bit of like Houllier, Roy Evans vibe to it in some ways. It does feel as though like they've kind of got this guy in on the inside, and yeah, Man United fans have clocked onto that pretty early as well. Ruud does look like he's there as a break glass option.
I really enjoyed. There was a really great headline during the international break that said Ruud van Nistelrooy is looking more and more managerial around the training ground, and I just thought, who's noticed that? Like, who's gone into training and gone, is Ruud wearing a suit today? Like, why is he suddenly dressing different? And everyone's just sort of going, Ruud, are you auditioning for the job? And he's going, no, I just thought I'd wear a nice suit for there. What's the problem? So it just seems really weird to me that I guess if you have a good enough assistant coach, then I don't know, everyone thinks they're going to be the manager. It's like Liverpool being like, Johnny Heitinger's looking pretty managerial today, isn't he? I just think it's really weird. I'm also like, is he really the top candidate? Really? The top
Johnny
candidate?
Heitinga can't look managerial until he learns to stop pulling his socks up so high. Football socks wore up to the knee without shin pads and just with trainers it's not for me.
That was fashion expert Paul Machin there, everyone.
But I mean, listen, no one does not need to be a fashion expert, Laurence.
That's quite true.
In this particular field.
You're right.
So yeah, Lars, how are you feeling about the Reds so far this season? Everyone keeps asking me, so I'll ask you the same question. What was your expectations and how are you feeling?
I didn't really know I'd set my expectations, mainly because you know when like we do what we do, right? And obviously you guys have got many more connections to the club than I have. You always hear little bits here and there of ex-players going to miss Klopp. How's he going to react to this new guy? This guy wants a new contract. This guy wants this. And I think there were so many variables. But actually, like it's really nice. It's not Klopp football, which I keep remembering as they walk out. But it is still, it's nice to watch. It's really pleasant to watch. It's not like it's like we're bored in every game.
Yeah.
But we're just not feeling the same as we did under Klopp. But I think that's just going to take some time, and I'm really enjoying it. I really love the players stepping up. I love watching guys who everyone has sort of written off in the media or from outside the club suddenly having to like row back on people like Ryan Gravenberch or Kanate and be like, oh, actually, I've always said he was good. Yeah, I always rated him. Yeah. So it's satisfying for us. I think everyone around the club is just patient. We've got so much time and energy for a new manager because of what went before. It's just lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, no, 100%. And Mark, how does it feel? Was there a real hope in the summer that Liverpool were buying a bored Dutch manager just as good as yours? And like that was sort of like being bald and Dutch was actually the primary feature of their abilities?
You know what? I think obviously Liverpool didn't win the title for a very long time, and Man United were very successful. And I'm sure Liverpool fans went through very, very, very different incarnations of hoping we would fall off. There definitely was that in the United fan base that this is going to be the end with Jurgen Klopp. But I actually was like, well, I actually quite like Arne Slot from what he was doing at Feyenoord, and I quite liked what Ten Hag was doing at Ajax. And I actually think that I hate to say it, but I have said it, so I will, and it is for charity. I think what Liverpool did this summer was remarkable. And it's the second summer I've said it in a row, because I thought what Klopp did last summer to rebuild his midfield in 3 months was unbelievable. But then for a club to say, we're really confident with what we've built under Klopp, he's only going because he's stressed, and we don't want to do what every other club does when a new manager comes in and break it apart and give you 300 million and risk everything. We really believe in this project, and we want a manager that's going to pick it up, not really buy anybody, and run with it. And the fact that Arne Slot's done that is a credit to himself, but it's a credit to Liverpool as well, because that's not the road clubs go down. Man United don't do that. Chelsea didn't do that. And I know they've brought Chiesa in and that goalkeeper's going to come in, but predominantly it's basically taking a team that was looking like being what Sir Alex used to do under with Man United, where he'd rebuild a team. And I thought that's what Klopp was doing from the outside. I thought he was just rebuilding a team to go again. And then obviously he's gone, and Slot's picked it up. And yeah, I mean, like Loz says, it's a bit different, but I watched the game on Sunday and I thought it was very intelligent, you know, and I thought Liverpool fans were very intelligent the way they accommodated it, because Chelsea had more possession, which allowed you to counter, and Chelsea were happy to walk into that trap at Anfield. And obviously Liverpool's defence has been fantastic this year. So it is a bit of a different Liverpool, but I'm interested to see how long it's going to go on. But I wasn't expecting a massive fall off, because the difference with Man United when Sir Alex Ferguson went is that the players were old, and David Moyes came in and he destroyed it all. Whereas, and I'm not bitter about that at all, of course, but with Liverpool, there's a lot of potential there. And then you've got leaders like Van Dijk and Salah, Trent, Robertson, that are just going to sort of carry the new manager a little bit as well anyway. So yeah, I wasn't expecting it, but I wasn't expecting where you are at the moment, top of the league. So he's doing a good job, yeah. Really happy.
That. Yeah, made up with that, I'm certain. Absolutely made up with it. Mark, one question I want to ask, because you've moved, we touched upon it earlier, you've moved to a physical set. How much of a nightmare is it to dust?
Yeah, I once a year, yeah.
He pays someone to dust it, let's be honest.
Yeah, well, it just reminded me, I do need to do it, because every time I put a new jumper on, there's just dust everywhere. But yeah, it's not easy because there's so many things in it. But yeah, the green screen has died. Loz is probably the person to speak to about this, but the green screen phase has just died. Everyone used to have one, and now it's gone.
Yeah, I know.
I like your set, by the way.
That's
obviously
all.
I don't watch your channel enough to know that that's probably been there for 3 years.
No. This is Chris's hard work over the summer.
Yeah, I did this over the summer. It took a little while, like, so yeah, it's pretty cool. Like, we're pretty happy with it and stuff.
Where'd you get the idea for moody lighting and deep dark woods?
You do not want to know.
The club.
Yeah.
The club, as if. What's that?
They've just been on a minute ago.
I remember them from Shetty Paddock and the overlap, right? No, it's good, isn't it?
Paul's mentioning all the buzzwords today, isn't he? This is going great on live stream.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
As you've seen how much we've raised so far, has it gone up any? It has gone up significantly, my word. We're at £7,213.
That's what Mark Goldbridge does.
So far. Thank you so much for your support, everybody who's getting involved. Sorry. We've got 1,800 people watching live at the moment. I think Mark and Laurence have brought a few hundred to the party there. We've got loads more guests coming up very shortly as well.
There's no way of proving it, but I think we can all say Lawrence's audience is
the Loz army is out in force,
at least equal to
at least minimum equal to, yeah. So there's no question.
Boys, can I just ask actually, where Mark, I'll start with you. What were your season predictions like? Because I was trying to find some from like the general football sphere for a joke the other week, and I know Gary Neville had United finishing above Liverpool. Gary Neville and Tim Sherwood both had United finishing above Liverpool this season. You can judge a man by the company he keeps.
Tim Sherwood's not company you want to meet on a football opinion, is it?
So go on. Where did you have Man United and where did you have Liverpool in your pre-season predictions?
You know what? I think I'm doing all right, but that might not be good because I think the Premier League is getting quite predictable, because I said 3 up, 3 down. And I also said Man City win the league again. I predicted that halfway through last season, actually, that they'd win it this year. And I think I said Arsenal, Liverpool, but I did say I fancied Liverpool might be the second. So, I can't remember what I said about Man United. I've got to have put them fourth. I mean, even if I was lying, I've got to put them fourth.
Think of the views.
Yeah.
What about you, Loz?
I think I put Arsenal top. I think I put Liverpool second. I said City would drop away. And then
Tim Sherwood view, that is.
Yeah, thank you. That's good company as far as I'm concerned. And then I think I had like Chelsea in fourth.
Oh, wow.
There was like a weird little... But obviously, it's easier to say that now while it's actually happening. We're only 10. We're not even 10 games in yet. So who was top of the league this time last year? Was it like Spurs or something like that?
And just
Yeah, Ange Ball. Everyone was all in on it. That's why I've been so trying to keep my calm with Liverpool, because that was the Ange Postecoglou's Tottenham thing, is they played no one and they were doing really well and they were playing this super exciting, brand of football and everyone was sweet on it, and then they played some decent opponents and then didn't win football matches. So
do you know what it is though, Paul? Do you know I read Ian Graham's book, the How to Win the Premier League one. Yeah. And in that, he talks about how the analytics department, they predict the season and they go through and look at results. And I feel like when a team loses, like Arsenal lost on the weekend or whatever, I feel like we think that these things are surprising to managers, whereas I feel like the football club kind of expects certain things. So I always find it weird that we think that football clubs react in the same way as we do and go, no way, that team's good, are they? No. I feel like that's different for the clubs. So I reckon Liverpool and Arsenal, all those guys know exactly where they're going to finish anyway.
Mourinho used to do that. I remember him at Chelsea. He'd break a season down, literally break it down to every game. And but I think Sunday's massive for Liverpool. And but I think Arsenal are pretty much out of the title race. I think
was going to ask that
much
now.
Yeah, no, I think they're gone.
I think if we beat them, they're out of the title race. I think 7 points behind and their heads explode. It's too much pressure from Arteta. Too much pressure.
But the points they've dropped, Chris, I think that, Brighton at home because of the red card, you can't lose that. Bournemouth away, with all due respect, another red card, you can't really be losing that. And Man City, I think, is the only other points. Yeah, I mean, Arsenal fans will lose it, but the end of last season, they were 2 points off the title, and they were basically saying, you basically got to win every game. Well, yeah, you have, and you've already dropped silly points. So I think I don't see Liverpool losing on Sunday either. So again, I think that's going to be at least 2 points dropped. So I think Arsenal, and the injuries, mentality, I just think, I'd rather Arsenal win it than obviously you or Man City, but I think they're going to drop off at this season. I think.
Who gets a red card on Sunday?
Who's the ref?
Arsenal, who's left? Bingo.
Who's left?
The goalie. The goalie.
Oh, the goalie.
Right. Okay, that's nice. I like
Their
that.
player of the season so far.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to think who it's.
Rice.
Rice is it's an obvious one, isn't it? Because of positionally or
Partey, if he plays a fullback.
Partey's maybe primed for one, but I just feel like, because as soon as you call it, then it doesn't happen. So I don't think Thomas Partey is going to get a red card.
Most of their back four's out, isn't it? Ben White got injured last night.
Calafiori wasn't good. Yeah, Saliba's out. So
Odegaard, Saka's out, I think, as well, aren't they? So yeah, they're in a tough place at the moment.
I don't know about you guys though. Obviously, I still think Arsenal are a really good team. They've got backup in almost every position. You do and don't want to play them at their best. You do want to see how good we are against the best.
Yeah, I'm forever though. I've been of this opinion. It's like one of those stupid honourable football notions that creeps into your brain. And Chris,
I'm full of them. Paul.
Chris genuinely sets me right on this. Normally when Champions League draws come around, and I go, no, give me Real Madrid and give me the toughest team because I want to win. I want to beat all the best on the way to the final. He's like, and he goes, no, give us Porto. Give us Porto in the round of 16. Please, because Chris is no fool. Get your wins wherever you can. Man City, we joke about it. The amount of amazing domestic cup draws they've had over the last decade, and the season when Liverpool come close, challenge for the quadruple, we've got a really good set of early round draws in both of the cups in that. So yeah, you do need things to kind of you need things to go your way sometimes, and we've had so much go against us in terms of injuries. It's hard to say I'm happy Arsenal have got injuries without sounding like a horrible human being, but more that in a broad sense, Liverpool have contended with that a lot. I'd like to see how another top team handles it.
The thing with Arsenal as well is Man United had a lot of injuries last year. I'm not trying to get us in a title race or anything like that. But Chelsea did, Brighton did, and Liverpool did actually, didn't you? Around sort of New Year, Salah got injured, etc. I always said about Arsenal, they don't have the squad that Liverpool have got. They certainly don't have the squad that Chelsea, Man City have got. And yet they've never really had major injuries to, they've got 3 or 4 players that if they get injured, Odegaard, Saka, Rice, Saliba, you're going to be in trouble. And 3 of them aren't playing on Sunday. He'll park the bus on Sunday.
Can I just say, it's crazy to me, Paul, that you say that Chris is the level head or the one who thinks most clearly, because when I was at your excellent live show a couple of weeks ago at the O2, with a crowd that were just absolutely baying for Chris to fall flat on his face. He did a one-arm cartwheel, mate. Yeah. And if that is the most level person in your group, then that really worries me. Especially as I saw the one-arm cartwheel.
Sober Chris is the level head, drunk the two very different people.
Did I complete the cartwheel in London?
Have you ever completed
them?
Yeah.
I don't. I'm not sure that you did complete I'm not sure you completed the one-arm cartwheel. I'm pretty sure that I was quite worried about your landing on that cartwheel, but it looked good from where I sat.
Yeah, there's a lot of bottom going up in the air there.
That's what we all realised. I was like, well, I didn't realise Cardi B would be joining us tonight.
Honestly, mate, I had a Beyonce before it was fashionable. I had it before it's been a long time. We are going to have to say goodbye to you, gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. I just wanted to say from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much for joining us. We've got our next guests lining up to join us, and we're at 75% of the way through our total, £7,518. So yeah, Laurence, Mark, thank you so much for giving up your time and for your donations. Cheers. Cheers, thank you, gentlemen. Right. Wow, what a half an hour we've got there. We've got Chloe Bloxham joining us in the studio right now. And we will have none other than John Achterberg, Liverpool's goalkeeping coach, former goalkeeping coach, joining us from Zoom from Saudi Arabia very, very shortly. He's just about to jump on. So yeah, Chloe's going to jump into the stream as well.
You don't need to do that really slow talk and fill and stuff. We can just talk while you're doing that. That's cool. Steve, how are you feeling?
I'm having fun.
Yeah.
I felt like a voyeur there, just like intruding on other clubs' problems.
It was great.
Yeah, especially the United discourse.
Welcome to the stream, Miss Chloe Bloxham. You've got a headphone there, Chloe, if you want to.
I did not know that I was on this stream.
Well, whatever.
Here we are.
I just look like this naturally. Glowing as ever, Chloe.
We've got the Queen in the studio. How's it going outside?
I'm not going to lie, the amount of steps I've got in from running up and down in panic is absolutely stunning. There's so much going on, not a lot working on my end. But it's great to see what you're doing.
Absolutely. And what you've been doing as well. We've got John Achterberg joining us from his iPhone very shortly. I can see him. John, if you could turn your phone landscape, that would be absolutely fantastic. I can see him, but he's upside down. He's still side on.
Have you got rotation lock stuck on your phone, John?
John, you might have rotation lock stuck. If it's okay if you go, we can crop into you, mate. But if you can turn it so that it switches, that'll be better, mate. There we go. There is John Achterberg. We'll get you on the screen in just a second, John. So the viewers can't actually hear you at the moment, but very, very shortly they'll be able to. And we're really appreciative of you coming in. We've had all kinds of guests on so far. John, what's life like at the moment now?
Life is good. It's obviously different, but working with goalies is always fun to do, to improve them. The weather's pretty hot, but it's getting slowly a little bit better, because when we started it was 44 degrees and high humidity. Now we are on to about 35, 36, so it's getting better.
I mean, all those times that you complained about the weather in England or whatever, is that coming back to bite you at 44 degrees?
No, I think it was more Klopper who didn't like the wind and the rain. I'm used to it for the last 26 years when I was there, really, so I'm fine with that, to be honest.
Yeah, anyone who played at Prenton Park as much as you did will be well aware of what the wind and the rain can feel like.
Yeah, you knew how to kick the balls because where the wind was coming from always. So, it can be a bit difficult now with the wind and the rain, and it can kill also the training a little bit when the balls are blowing away and cones blowing away. But there's also better days there, so you cannot complain. No.
So, mate, you had your time away from Liverpool. Did you enjoy your summer? I don't think you got much of a break, did you? Did you just pretty much go straight into the new job?
I was doing all coaching in the summer. Like I was in Norway and Finland. I had a course, and then I had like 3 courses in US, and then I had like 2 weeks holiday, and then went on a training camp in La Manga for 4 weeks with with the new team. So yeah, I like to be active in the off season. It keeps you fit and it keeps you going. You cannot do 5 weeks nothing and then you'll go straight in. No, you keep active to keep the muscles working, and especially when you're getting older, you have to keep all the fitness work up and stuff. Really.
And listen, John, we've spoken many times over the years. It's that, is it the old saying of like when you do something you love, you'll never work a day in your life. You just genuinely love goalkeeping, so it's actually not probably like it's not the worst job to have if you have to keep going through the summer.
No, that's I enjoy every day. There's not a day where I don't enjoy to go in. Sometimes people say that you must have a day, but I never had that. So, and I hope I never will. Because if that day will come, then would be a bad thing, no? So you have your hobby and your passion, and you can do it every day. That is a great thing and a great feeling to do. So, and on each level you help them to improve. So that is fun too.
John, what's it like working for Stevie?
Yeah, cool. No, he's a good guy, and he's really honest, and that's what he wants from the players as well. So. And from his staff, so there's a good team. There's quite a few of the staff I already knew anyway, so it was all positive, right? So
he's not stood over your shoulder there, pointing a gun at you, is he, John?
No, he's coming actually, just walking up, so he'll be here in 1 minute.
Oh. Holy shit! I love that though. Yeah. Oh, he's perfect, wonderful manager, great man to work with. Yeah.
Well, he didn't do what I said, so I can say anything now. But we all know him. No, he was. He put every effort in at Liverpool in his whole life, and he does the same as being a manager. He wants to be the best, and he wants to improve, and he wants the team to improve. So we all like that. So and that's what gives you a chance in life, no? If you give everything you've got and try to be the best you can be and try to help people to improve, so, and be honest and work hard. So that's just the main thing for your job, no?
John, I've got a question for you. I've been dying to ask you this actually. Mamardashvili, is this a player that Liverpool was scouting while you were still at the club?
I don't know anything about it, to be honest. I wasn't involved in that because, obviously it was pretty early decided that, that the manager left. And at that moment, really, there was not much communication left. So obviously the new people make that decision, and they have to make the decision how they see it and how they want. And obviously we'll have spoken to the manager on it. So hopefully that will work out.
John, can I ask you something about Ali? Obviously he's got another injury at the moment, unfortunately. I mean, this is something that you guys had to try and look after?
I think Stevie has just...
Hello. Hello, Gaffer.
How are we doing?
All right, mate. Thank you so much for joining us, mate. Yeah, we're all good. We've currently raised... We're up to about £7,700 so far. We've been live for just over 2 hours.
Brilliant. Well done, guys. I think it's fantastic what you are doing.
And Stevie, just to say, we got like 5. What were we up to when Carragher was on? Did we get 5 in while Carragher was on? I'm just saying...
Carragher. Tell me I beat Carragher and you've made me day. That's all I've got to say.
Well, all I said, everyone watching now, for Stevie's pride more than anything else, we've got to make sure that we dig deep.
Definitely dig deep. Just make sure I beat Carragher and I'll be happy.
Oh no, the connection's just gone.
John's just probably burned through all his data there. We'll see if we can get them back on.
What's happened? Right, I'll speak to them.
That was fun. We had Steven Gerrard for a minute.
How happy he was. That was great. Let's hope that wasn't it. Maybe that's what he's doing. Maybe he's teasing. He won't come back on until we beat Jamie Carragher's the amount that we had with Jamie Carragher there. Fabulous stuff. I genuinely did not think that was going to be...
Maybe Steven Gerrard broke the internet.
I think that's probably what it is. Oh, Carragher.
Yeah.
More likely Carragher. My word, we just had Steven Gerrard on the channel, ladies and gentlemen, live from Saudi Arabia. My words, he's coming back into the studio now. We're admitting John's iPhone again, and hopefully we'll be able to get you back into the studio. Oh, it's gone again.
We're getting there, don't worry. Maybe the Saudis aren't paying the phone bills. Maybe.
I'll tell you what's going on here, like, I don't know.
We'll keep going. If they come back in, they could. Well, you can figure that out. I think it's really interesting to seeing the Mamadashvili stuff there, Chloe, is that we were talking about what Liverpool were going to be doing in the summer and new people coming in, and what John's kind of said there is the new guys have come in and started from day one. So we said this a lot in the summer, like, why aren't Liverpool moving with transfers? That tells me what we suspected was it was the new people coming in who were starting fresh, and that's probably why it took a little while to get the ball rolling and stuff.
Yeah, and also they've all got to kind of look at the squad that we've already got. Look, we've got Carragher there, who is an incredible number 2, and actually is really unfortunate that he's behind Alisson Becker in the pecking order, because he could be a number 1 for a large majority of the Premier League side. So it is it's kind of one of them where they've had to come in and assess. We are Liverpool, we've got a great squad, we all know that. It still means that we can improve and get better, and hopefully next season, you know, having him as our number 2 and potentially letting Carragher go where he deserves to be can, you know, set us up for the future brilliantly. So it's good that they're implementing, you know, their own style and their own thing on the club, because there's a lot of things that have stayed the same, but you need to freshen it up, and this is freshening it up, and obviously these are the lads that are going to work with these players now, so it's who they want, who they see fits the style that we play. So yeah, really good news. I mean, I'm still just absolutely stunned at the fact that I've just saw Steven Gerrard on the screen.
Yeah.
It was brief, but it was brilliant.
Sure, but so
are we getting him back? Are we trying?
Just trust me, I'm trying. Let's leave him there. No. We want Steven Gerrard.
The girlish giggle that came out of all of us. That was, we got one.
How cool could the person look sitting down, by the way?
Just came and strolled in and just like lounged. He looked fantastic. Yeah,
big fan of that. Really good, really good stuff. Just to kind of, I guess, to pull on that thread really in the goalkeeper situation. We've spoken about it previously, Steve, but we may as well pick up on it again while we were having a goalkeeper on the show. Kelleher's got a big opportunity, I think, but it's already started. It started at the weekend. It's going to continue tonight, and then with Arsenal, we saw it back in the day when Adrian had to step in for Alisson when we won the league. I feel so relaxed with Kelleher as our goalie. Alisson is this level above. He's a level above every other goalie on the planet, but actually because of that, you lose sight sometimes of how good Kelleher is. In terms of being a good... hang on.
We've got Stevie back in now. AIMEE. Yeah, is it possible to turn your phone sideways? I can't believe I'm asking you this. To see if we can do that. That's beautiful. If we can just frame you up nicely. Oh no, John dropped the phone.
John dropped the phone.
You're not on screen yet, but we'll be
Your goalie coach can't hold the phone, Steve. Your goalkeeper coach can't hold the phone.
Chance free go if the main man can't hold the phone. Go on, we're back.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. As mentioned before, obviously it's incredible.
Let them raise a few pounds, Ed.
We might need to raise a few pounds for your data top up, John. If that's we're going at this rate. Brilliant. We're already at 80% funded just in the time while you guys have been frantically sorting a mobile phone out. So well done on that, gents. Just to talk about Zoe's place first and foremost. Obviously, Stevie, Scouser born and bred. Literally, the song's about it. Zoe's place is such a central part of this city. It does such wonderful work, and it's so humbling. You'll have seen it from afar. That's how big the movement has been to sort of generate funds for this.
Yeah, it's incredible, and I think times like this is when the city and even people afar really come together. When the city is needed. There's always place right next to my old school, Cardinal Leaning, to drive past it most days, and then I got involved when I became a professional through Willie Miller. Willie Miller was a real big supporter of Zoe's place, and we used to do a lot of things together, and do my own personal foundation. I used to support Zoe's place on lots of occasions, so it's a place that's personally close to me, and I know it is to an awful lot of people, so we can all keep digging deep and get to where we all need to get to, because it's a special place. The nurses and the carers there are proper superstars, and these kids need our help and they need our support. So let's hope we can continue to move it in the right direction.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, you can scan the QR code, people on screen, if you want to get involved. Yeah, you can go to justgiving.com/page/the Redmen TV and donate through there as well, and we'll be shouting out some of the people who do that along the way. We've got the guys. It'd be remiss of us not to talk about the Reds. I mean, talk to me about it, Stevie. John, you know, you're there watching from afar. I know you've got an eye on how Liverpool are doing so far. What was your expectation like in the summer? Obviously, Jurgen Klopp is this larger-than-life character. You've both worked with him at times, or both been in his company. You know, there must have been the fear there that it was going to be an uphill battle for Slot, but God, he's doing well so far, isn't he?
He's doing amazing, and myself and John have got more than one eye on it. We put all our schedule around the Liverpool games. The players are on to me now. We've been training at 9 and 10 at night. We've got more than an eye on it. I think every fan, if you take the elements of knowing Jurgen really well away, and obviously knowing what Jurgen pocket of fear, like, because they were huge shoes to fill. I think, you know, the team that Jurgen put in place, the staff, was so successful. What they got out of the players, and how they drove the players forward to the success we had. I think it was natural to have a little element of fear of, you know, can whoever it was going to be replacing Jurgen fill them shoes and continue to, you know, compete in every single competition. But what I must say is I have to tip my hat to Mr. Slot, because not just in terms of results, I think the way he's come in, he's handled himself, how he presents himself in news conferences, individual interviews. I know how difficult that is. We all know the size and the magnitude of the club worldwide. That was one hell of a big job he took on, huge shoes to fill. So everything, you know, was not against him, but he was up against it from a personal point of view, and I think he's handled it incredibly well. The players, again, have showed their level in terms of the standards. And listen, so far so good. The schedule's about to heat up and get more difficult, more tricky, but it's one game at a time mentality. I'm sure that's what he's saying to the players, and they're delivering at the moment. So long may that continue, and hopefully, come the end of the season, you know, we can jump back and go to a couple of club finals. That's what we'd love to do from a personal point of view, myself and John.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you schedule. Yeah, they'll be like, where's the gaffer? We're trying to train. He's not even here. And Liverpool in the final again.
That would be nice, no?
Yeah, 100%. John, just talk to me about
we will be soon, mate. We will be soon.
John, talk to me about Queeve. Big opportunity again for him in goal for Liverpool. Ali out. You've got the game tonight, Leipzig. We've got Arsenal at the weekend. It feels like a real sense of assurance. You know, this is not a young lad coming in. We know how good he can be. He just feels like, I think he's the best backup goalie in the league at the moment. You know,
he's a number one. Yeah. That's the difference. He's a number one. He was a number two.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a credit to him, no, because he has developed really well and worked hard every single day to improve, and he is smart, you know, and you see Ali working in training, so that raises his level as well, to see how Ali does things. He takes it on from that, and yeah, he showed it every game, and we were confident because we saw it day in, day out in training. And then when he got his chance, and there was Ajax in the Champions League, a big game he had to win to qualify, he did well and keep a clean sheet, made a few good saves. And yeah, never looked back really. Every game he handled it, win 2 league finals where he had a major impact, and hopefully he can do really well and make a great career, and that's really cool for him.
Boss.
Yeah, and Stevie, obviously we've saw Curtis Jones play brilliantly since he came back into the squad. He's had some really good moments at Liverpool over the past couple of years, but he's just not consistently been available for us. You obviously worked with him quite a bit, and being a Scouser, it is incredible to hopefully have him playing at that level again. What are the heights for Curtis Jones, and what can he do for Liverpool this season?
So yeah, what are the heights for Curtis Jones, and what can he do for Liverpool this season?
Yeah, I've been a huge fan of Curtis for a very long time. I was lucky enough to had the opportunity to coach him and help him with a few things when he was a young player at the academy. But I think now this needs to be Curtis's time. I think he's coming into the prime years from an age point of view. I think he's got a real strong profile as a midfielder. He was always extremely fit and robust. So for me now, it's about Curtis trying to find that consistent level week in, week out, and really owning that shirt in the middle of the park, because he's certainly got the talents and the ability. It's about the mental side of it now, being able to sort of, enjoy his performance against Chelsea, but park it up and reset and go for the next one. I think to stay in the Liverpool team and to perform at a real consistent high level, it's about resetting yourself every couple of days. You've got to reset your mentality to perform at that level to keep the shirt, because the performance against Chelsea, I believe, was as strong as in a Liverpool shirt. And I'm not just saying that because that's fresh. I think it was a real high-class performance. Running into the box, that's his strength. He's capable of scoring goals, more goals. He's creative, he can outplay. He's got all the strengths and the attributes to really own one of the positions in that midfield. And I hope he really finds that level of consistency, because I know he's got it.
Stephen, can I ask you about Mo Salah? Sorry, John, you go.
It'd be cool that you have a scout in midfield now.
Yeah, it always helps.
It'll never catch on.
It's been done. I saw the interview you did on TV, Stephen, with Mo Salah, and you said, like, I think he's your son's favourite player now. Are you still amazed that he's still going this strong? He's that pantheon of Liverpool legends that you're included, of course. Like, Mo's he's maintained that level for so long. Are even you surprised by this? And what do you think is into that? Because he's just on another level again this year.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, because I think he's obsessed with the game. I think you can see the body shape, you can see his routine. I obviously follow his social media, and I always talk to a lot of people. And I always pick John's brain and what was he like on a daily basis. And John says he's really obsessed to be the best, and he wants to break records. He wants to be remembered as the best. So I'm not surprised in terms of how he approaches, his profession, and I think he's going to be one of these players that we'll all appreciate even more when the day eventually comes, when he moves on. I hope we still get another couple of years out of Mo Salah. I think he can deliver for many more years because of his shape, his professionalism. So I hope he stays. I hope we get more out of him. But I'm not surprised, because the ones that are obsessed of the profession and they've got that level of talent, it's no surprise that the consistent levels are there all the time. And going back to your previous question, you like to think the likes of Curtis Jones and the young players in the squad are looking at the likes of Mo's consistency, and trying to drive and shape their careers in the same way.
Stevie, I have to ask, I've seen Leo around like the Legends games and stuff. Am I right in saying we've got a left-footed Gerrard on our hands here?
We have, mate, yeah. We have. I'm not sure where it's come from, because none of the family are left-footed. I'm a little bit worried, but and I have been doing a lot of travelling over the last 7 or 8 years, so I don't know. Listen, he's left-footed. He loves it. I've just been down to pick him up from a soccer camp this morning to take him back home, and he just loves playing. He's innocent. I don't put any pressure on him to play football, but he's enjoying it over here. When he's back home on half terms, he goes into the academy and has a kickabout with the boys. They look after him there. So delighted to have a lad, obviously, after 3 girls, and delighted that he loves football. I love going to watch him. He's starting to watch all the Liverpool games now. He wants to be like all the players in the Premier League. So it's just great to see, and it's different, obviously, on the back of having 3 girls.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say, it was nice for you to be able to go back and revisit the He-Man toys as opposed to Barbies.
He's really rude. Got a set piece speaking 1 minute, okay? So
sorry, you guys go.
To everyone, I'm going to have to step aside, and John's going to have to fill me booth. No, John can stay. Yeah, you can stay.
Thanks, Stevie. Cheers, mate. Thank you,
John. Wow, thank you so much, mate.
Don't drop his phone again, John.
Let me stay for.
So, John, I wanted to ask you, I want to pick up on something Stevie said to you then about Mo Salah and his levels. I mean, what was he like to be in with day in, day out?
Mo is crazy, what he spent in the gym, to work on his body, what he eats to stay in the right shape. All this kind of stuff is crazy, you know, in terms of professional. And the players see it, no? Every time after training, do some extra finishing or taking penalties, you know. And I to be honest, he is gone now, but season was the same in training, you know, everything perfect. The only of that, if you're not learning of that, like I just said with Ali and Cleve, if you see training like that, and Cleve and all the young boys, you know, like Jaros now and Harvey Davis and Marcelo, if you see the main goalies doing it like that, then, you know, and even Adrian, he was always fit, Adrian, so, you know, they always were on it, and that pays off. And, you know, also the young boys around it, if they're smart, they pick it up. And like Jones, he got a lot of information of Stevie when he was in the 18s, and he is right. No, he has unbelievable skills and everything in there, but the consistency. He had a few injuries last year, and then it took a little bit time to get back, and now he started really good, and hopefully he can carry on this and make sure that he makes the next step and stays in the team, because in the end we all love to be Scousers in the fucking team as well, no?
Well done. 2.5 hours in, the first F-bomb of the stream, John. Thanks very much. It's always good to be John.
I won't swear in bingo.
I improved.
Yeah, 100%.
In Saudi, it doesn't help if I use it, so I improved a lot.
What a legend. John, do you need to be in that meeting, mate?
Well, Stevie said, the boss basically said I can stay out of it. I have my own meeting straight after they have their meeting, so I know the set plays already anyway. So, but he said, no, you just stay online with them. And then
have we done you a favour there, John?
Give him his phone back. You know what happened? Someone ring my phone, and he keep ringing, so that's why the line dropped, and I pressed the wrong button. so that's what, because he was only kidding that I dropped the phone. I never drop anything.
Apart from F-bombs, mate. What I would make sure you do is you take a little selfie on his phone before you give it back. That's what you want to do. Leave him a little present on there.
Yeah. Anyway, but to come back, like, just to say, like, that Slot had a good name in Holland, and he's showing that really as well, no?
I mean, talk us about that.
Showing with the team.
How highly thought of was he in Holland prior to the move?
No, I think a few people on the TV said, like, you know, he'd be, you know, he is the most exciting manager for the last decade, 10, 20 years, like, so that is a big statement. So, and, you know, if you look at AZ, no much budget, Feyenoord, no much budget, and then what he did with them, you know, he is a smart guy, no, and he comes across really well on the interviews as well, no. Definitely better than Ten Hag. But for me, it's fine. The Manx know.
Oh, dearie me, John.
So let's hope we can win something this year, that's for sure.
Do you reckon, obviously the game tonight for Liverpool, obviously against Leipzig, we'll be talking about that a little bit later on in the stream and stuff, big game against Arsenal at the weekend. What would your mentality be right now? Are you looking at Arsenal thinking we could get 7 points ahead of them, or are you thinking we can get 3 points in both games?
We never did. We only go from one game to the next game. The only thing you have to look at really is the players, fitness-wise. You know, if they are they have no issues and stuff like that. Is one looking tired or not tired? And then for every game, pick the right team. But we always pick the team to win the next game, because the first game is the most important. So that's how it is. And we did it at Klopp, and I think Slot does the same, because he played pretty much to start with the same 11, and now obviously with the games coming every 3 days, he had to adapt here and there to one or two players, no? So to change in and out, and I think that is basically the situation. So, but let's see, Gulaxi and goal for Leipzig, who was the goalie for us in the past now.
Yeah.
And Kelly in goal as the future one, so that's cool. But hopefully Ali can be back soon as well and be fit, because obviously it's better to have them all fit.
Absolutely. Well, John, listen, thank you so much for your time, mate. It's massively appreciated. Thank you for getting Stevie in with us as well. We've raised about £3,000 in the time that you've been on the stream. You're an absolute superstar.
Tell the gaffer he might be Carragher there, we think. He'd be happy to know.
And don't forget to take his phone back to him.
I think that was the aim. Yeah. I just hide it for him after he killed me.
What a guy, John. Thank you so much. Good luck in the game.
Cheers, John.
Thanks so much, John. Amazing.
Thank you, mate. Much appreciated. Thank you, John. Yeah, John wasn't on the screen then, but he just said he hopes that everybody can support Zoe'S place. Good luck to Merseyside, he said, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So
what a half an hour that was.
Here's where we're at then. So we can get it up. We are 85% of the way to the target. It's 20 past 12. Well done, everyone, so far. We're not there yet at our initial target, and we've got a long old stretch still to go, but most importantly, we've still got some amazing people still to come as well. So I love that. John still trying to figure Stevie's phone out.
I can probably end it for him. It makes it easy.
Yeah, that'll do him. He's walking around there.
He's walking around. Press the end call button, John. He's walking around the hotel.
That's funny.
What a guy.
Great guy. We've got more ex-Liverpool players. We've got all kinds coming up today. Plenty more to go.
Can we just say as well, massive thanks to John Achterberg there. If you've appreciated the effort, because we wanted John on, because John's been a long time friend of Redmen. People who subscribe to Redmen Plus will know he's been on a few times. I've had a few interesting texts off John Achterberg over the years, but he didn't have to ask Stevie, and ultimately, Stevie didn't have to take his time to do that. So huge thanks to John and to Stephen Gerrard for joining us there. And if you appreciate the links that we've gone through so far, and you do have the money to spare to donate towards Zoe'S Place, then the QR code is on the screen right now. You can go to justgiving.com/page/the Redmen TV.
And also, from one captain to another, no matter how much you donate, you can potentially win Jordan Henderson's boots, match-worn boots. So, you've seen one captain, you could potentially have a bit of memorabilia from the other.
On our next ad break, we've got another ex-Liverpool captain. Maybe we could use that. That could be the next one of us sticking on the theme of captains.
The match-worn boots, right? Did he wash them? Because
I'd like to hope not. Otherwise, they're just boots then, aren't they?
Isn't that they're just boots that stink in your house forever?
Yeah, but they smell of Jordan Henderson.
Yeah, but that's fine. If you've won something in it.
Some people would be well into that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think maybe do you get the choice? I don't know. They're still match worn. They do get the stuff does get laundered because
it's better.
But think about I've been to classic football shirts when they've got a warehouse full of match worn stuff, and that would be uninhabitable. If you there's Paul Gascoigne's match worn shirt from 1983. You'd have to have that in a glass case. Yeah. You know what I mean? You'd have to have a hazmat suit to walk into the room with that stuff. So no, I'm pretty sure. Well, I don't know about do you wash boots? I don't. Honest answer, Chris. I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too.
I wonder what match you order in. I need to know, because then I'm guessing he's got a boot clean. Does he still have the kids?
Dad's got a treasure trove of Jordan stuff that he's Dad. I think that all dads do that. Every footballer I've met is the dads are always on it because they know. Because they're the ones who hoard it. Most players aren't super sentimental, but the parents really get on it. So hopefully. But as Chloe wonderfully mentioned, every single person who donates via our Just Giving page today will be in the draw to win a pair of match-worn Jordan Henderson boots as well.
Can I just say, by the way, someone did mention John Achterberg should have his own show. If he ever leaves Saudi Arabia, I think that's something we have to discuss. He's the best.
I love John.
He might get cancelled.
He's brilliant.
Got no filter.
Do you know, I was texting him back and forth trying trying to get it all arranged and stuff like that. And he says, "Oh, you know, what Stevie just wants to know he's all right." And I went, "Yeah." And John said, "Yeah, I know they're great lads and women and stuff." And he said he basically just doesn't want to get in trouble, and that's absolutely fine, isn't it? You know what I mean? And John,
we've never had any controversy.
But John turns around to him and basically said to Stevie, if they'd wanted to, they could have got me cancelled and out of a job because I've said some stuff in that studio off camera. So
he said it on camera, that had to be edited.
But he's such a top guy, like, and he just wanted so much to help Zoe's place as well. So blown away by the support so far. We've got a couple of excellent guests coming up as well. Is it 12:30?
I'll step out for that.
You're going to step out for this one, yeah? Of course.
I'm hanging out.
You want to jump in? Do you want to stay in, or do you want to jump in there?
Yeah, go on.
Let's jump in there, right?
Cool. Right, yeah, keep going, guys. I'll be back.
Yeah, you are free. We only wanted you in so you could speak to Stephen Gerrard.
Oh, thank you so much. I was absolutely made up with that. Thank you to everyone who's been so wonderfully generous, by the way. There have been people who've came in here and been brought to tears so far who's had to do with Zoe's place. So from me, thank you so much to every single one of you.
Yeah, there was a bit of emotional side earlier. Yeah.
Was there?
Yeah. It was nice.
Do you know what? I was getting emotional earlier on. I think I'm gonna have a big cry tonight when this is done. I feel like that's what's gonna happen. And yeah, I don't know whether we got the guests in. Yeah, I text.
Shall we go to the video that I mentioned before, an ad break from one of our former captains, Phil Thompson?
Can we go for a couple? Can you give us 2 minutes, Aaron? Because I really need the toilet. Is that okay? So if we go maybe to 2 minutes worth of stuff, is that all right with you?
Go on, roll VTs. Be back in a couple of months.
Hi, Phil Thompson here. Hope you're enjoying Redmen TV live stream, and what a great cause it's for. Zoe's place is having a really difficult time. We all have to do our bit to raise as much money as we can to make sure that it survives, because it is so important to everybody here on Merseyside. So if you can, go to the QR code, see, or go to the link and make sure you pledge your money. Good luck, everybody. Good luck, Zoe's place. You'll never walk alone.
Hi, this is Bruce Grobler. I'm very sorry that I couldn't be with you today. You know what Zoe's place means to the Liverpool people, and your generosity has been overwhelming. So I had to come to the cause. I will be donating a pair of signed gloves, and Redmen TV will be picking out the winner randomly and then sending them to that person. So whether you put in £1 or £100, it goes to a good cause. So dig deep, keep up the good work. You'll never walk alone.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Redmen TV. Our next guests are making come in, guys. It's fine. We're not professional here today. So I've got former Liverpool midfielder Sammy Lee. Sammy, jump on here. Okay. We've got the amazing KIEO. How's it going, buddy? Welcome back. Jump on the end. On the end. Yeah, Kissy P is going to be in there very short. I've seen you score a goal at Anfield.
Some goal, innit?
Yeah, it was a little...
I'm the only one to score on my debut, am I, Sammy?
Yeah, there we go. How's it going?
You look much better than me, that's all I'll say.
Absolutely. I think you did a bit more grace. I think you celebrated harder.
Yeah.
But I think you did a bit.
I'll do it again if ever
we weren't allowed to celebrate.
No, wasn't allowed?
No, I'm joking. No, it's one of them where you played everything down. Everything was played down back in them days, you know. Wins, losses, draws, you know. We kept grounded by the fantastic coaching staff that we had.
Absolutely. Thanks very much for joining us, guys. So for those don't know, we are cutting on 85% of our targets here for Zoe's place today. Already, we're only a few hours into the stream. Thank you so much. Yeah, we've had Liverpool legend after Liverpool legend. Got another one in here with us today. It's been a bit of an emotional day, Chris.
It's been a mad day so far. Did you see we just had Stephen Gerrard on the stream there from Saudi? Oh my days! So we got told that was a possibility, but you never really know, do you? So we never announced that one. That was the big surprise. But known about it for a couple of days and stuff, mate. It was a wild one.
He's our support act.
Well, he's Stephen Gerrard's your floor, basically, at this point.
Stevie G was the warm-up act for you two legends.
Absolutely. Great to have you in the studio, Sammy. I don't know, you won't remember me, right? I used to work at Owen's Restaurants and used to do a load of family parties in Owen's. And so I've said for years, Sammy is one of the nicest guys. Your family were like so nice to us. All of your family were just fantastic.
Thank you.
Do you still drink Old Speckled Hen? Because I think that was your little bit of a tipple. And was there a Martini Rosso or something that used to get drunk at that day?
There was, but I've changed since then, you know, like, now I've gone through a number of Well, every menu, to be honest. Drinks and food. You know.
Relatable, mate, relatable.
You know, and on the subject of that, you know, we're talking about such a fantastic cause, but, you know, place I go and frequent an awful lot, Vincenzo's, they just had a fundraising event on there on Sunday, and it was magnificent. They raised such a lot of money. You know, the Maggiota family, Vincenzo, Lindsay.
VV, you know, is the new one as well.
Exactly, VV, yeah. Nina and Gabby. Unfortunately, Vincenzo couldn't be there, as I couldn't, because I was at the game. But Vincenzo had a bit of an operation on his back. But Nina was there, and she did fantastic, Nina and Gabby. And so fair play to everybody, you know, a lot of credit for such a worthwhile cause, you know. And I think I keep on there and say, you know, the sign, Liverpool won't let this happen.
Yeah.
Won't let this happen, and you know, we won't. You know, you're just saying there, you've already achieved 80% of your target, and I don't know how many hours, you know. So it just gives you the scope of what we're when people get behind things in Liverpool, we do it right.
Absolutely, and you just name checked the best restaurant in the city as well, by the way, by a country mile, in my opinion. KIEO, thank you very much for joining us, as always. Now, you two have had a couple of shared experiences over the years. I'd like to see the photo. A bit of a dog sledding photograph at one point I might have seen back in the day.
I nearly end up on the front of the Daily Mirror for killing Sammy Lee. On a dog sled.
By strangling, because I've got to be honest, I took the easy route. I stayed in there while he pushed everything. It was hard work, and we went on a skidoo after that, and I've got to be honest, I had kids of 6 going past me in the skidoo. You know, that's just not my bag, but it was a wonderful experience though, kids, wasn't it? Wonderful.
Yeah, we're missing out the top and tail in the Ice Hotel as well here, aren't we?
Tell the story, tell the story.
So initially the dog sledding, I thought it was going to be like a pleasant experience. You stand on the sled.
Where was you? Sorry, just to say.
So we're in the Arctic in
Arta
and Tromsø, in just
Tromsø,
the very very top of the world, basically. And we
top of the world, Mark.
went to a camp, which was like a
Camp
Tamok, yeah, which is like a sort of dog sled and snowmobile, like Arctic experience camp. And the first morning, woke up by these dogs outside. Amazing experience, like, wasn't it?
Well, use kudos to Morton, who runs the place, doesn't he? It's his place. It's fantastic towards him, but carry on, kids.
So I thought it was going to be like nice and easy, where you just stand on the thing. The dogs know where they're going. It's a bit of a nice journey through. It snowed the night before. The tracks were gone. It was windy, and the dog at the front just wanted to go and do his own thing, didn't he? So
that sounds like me.
The pack's going that way, and my dog's going that way. But what they don't tell you is you've got to use your whole body strength. So when you want to turn left, you've got to jump and pull with all you think one way, the opposite way. What else they don't tell you is when you're going up an hill, you've got to jump off and push.
And he's pushing me.
I'm pushing Sammy Lee and 5 dogs up an Arctic hill. You know what, it was an amazing experience, but I finished, every muscle in my body was absolutely aching, but there's a couple of times where the dogs were moving quick, and there's trees don't move, and I'm thinking, if we don't get this right here, I'm going to put Sammy into this tree about 40 mile an hour, and I'm going to end up killing him. You know what I mean?
I've done that dog sledding. I did it. My wife was on the front there. She said it's painful.
Oh yeah,
going along the floor where you were.
Yeah, it's worse when you got KIEO behind you.
You know those, like, I'm just putting my laptop, and you know those like travel shows where you like they put like odd couples together. I reckon the KIEO and Sammy Lee travel show would be amazing. Like
that is the oldest couple ever, by the way.
It felt like a Channel 4 thing. It did, didn't it? And then obviously we went on the snowmobile, and you had to go first, didn't you? And you weren't a big fan of it, was you?
No.
And the second time we've done
it. It's the heavy, aren't they? The big and the heavy.
The fast.
Yeah, the fast, yeah.
Second time we've done it, he gets on the back of mine, don't you?
Yeah.
I'm going, you alright, Sammy? He's going, I'm sound, kids, I'm sound. And he wasn't sound. He was like white as a sheet. He was like, I have to fella to turn the limiter off on it so we'll get 80 mile an hour out of it. Like, on the back, who cares?
But it was a fantastic experience.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
It was, you know.
I think about it all the time, you know.
But the atmosphere exhilarating, really was, honestly. Terrific.
So footy, let's talk some footy. We're here, we're obviously here for Zoe's place and stuff as well, but football is what we're about. Sammy, what have you seen and what do you think of the Liverpool side so far this season?
Really impressed. I've been to every game, home game, really impressed. I also went to the Milan game, and I like what I'm seeing, to be honest with you. I really like what I'm seeing, and listen, we can't talk about it without giving credit to the guy who's left. You know, Jürgen, I know he's gone, but you know, he set up a fantastic squad for Arnie to come in, and that's what's being produced at the moment. You know, and I have to say, Chair, I've watched I've watched Gravenberch improve over every game, but I thought on Sunday was Curtis Jones' best game I've seen him play to such an effect. You know, he scores his goal, takes it really well. I think he's become a father for the first time, hasn't he? Yeah. So I have to say to you that I'm really pleased with what I'm seeing. Really pleased.
Absolutely. KIEO, you watched the game at the weekend, mate. Hell of a performance by Curtis Jones.
It's his best, isn't it? I think. I give him a 10 out of 10 and don't give players that very often. But I've been a big fan of Curtis just for a few years now. I mean, he's had his critics at times, hasn't he? Mm-hmm. And I think down this point last year, I was raving about him. He had a really good end towards the end of last year. And now he's gone up a level, and I think he says it himself in the interview after about having a baby this week, his life change. I think he's just entering the next phase now of being a proper mature fella. How old, 23, 20, still young, you know what I mean? So it's the fact he's had critics over the years and he's still only 23. And that is one of the better Liverpool midfield performances I've seen in a while.
And don't forget, he made the England's shadow squad.
Yeah.
You know, so as I said to you before, you know, it was the best game I'd seen him play. You know, the new addition, his young baby, is fantastic, and it's great to see because you know, he, as Kiz quite rightly says, he's had a lot of critics. You know, and I think to see him come through that, and there's more to come, we know that, that's what we want more from him, from everybody, you know, but it was just wonderful to see because it was a very, very improved Chelsea side as well, you know, and I think for us to come out the way we did and with the right result, I thought it was terrific.
Can I ask you a question on Sammy? You've obviously gone into various places as a coach, and you've gone in whether the manager's been good, the manager's been sacked or whatever. How hard is it to go and implement your things straight away? Because Liverpool have won all but one game under Arne Slot at the moment, which is mad. You know, when Jürgen left, what work goes in where you walk in straight away to get your ideas across, but keep the team performing at the same time?
It's not easy, as you said. You know, it really isn't. But I think I've been working with a guy, Sam Allardyce, who's very adept at that. You know, and he's been known as this so-called firefighter. He's actually better than that. Yeah. He is better than that for sure. But listen, that's the gig we've been given. You know, we come in like late December, you know, and invariably you come into teams that are struggling, you know, and thankfully we have this method, we have this philosophy where we get in amongst people. We do a lot of one-on-ones, to be perfectly honest here, to try and find out from them what the best way we can get out of them, what do they think is going wrong, and give them ownership, basically, you know. So it's no easy task, though, I have to say to you. No easy task, and we did it at West Brom. Unfortunately, we couldn't turn that round. But you know, we've been successful at a number of clubs, and but again, I repeat, no easy task. But we have our way of doing things. And one thing is for me, as I say, is definitely the personal touch, getting amongst them, giving them ownership on the next period of games, which is going to make or break their season.
It's interesting because Arne said himself, didn't he? He said something along the lines of, you know, we haven't changed too much. I disagree. Actually, I think it looks like they've changed quite a bit. But I suppose that would help as well. He's walked into a team full of top players, like world-class players, but also as a coach, maybe you've got a better understanding than I have, but it looks to me like there's a big difference. He says there's not. Do you compare Arne's team to Jürgen's team?
Well, I've got to be honest, I'll go by what he says.
I'll
go by what he says, because if I don't, it sounds like a critique of him and the previous manager, you know, Jürgen. But I'd have to say to you, I think for me, people always talk about this change in style, what they've got in there. I think he's right. He's inherited a strong squad. That doesn't always work out, so you have to put your own stamp on things. And for me, with every game, with every that I'm watching, you see his stamp, you see his, you know, when he comes in, he can only be himself. Arne Slot can only be himself. He can't be a copy of anyone what's gone on previous. And I think with each and every game, as I say, he's making his mark in every game, whether it be in tactics, whether it be in enthusiasm, whether it be in the way people react to him, you know. So I think I'll go by what he says. He hasn't changed a lot, but he has changed a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks to be KIEO. I mean, I think it's a bit more chill. I think sometimes I think all of us, it just feels like again, this is not a critique of the last fella. It's not a critique of the last fella won everything, so you can't critique him. He won absolutely everything. There's different ways to skin a cat. You know, you mentioned Sam does it differently to someone else does it. It feels like, again, we'll find out how the results go, but I think as a fan, it's less taxing on me. I don't know, obviously you go every game, you're playing songs before and after it. It feels a bit calmer, if nothing else.
Yeah, and it does, and it's not a critique of the previous manager, but it was intense for 95 minutes every single week. And if we went 1-0 up, it was about going 2-0 up. If we went 2-0 up, it was about going 3-0 up. It was about killing teams constantly. And sometimes it didn't work out like that. Sometimes we'd end up conceding 1 on 80 and pushing for the last 10. And sometimes we get a last minute win, and it was great. We've had, and like I say, it was the most exciting time of being a Liverpool fan ever, but it was definitely the most taxing time.
But can I also say to you, I've got to be honest, one of the things you hit on there is the fact that, you know, clean sheets,
Yeah.
Clean sheets are crucial, you know, and I've said this in many formats and many platforms, and when certain people say it sounds negative, it sounds like old school, and we'll talk about old school in a minute, but when the likes of Guardiola says it, or Klopp says it, or Arnie says it, then it sounds groundbreaking, you know. But I'd have to say to your point where you're saying, actually, quite often and not, main result would be 3-1.
Yeah.
We conceded and have to come back from
We
that.
conceded 18 times in the first 10 minutes and about 26 times in total first. So you're starting with a -1 handicap every week. That's hard to work.
The manager knew that because he said that's for the next guy to fix.
Yeah.
Isn't it? So, and that's, I think, you know, I've never been a coach, never will be a coach, don't have the knowledge, don't have the skill set. Hey, come on, you're doing yourself a disservice. But when you are going into a side and it's so blindingly obvious what you've got to fix, that must make the job easier, Sammy.
Yeah, if it is blindly obvious, you know, because I would have to say to you, if it's blindly obvious, I'd rather hope that the previous guy would have fixed it, you know, because but sometimes it isn't. But again, we've just been talking about the fact that that was the normal result. You know, 3-1. We'd go a goal down, and you said 18 times. You mean, great stats there, mate. By the way, well done. You've done your homework, eh? Off the KIEO. Off the kiss. But I just tend to think it's never that easy, believe it me, to fix it, whatever. Honestly, because football it's a simple game, complicated by people like me, coaches, you know. But what isn't simple is to turn things around, you know. And although he's an editor of a fantastic squad, he still has to go out and win games. And as I said to you, he's come out with the clean sheet quote, which I think is great. And I go back to what I was saying before. When certain people say it sounds like old school, and there's a negative connotation to old school, which I detest. Old school for me is about principles, values, respect, and work ethic. And that goes in any business. Now I'm moving on. So when people use the term old school, it's as if you're a dinosaur and you've got your head stuck in the ground. Well, no chance. I repeat, old school is all about having a work ethic, principles, values and respect, and that works today and it'll work tomorrow.
And it works in what you would consider new school managers as well, KIEO, because all of those things that Sammy said there, Guardiola's side, I've Klopp's side, I've all the great managers' sides, I've got all of those things because Jurgen Klopp's side worked harder than anybody on a football field.
Yeah, and as a Liverpool fan, I was born obviously after the great European Cup sides of the 70s and 80s.
Thank you.
But I was brought up being told about it, and the principle thing you mentioned, I don't think it just applies to players and applies to coaches, it applies to fans as well. Yeah. People who go to the game every week, home and away, follow the same principles that the fellas followed in the 70s and the 80s when we're going around Europe and we're winning cups. So I completely agree with that. Old school doesn't necessarily mean out-of-date tactics or out-of-date ways of playing. Old school can mean remembering what made us great.
Well, I remember my dad going to the game and him teaching me to clap when someone tries something, not to have a go. Yeah. You know what I mean? If it was the right thing, whether he pulls it off or he doesn't. So you were one of
them thousands who clapped me when I got taken off? Is that what you're telling me? Thank you.
Always. Always.
Can I ask you a question, Sammy? Because obviously you're talking about these teams. You were part of teams that were winning, but then still changing the managers. Like Liverpool are going through that now. Like all these lads who've changed the manager. So you know the last fella won everything. For a new guy to come in again, what's it like as a player? Is the mentality we just go again? Does it not really matter? Because this guy's been so successful and now he's going. There might be a temptation to think, crap, like he's gone now. How big a part of it was he? Where actually it's more you guys.
Well, I was fortunate to be honest because I didn't have many changes of managers. I was with some great managers, you know, and a great backroom. You know, thankfully the majority of mine was with Bob Paisley. You know, so again, you know, he took over from the guy who is the reason why we're all here. You know, Bill Shankly. You know what I mean? But the one thing Bill Shankly did is he set the team behind the team in place, i.e. the backroom staff, the boot room. You know, so when Shankly sadly did resign, then what happened is Paisley, the reluctant hero, the reluctant manager, came in, and it was seamless. You know, he also had Joe Fagan alongside.
I was say even Paisley to Fagan, you just won again.
Yeah. And again, for the simple reason I said before, because as I said before, Paisley had Fagan, Moran, Evans, Tom Saunders, John Bennison. You know, and that just filtered down when Paisley left. Then Joe had Ronnie Moran. He had, as you say, he had Roy Evans in place and Tom Saunders. So it was quite seamless, to be honest, and nothing much changed. Yes, there was a turnover of players, but the great thing about Liverpool is that there's no sentiment. When your time is up, as it was for me on one occasion, then it's thank you, Sammy, but off you go, you know, because at the end of the day, the club moves on, and the club is bigger than any player.
Slot done an interview last week where he mentioned about not changing much. I don't think he was talking about tactics. He was talking about the culture in the club, fines for being late, all the things that go on. And he said he's not had to change any of that. Players arrive on early. The only thing he's changed is players now go and sleep in their own bed the night before instead of going to a hotel. Where do you stand on that? Do you reckon players should be at home, or do you reckon they should be together?
Well, it depends, Gio, you know what I mean? I'd have to say to you, results will prove whether that's right or wrong, you know what I mean? But I think sometimes, once they say, if you give the players ownership, go to the leadership group within them, say, well, look, listen, what would you prefer? And if they come back and say, okay, if they want to stay in their home, and you do that until they let you down, you know, and if that goes well, and the reason it goes well is by results. So I think it's great what he's done. Certain managers have different ways of doing it. Sam was similar to that. You know, he trusted his players. I'm not saying other managers didn't trust the players, but they have a certain format and a certain protocol that they would like to go through. But again, I repeat, the results will define whether that's the right thing to do or not. Up until now, it appears to be the right thing.
Absolutely. Listen, we've got a massive game tonight as well, KIEO, Leipzig. I've been very much like Arsenal. I'm about the Premier League this season. If we can win a European Cup along the way, great. I'll take that, of course. But like, how's everyone feeling different at the moment? I mean, obviously the manager's going to go out there and try and get 3 points in both games, Leipzig and Arsenal. But like, could Arsenal be out if we beat them at the weekend? And they're there to be taken, maybe.
Well, firstly, I think I'm the opposite. I'm European Cup over league every time.
I normally am.
He's thinking of the away days, and
I just love that cup and love that competition. There's nothing better than being champions of Europe. I mean, even Leicester won the league. You know what I mean? Now, if we're going to be serious about it, I'd rather win the European Cup every single year. However, the league is. It started well. It's something we want to win, and we're in a great position to put Arsenal in a bad position. It'll be 7 points. So you're looking there 2 or 3 games in front of them. Now, the way we've started, we don't look like losing two or three games, and Man City will feel the same. That's without Arsenal dropping another point. So if we can do some damage at the weekend at Arsenal, it'll be great. However, saying that, a draw's not a horrendous result. Like, we can't win every single match. It's a tough game away at Arsenal. But given the injuries, let's get there and beat them. Yeah.
I'd go. Like, I'd work back from it. I'd make sure my team is as fit as it can be for Arsenal. I still think Liverpool have got a good enough squad where they can do, and because they've won the first 2 European games, a draw tonight wouldn't be the end of the world anyway. So I think I'd be looking at it as of what do I need to beat Arsenal, and then kind of work back. The
only difficulty there is it's the 2 home games that we've got in Leverkusen and Real Madrid. You can just get beaten them. That's a dangerous thing, but I think we will always finish in the top 24.
I think we can be too far ahead of ourselves here, chaps, because to be honest here, whether it be the domestic competition or the European competition, I was always brought up on the next game. The next game is crucial, you know, because momentum is a big thing in sport, particularly in football. And I've seen, and don't forget, we're talking about November, so there's no way that Arsenal are going to be out there. I take your point, you know, that okay, there'll be a 7-point difference if we beat them down there. It's only November. You know, so again, it may sound the old board and coach speak, but for me, it's all about the next game. We were always brought up. There's a saying, you know, you're only as good as your last game. At Liverpool, we were always taught you're only as good as your next game. And because again, I repeat, you can think too far ahead. You have to look ahead. You have to make sure you can do your squads accordingly, because they all have to have minutes, and they're all going to be used because of, I think we said before, natural fallout, whether it be injuries, illness or whatever, loss of form. And I think you always have to have people who have minutes, and that's the skill of a coaching team, to decide how many minutes, where and when you want to give them, because knowing full well that whole squad, that full squad, if we're going to be in all 4 competitions, which hopefully we will be. We have been in recent seasons, which has been great. And history will tell you that you'll need to use everybody in your squad. So to that end, you need to make sure that everyone in your squad is as ready as possible. And that's, as I say, that's a skill in itself, giving the minutes to these players who you know full well are going to be used further down the competition.
For me, it's not necessarily about Arsenal on going points in front of them or Man City. It's the total point tally we can get. So for me, I'm aiming for 90 points. Yeah. If you get to 90 points, you've got a hell of a shout at winning the league. And if you don't win the league on 90 or 91 points, like we've been there before, on 96, 97 points, not win the league, then sound. I've had it before, I'll deal with it. But I'm not looking at the Arsenal game to go 7 points in front of them, or watching the City game to see how far we can go in front of them in November. I agree. But I know we can only drop a certain amount of points this season. We've already dropped 3 of them at home and a sloppy one. So when you go to the Emirates, it's a big chance to not just nullify that Notts Forest game, but also 3 points on the board that are going to go towards a points tally of 90 and win you the league.
And to your point, it keeps them away from further away from us, you know, again. But again,
it feels better, but it's irrelevant at this point.
There is still an awful lot of football to be played after that, and that, to my point, that's what I'm saying, is that you're talking about, to get to 90 points, you've got to win your next game.
Yeah. But the thing is, that's the thing with the Arsenal stuff is, if we beat them, they must be looking at thinking, can I get to 90 points, Sammy? Because, you know...
It's off 3 games already.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be tough. And what does that do mentally to them? City are going to be City until somebody tells City they can't be City anymore.
Well, Villa are doing as well, you know, and they're coming up short as well. So you just got to be careful that you don't look too far ahead, you know. And I don't want to sound negative, but I think, you know, feet on the ground. And I know full well that the guys will be thinking, okay, yeah, we know what we've got to do tonight against Leipzig. That's the first one. You know, we get that done tonight in whichever way we can, and then we move on to Arsenal. But to your point, what will be happening is all the time they will have an eye on the Arsenal game, as opposed to what your starting lineup's going to be, what the substitutions are going to be, depending on how the game's going tonight. So, you know, you have to have an eye on the coming games. But again, the concentration will be on tonight.
It's that, especially when you're obviously away in Europe, because I think we especially when we don't go, it's different when you go and, you know, and people are over in Leipzig having a good time. But like, coaching wise, you've got Arsenal on Sunday, but you've got to go to Germany tonight. You probably won't travel home till tomorrow. You might train once or twice. So does that, you know, when you're coaching in Europe, when you're coaching those midweek games, does it really take it out to not only the players but the coaching staff as well?
Well, the travel takes it out.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, the travel takes it, and it doesn't matter what form of travel, and you'll travel a bit in the best standard, whatever. But the travel takes it out here. But what an awful lot takes it out of them as well is the psychological element. You know, that takes an awful lot out, not only the physical but the psychological strain. And that's why, when I said before about winning, you know, everything's easy when you're winning. Your confidence is better when you're winning. You get momentum, so that'll help everybody, you know. I mean, it's harder coming from a losing background than coming from a winning background.
I've always said on this show, and I might be completely wrong, you're more ideally placed than me, I've always said it feels easier for a manager or a coaching staff to, like, or give a bollocking or teach a lesson when the team have won, because if they've lost, you probably need to build them up a little bit. But if they're winning and you can still then, you know, if Arne Slot, for example, when he mentioned the Wolves game, he wasn't happy at all with like how they lost possession. Yeah. Is it easier from a coach if you've won to give that little bit of a kick up the arse a little bit sometimes?
Without a shadow of a doubt, because you come from a strong point, a positive point, you know, so it is better. It's like, I'll be perfectly honest here, this may sound like a digression. Where I was so nervous about Sunday was the officials. Yeah. You know, it really was, you know, but we can talk about them because we won, because, you know, and it's not an easy job being a referee, don't get me wrong, it's not easy at all. But what I'm saying is, if we can discuss that from a winning point of view, because it doesn't sound like sour grapes then. Yeah. You know, so to your point, yeah, when you've won the game, you can turn on to your players, oh, come on, we can do better than that. You know, why do we concede that? Why do we give possession away at such a time? A lot easier, because once again, you're coming from a standpoint of positivity, you're coming from a standpoint of you've won the game. So yeah, you can implement, and you can, to your point, you'll give it a kick up the backside if they need it.
KIEO, can I ask you, while Chris doing that, we had a conversation today on the podcast, I think James Sutton was in, they were talking about the style of play we mentioned before, it's a bit more chill, and like maybe that's impacting Anfield a little bit in terms of getting it, because it's not as rambunctious, not as wild. But I've had videos from mates over in Leipzig and the McAllister songs going mental over there. Obviously, you know this because you're in the sand and playing the guitar every day, like before every game.
Every day.
Not every day. Does anyone there or not? Yeah, but yeah, just on his own.
He's actually every day.
Liverpool. It feels like I don't know. Sunday might have had the first time. It felt like it started to bubble up a little bit. Now I think people are starting to really. It was a bit like, we're not sure what this is going to be, but actually people are starting to get on the way up a little bit.
I'm going to say this, and it's because it's doing me head in at the minute.
Is that a time of year thing, KIEO?
No, it's never been 100% loud every single week. You speak to fellas who go in the game in the 70s and the 80s and in the 90s when we wouldn't even sell out. Liverpool and Anfield is a big stadium for big games, and we turn up for big games. You're a fool if you believe that Anfield has been rocking at 3 o'clock for the past 40 years. It hasn't been that way. It's not like that.
Yeah, you can told us off.
When these lads were winning leagues every year on year, there was fellas getting off on 70 for the pint because we're 2-0 up and there's not a chance of anyone scoring. That's been going on and has always gone on. Anfield is a special place for special nights. Big games, bigger atmospheres. Chelsea at the weekend was the first big game we've had. It was 4:30. Everyone's been out all day. Everyone wants to win. Stay top of the league. It's a lot different to a third round League Cup game when everyone's getting taking the niece or the nephew for the first time.
Just coming in the suits from work.
Yeah. So the idea that Anfield's always been this super loud place for every single minute of every single match is just not true, and it's not a 2024 thing, it's not a 10-year-old thing. You go back to the 90s when we couldn't sell tickets and it was quiet, no one wanted to go to the game. The 80s got to the point where we were winning every week so much people would stop singing and go get off and go to the pub. It's been going for years, and I tell anyone who's watching it, if you've got a problem with the Anfield atmosphere, get a ticket and go and make some noise yourself.
And I'd have to say to that point as well, what I've loved is the addition of we've had the refurbishment of the main stand. They now test the cop with the singing, and look at the Anfield Road end now. It's massive. But also they're making their voices heard, and you can see the bit of competition becoming between the different tribune, the different stands, whether it be the main stand, the cop, or the Anfield Road end. All we've got to get now is the Dalglish stand to make the voices heard,
Kenny needs to have a word. He's coming in later.
Well, I'm sure he will.
I think he's going to try and get in so that he can see you as well. I spoke to him yesterday. He said,
do I own money?
Probably. They beat that golf at one. That's what he's got.
I don't play golf.
No, I don't play golf.
Paddle though. I've heard you play paddle.
Don't.
You any good?
No, I've only played 3 or 4 times and I'm shocking.
I'm dying to get into this, You know where this
is going, don't you? We had a game yesterday.
Yeah.
Would you do a game with us?
Yeah.
Do a game with us? Okay, we'll get a fourth as well. We'll get a game. Dan's over in Leipzig.
Can you stream that as well?
Oh, mate,
we're not streaming the paddle. We're not here to make people look bad.
They played them in the other day as well.
And I have to say to you, they ruined my hamstring 2 weeks ago. I never knew I had hamstrings, and I tell you, they're a force to be reckoned with.
I think they played with Chloe and Dan.
They're very good
on Friday, and
they're very good. They are.
Dan's words were my word. Tash Zowie is some player
and competitive. That competitive
nature. Both are. Tash and Becky, they're brilliant. Honestly, they and as I say to you, for me, I've been aching for 2 weeks because of them two. So thank you, Tash and Bex. Thank you.
I want to see that comment.
Lovely girls, by the way. Fantastic.
That comment before we had a comment. You were praising Ryan Gravenberch, and someone said Ryan Gravenberch is just a Dutch Sammy Lee.
I seen that. Someone else has put as well. The Gravenberch of my childhood.
I'll tell you what, Gravenberch won't be happy with that. I have to say to you, wow. Thank you, whoever that was.
Yeah, I think I managed to put it. I think I put it up on the screen at the time. Yeah, the Gravenberch.
You guys multitasking, yeah?
Oh, maybe there's all kinds going on.
Here's me lost.
No, mate, we're like swans under here. It's frantic.
I don't know, big fat arse under here. But anyway,
thank you again.
Have we broken our target yet?
Where are we?
We are at 9,689. We're 3 hours into the stream. We've got about 9 hours to go.
And about 321 quid off.
Yeah. Yeah, that is spot. 311
quid.
Sorry.
Well, a friend of mine donated a fantastic frame there with some. There's a John Barnes thing there, and there's one of the old players of Ian St John, Roger Uncali, and it's just a fantastic thing.
Oh, what's this? Have they brought it in?
Yeah, Lee's brought it in, to donate, and people get on board.
Shall we because yeah, let's go and get it. Yeah, let's go and get it and see what it is.
Because I think, as you were saying before, Chris, listen. Get on it because it's such a worthwhile cause. And again, I repeat what I said before. We won't allow it to happen. Liverpool will not allow it to happen.
No, and it's in times like these. It's not just Liverpool fans; it's Everton fans as well.
Forgive me when I said Liverpool. I meant the City. I meant the City. Sorry, I must make myself clear.
No, I know you did.
Of a doubt.
I know you did. It is the City, and it's these supporters, KIEO. Every single time we're in need, people just rally around together, don't they?
Liverpool has a thing, doesn't it? We're known for looking after our own, and there's certain times where we have to when there's tragedies in the city.
I wish there had been a few.
Yeah, and also situations like this, which is on the verge of being another tragedy if this place was to close down. So this is an opportunity for the city to pull together, and it has done. It's been 2 or 3 weeks now, in the 3rd week since the news was announced. But here's what Sammy's brought. Lee.
Lee, our good friend, ex-player. So this is signed by Ian St John and Sir Roger Hunt. That is magnificent. Look at that. And then we've got a signed John Barnes as well. So we'll make sure anyone who donates goes into the draws for them as well.
Yeah.
That's the best thing I've ever seen. I love that.
Brilliant, isn't it?
That's fantastic.
Absolutely superb.
Thanks to Lee.
Barnes, you'll be upset if you don't say this as well.
I said this.
No, he said the best thing.
John Barnes, I'll get him to sign something, I'm sure, as well.
That is unbelievable.
I was on stage with John Barnes in Philadelphia, and
great, isn't he? Fantastic guy.
He was unbelievable, and his people had told me you've got half an hour, so I've got like 28 minutes.
People.
Is
an entourage with him?
Our person, big fella.
Whoa, be careful. You and your glass house. You know with this one.
I'm on the bodyguard.
This guy does this. Hearing about his rider demands.
I gig with these all the time, you know what I mean? It's a few light beers in it, lads.
It's a few light beers. Get out your glass house.
Yeah, you know me.
What was he asking for?
I'm no diva. Cold towels, hot towels, blue M&Ms.
Yeah, same colour M&Ms. You have to in the green. We didn't even know it was there.
Yeah, it was hummus and pita bread for us when we were.
We've had that as well, haven't we, to be fair?
I was going to say, on Barnsley, as mind or whatever, it was like, you got half an hour, you got somewhere else to go, and it got like 29 minutes past, so I was looking at my watch, and John Barnes wasn't even looking at me, he was speaking to Cardi, he went, stop looking at your watch. And I was like, I was still like behind him, I was like, how did you see that? He went, that's why I was so great. Like, peripheral vision, which is like, he's
scanning.
Dipping the shoulder every single time.
You always told a good story about that with the vision, with the learning to use the floodlights. Who was it was told you how to use the floodlights on the pitch to see the shadows of players when they were...
That's Kenny more than that, you know what I mean? He had the thing because he could, as you say, you know, when you got people behind you, the shadows used to be able to say where they were, you know, so you could judge certain things. You know, Kenny was big on that, you know, he's a wily old character, yeah.
Guys, you have been part of my momentous time here, because I can officially confirm right now, already, just a few hours into Steam, we've already hit that £10,000 target. 100% of people. So
well done.
Round of applause to every single person who's donated. We're going to continue, of course, so please do continue giving. But yeah, as it stands, there you go, that £10,000. Every single penny will go straight to the wonderful, wonderful people at Zoe'S place. But we're not stopping there. We've got about 10 more hours to go, so there's plenty more time to donate.
Well done, chaps.
Thank you very much.
Gents, it's, I think your time is done. It's been a quick half an hour, that.
Just getting going there,
yeah, you know.
There's a green out there, there's plenty of people in there, some familiar faces that you'll...
So I think we're going to swap in. I think we've got Neil Mellor and Abby Rudkin coming in next on the show. I'm going to swap out for Paul.
Fantastic.
So yeah.
Can I just say, chaps, listen, thank you for giving us the opportunity to come on here, because this is a cause very dear to our hearts. It really is, and for us to be involved, it's been a pleasure, and an honour, so thank you very much.
Sammy, just having you in the building, it's been great.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thanks to all your viewers, thank you, absolutely brilliant.
Well done, everybody, well done.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, cheers, KIEO. See you later, buddy. Thanks so much for giving the time up.
Right, let's get into the next hour. Thanks very much.
Shall we get a quick break while you tag out? I'll snit in. So yeah, Aaron, if you can roll one of these wonderful videos up, yeah. I don't even know what it's going to be. Aaron, dealer's choice, another familiar face telling you how you can get involved with today's stream. I'll stay here, Chris is going to dip out, Paul will be back with Neil Mellor and I think Abby Rudkin after this quick message. See you in a couple of minutes.
Hi everyone, hope you're enjoying the live stream for Zoe'S Place. Please donate if you can use the QR code or the link. All the best, you will never walk alone.
What's going on, guys? My name is Ryan Babel. I hope you guys enjoy the Redmen TV live stream. By the way, with a click or scanning the QR code, you can now donate. I hope you do.
Welcome, just come in. Sit anyway, sit wherever you want. Go on, go across now. That's absolutely fine. Welcome back to the stream, guys. You've just come in at a great time. We've already just hit the £10,000 mark, so thank you so much to everyone who's donated. But there's plenty more to come and plenty more chat to come as well. Delighted to be joined by the wonderful Abby Rudkin. How you doing?
Hello, I'm good.
Splendid in yellow.
Just robbed Chloe's top.
Is that what you've done now? Yeah, you can share your clothes. And of course, former Liverpool striker, current Sky Sports and Liverpool LFC TV pundit. What was it, Neil Mellor? Is that fair play?
Yeah, come whatever you want.
Former Liverpool striker is the main one, of course. And Paul's as well.
Thanks.
Welcome back to my channel, everyone. Good to have you in here. Funny, I was in LFC yesterday and they were saying they've upgraded the screens in the studio for your analysis, so it goes better.
We tried it about 8 years ago. I don't know if you've seen the review show or not, and we've been doing it for about 8 years, whatever it is. And when we first started, we tried to do it on the touch screen. It must have took about 3 hours to do. It just wasn't working. Trying to touch an arrow and all this sort of thing. And they were like, we just cannot waste that much time trying to do it. So we binned it for however many years, 6-7 years. And now we've got the right screen to be able to do the arrows. So now I can do an arrow and say, there you go. What a run from from Salah or whatever.
I love that.
Better now, but we've got a board with magnets on.
Oh yeah. We had a touchscreen thing once because we were trying to find our own way to do this, and there's this company, you know, like our Facebook advertising gets everyone in some way. You think, God, that looks brilliant, I'll get one of them, and it's never quite what you buy. We had one that was supposed to turn every screen into a touchscreen, and did it bollocks. Like, I mean, we had weeks of trying to get this thing to work, and it was just a lot of us going. And nothing happening. So yeah, taking the review show to the next level. Like
we aspire to, maybe not. We have Chris with magnets at work. So it's absolutely fine.
100%.
Abs, how's things? How you doing? You're doing well.
Yeah, everything's.
I saw your latest paintings up on sale. Your Virgil van Dijk one.
Yeah,
been
I know.
Well received.
I've sold the original, and then I'm just selling prints of it at the minute. But what I'm working on now is a Carragher painting for Zoe's place.
Oh, nice.
So that's going to be on Saturday in Hot Water Comedy Club. They're going to auction that off. It's not finished yet.
Are we wasting your time by you being here? Do you need to
no, don't worry. I've literally got to put the last bit touches on it. Joe getting sick didn't help me trying to finish that one, but you know, it can't be helped.
What
so
picture
selfish.
is it? Can you tell us what picture of Carragher it is?
So it's what sort of, I've took one from Istanbul, but then I've sort of added to it because there's so many pictures of Stevie and then not that many of Carragher.
Because he was dead. His legs have fell off at that point.
There's like one picture of him where he's like got one arm in the air, and I've sort of changed which arm's in the air and then put the trophy in his other hand, and then I've put crowd in the background. You know, like the way I just throw flags in the background of everything. Yeah, I've done that on the background of it, and now I've just got to sort of write a few details into the flags. But yeah, so that'll be getting auctioned off for Zoe's place, so that should be good this weekend.
Amazing stuff. And actually, while we're here, I just want to say get well soon to Joe, our producer.
He is watching this right now on the couch.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Get well soon to Joe. And also, probably from tomorrow on, get well soon to Aaron, who has been carrying the weight while Joe has been on the couch recuperating. So yeah. Neil, great to have you in. Yeah, you're following some big shoes, but then you're a former Liverpool player, so there's many big shoes that
I'm sandwiched between Sammy and Sir Kenny. Yeah. I felt a bit embarrassed when I saw the running order, but yeah, nice to be invited, nice to be involved. You know, great cause, of course, and very sad what sort of happened. So that's why everybody's trying to help within the city. I know everybody connected, obviously, and let's do our best and see how we do.
Let's talk about the Reds then, Neil, because it's been really good. Yeah. Like, I mean, like, and not even in like this huge bombastic, super like, you know, mad exciting way. It's just good. But I'm sat here saying it's good and we're top of the league. And, you know, we're taking maximum points in the Champions League so far. I kind of can't wrap my head around it. I mean, if this is how it's going to happen, then, you know, we might all have a few less grey hairs than we anticipated at the end of the season than certainly from previous seasons.
Are we surprised? You know, people say, oh, how well we've started, but we've been up in the mix, you know, and I expected us to be in the mix. For me, it's one of three, us, Arsenal and City. You know, I don't think Chelsea are quite there yet. I thought they showed how much better they were at the weekend. I thought they were a decent side and gave us a proper game. But no, we've got a top squad. And the biggest thing maybe that killed us last season, and people will have their own opinions, injuries at times, missed chances, conceding the first goal. Yeah. If we start being more clinical this season, stop conceding that first goal, clean sheets has improved, then there's no reason why we won't be in a title race this season.
How much of that is actually as well that they feel like fixable things? They feel like coachable things as well.
Yeah. I mean, let's be fair. I mean, people will say about, this is better than last season. Jurgen was one of our greatest managers, and the period of football we've had there was unbelievable. We won every trophy. The football was unbelievable to watch. This is now just a different era. Arne Slot's come in. It's been a brilliant start, and what I would say is the players have bought into him. You know, some players might have been thinking, it's not as good as Jurgen. It's not this. They've all been fully committed and really got behind him, and that's why we've had a good start. If you weren't quite at it and thinking, I'm not sure, then we could have dropped a few points. Expected wins, maybe, but the boys have still performed and got the results.
Can I ask Neil a question as well? Obviously, you were there. Obviously, change of manager. There'll be some players who maybe were like, I'm thinking like Ryan Gravenberch, for example, who was kind of on the fringe a little bit. Is a new manager almost like fresh start to get to impress him? We get to go again, and a bit of a boost. Like obviously, the likes of Virgil and Mo and Trent are always going to play, but I'm thinking maybe someone like a Luis Diaz who was in and out, or a Ryan Gravenberch. It feels like they've really shone under the new manager.
Well, I thought for Gravenberch, he must have been thinking when the transfer window was open. Are you kidding me? What was he called? The boy from Sociedad. How do you say his name?
That was Supermenzi.
Right. So we'd have been linked to him all the time, and Gravenberch's thinking, I'm your man. And now he's not played in that position. So as soon as the window's closed, all of a sudden, bang, finally, right, I'm the man to be in that position. And so as much as a new manager comes in, whilst that window was open, for a lot of players, they're still thinking, I'm still going to be sort of playing more minutes than perhaps I would have been. But yeah, he's been brilliant. He has been brilliant.
I'm not going to ask you the specifics, but like, you know, like for example, there's loads of talk about players and contracts at the minute and players run out. If you're in that team and you're with those lads, would you be having a word saying like, when are you going to sign that, mate? Do you know what I mean? Like, get a little nudge or something as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a subject which unfortunately is going to be talked about for the next couple of months till January.
It's the first question in every press conference that Arne Slot just keeps backing away every single time.
Yeah, what I would say is about the 3 players, and we know who they are, they will be professional whatever happens. Yeah. And I think we'll need all 3 of them if we are to achieve what we do. We've had Salah for his best years, Van Dijk for his best years, and maybe Trent's still got his best years ahead. So that's how I look at those 3 players. They have been brilliant. I want all 3 to sign. I don't know what's happening, so don't ask me. No, I'd love all 3 to be signing.
Absolutely, yeah. Abby, how are you feeling about everything in general? Because I think we all, you can't help it. There's an anxiety with being a football fan where you can't help sometimes but fear that it might all go wrong. And obviously, we know the Jurgen Klopp hugs are no more. Both been on the receiving end of them. It's a life-changing moment. So but it has been different. But it's just been really nice so far.
Do you know what? I went into the whole thing with Jurgen leaving expecting everything to sort of fall apart, and that's just not what's happened at all. I mean, I tried to manage my expectations and got told I was being very negative by Carragher on the overlap, but I think I was literally just managing my expectations. Like, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know how the players are going to warm to a new manager, so I think I went into it thinking, top 4 would be great, maybe a good cup run, and now you're looking at it from a different perspective and you're thinking we might actually have this here. And if you see like Arsenal picking up injuries and things like that, I mean, City is still the force that they are, but they've got their own injury problems, and you think maybe could this be it? Could Arne come in and win it in his first season after it took Jurgen absolutely every ounce of energy it had in his entire body, and then Arne just comes in and goes, thanks for the great squad that you've built here, mate.
If he does win it, does that make your job easier? Because I imagine painting his baldy head would be a lot easier than Jurgen's flowing locks or the cap.
Are you asking me about bald heads?
Are we easy to paint?
Do you know what? You actually are. My dad's bald, and my mum always goes, will you do a painting of me and your dad? I'm like, yeah.
Just a circle. Easy jobs are good little oval.
You know what's really interesting on the Klopp to Slot stuff? I'll start with you on this, Abby, is that it feels like every time you praise Slot, you've kind of got to be careful in how you praise Slot, because it feels like you're sort of criticising Jurgen in some way because it's different. So when you praise the things that he's doing differently, it almost feels sometimes like you're trying to say, well, Jurgen wasn't doing this. So it is a tough balance with that at the minute.
Well, think about that interview that Curtis did with you when everyone automatically was like, he's saying he wasn't enjoying his time under Klopp, he's enjoying it more under Slot, and I just don't think it has to be that way. I think we all have to go into it with a positive mindset and pick out the positive points without it being a dig at Jurgen, you know what I mean? It's okay that it's more cool, calm and collected now, but we all loved it when it was heavy metal football. It's just different. Things are allowed to be different and we can enjoy it, so that's the way I'm looking at it. I'm trying to look at it as like, I don't know, just different, but not better. But it's hard to say. I was saying it to my dad when we were leaving the match the other day. Do you think we'd still have as many points as we have now if we were under Jurgen? And we'll never know, but you can be very excited about the fact that we're where we are.
We were having a little chat before, Neil, about like how certain players just have more fondness for certain managers that they played under, and often it's the ones that you played the most under, or the manager who took the biggest shine to, and so that's almost not saying that was what Curtis sort of had. He got opportunities under Jurgen, he did, but there will just be players who in the fullness of time might look back on their time under Slot as better than their time under Klopp, but it is just that's how footballers are. You just want to get on the pitch and play your game.
Any player will like a manager who plays them more. It's as simple as that. If you go around the Liverpool squad and go, do you prefer Slot to Jurgen? There'll be he plays me every game. First game of the season, big decision, Szoboszlai or Elliott. Szoboszlai gets a nod. Elliott would have been absolutely fuming. Now, I still think Elliott's got a big part to play this season. I think he's a phenomenal player for us. I hope he's back soon from that injury. But that's the way it is. Your ups and downs as a player thinking, I'm fuming here. I should be in the team. Then he's in the team. He has a little run, gets a goal, a couple of assists, big win at Arsenal, maybe he comes off the bench, those sort of things. And that's how quickly it can change.
Yeah, it's like Ryan Gravenberch will be happy with Slot. Gerald Kwanzaa was probably more delighted under it's just, do you have a picture? On that, Neil, I want to ask you, because obviously you do the review show and you look into it every week. Like I was saying before to Sammy Lee, Arne Slot keeps saying my football isn't that much different than Jürgen. We do a lot of the things the same. And from my outside, I'm just an idiot who watches the footy. I don't go in depth. But I think it looks mildly different. The only thing that is relatively similar is a 4 and a 3 and a 3. Do you think it's as close as Arne Slot saying? Because I think it looks very chalk and cheese to me. There's differences in almost every single player's jobs and positions and roles.
Yeah, I don't think we're at times as open defensively. I think we got caught too many times in the last couple of years on the counter-attack, and I don't think we will concede as many from that this season. I think chances, I don't think we've had as many this season. You know, you think about how many shots we've been having. It was always like over 20 under Jürgen. Yeah. Now, what was it at the weekend? Didn't even have 10 against Chelsea, which is a big difference to what we've been used to over the years. But more clinical. You know, we're taking maybe some more of them chances than we did. I thought last season we didn't take those chances. How many big chances did we miss? You know, some of them big games. City at home, you know, that Diaz chance, and you're thinking, God, if that would have gone in, what that would have meant maybe for the title race at that point. So, little subtle differences. But we will see as the season goes by, Arsenal, City, that these are the big games. That was a big game at the weekend, Chelsea. We turned them over, brilliant. This one at the weekend, Arsenal. I thought Arsenal were lucky last season. Abby touched on it there. They had all the best players fit. Saliba, Rice, Odegaard.
Saka.
Saka, but Odegaard and Saliba are the best players they have by far. So if they're not fit for a few games, they will drop points. So I was thinking maybe take a point, but if they're not playing, then that could be a chance for us to get the 3.
Well, let's pick up on that, because, you know, if there's an expert in the room about talking about big Arsenal-Liverpool games, it might well be Neil Mellor. But, you know, it's actually quite interesting because it's a bit of a flip, because, you know, you get your opportunity to score that massive goal, because Liverpool have got injuries at the time, so it's possible. So I don't think we should be getting too carried away with the idea that Arsenal have got some key players missing, you know, for this game, because we know that good clubs have a way of raising themselves, but it's a huge opportunity for Liverpool.
Yeah. I mean, last season we got turned over there, didn't we? And I think Arsenal are the real deal. I think they're a top side with all the players fit. And I always believe, personally, some people might agree, disagree, get a point away from home at your rivals, turn them over at home.
Yeah, 100%.
I would take that.
Yeah.
But the timing of this game, now we've got a tough game against Leipzig. I don't know how we're going to recover from that. Who's going to be fully fit? Who plays? Who misses the game? You know, who's maybe not ready for the game against Arsenal? Arsenal will be fired up because of a couple of things that went against them in terms of the injuries. They got turned over at Bournemouth. And they'll know how important that game is not to lose that game. But I'm looking forward to it. I mean, we owe them one, don't we? After a couple of that one last season.
Yeah, definitely. And it's so close. And that's the thing about it, Abby, is that is massive. It's a massive game early on in the season. And Neil's right. Chelsea was a big one. It was a great big test for us, and they've passed it. Probably not exactly how Slot would have chosen to pass it, but it's passed. But then that's great preparation in some regards for Arsenal. I would be a little bit more worried if we come in off the back of what you might call an easier fixture. And if Arsenal's your first big fixture, you don't quite know. But it does feel like if you wanted to ramp up to something, that Chelsea game was a pretty good way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, Chelsea are a good side, obviously. But if we were going out after the international break into that Arsenal game, I wouldn't have felt comfortable at all. And to be honest, there was times in that Chelsea game where I felt like if we performed like that against Arsenal, we might not be so lucky. So I think we're quite lucky that we've played Chelsea first, sort of got back into the rhythm of it a little bit, and then we've got this big game tonight in the Champions League, which is obviously massive. I mean, I still don't know how the whole thing works. I think it's 16 points to go through, so it's still important, but I think I will think about resting maybe a few players and then, you know, going for the big guns on the weekend, hopefully. But I still think we can do them, to be honest. I know it's away and I know it's a big game, but like I've said, they've got injuries and stuff like that, but I just think we're in the better position. So
I think that's the point about the Champions League. We don't know. So Leipzig away, take a point in the group.
Yeah.
Because we'll get through, but you're thinking,
yeah, you don't know how
important what we're going to need.
Well, you don't know. This is a point that Chris has been banging on since the draw was made. Your two toughest games are at Anfield, which you'd always choose.
Yeah.
But it means that your home points are not quite the banker that they should be, because you're not banking on 3 points against Real Madrid. It'd be lovely if we could finally get to a world where you can bank on a win over Real.
I'm sick of them.
Honestly, every year I do this. I'm like, this is the time. People need to stop. I need to stop talking about revenge, because they're never getting it. What we need to do is just like write it all off, pretend it's a brand new football football club we've never played before.
Like the Austin Powers, you're like, why won't you die? Even last night, they're 2-0 down, crap, and then before you know it,
I was sat there laughing my head off 2-0 down. I was like, are these Real Madrid rubbish?
I was going, we're going to batter these.
Nope. Turns out the Real Madrid.
Juni with his Ballon d'Or.
Yeah, 100% on that one. But yeah, you know, we're right. We don't know what we're going to need, and there's definitely the logic there, isn't there, Neil? That you just need to get some points on the board, and actually, you don't get to be choosy maybe at this stage, because if three points against Leipzig could actually really set you up for what you need to do in the Champions League.
But Arsenal away. What would you argue is the biggest game this week?
I would pick my team for Arsenal and work backwards of how I get to it.
Well, we had John ACHTERBERG on before, and obviously he's speaking about the old regime now, but he even said it was a mantra Jürgen used to say. I mean, Jordan used to say it to us, is like just one game at a time. And look, it's an obvious question, but surely someone's going Arsenal at the weekend.
Yeah, and also we were in the Europa League last year, so we could rotate the squad a little bit more to be fresher for the Premier League games. That's not the case this season. So I expect, Abby mentioned a few changes. Maybe Gravenberg, who's been absolutely brilliant, do you give him a little breather? And does Endo come in? Obviously McAllister, I think, will come in to the starting lineup. Will Konate and Van Dijk go again for 3 big games in a week? Chelsea, Leipzig and Arsenal. I think that's big demands on these players. So I'd like to see a couple of changes, because I take a point tonight and still think we can get top 8 of the Champions League, to really go at Arsenal at the weekend. I want to see us absolutely at it against Arsenal.
I think the issue we've got is a couple of what you'd say the players who probably would rotate in rather than the first team. Quite a lot of them are out. No Jota, no Chiesa, no Elliott,
Bradley,
no Conor Bradley. I'm sure Conor Bradley would have played tonight.
Well, Gomez or Tsimikas, one if not both will play.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Go on, and Abby, how much rotation are you doing for tonight?
For tonight, probably quite similar to Neil, to be honest. I don't think we'll be starting a full strength team. I mean, obviously some decisions have been made for us, and Alisson getting injured, so Kelleher would have started this game anyway, I'd imagine. I think Tsimikas will probably come in. I don't see Trent starting, I don't think.
Gomez at right back.
Probably Gomez, but then I think if you're thinking centre back wise, probably bring in Quansah. Quansah's fine, isn't he? He's not picked up a knock or anything. And then it's just the midfield, really, isn't it? I think when you think about Jones's performance the other day, it was just absolutely unbelievable. So I don't think you drop him for that. I think he'll want to keep going. I think he could be a real key role, to be honest. And then, God, I don't know. Do you know what the thing with Szoboszlai is for me? I'm just not convinced yet. I think he's getting a little bit better, but I'm not convinced. But I think a game like this might be the type of game where he can sort of show us what he's made of and what he can produce. I think I want to see more goals and assists from that midfield, probably when it's Jones that's producing that. I think, well, I don't know. The thing with Diaz and Gakpo is I sort of would have expected Gakpo to play, but because Gakpo had more time, now I'm a little bit like, will we see Diaz? But I'd probably rather see Diaz against Arsenal. So I don't know. I'm not sure there.
That's where the really interesting thing comes in, isn't it, Neil? Is that there's players. I mean, Curtis Jones shone at the weekend, absolutely, and would be more than deserving to keep his place. Yeah. But this is, I think Abby's point's spot on. Normally, what you would see is Gakpo would have been a nail and starter for this, and you imagine Curtis would have got a start in this one. But Diaz didn't have a not started. It throws the sort of, I guess, the rhythm or the pattern of what they've been doing and changing the side around.
What threw me was the press conference yesterday, because Szoboszlai did it, and I thought Szoboszlai might have a breather, and then be ready to go. And I know sort of some people saying he wasn't quite at it. He worked his socks off. So whilst so sort of, I think there was one late on where you're thinking shoot on the edge of the box, because I think he's got a shot in him and maybe a few more goals. But he
again, speaking as a man who knows, sometimes you just got to put your laces through.
I just think he's maybe looking for somebody else when he's got the goal in his locker himself. So I thought he might have had a breather, because I think his energy against Arsenal could be a big factor at the weekend. I don't know, he may get a breather, but when he did the press conference I was thinking,
that usually means you're playing.
Does that mean he's playing? I can't see him doing the presser.
And I wouldn't be shocked if Endo started tonight.
Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
But we keep doing this, and we just don't know enough yet. You know, logically, you're right.
Konate and Van Dijk. Is it Konate and Van Dijk? Because Konate's been brilliant. He played for France.
I'd play Quansah and Van Dijk.
Well, I was going to say this to you, Neil, because we do this, and we know that we've got to be careful with Konate because he's had so many little problems here and there.
He's not played half a season at any point for us.
Yeah.
And he's brilliant when he plays.
Well, what I was going to say, I can't think of many examples where you rotate your centre half. Top clubs rotate the centre. I mean, City, because they've got like 7 centre backs and they can play anywhere along the back line. But you know, Arsenal didn't rotate Saliba and Gabriel too much, if at all, really, last year.
It's a tough. Leipzig are decent.
Yeah.
Leipzig were unbeaten in the league. They turned Leverkusen over. They were the team that beat them, weren't they?
Yeah.
They have lost the first 2 Champions League games against Atletico and Juventus.
Big game for them.
But this isn't an easy game. This is a tough game tonight.
Exactly, and this is again, it goes back, and this is where Arne Slot earns the big bucks, really, isn't it, Steve? Because he has to make these big calls, and we will do it. Damned if you do, and damned if you don't. You've got to win it. You know, in Liverpool fan minds, you've got to win every game of football. But if we do something that compromises Arsenal, if someone important for Arsenal, like Konate or Verge or any one of them gets injured on the way, then we'll be up in arms. We keep mentioning it. People keep talking to me about Midtjylland and Jota getting injured because we didn't rotate. We did rotate. Jota was the fourth choice forward. He got rotated in and got injured.
Listen, Arsenal picked up an injury or two yesterday, and it can happen. Like, I think you've got it is what it is at this point of view. You've got to pick. You know, someone's got to play. You've got to win the game. But the interesting one would be, like, for example, if he knocks on Curtis's door and goes, "You're not playing. I'm saving you for Arsenal."
Yeah.
That's when it's like, well, if you're Curtis, you're thinking, yeah, boss, I'm playing against Arsenal, but also off the back of my best ever game, I probably just want to keep playing.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that they're winning all the time, and also this football doesn't look, apart from on Szoboszlai, granted, it feels like he's doing everyone's running. It doesn't feel as taxing on everybody. I don't think everybody's sprinting around like lunatics. You know, Trent isn't bombing forward and backwards, and Robbo isn't. So it feels like the style of play is a little bit more kinder on the body. From what we know of Arne Slot, he doesn't rotate. He's rotated big once, and it was in the League Cup. Everything else, he's 2 or 3. So history suggests he probably brings Diaz in. He probably brings in Tsimikas and probably one of them midfield, and that's what he...
McAllister's starting, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think McAllister's definitely nailed on to start tonight.
Yeah, we've got to be, again, it's tough. It is tough. No one, I don't think anyone expected us to be top of the league.
That's all these boss players who want to play.
100%.
By the way, you're allowed to now push the goalkeeper and then stand away from him and then someone score.
Oh, don't.
Am I the only one that thought that City goal should be disallowed?
Neil, I had
you can't push a goalie. No
huge...
contact, and I'm saying the goal should stand. But he's pushed the goalie.
No, I know.
The offside's mad. He probably wasn't offside.
We're talking about Bernardo Silva, by the way.
It's not offside, it's just a foul.
It's a foul, yeah.
No, 100%. We did this on the Bias Football Pod this week. It's like, the VAR watched it from the second Bernardo pulls away from him, and not the fact that he's fighting with him. So he fights with him, gets rid of him, and that's the second the header makes contact.
But it's the same with VAR again. For us, Curtis's second pen, which was given on field by the ref, who had a terrible game, the VAR showed in the replay where the goalie touched the ball and it was sort of a 50-50 tackle, but the replay behind the goal showed, yes, he touched the ball first. Do you have to touch the ball first or last? Like, you can touch the ball first. If I knock it past you and you clean me out, that's still a foul.
Yeah, he's going. If the ball continues to travel towards
so
the goal.
Curtis touched it last from the behind the goal, so the goalie's not touched it last and then flips him over. So you can't turn over a referee on field. I was fuming with that. I was glad we beat them in the end, but honestly,
I was never there.
We've all had to live with that one. Yeah, good
you know what would have got me? That last one. I said this on the show the other day. Darwin. You know when Darwin shoulder bars the guy? If they'd have scored, that ref ain't getting home. He was not getting out of Anfield. Darwin's shouting at the floor. Arne Slot, he's been yellow carded, so he's shouting at the floor. I think someone was going to come on and chin this fella. Yeah, it was just that probably been the worst decision I've ever seen.
We've got a squad of people who are going to have chewed knuckles by the end of the season.
I said it's tough. Arne Slot, it was known in Holland as the most calm, cool man ever. It's tough, like 8 games of Premier League refs, just for him to be shouting at the floor as loud as he can. Just like, what is this?
Screaming into the voids. Yeah, he has to do one of a boot room. They'll just have a shout room where they can just go. The Liverpool coaches, you can just go like padded walls. They can just go and throw themselves around a bit. Right, I want to give everyone an update while we're here. Obviously, we passed through our target of 10k on the last half hour on the Sammy Lee. I am delighted to say we are currently at 112% of the target. £11,205 raised so far. Absolutely sensational stuff from everyone so far. Huge effort. Thank you to everyone who's joined us, who's live in the building with us so far. Who's coming, everyone in the comments, just genuinely staggering. Obviously Chris has thrown this together and done a lot of the work. Aaron's doing a lot of the heavy lifting behind camera as well. So yeah, brilliant for everyone who's come in and done this. And obviously Neil, you're well aware of the importance of this place in the city, and it's just so telling how much everyone's just sort of gotten together. It's really lit a fire under the entire city, the entire Merseyside region, to raise funds for Zoe's place, and it's a very, very worthy cause.
Yeah, I hope we can achieve it. I think when the city comes together the way it is doing for this, it can create special things, and Zoe's place is unique and special. It's a place nobody wants to be. but it's a necessity, and it can give support at such a needed time in the children's lives, the parents' lives, and let's hope we can achieve the target. But great to see such support, obviously, not just at yourselves at Redmen TV. There's a lot of people in the city helping out, so please help as much as possible. It's great to see Stevie on before, Hendo on before, Carragher's been on, so yeah, nice.
We did get asked a question, or we get said that you look like Steven Gerrard. How many times have you had that in your life?
I've said I'm the fat version of Steven Gerrard. I'm the ugly version of Steven Gerrard. Do you know what the similarity is? Like, no offence to you, Steve, but you've gone bald. So me and Stevie's hair goes forward. Like, our hair's going nowhere.
How's that offence to me? I'm not here, mate.
Because it's not something you can relate to, mate.
It's not offensive.
We've got a small forehead, me and Stevie. That's the similarity.
Similar hair colour, small foreheads. Is that what
foreheads? Small, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there you go. Glad we've cleared that one up. And I have to ask, when people stop you in the street, because anyone who's achieved a degree of celebrity in life has got that one thing that they get asked about more than another. You obviously got a good handful of things that people will fondly remember your time at Liverpool for. Is the one that always stands out above the other?
I've said before, I'd love to have played 400 or 500 games for Liverpool, to win many trophies. I've got AC Milan's runners-up medal. I won a League Cup in 2003, and Rafa gave me the Super Cup medal in 2005 because I never got the proper one for the Champions League because I played a part. The biggest one for me was Olympiacos, because of what it meant to the football club and what we went on to achieve, and the noise inside the stadium that night. And that was an assist. I did actually score that night.
Even with the small forward.
But yeah, but I forget about my goal. Stevie's goal that night was unique, and it's nice that fans 10, 15, 20 years later still remember how special it was. We'll have many more. We had Barca after that. We'll have loads more special nights. Of course we will. It's Liverpool. But it was nice to have a little memory and a part of a special year.
I was at your, first goal at Sheffield United. I've got a story about that one. So I got beat up by a policeman after that game.
Oh wow! Okay, is that daytime streaming?
That's fine. It wasn't my fault. Yeah, it was anyway.
Oh, it was my fault. Well, that's well.
I deserved it.
Is this appropriate with your employer sat next to you that you want to talk about why you're getting beat up?
I was like 15. It was fine. But I remember going to that game, and obviously even the reverse, like Liverpool one, because I always look back at 2003, it's like the forgotten cup. Like everyone remembers 01 on the treble, and everyone remembers 05.
We beat United in the final.
I know, and no one talks about it. The other day, I was on, I can't remember who I was on with, and someone said to me, Liverpool never beat United in big game final. I was like, I was at one. I remember being there the whole time. Like it does definitely exist. But yeah, I was funny enough, Neil. You done a series with us. We done my Liverpool debut, and you talked about like the Ipswich game and that goal and things like that. And I was going back the other day and watching it because I was just writing it up. I think I might turn it into a book. I have to get your permission to use your interview. Going back to like 03. Like, yeah, did you feel like sometimes people just forget about it? It was a massive, like, beating Man United in a cup, winning something for the first time for a while. Like, it was a really big season.
They were decent United back then, and we weren't at the same level as them. That was the reality. We're miles better now, but not back then. Yeah, Stevie and Michael scored the goals in the final, and to turn them over was brilliant. It was brilliant. We had a boss party down in Cardiff. We stayed down in Cardiff that night. It was brilliant. Yeah, but that semi-final you're talking about when I scored my first goal, forgot my hair gel. Like, I'm 41 and I still have loads of hair gel, you can tell. I forgot my hair gel so I got interviewed by ITV because it was my first career.
I was trying to get my head kicked in at that point, yeah.
And I was thinking, all the days to forget your hair gel. And I looked at it, you won't be able to find it on YouTube, but I forgot my hair gel that day.
Amazing. It could be worse. I mean, Steven Gerrard got interviewed after the Luton FA Cup game and fell over, like, which was foreshadowing, unfortunately. But yeah, it was. That was a moment that lived long in my memory. Anyway, Xabi Alonso scored from inside his own half, and Stevie fell over.
Liverpool's ex-goalkeeper coach before he dropped his phone.
Yeah, John was very keen to stress that he didn't drop the phone. Stevie threw him under the bus there. He didn't drop the phone. He said someone rang him, and he had no idea what. It basically cut the Zoom meeting out for him. So anyway, yeah, great stuff. Right, Neil, thank you so much for taking the time to come in. Abby, thank you so much as well. Before you go, actually, 3 points tonight, 3 points at the weekend.
Yeah. I'd take 1 tonight and 3 at the weekend.
Okay.
I think we'll get them all.
Oh, go on.
I'll be confident.
That's what we like to hear. Right, guys, thank you so much.
You.
Yeah, huge numbers that we're doing so far. Thank you so much for
thank
you. Thanks, Neil. Much appreciated. Come around that way if you don't mind, mate. Unless putting your arse on stream as part of the plans to raise money. We'll get to that later on.
Kicked in by a policeman in Sheffield.
Wow.
Yeah.
That feels...
It was.
Like
I'll be honest, it wasn't my fault. It was a case of mistaken identity.
All right.
It was another handsome bald guy.
I think you've told me this story before.
Yeah. I was going to say to Neil Mellor, like, I'm glad that I'm half glad we lost that game, because I reckon if we'd have beat them, they might have been angrier fans, because they were pretty angry anyway.
Well, we know South Yorkshire police are known for being really level-headed. So anyway, we are up to 115% of our 10 grand target. Let's keep it going, everyone. I keep stressing this though. Don't go beyond your own means. No, that's not what charity should be. Obviously, if you've got it to give, then please do consider giving it to Zoe's Place. You can use the QR code on screen. You can go to justgiving.com/page, PAGE/the Redmen TV. So yeah, Chris is coming in with a
this feels like a little bit of a battle of the watch-alongs.
What's going on?
Sense. Hang on a second. Yeah. I mean, is there something about... All right, Seth.
We can do our secret handshake if you want.
Is that... Our secret handshake is so secret, I don't even know what it is. I want to ask this question. Have you got like what's it called? Like is it a portmanteau or is it instruction or something when
swap?
When you combine two names together, or is it just when someone's on stream with Errol? Like, does there have to be? Because like we had Pedal and a bunch of other really offensive ones. Well, okay, that's just how you're sitting. I don't think anyone's ever done one for me and Chris. Have you used to? Got one for when you're on stream?
I don't know. We've probably got others though, haven't we?
We got called I am Robin and Dan Nosters the other day.
Yeah, I was Robin.
We were trying to figure out who was who, so I started there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He started dancing.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Anyway, good to see. Good to have Errol in. Thanks so much for coming in, mate.
Nice one for having us.
Yeah,
pleasure.
You got such a smile on your face.
I know. Listen, I've got to tell everybody what's going on with the camera there. Something's going on with the camera. Can we change to the other shot?
Hello.
Put it on to me or me. Right, there we go. Well, we sorted that one out. No idea what's going on. We did speak to AIMEE from Zoe's Place earlier on today, and we talked about t-shirts. Would you be able to get over to redmenmerch.com?
I don't mind.
If anyone's got the NDI on, we'll be able to show this in a second.
Aaron's coming to fix the camera. So
I know. But we will be selling the Redmen Zoe's Place t-shirts. They'll be £20. Every single penny of profit will be going into our fund as well.
Why is it in dollars on your computer?
Don't ask.
Okay,
that's fine. Don't worry about it. There's no VPNs going on here, Paul.
Do a favour, just throw Chris under that bus.
Do you want to know the real reason? I was setting up your books, wasn't I? And I needed to work out the pricing for postage everywhere, so I have to log into different places. It's not as exciting as it feels.
It's on mine. If Aaron gets back after fixing the camera that we broke, I think.
So yeah, 20 quid. All profits go to our fund for Zoe's Place as well. It's been okayed by Zoe's Place. I've spoken to AIMEE already while I was just outside there. So if you wanted to get yourself a t-shirt, then you can do. And if you wanted to buy some stuff that actually makes us money, you're welcome to as well.
Not today.
Not today, Chris.
Not today.
Not today. It's out of place.
Wow.
So I'm not Kenny Dalglish, you might have noticed.
I couldn't help but notice.
I am very much not Sir Kenny Dalglish. One day they might call me Sir Chris Page. I mean, I do say that you have to do it when you're in my house, but unfortunately it's not law. We are waiting on the King to turn up. We're rolling with the punches until he turns up.
Okay.
But he is going to be here at some point, probably inside the next hour. We're not 100% sure.
Okay.
The King arrives when the King arrives.
The King, and when he arrives, whoever's in these seats gets out, because Sir Kenny Dalglish is going to sit down and he's going to talk football with us.
Amazing. Sick. Yeah, there was a moment where me and Chris had finished the podcast on Monday and we were sat upstairs having a chat and his phone went and he was like, oh, phone, bro. And then he picked it up and turned it round and it said Kenneth Dalglish on it. It was like, oh. So I got to watch my best friend have just like a casual conversation with Liverpool's greatest ever footballer and arguably manager as well.
What was I like texting him? I've done podcasts with Kenny. I've met Kenny before, but like I was texting him the address for our work, and I was like that, wasn't I? I was just all over the place. It was unbelievable.
Aaron, are you in situ? Sorry, mate, because if you are, we can bring these shirts up on the.
They already were.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I do apologise.
Yeah, so yeah, if people were asking in the stream earlier on where they can get Zoe's Place t-shirts from, and Chris Page went, I might be able to sort that for you. No, I will. I'll have that sorted. And that Chris has been
man of his word.
Well, we might might have thought he might have gone and taken a breather. Have you been in the toilet? Or anything
I have. I've also had a ginormous bottle of Mountain Dew energy drinks, if you can't tell.
When you keep going, he would have had a giant to fall. I think we heard this going on the telly.
Yeah, so yeah, he's gone for a big, huge, massive, something that goes right through your body. Mountain Dew energy, cool. Yeah, honestly, amazing. We've had Jamie Carragher on stream with Lee Pryor getting his stories about the Liverpool youth coming team
as well.
in 95, 96. Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Lee Pryor, his son, goes to Zoe's place. It's something this family benefits from the existence of and continued existence of. John ACHTERBERG joined us and then just brought in Steven Gerrard as well, as you do. And then, according to Stevie, he dropped the phone. John again assures us he didn't drop the phone because he's a goalkeeper, and that would be incredibly offensive to have that. Yeah. To have that be considered a thing. So yeah, and then obviously Sammy Lee joined in the room. Right,
what a guy! Did you see the prizes, by the way, that Sammy and Lee donated?
Just incredible stuff. Like, you want to get them again?
Yeah. You might need them. Yeah.
Come on.
You want that up? Yeah. Look at Stanley. So, for anyone who donates, obviously we had earlier today, Jordan Henderson mentioned we'll give away a pair of match-worn boots. Well, Sammy Lee and Lee from X-Play have given us these, a John Barnes frame, and look at that, that's magnificent. That. Ian St John and Sir Roger Hunt there signed as well, so we'll make sure they get as well.
They might be in pieces by the time Steve will have finished with them.
Are you dueling with them then, or what? Like, a lightsaber battle?
Bugle sticks or something?
Yeah, we mentioned it before.
Me dominance.
In fact, actually, Aaron, do you mind playing the Jordan Henderson video again, please? Yeah, get your eyes on this one.
Hi everyone, I hope you're enjoying the live stream. When I heard that Zoe's place in Liverpool was in danger, then I was keen to help in some way. So I'll be sending a pair of match-worn boots across to the Redmen TV, who will pick someone at random, whoever donates today, no matter how big or small the donation. So please give what you can. It's our only and last chance to save them. And if any city can, Liverpool can.
What a guy. What a guy.
What a guy. So yes, everyone and anyone who donates to our Just Giving, which once again, justgiving.com/page/the Redmen TV, is entered into a draw to win a pair of match-worn Jordan Henderson boots. Now, we need to be clear on this. We need to increase the odds because Mark Goldbridge has donated and he has promised to use them to do the gardening if he wins this. So, like, you can literally donate as the smallest possible amount and just increase the odds against Mark Goldbridge taking those boots and doing his lawn in them. So yeah, that would be
Can I read some of the messages out here that we've got on the Just Giving page? So I mentioned before, but it isn't just Liverpool, the city that's donating, it's people across the world. So I've got David, who's I think from Ireland in Euro, says in regards to what Steve said about the global fan base chipping in, it's also because of you guys at Redmen. Apart from the football, you show us what the spirit of Liverpool is and you make us feel part of it. Thank you very much to David. We've got, if I scroll down to the bottom, we've got Robbie, who's in Canada, donating from Toronto, says I've never been to Liverpool, but this seems like a great cause, so kudos to the Redmen for highlighting it and helping raise some money.
Toffee TV?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we had a couple of Avinash first who said for Zoe's place and for Stevie's pride, because yeah, we wanted to raise more money under Steven Gerrard's tenure than under Carragher's. It's very close. So yeah, and yeah, Toffee TV our brothers in arms. £250 plus £62.50 in gift aid as well. Great work for a great cause. Well done.
I wonder what they do in the Hendo boots.
Oh God, I don't even want it.
I guess they're not going to be paying us rent this one. I guess they're not going to be paying us rent this one.
Maybe they could give them to one of their midfielders to see if his talent also goes over there with
transferable.
Yeah, see if it's like Jordan's ability goes with them as well.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff. So yeah, we're through all the way. If you're just joining us, thank you so much for joining us here on Redmen TV. So we've had some epic people in so far. We've got some more brilliant people still to come, and yeah, loads more fundraising to do in this time. We're going to be live all the way till post-match. So yeah, somehow we're going to have to continue to talk and then actually reach a point where we might need to reach fever pitch when Liverpool play football matches later on. Good luck to us. But yeah, we're here, we're doing it. Yeah, Errol, while you're here, how are you? I've been just generally getting everyone's feelings about the season so far. How are you feeling about the Reds?
Buzzing. Despite what Sunday's watch along may have kind of put out there, I was really excited.
He was like, I'm not even that emotional. And then 4 seconds later, he's like, what's going on?
Do you know what? I thoroughly enjoyed listening to you break down because it made me so much calmer about life.
When they scored, I think they scored, they went, you know what? It is what it is. It's fine. We've had a good time of it. And then 3 seconds later, Curtis scores. He's going, yes! I'm clearly emotional.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, very, very emotional. I was, but no. In terms of the season so far, I've just enjoyed what I've been able to see. Like, I think one of the biggest compliments that you can kind of give him is it doesn't feel like Klopp's gone in a sense in terms of on the pitch. Like if you was just watching the football side, there are slight differences in terms of the way that we attack and the way that things build up. But in terms of the results, and at the 90 minutes, if you were just reading it in the Echo, if you were just reading it in a paper, you'd almost think like for like, nothing has changed. But there has been a change of the guard, and he's done that excellently so far. A lot of people were saying it. We hadn't played anybody big, we hadn't beaten a big team yet, so you can't really get too carried away. We dispatched Manchester United. We know we didn't beat them last season. We know you can get drawn into the fact that it's a big derby and you can kind of just becomes a bit of a leveler, but we dispatched them, just no problems whatsoever. And then Chelsea, kind of a resurgent Chelsea as well, one that in the next 12 to 18 months you'd expect them to be wanting to be knocking on the door, challenging. They'd be the next Arsenal, so to speak, do you know what I mean, in my eyes. And I just thought, we was brilliant at times. I think the game management has been something that I think he deserves a lot of credit for, because a lot of the times last season we was just flying by the seat of our pants, and we was a little bit, it was almost, if it wasn't a basketball game, we would just get sucker punched. And we knew what we'd expect, and we knew it was kind of going to unravel. There's no signs of that.
But it was exhausting, and that's the thing. I've said this is like, we're definitely nowhere near as exciting. And by exciting, it's weird because it sounds like it's like I'm not enjoying what we're doing. I am, but it's I've often thought this is like there might just be an easier way of doing this, but because we've never.
Chelsea was the exception to that rule, though. Chelsea reminded me exactly. This is Liverpool. This is why we are Liverpool fans, because you've got to be crazy, like to get kicks out of that type of you've got to be a little bit tough.
You know what, Mike? Obviously. Like Claire, was my wife Claire, I think sometimes she must think like she says like, why would you put yourself through this? Like, why, if it means that much, like it's almost like weird. It's like you're hinging your whole mood on these 11 fellas, millionaires, and you can't really do anything to really help.
It's better than blaming yourself for something going wrong, though, isn't it?
Blame millionaires.
Blame millionaires.
Blame millionaires. Yeah. We should do more of that in this country. I've had this theory, by the way, on this, that we put so much blame on footballers for all the ills of society. They should start putting politicians into FIFA, right? And we'd see how shit they were. They should be made to like open packs, and there you go, there's like the health secretary, and you're like, oh my god, he's garbage, you're crossing him. Maybe we should blame him for more stuff. Like if Boris Johnson had been in like a centre forward in FIFA 22 or whatever, like he'd have got so much more stick from just generally in this in our culture. I think making a big mistake there.
I think we do hinge a lot of our happiness on things like literally can't control too much about, and that's fantastic. We just have to take responsibility.
But why would you swap it? I mean, and going back to the exciting thing, I agree with you. I feel sometimes when you're talking about the exciting football, you are being detrimental to what's happening right now, but that's not the case, is it? It's just exciting football works both ways, because how many times did teams get in on us last season? That's not exciting, watching a team, but it makes you feel horrible. So for all the excitement that we had watching Jurgen Klopp, we had all that as well watching Jurgen Klopp, and I would never change anything about Jurgen Klopp at Liverpool. It was the greatest time to be a Reds fan in my lifetime, as an adult certainly, and probably before then as well, to be honest with you. But now it just feels like there's a different way of doing this. We're going to go about things. We're going to be really sort of on point. We're going to shore up the defence. We're going to go and win, and we might not bother teams too much in terms of 4s and 5s and 6-0s. They'll come, of course, but in the first instance, let's just win a league. And if we can win a league being boring, then I'll take a league being boring next season as well, by the way.
It's like the thing, if you get there, let's just win a game. Let's keep a clean sheet and win a game of football. It sounds quite simple, like everyone, why haven't we been doing this already?
But we've had the quality to clear Yeah, that's the thing is shown. We've clearly had the quality to be able to do this now for a while. He's just said we just need to tinker a few things, and we'll actually be able to just consistently get more of those wins. You know, if that's what run that we're on now or whatever it is, where we've just played the best part of 10, 11 games, and you're thinking, all right, well, there's only really been one game there where we was below par and we got punished for it. If that's going to kind of be the measuring stick and kind of the barometer of how the season's going to pan out, there's not going to be many games we're going to be sitting here disappointed in our watch-alongs. We're not going to be sitting here kicking ourselves. We're going to be more happy than not. I think we will have a more of a consistent. The highs might not be as high, but I don't think the lows are going to be as low either.
I heard it said, and again, we've got to be careful with this, and we did a good bit on this in the previous half an hour with Neil Mellor, that you end up feeling like you're sort of slating Jurgen Klopp and how he did it, and I would not swap a single day of Jurgen Klopp's reign. You know, I wouldn't risk it. You know, I wouldn't gamble it for anything else. And there might always have been different ways of doing things, but that was the way it was done, and it was the best of times. It honestly was.
It had to happen that way with Klopp for me. That
100%.
He just reminds me of being captured in that kind of the multiverse where. That's the universe. That's the one.
There's the one moment. But it was. I watched for years and just used to think teams can just seem to work less hard and are able to do things against us. I just said the Klopp was a brilliant underdog manager, and I think it always worked to his favour when we were. Now, of course, look, we weren't underdogs when we won the league. You know, we absolutely blitzed the league. We were right up there, best in Europe,
best in the world for 18 months.
Yeah, without a doubt. But I think we like the underdog mentality, because in our era supporting Liverpool, we've always been that. We've been a cup team.
I think Steve Fox was the City as well.
Yeah, you're right. But actually, we could just do with getting back to this mentality of. No, we're boss. Yeah. We're boss, and we're going to, do that pre-expression, swing it round a bit, plant your bollocks on the table and go, this is us. Come and have a bit of this, And
can I cut across you? Sorry,
go for it.
I do apologise. We've just hit another landmark, so you can bring it up on the screen now. We've just gone past £12,000, so we're 120% of the way through. So thank you, big round of applause to everyone who's donated. We aim for 10. We've just gone past another 1,000, so 120%, £12,000. Thank you very much.
On that, there's a comment here from True Lee, who says, encourage gift aid, guys. It helps to increase the total. So yeah, that's obviously an option when you're donating as well. So yeah,
don't think it costs you any money to do gift aid. It's just
no. I was having this conversation, conversation with an Arsenal fan the other day, just passing, and it was. They've been so consistent over the last 2 years and done really well by their own standards and being able to push into the conversation with Manchester City. And I said the one thing that Manchester City have got above in terms of an advantage over us and Arsenal is the fact that they're able to harness what they do in a league season and a campaign. That is the only thing, because we must have went on a crazy run. It was like 48 games where we just went on and won a load of games, and the points total was like 147 points or something crazy like that. You think that sounds great, but when you don't do it inside of that from the August to the May, it doesn't add to nothing. You don't get no silverware for that, so it's a great run. That's what City have been able to master.
It was like the 100 and something odd points we were running at over a calendar year.
And it's like, it's a great stat, but ultimately what City have been able to master in this period under Pep is to harness all of that and just have it bang between those goalposts, August till May. That's what I'm asked about, and I think that's where Arsenal have struggled to go over the line, and that's for a time where we had struggled until it was the season, as you just said then, when we just ran away with it because we knew the objective then. That's what we've got to do. We've got to be brilliant from the minute go. As soon as that first whistle goes at the start of the season, we can't let up until it's pretty much put the title in our hands, and that's what we did that season.
I still like the feeling I generally have on this, and this will ramp up if we beat Arsenal. I think the brakes are off, and the cat's out the bag, really, isn't it? But I'm still quite sanguine about the whole thing. I'm just enjoying learning stuff about my football team and learning about the players and learning what we're capable of. And also, I think I've got this in the back of my mind that. We've seen it with Arsenal. You can be a brilliant outfit, but actually if you get a bit of bad luck with injuries, it can undo anyone, and that's undone us on two seasons under Jurgen Klopp, but undone by injuries. So we're definitely going to need a bit of luck. You can be the best team in the world, but if you lose 3 of your best players for a long spell of the season, then all the best. But yeah, I don't know about you, Chris. I'm just I don't want it to get too pressure filled too soon, because I don't see any reason for us to get over. Because more the disappointment. I don't want is Slot to be getting slaughtered because we don't win a title in his first season. If he does, then it should be lauded as a magnificent achievement. But if he doesn't, well, he can build and go from there.
I'm okay with the pressure, to be honest with you. I think
pressure makes diamonds.
Well, yeah, exactly. It does. It does, Steve. But I think, I think for me, like coming in and doing this, where if you get close to 90 points or whatever, what is that going to be like next season with the belief in the fan base and stuff like that? Whereas if you come in and he finishes third or fourth, we're all going to be a little bit down. We're going to be wondering about the signings and everything else in the summer. But I am like you, Paul. I'm enjoying finding new things out about his team and him and this group of players every single week. I thought it would take me a little bit longer before I could predict the starting 11 with a 99% accuracy, because it was a long time before I could get Jurgens. Like Slots, I think we know what he wants to do, but listen, I want us to be in a title race this season. I want us to test ourselves against the best, because I don't want to be looking up at Arsenal, Manchester City, wondering what if we hadn't done this. He's turned our away form round. We've got a great defence. We're not conceding goals anymore. Every obstacle that seems to be put in front of him, he's either learning from Nottingham Forest or he's swiping to one side regardless. How he manages his squad through this period is the next big test for me, Errol. Leipzig today, Arsenal at the weekend, big games in the Cup against Brighton and then in the league and stuff. But this is exciting. This is what you want as a Liverpool fan, isn't it?
No, 100%. And for me as well, like, I'd love nothing more to be in that title race conversation come the back end of March into April, just to be able to tear out to those Arsenal fans and be like, so what stage is slotted in the process? Because you've been waiting 5 years for your manager to be able to push to these levels and these heights, and when you go about your business and you get it done properly, it can happen. And obviously there's a lot of work before I could get that much chest. I'd be that arrogant online. But for what he's doing at the moment, he's showing a lot of promising signs, and I just think personally, though, there's something about the way that other fan bases and pundits as well for a period of time expected almost that Liverpool would fall off, I think was so disrespectful to the level of athletes that Liverpool have recruited over the last 10 years, because it's almost like you get an amazing boxer who, or you like your NFL, you've got an amazing quarterback, whoever it is, and all of a sudden you say, oh, we're just going to take their coach out. Does that quarterback stop being an amazing quarterback with an arm that can throw 60 yards down the field? Like, no, he doesn't. He doesn't stop having those abilities just because you remove their coach. So I just felt like it was so disrespectful, because the players that we have within this 11 and the squad as a whole are at the top echelons of world football. So to imagine that they'd all automatically just down tools, or their heads would fall off and they wouldn't have the legs for it anymore, or the appetite, to me it just seems strange, and I don't know why people decided to be so quick to put us in that bracket.
I think it's a good point, because like it was always, what would they look like if it wasn't for Klopp? Is it Klopp's system? Well, actually, these lads are proven. Well, you can play it in 3 or 4 different ways.
But that's across the board. I remember doing the overlap a year or so ago, and Gary Neville got sweet on this. Jurgen Klopp is like protecting the owners. He's the reason why. It's not. He's the one who's making it all work. And look, I don't disagree with the fact that he was a huge component, essential component of what Liverpool were. The whole team, the club was built in his image for that 9 years. But again, it's all part and parcel of the same thing. Again, I don't give a shit if it's FSG. You can call them whatever you want. But if it's all part and parcel of the system, it will be interesting to see if you can reboot it and start again and continue to keep Liverpool successful. And Slot goes into that. There's so many components that are still here. There's still a vision for the football club of where they want it to go. There's in no one's interest to have it drop off. They've not just gone. It's the whole chat manager. Filter by interested him. That's not how they sign players. That's not how they choose managers.
But personal pride as well.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Absolutely. Like, if, at the end of the day, if I'd been backing myself as Ballon d'Or conversation contender, I think I'm one of the best players in the world. It doesn't matter whether, I'm being managed by Roy Hodgson or I'm being managed by Jurgen Klopp. I'm still going to go out there and perform my level. Yeah. Now, there is the caveat to that there are going to be tactical changes and implements that will need to be made in order to sustain that period of success, which is what we're going to find out with Slot now. But for the most part, I just thought it was very disrespectful that people were quick to write off players that have been in that conversation.
But they want to. The desperate to. Fans of other clubs are desperate to write us off because they don't want us to be good. They're made up when Liverpool aren't good. There's so many United fans and Arsenal fans and what have you, and fans of other half-decent clubs in the in the media and beyond and on social media, that it's like like you're almost like trying to manifest it.
Oh yeah.
By talking about it and comparing your problems. And United fans and United pundits have got the recent demise of Manchester United to kind of hold it up to.
And same with Arsenal fans, they just fall straight away. You've lost the big guy, the best manager that you have had in the Premier League era. It has to go bad from here. You can't build and continue success after you lose someone in the same breath as we'd hold Sir Alex Ferguson or we'd hold Arsene Wenger. And I just think, even as much as people might criticise FSG, the one thing I would hope that they would have been doing behind the scenes is at least observing all the fuck-ups that they'd made at other clubs, not them personally, but the likes of, the Glazers or Stan Kroenke had made in that transitional period from their legendary managers to the next best thing, whether that was Moyes or Emery. What is it that we can learn from that? So when it comes to us, because it's going to happen, we know at some point after everything that Jurgen's done, he is going to part ways. What is it that we need to avoid at all costs in order to give this squad and the next manager the best possible chance?
Okay, we've got the next guest coming in very shortly. It's Josh Williams and it's John Gibbons from the Anfield Wrap. We're still waiting on Kenny, but I'm assured that he is on the way. When he's here, he'll get into the studio. Don't you worry about that. So we've got another couple of little inserts for you, and a very special one from someone who's just sent it across now.
Hello everyone, Robbie Fowler here. Just a quick well done, and well, a huge well done actually to obviously everyone at Redmen TV, especially Chris and Maish for the wonderful work in obviously the live stream. I'm not sure how many hours you've been on, but you have raised lots and lots of money so far, and hopefully you will continue to raise lots and lots of money. So my message to you all, of course, is let's try and raise a little bit more. If you can donate. If you can't, just spread the message and make sure we get that message across that Zoe'S place is a wonderful, wonderful place that needs to be open for lots and lots of families who need it. So keep doing what you're doing, guys, and hopefully I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, it's Sam Queck here. I hope you're all enjoying the Redmen TV live stream. What a lineup, by the way. Also, I just wanted to hop on really and say how proud I am to be a Red. I think when we need to rally and get behind people or places, we really do make a difference. So thanks everybody for watching this stream in aid of Zoe'S place. So any money that you can spare or donate, it doesn't matter how little or large it is, it would be massively, massively impactful. So yeah, click the link or the QR code, and thank you very much. But in the meantime, up the Reds. Come on.
Hello everyone, my name's Lewis. I'm from a band from Liverpool called The Cheap Thrills. I'd just like to say I hope you're all enjoying the stream as much as we are, and just another little reminder to keep donating as much as you can to Zoe'S place. We all know how important it is that we save it, so yeah, anything you can spare would be bloody brilliant. Thank you very much, love yous, enjoy the rest of the stream, see you later.
Hey everyone, welcome back.
You can say it again.
I'll just say it, Gerrard was good, wasn't it? Hey,
did you see what happened? What? Did you see what happened?
I just saw he was there, and he was just like, he was leaning in like your dad on a call.
Oh, brilliant, wasn't it? So he turns up, and then the phone just went off. And we were like, what on earth is going on? It was like 30 seconds, that's it. And then thankfully they joined back in. I think John ACHTERBERG was saying that someone rang him and he pressed the wrong button and buttoned the call basically. But then he tried to get in another 2 times and I let him in and it kept going. So in the end, Stevie ended up using his phone and left John chatting to us. And the last thing Stevie said was, bring my phone with me. Bring my phone with me. But they gave us about 15 minutes, 20 minutes of the time, and they had a team meeting at 15:15. I think he left at 15:15.
I loved that he said basically schedules training around Liverpool games.
Isn't that just amazing?
Boss.
Absolutely.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely amazing. Right, yes, welcome to the studio then from the Anfield Wrap, John Gibbons. And of course you will recognise Josh Williams very much, of the Deep Dive Parish.
It's like a bit of a Simpsons Family Guy crossover, this.
Oh, I know, it's
mad, Anfield Wrap.
We should have put you in the middle.
When I turned up,
I'll be the referee or something, yeah.
When I turned up, Josh looked like, you know when your cat goes next door and then you catch them there? Basically, he was a bit like,
you both feed me.
he looked a bit like that. Can a cat look sheepish? If a cat can look sheepish.
We were just asked as well, obviously we're doing the percentage total we're up to is absolutely sensational so far. You see, we had this bar above our heads that was going to be filled and we got
I can change that. Should we go to 20,000?
Oh,
should we go to 20,000?
Shall we? But then our percentage total will be lower, Chris, so no, just leave it like it's fine.
I'm changing it.
Okay, fine, whatever. We've been asked to obviously keep plugging in Zoe's Place Instagram as well. So if you are on Insta, if you go to @Zoe's Place Liverpool and give them a follow, and it'll give you a greater idea of the kind of stuff that they do, and obviously the good vibes and feelings and the great people involved over there as well. So yeah, thank you so much. Right, gents, hi. Gibbo, you have been a busy bunny yourself with all this stuff, haven't you? You know, you are Mr. Charity at the moment.
I don't know about that. It just feels like it's been a lot at once. So obviously Zoe's Place, everyone's jumped in, and it's been incredible, hasn't it? Being in the city and being sort of, you know, part of it, but also like witnessing it. It just feels like, I know they've been blown away, and I know you had AIMEE in before, and she's talked about it, but I feel like everyone like has done whatever they can, and obviously for us it's a little bit easier in a way because we've got the reach. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying a 12-hour session's easy, but like, you know, we can. It's a bit easier for us to pull things together. But so many people like doing what they can and either donating or going to events and stuff like that. It's been really like. It's had a big effect on me in terms of like, you know, reigniting your love for the city.
It's inspirational as well, though, isn't it? Just seeing what everybody is doing.
Yeah, and just some kids saying we'll just go out and instead of penny for the guy, it's penny for Zoe's Place, and raising like 700 quid. I think they did. It's boss. So, but yeah, we've got an event on Saturday with Carragher, who obviously you've had on already today. Adam Rowe is on later. I mean, Adam's doing more than anyone, bless him. Yeah. I think he feels like he's got something on every night.
You know what? He's proper struggling at the moment, Adam, as well. He's had some issues with his eye. He's been in bed the last couple of days, and I texted him last night. I was like, "You still on for this?" And he told us, and he said, "I'm going to be there.
Yeah,
I'm 100% going to be there tomorrow." And I was like, "Mate, just text me if you're struggling, like, and you know I'm going to be there."
You realise now that people already look at Adam's eye enough as it is. Now, he's going to walk on the stream and everyone's going to be zooming in. Like that. You know, like,
if you came on with an eye patch or something, you'd probably get more views.
Oh, that would be amazing. Maybe
more people will be tuning in, I think.
Yeah. Well, it's nearly Halloween as well, isn't it? We can get him in some sort of
exactly. Yeah.
I'm sure he'd be grand for that.
So yeah, we're all on there Saturday. So Blackstone Market, if people want to come, they've been spot on as well. So still tickets available.
Where can we get the tickets from?
Saturday afternoon. Yeah, if you go to the Blackstone Market website, go there. I just didn't want to handle anything whatsoever. You sell tickets, give it straight to them. Easy for me. So yeah, so go to the Blackstone Market, Hot Water Comedy. But yeah, really looking forward to Saturday afternoon. But yeah.
Absolutely amazing stuff. Should we chat a bit about the footy?
Absolutely.
Josh,
go ahead, yeah.
Doing? I heard you say that, I think it was actually on the wrap, saying that you found the Chelsea game quite difficult to analyse. You can't work out whether we were good or not. But ultimately, you know, people keep talking about it, the big test that it was. Liverpool came through it in a different way than they've come through. Perhaps not as watertight as it had been. You know, we went through on the deep dive every goal that Liverpool have conceded. It's not many. It was a surprisingly long show, giving out 2 goals there were. But actually, in terms of the XG we've given up, it was actually higher than it's been on average. But yeah, I don't know about you. My general sense is I still felt pretty. It was an emotional up and down more than so far this season. But I still didn't really feel like Chelsea were ever going to cause us too many problems.
And before you answer this, we need to start comparing notes, because he said this on the deep dive with me yesterday. So you know what I mean? Me and you are going to have a little text about what Josh has been saying. He's not been saying the same thing on both, has he? You know what I mean?
He steals everything clever I say and then brings it on here. That's what he does.
Hey, listen, the truth is the truth. I would. No matter what podcast I'm on, mate, I'm going to be speaking the truth, hopefully. But yeah, it was a weird game to win. It definitely was a weird game to watch. I think I agree with you though. I think I felt relatively nervous at the time, holding on to a 2-1 lead and that, but it also never really looked like scoring too much, did they? And I think what I was concerned with was we couldn't really hold the ball. And I wasn't sure whether that was a plan or not. You see Slott's pressure pre-Leipzig.
No.
So he's recently basically came out and said, listen, we wanted the ball more.
Oh, did he? Yeah.
So that's not great.
Chris was making graphics for this.
I spoke about it yesterday.
Yeah, it's not ideal. But listen, we won the game and 3 points. But if we're gonna keep playing like that, we might need a bit more fortune than what we got, because we did get the lines broke, you know, every 5 minutes really. That wasn't very good. But then the defensive line was fine for most of the game, so it was a weird one to analyse, really.
Well, we spoke about it, didn't we, yesterday, about how, you know, we weren't high pressing and all that type of stuff, John, but we had the extra body back. And that's ultimately what matters, isn't it? You know, it's risk reward. Slot's spoken about it already in terms of, you know, what type of pass you're taking, where you're taking your shot from, etc., etc. But also, if you're not committing to the high press, then you're going to keep it a little bit, the door shut at the back.
Yeah, that's fair. And we've got more of a back four, I think, than we've had maybe sort of in the past and things like that. And so they're sort of solid, and it feels like we're getting set quite well. And so it's going to take some adjustments, isn't it? And when you're watching them, especially in the ground, and the defenders have got the ball and our forwards are just looking at them, and then it's a bit of a standoff for a while. Like, you're like, come on, do you know what I mean?
For the old fellas on the cop. Like,
no, yeah, but they don't like that. They don't like the passing out from the back. They're just generally not having a great time at the moment. They like the goals, but apart from that, and they all want Mo Salah off pens, no matter how many he scores.
Yeah.
No matter how many he scores.
He actually missed one.
Well, yeah, he's got a great record for someone who know people aren't sure about.
Who you never feel like he's 100% going to put it exactly where he wants it every single time.
Exactly. So yeah, but it is generally a bit of adjustment, but when you're looking at it afterwards, either on shows or you just watch back the highlights, it's always like, well, actually, did they sort of create much? And so it's a different style of defending, isn't it? It's not perfect, you know. The manager himself is saying he'd like sort of certain things better, but at the end of the day, whatever they're doing it well, because we're not conceding goals and we're not conceding chances.
It feels like we are being, it's one of our favourite expressions on Redmen, horses for courses, you know, and it's not, I don't think we're making wild shifts, but it does feel, I remember asking Klopp the question before Kiev, and saying, like, are you going to make any changes for, you know, for being Real Madrid? And he was like, well, how'd you do that? You know, you just go in after a full season and say, right, now it's Real Madrid, let's not do everything we've been doing all season long. But I do feel like Slot does go. You mentioned after Manchester United that he changed Szoboszlai's position in a bit in that. Yeah, we are definitely having it's variations on a theme, I think, is definitely the way to say it. And like, you know, kind of John saying that about being more of a defensive unit, more of a back four, etc., etc. We're learning new things every single time we see Liverpool take to the field right now, and it's interesting, if nothing else, because I became a bit complacent with it. I was just so used to, I knew what I was going to see when Liverpool touched the field every week. There is there's a lot more to sort of, I think, learn about this team so far.
Well, I think Klopp was always of the approach of, like, no matter what the scoreline is, no matter what the minute is, no matter who the opponent is, you play the same way, basically, for the most part at least. I think Slot is a bit more, certainly when you have a lead, it's kind of a bit of a shift, I think. You know, it's a bit more of sitting on the lead and soaking pressure a bit more, getting them on the break and stuff. Like, when we looked at the deep dive, we looked at every goal. I think the two standouts were Bournemouth and United. They both created more against us, but they created more once we were 3-0 up in both games. Yeah. So if you're giving away chances when you're 3 up, you'll be all right. You know what I mean? You're not going to lose the game. So it seems to be a case of when you have a lead, you go a bit more defensive, but when you don't have a lead, you go a bit more full pelt. And that sounds really, well, obviously, but for Liverpool and for tops like City, for example, don't really do that. City play the same all the time, and I think it's a weird adjustment period for us. But like against Chelsea, we scored the opening goal, then we took a bit more pressure. As soon as they score, we go and score 30 seconds later to get back in the lead and then sit on it again. So I don't know, it's a bit more of an uncomfortable watch for me because the ball's just closer to our goal. Yeah. But Virgil's never like getting dragged out wide. Konate's never getting dragged out wide. But we've got this, like, we've always got that block, soaking pressure. So,
and even when actually Virgil is, he looks like he loves it. Like, he's like, go ahead, I'll leg it here for a bit. Look, check out what I can do. I think it's an interesting point that Josh makes there. Chris's accent all comes back to you, John. Hi. You know, you see managers come into the Premier League, and even people take the Liverpool job and be like, no, this is how I'm playing. Hell or high water. You've seen it with Postecoglou a bit at Spurs as well, whereas it does feel a bit like Slot's going, he's not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. He's not going to go, you know, those really good things that cause us to score goals that are very Jürgen, like, well, fuck them off, because I don't really like us scoring counter-attacking goals or whatever. I like the fact that he hasn't come in. He's obviously got his way, but he's not like, right, this is year zero, forget everything you knew, this is the new sort of Liverpool. He does feel like we've actually got a surprisingly bright man at the helm who's prepared to adapt.
Yeah, and I think he'll be recognising that, you know, you take over the squad and you can't just say, well, sell 8 by 9 even if you want to. It's not sort of that easy. So I think he's been analysing what he's got. Obviously players were coming back at different times. Some of the players he only had a week or so to work with before Ipswich, and fair enough, he picked a lot of them, didn't he? But how much are you going to teach them in a week about how much you want to play? So there's things we have seen that are different, but then there's other things that, you know, we've seen, like there's been a couple of goals, like I remember at Brentford at home, Diaz, it just felt like a Jurgen Klopp goal, didn't it? You know what I mean? And then there's other times, the one that the Jota gets away at Wolves, where you think, well, that's a lot more what we've seen Slot trying to work on in, you know, in pre-season, in training and sort of stuff like that. And so I think it is a natural sort of evolution, and I think Slot's, he's come in and he's tried to be very respectful, hasn't he, in the past, and I think he'll be aware of Klopp's personality and thought, well, I can't just come in and rubbish everything that he's done anyway. But I don't think he's really that kind of person.
He's not even tried to be more, though. I think someone like, you know, like Brendan Rodgers was so keen to let everyone know who he was and how he's going to do things, and let him know that he got it. And Slot actually, in very Klopp-like fashion, is actually not even asked about that. He's like, I'll prove myself on the pitch. I don't need to have the T-shirts ready to go from my first press conference.
Yeah, and even when there's been times where he's been in interviews and someone's gone, oh, you've done that and that's changed, and he's gone, well, I'm sure Klopp was doing a lot of that as well. And there was a good interview with Men in Blazers this week where he said, you know, they were being a bit mischievous, saying, oh, Pamela used to get the old Feyenoord teams to watch Pep Guardiola teams, and he was like, yeah, but we used to watch Klopp's teams as well. Do you know what I mean? He's always kind of saying, like, but he's fusing it all, I think, and he's fusing it all to find his own style, and he's got his own ideas about how he wants to play, but he's dictated to by the players as well, and he recognises that, and certain players, you know, are always going to play in a sort of a similar way, and others are a bit more adaptable, and you've got this melting pot and you're trying to get the best thing from it. And at the moment, well, he's doing better than anyone else because his team's top of the league.
Brilliant, isn't it? Long may it continue.
Absolutely. Honestly, I'm been blown away by Slot so far. You know, apart from, you know, mugging me off in his first press conference and all that. In fact, I was sat next to you for that one, wasn't I? Yeah.
That was still a lie, mate, honestly. He plays 4-2-3-1, what's he on about?
you can tell him, like...
Don't mention
I don't think Chris can bring it up again.
I'm saying this with the safety of never having attended the press conference, like,
yeah,
so.
it was my first one. My first question in a press conference, certainly. My first question. I mean, you won't be asking a question again, mate.
I mean,
it was the best question in the room, though.
The BBC socials did mega numbers off the back of that.
Local man gets...
As an impact. You know, if you were a substitute, you'd say you made an impact there. You know what I mean? You knew he was on the pitch.
You certainly did.
Darwin Núñez of press conference journalists.
Absolutely. Listen, I'm so thankful for you both to come in. I hate to say this, but the King's just walked in and he's got to be gone in half an hour.
Listen, I would much rather warm up for the King rather. We would initially choose to come on after him, mate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That would have been it.
Absolutely. So if we could bring him in now, do you want to grab your shirt and see if we can get Kenny to sign that for your...
What, live?
Yeah.
Have to then,
yeah, exactly. we'll give off there, like... And is he? Okay, well, that's fine then, yeah.
What you do? No, I'll carry on. We're on. I'll talk for a bit till he's ready to come in. And then
as soon as he walks in, we'll be good to go and stuff. But
we've got like Dr. Evil style buttons that if we need to get rid of people, just press the button,
just shoot me back to talk.
Yeah, I'm just made up with the general positive vibes around the season. You know, Chris had to go with me at one point probably through the end of the season. There's I reckon in like 15 years of doing Redmen, there's probably 3 or 4 times when I've been more negative than you on the general state of play at Liverpool, and Klopp announcing him leaving was definitely one of them. I was like, well, it's all going to be shit, isn't it?
But do you mind me saying honestly, Paul, we were out in America in the summer and you were a bit like... You were saying that you've lost a bit of energy and stuff like that, and now I look at you and like you're like a new man.
Yeah.
and that's after 4 hours of live stream. So do you feel more infused? Because in the summer you were a bit like, have I got the energy to go again with the new fella?
It's the go again thing, and it's that thing of like going like I've just been through this.
Yeah.
You know, the analogy I use most is that like end of Back to the Future 2, where Marty goes back to 1955 and Doc's just sent him back to the future, and then he basically goes, I'm back again. He's like, mate, I've just gone through 2 weeks of hell and now you're asking me to do it again, and he collapses. And that's how I felt in the summer, was because I couldn't fathom a world where it could possibly be even as good as it's been, because when you've had the taste of the best, I'm just not I didn't feel naive enough to sit there and go like, well, let's just tub thump and wave flags and tell everyone it's going to be great when I don't believe it. I needed to see it, and again, I'm still not getting carried away with it, but I really like him. I like his press conferences. I like the way he conducts himself.
I still don't think it'll ever be the same level of entertainment, though, will it? It won't be box office like that, but Liverpool might just win more. Like that comparison with Shankly and Paisley has been massively overdone by now, but I think there's an element of truth in that. I do think it can go from, you know, the fella who basically builds the chapel to the fella who just wins using the same players almost and the same identity, but is a bit less Hollywood in the way he does things. And yeah, he has been spot on. He hasn't put a foot wrong yet.
Yeah, we had Sammy Lee sat in that chair an hour or two ago and he was saying the same thing. He drew the comparison between Shankly and Paisley himself, and when someone like Sammy Lee says it, you listen, don't you? You know what I mean?
Look
Because
at
he's lived
the
through it
managers he's worked under, not just at Liverpool, but like throughout his career and stuff. And he'll know, having worked in so much in football, you know, when someone comes in and they've got it. Do you know what I mean? Like, he'll be able to recognise when someone's got that something that's going to get more out of the collective, and that's a manager's job, really, isn't it? It's how do we get more? How do we get more in the sum of the parts? Because, you know, any coach can sort of throw a team out, do you know what I mean, or whatever, and sound good in a press conference. But your job really is that this is what I've got. How do we get that to exceed like the potential? And he looks like one who can certainly do that. It's early days, isn't it? And you know, the Paisley thing, Paisley won a hell of a lot, do you know what I mean? And I think where managers really earn the money is can they get over the line, and can they do the say the important things or make the decisions at the right time that are going to lead to trophies. But so far so good.
It's that thing, isn't it, where we were raised on stories from our dads and uncles and grandparents about how Liverpool were just this dominant winning machine. We've just gone through the best period that Liverpool have been in our lifetimes, pretty much, and it was never like that. It was never like we just win and win and win. We had to work so hard. We had to go put through the ringer for it. And I just said, wouldn't it be wonderful if we just enter this new era where Liverpool just conduct themselves like they're the best team on the planet, and we just go about it and win stuff without the stress?
Yeah, with Jürgen, there was a lot of finishing second. You know, there was a lot of finishing as a runner-up and that. And I think Klopp, I've said a few times, I think Klopp at heart is an underdog. I think he will always like to face a bigger heavyweight than himself almost, whereas with Slot it has been very, you know, he's come in and it's just, you know, winning routine every week type thing, and there's no inferiority complex or anything like that. Hopefully it continues, because you know, he's
right, get bullet for the king. That's all right, isn't it?
Not bad.
Donate.
Not too bad. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you so much to everyone who is there. Kenny, come in, take a seat.
How are we doing?
We are very good indeed.
All right, coming in. You all right? How are you?
Yeah, good to see you, Paul. Do you want to come
Paul,
down?
you okay, mate? Come in. See you awake?
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, good. You might go for 5 minutes. You might go for 5 minutes.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
We've got the Dalglish boys in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Absolutely brilliant to have you in. Just as a little reminder to everyone who's watching, you know, thank you so much for joining us here live on Redmen TV. We're raising money for Zoe's Place. You can use the QR code, you can go to justgiving.com/page/the Redmen TV. That'll be great. Chris has just raised the target. Gents, we had £10,000 as the target. We did that while Sammy Lee was on stream, so Sammy's got a big part to play in that one. You've just raised the target now to 20. Yeah. So we're now 65% of the way to that. So yeah, let's go for it.
£13,040 raised so far. We've been live since 10 to 10 this morning. We'll finish about 11 o'clock at night. Kenneth. Oh. That's what it said when you phoned me the other day.
Is this Sunday?
Sir Kenneth.
That's what they said. They said, he's Sir Kenneth, I'm not even circumcised.
Oh, we're doing this, are we, for half an hour?
No, sorry.
Yeah, no, love it.
Paul, cut it out.
Oh, there you go. What does Zoe's Place mean to you first, Kenny?
Well, we're fortunate. We've never had the need to use the hospice or Zoe's Place, so it serves a great purpose for many people who, unfortunately, their children are suffering a little bit. And the least they can suffer, the better it is for everybody. So, I mean, they do it for the benefit of lots of people. And certainly people in Merseyside have always since I've ever come down here. They've always been very supportive of people that need support, and they know how to help it. But more importantly, they know how to say thank you as well, which is hugely important.
I mean, it's fair to say, isn't it, Kenny? You've seen it many a time over the years. This city, when there's a cause to get behind, is up there, the best in the world. You know, we the city of Liverpool, Scousers, when we need to rise to a challenge, we just do.
And another good thing, it takes away the rivalry, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They don't ask if it's Liverpool or Everton. It's just the Scousers chip in together, and everybody's going to benefit.
Absolutely. Obviously, you got the knighthood, but honorary Scouse is probably the best thing you've ever been entitled with over the years.
You don't have to put that up in the stand, do they?
I'll just be in brackets at the end of that. Yeah, Paul, great to have you in as well, my friend. Things going really well for you at the minute.
Afterthought, but
no,
good to be here.
Stupid.
Well, somebody had to show me how to get here.
That's it, yeah. I'm just the driver.
Of course, you've been into Redmen TV a couple of times in the past yourself. How are you doing? Well, you've just started a brand new venture as well, haven't you?
Yeah, new agency. So just trying to represent some players. We've only launched it a year, but we're doing all right. So just got to keep going.
The biggest thing that's been in your calendar lately is that you played golf with Chris Pager the other day.
Yeah.
How was he?
Who, Chris?
Chris, yeah.
Do you know what? There's a golfer in him.
Oh, wow.
There's
a few
hidden.
things in
It's well hidden, as you can see. But there's a golfer in him somewhere. No, to be fair, he's not playing. He made it very clear he's not played that often. But you can tell. You did hit some shots, didn't you? You were all right at
I was all right.
And he gets a lot of shots, so it was good for the team. He took a lot of shots at the NFL as well.
Did he stay awake?
No, I didn't.
Did he stay awake for the golf?
Oh, for the golf he did, yeah. He had a little sleep in the bunker halfway round. But
there's a picture of me and Paul basically in our underwear in a bunker somewhere in this golf course, isn't there?
But we need context, because that just sounds weird. Me and you in our undies in a bunker on a golf course.
There was a great day, Paul.
We got on so well.
All you told me about this golf day was you got into your undies and you saw Dean Saunders. That was pretty much it.
We did see Dean Saunders, yeah. But basically, what they did, so there was a competition. You had to do a selfie during a round to win a holiday to Dubai, beach holiday. So
what happened was I turned around and went, what we should do is one of those pictures where you sat on the beach and you just got your feet out. So I'm like, let's just pull our trousers up, we'll take our socks off, we'll sit in the bunker and we'll pretend we're sat on a beach. Paul's like, well, we should get Bolloco. I'm like, what?
Not Bolloco. Get my undies on. I've got some decency.
And so there's three of us. The side does our merch. Yeah. There's me, there's you, and there's a pro golfer trying to run into the picture. We don't know who's in his underwear. He set the timer up, attached it to the golf buggy, and he's sort of running halfway into the photograph.
The three of us in our undies in a bunker, and there's people waiting to take the shot behind us.
It was Dennis Irwin, Dean Saunders, Rob
McCaffrey.
Yeah.
And who else was it back there?
Alan McKenna.
And they were, you just play slow, don't you? We're in our bills.
Does add time when you've got to get dressed before you take your next shot.
That was it.
Right, boys, as much as that is fascinating, we have got Kenny Dalglish,
a proud
legend, proud father,
fully clothed,
and legend of Liverpool Football Club in the studio with us. As people go, we've just waited hours for Kenny to come in, and you're used to chatting about getting naked playing golf.
Semi-naked.
We can put him up for adoption if you want.
To raise money for Zoe'S place. How much will someone donate?
Me, a lot.
Kenny, got to ask you about the Reds so far this season. Are you enjoying watching the new era under Arne Slot?
They're good. I think he's been very good the way he's come in. I think obviously when Jurgen was leaving, he reminded the fans that Arne would be coming in and asked them to give him a good cheer and a good support. And by the way, he's earned the support himself anyway with the start to the season.
Yeah.
Just the one blimp. But I think the way he's going about his job has been pretty fair to everybody. He's just come in and had a look, see what he's got. He's no dived in and tried to spend all the money. He'll wait and assess what he needs and what he wants. and I think it's worked out well for him.
It feels to me like he's not going out of his way to try and win people over in, like, you know, in little ways. You know what I mean? Like, I think I talked about it earlier, Brendan Rodgers was very keen to try and win the fans over. Jurgen's just such a big character that he wants everyone to kind of love him. It feels like Arne's just come in and gone, I'm going to win people over by winning football matches. And it just seems to be a really sort of sensible approach to taking over such a big shoes.
I think the most important thing he did was he went in to be himself. Jurgen's a one of. He was fantastic. Right, everybody loved him, everybody supported him, and he liked the limelight, and I think Arnie's a wee bit step off that, but he still wants to win football matches, and the way he does it won't be the same way as Jurgen did it. So the best way he's got, and the best chance he's got of being successful is to be himself, and he's been that, and I think the support he gets for the terraces.
How did that affect you, Kenny, the support that you get from the terraces? You know, what does it give you on a week-by-week basis every time you play at home? What does the support from Anfield do to you and your players?
No, it's more important for the players than it is for the manager, obviously. If the players are getting the support, then it filters through to yourself and sitting in the box there. But everybody's in it together. It's not an individual sport, is it? I mean, I don't want to be favourite with the fans and the players or nothing.
Yeah.
Everybody's in it together, and if everybody sticks to it together, you've got a better chance of being successful.
It feels like, you know, a lot of people have said about like the Shankly to Paisley thing. You know, it's an obvious sort of connection to make, but it's. I mean, I'm not saying. I think Slott's probably a slightly better talker than Bob was by the looks of things. But what I think you've got with him is this. Again, it's just this level of calm. He looks like he's set the bar really high. He doesn't look like he's come in and like he's overawed at being Liverpool manager. Like he's got big shoes to fill. It looks like he's come in and he's told the players, now we're Liverpool lads. This is the bar. The bar is you've got to be challenging for the title.
Yeah, but the other thing is, it's not a great job to get. I mean, he didn't need to come in and build the squad up.
So great you did it twice.
There was a squad there. But there was a squad already there. He just had to top and tail it. Pick in a couple of them, maybe said, well, I don't go along with that philosophy of playing that position or this position or whatever. Go in and pick it, whatever suits him. And ask the players, give the players the first option to see, well, if they're good enough to do it, they're in. If they're no, I'll need to spend their money. So, but I think he's been a real credit to himself and everybody else, and the best way he's got of being successful is to be himself.
Paul, one of the last times I tried to get you in the studio was during the period a couple of seasons ago where Liverpool weren't great, and you politely refused the chance to talk about how Liverpool were performing at the time for fear of you having to turn up to Anfield and speak to be around important people. It's loads better now. Yeah. Are you enjoying the Arne Slot reign so far?
It's brilliant. I think you summed it up. I think Jurgen made it easier for somebody else to come in with what he did on the final day of the season, as you mentioned. But also the way he's come in and not tried to change anything too quickly, which I think would have been a mistake because the team was doing well. So he's just come in and he just seems to be. It was hard at first. I think the first home game of the season where you're used to winning the game, and then you're in your brain you're thinking, well, Arnie's going to run up and start punching the cop, and he just walked in. And you're like, now it becomes real. And even like looking down and seeing a different person in the technical area, it was weird. Yeah. But as my dad said, and you said earlier, the best way is winning football matches. And I was actually thinking when you were speaking before you said it is a bit like the Shankly Paisley thing, where you've got this iconic figure, but then Paisley came in and got better results. Mm. You know, and people talk about Shankly, you know, the people that played for Paisley talk about Paisley. But I think Arnie's come in, and is it the best start ever from any Liverpool manager? So that's pretty impressive. You know, you can't do any better than that. So, you know, another game tonight, and it's just been. I think it's a little bit different. It's not as wild. I know we changed to a bit more control in the last few years under Jurgen, but it's a lot more control now. Where we create probably a few less chances, but we concede a lot less chances as well.
Yeah. You can see that in the stats sheet, can't you? Sorry.
But you've got to go right the way back to Shanks. Shanks is the one that anybody's got any affiliation with Liverpool Football Club, should really, really appreciate, because he's the one that turned the whole thing around.
Yeah.
But as he was turning it round, old Bob was in there with him as well.
Yeah.
Joe Fagan, who became manager after Bob, was in there. Ronnie Moran, Roy Evans, Ruben Bennett, old Tom Saunders. They were unbelievable football people, honestly. And they moved in. Bob didn't want the manager's job, right? Joe didn't want the manager's job.
Did Kenny want it?
No, Kenny was in the first year of a 4-year contract. And Kenny thought he was playing quite well. And they must have thought it was rubbish because he liked to be manager. So, as I say, the whole thing goes back to Shank.
The foundations
The
were
whole
laid.
thing. And I remember coming to Liverpool when I was 15. We played a couple of games, and it was just so welcoming. A wee boy at 15. I mean, somebody said hello to me. I went bright red. So I'm in there, and you were on the bus for Anfield down to Melwood, and it was all the first team players were in there. Shanks was in there. There's banter in the bus and the whole lot. And I know we're in the visitors' dressing room getting changed, obviously, and they had the first team dressing room. But once you got on the bus, everybody just mixed together. And I thought, this must be brilliant coming to some place like this. I mean, Celtic was like that as well. But I never knew that at the time because I hadn't been there. And it can't be an accident that the places where the club is happiest, the players are happiest, the dressing room strong, is the ones that's a success.
Is that something that you then felt that you had to carry on, or was it there and it kind of carried on regardless?
It was there.
Yeah.
I mean, I get thrown out, didn't I? When I was offered the manager's job, when I took it, I get thrown out the dressing room. I would walk up and go in the door, and it'd be buzzing, and as soon as I walk in, whoop, zipped it. Quietness. And I went, okay, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Was
that hard to take personally?
It was hard for me to take it, aye. But what was even harder was having to make decisions with the boys that we'd played with that wouldn't be in their favour. But the football club's more important than any one of us.
Did it help when you can go, I'm still the best player at this football club? So
I never thought that at any time.
Okay.
No, I never.
Come on, surely.
What?
Is he? I mean, a very self-deprecating man. Is he always like this in terms of his own talent?
What? Yeah, he never. Do you know what I would say? And this is, he doesn't ever like promote himself or feel the need. But if somebody else gets the adulation and he doesn't, then that would irritate you a little bit. But you don't need the adulation. You don't want the adulation. You're very self-deprecating. But you don't like it when someone else gets it if they don't deserve it.
No,
either.
if I'm getting the abuse. No.
Look, I've got the Perrys here, so we have to ask about it. You know, we we had Stephen Gerrard on earlier, and we were talking about his son's coming up now, and you know, there's obviously that's a thing. So I have to ask, during your football career, because I think dads spend a lot of effort and a lot of time watching sons' football careers. What was it like watching Paul grow up, you know, and coming through at Liverpool?
He's still waiting. See me grow up.
Did you feel that, you know, like you had to guard him more, or was the pressure, or did you ever feel that moment to feel like, oh Christ, here we go, my dad's coming to tell me how to do something or whatever?
No, he would have an idea himself, because if he's in and around the house, he sees how you behave in the house, so he has a wee bit of an idea. And all I know about bringing up your son is what my dad did for me. So he encouraged me, and that's what I was trying to do for Paul.
Yeah.
Right, encourage him. And you go along, and you might get excited about scoring a goal, but how did your dad feel? Well, I got that feeling through Paul. We scored his first goal for Scotland under 23s or 21s, and I'm back on the phone with a tear in my eye, telling his mum that he's just scored for Scotland, and then he scores the Premier League goal up at St James's Park. So it gives me a wee idea what it was like. And by the way, my dad he never had a football career, but he was a decent player, seemingly. So he couldn't really relate to what happened when I turned professional, and he admitted that to Jock Stein. He said, we might put him out. They used to farm players out to junior clubs, which is semi-professional, or guys that had been professionals before and no turned out too successful for them. And he used to send the young players out to toughen them up a wee bit. I mean, Glasgow youth leagues were tough enough without going to play in that, but 5 or 6 went out, and at the end of it, but Jock's team called them up and said, we think maybe we'll put him back out for another year. He said, well, he doesn't think that. He says, oh. He said, look, he said, they might not get many games. My dad said, well, it's up to him. Yeah. He said, if he wants to be a footballer, he needs to be a footballer. So it was either that or an apprentice joiner.
Yeah.
And there was no use, by the way. I was no use with the saws either, the hammers.
Is there a moment though where he goes like, gives some advice, and he goes like, oh, what you need to do is be born with a natural level of talent and be one of the greatest footballers ever to pull on a Liverpool shirt. Is that useful advice?
But that was the level of expectation for me, wasn't it, really? But no, he was more, I think, probably like most dads. They've, and you're talking much more when you were younger. To be fair to him, it was hard for him to come to games, but he did, because at the time he's such a big figure in Liverpool. Everyone knew who he was, but he'd always find a way to watch a game, whether it was playing on Saturday morning, if you could come before he went to Anfield, or going away with the ball, or on a Sunday he'd be at all of them, rain or shine. So it was. Although he was who he was, and it was difficult for him, he came to almost every game. I always remember him being present anyway.
Yeah. I mean, Kenny, your kids have all seemed to have done pretty well for themselves. Is there a point now where Kelly might be the most popular and most famous Dalglish at I know technically not Dalglish now, but you must be that sense of pride. You see him, Paul's done brilliantly for himself. Again, Kelly's an absolute star on Sky Sports and stuff. You must be able to. You've had a great glittering career in life yourself. Must be feeling pretty good, mate.
Yeah, and the other 2 girls are doing a fantastic job as well. Lauren's doing the charity and that Marina set up, and our other daughter's setting up 1 or 2 things in the charity, and does a great deal of work down in Cheltenham. So, listen, that's the way they're brought up. You're not going to.
Are you taking credit for all this?
No, Marina. Oh, Jesus, I can't take credit for that.
He's not even our real dad.
I keep telling him, adoption works. you four are great examples that adoption works.
Unbelievable, sensational. I saw you mention this story a while ago, Paul, that obviously your son's getting into the footy more and more, but he maybe didn't have quite a level of an appreciation for what your dad level he was at until he saw his icon card on FIFA.
100%. So, but I do think that's I lived it, really. I think that the game's EFC now, isn't it? The game's called, and I think that my son growing up in America. Obviously, my dad with his age, they didn't really have that much of a grasp living in America, growing up, kind of what level that his granddad was. Thought he was a bit of a knobhead, to be honest. I said that.
I thought Steve would have been sleeping by now.
But then he got the icon card, and in FIFA, and he went to school and went, "Is that your granddad?" And they've gone, "No, my granddad's cool now." It's mad how you can achieve what you achieve, but modern day it has so much influence on the younger generation. And I think even when you look at players in the game now, because I bond with my son through the game. Like looking at players and like trying to do SBCs and all that together. And he was like, you look at some players like a Baresi, who was one of the best defenders that's ever walked the planet. He's no good in FIFA. So the younger generation are like, oh, he can't have been a good player. So I think it's important. Not only is he in FIFA, his card's really good as well. So that helps, yeah.
Does your son kick a football like a Dalglish, or does he kick a football like a normal American? No offence to any Americans. Do you know the ones who just can't, like, get their feet right? And they're like, oh my goodness me.
Yeah, do you know what? To be fair, he's transitioned into MMA now. He loves the MMA.
Really? Does he, yeah?
So he's doing that 4 or 5 times a week, and he's
bigger than
loving
you
that.
yet? Well,
He's
you want to watch out
He's
for
got
that
bigger
one.
feet. He's got massive feet and massive hands. My wife's dad's very, very tall. He's got big construction worker, big hands and big feet. My son's taken after him, really. So I think he's going to be a big boy.
Nice, very good. Kenny, got to ask. Obviously, you mentioned it before. You've got the stand. I mean, how? Again, we know you're quite a humble sort of fella. When did they come to you and say, "Do you want it," or did they come to you and tell you that it was happening? And what was your sort of reaction to that?
John Henry told me they were going to name the stand after myself.
And
I said, please yourself. But obviously it's a wee bit embarrassing at times, but it was a great thing they did. And they had absolutely no reason. They're absolutely spoiled for choice.
Mm-hmm.
How many players people that represented Liverpool Football Club in any capacity could they put up there and say they were notorious? They could put everybody up, couldn't they?
Yeah.
They could do, but I agree that they made the right choice, to be honest with you.
Well, that's debatable as well. But when they put it up, and then we got the knighthood for the KIEO, then they had to move it. They had to move the letters along so it was equidistant.
Yeah.
And that, by the way, I thought that was funny. I thought that was that will sort them out. No, but it's a great. You just humbled, didn't you? You just humbled it. I still call it a Kemlyn Road.
Yeah.
Well, and I still remember the Kemlyn Road for what it was when we played. Dogs abuse. I think the front 2 rows used to give you dogs abuse.
It's still so tight at the front in there. It was.
I'm not in
was
construction,
terrible.
by the way. I can't put seats in.
Yeah, I'm not
But remember, my name's in the outside.
So on the knighthood thing, Alex Ferguson obviously has had been in that sort of company. Was there any back and forth between the two of yous over the knighthood?
To ask him for advice?
No. Did you go like, yeah, mate, boxed it now? Did he ever give you any stick for not?
No, Fergie would send over a letter or something that says congratulations, brilliant. And the same throughout my footballing career, well, managerial career. I only played against him once. I was playing centre back for Celtic reserves. A big centre back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was being taught a lesson because I misplaced a couple of passes in midfield. And I was back, and Fergie had about 18 months or something before. Huge transfer in Scotland at the time. I think it was St Johnstone. Anyway, he went to Rangers and they played in the cup final. In the first minute, corner for Celtic, cross comes in, Billy McNeil, who was the centre back for Celtic and captain, nodded it in. Fergie's nowhere to be seen. And people blamed him. I don't know if he was to blame. I don't think he would be to blame. He wouldn't be far away from him if it was. Anyway, so the next year, they bombed him. He's in the reserves. And in September, it was always a first team game. If was at Celtic Park, then the reserves would play at Ibrox. So this time it was the other way about. The first team were at Ibrox, and we were at Celtic Park, and I played against them.
How did that go?
I suffocated him.
I can't believe you went on the pitch with a pillow.
By the way, I kept going, Fergie. Fergie, I was looking in my pocket. Are you okay? And we beat them. We beat them 4-1.
And you never let
I
him
thought
forget
it was 2-0. I knew he definitely never scored.
Yeah.
But neither did I.
I love that.
I was a big solid centre back.
Oh yeah, definitely. Towering towering at the back.
Never won a header in my life.
Let's take it back to the stand then. Obviously, we know we've got Shankly's got the statue, Bob's got the statue. Now you've got a stand. Who do you think would be or should be next in line for someone to be honoured from the sort of Liverpool pantheon if it was up to you?
I think there's many of them that are deserving of recognition, but I think for myself anyway, for me the recognition was in the medals that we've all won and we've come across. So it's not as if they're trying to identify people and isolate people and say, oh, they're special, but you're not really special. Everybody's the same, and in the dressing room is why I think they had a lot of success, because in the dressing room there was nobody big time. Everybody was an equal.
Yeah.
And the great camaraderie and banter and everything in the dressing rooms, as you probably find out for the lads when they come up to say a few words, and the camaraderie and the respect for each other and appreciation for each other tells you that there's no anybody in there looking for accolades. You've got your accolades. As Ronnie Moran used to say, there's your league championship medal. Take one if you think you deserve it. I thought we deserved it. So.
I know you guys have got to go. Thank you so much for taking the time to come in. But just lastly on that, it's the Liverpool and managers go hand in hand, don't they? It feels like, certain football clubs, Manchester United celebrate the players. There's something about the manager role at Liverpool that is sort of elevated above.
Deify them, don't we?
all.
We deify our managers. We always have them.
And it's that, again, Slot's got these sort of, he's following in that long line, isn't he, Paul, where they become great.
I'd say it goes the other way as well. If they're not what we expect, then we blame them more than probably what they deserve to be blamed for. I think we place more importance on a manager as Liverpool fans in general than what is probably deserved in terms of good and bad. But I do think that it's just the way things are at Liverpool. I think it started with Shankly. When you see what a manager did to turn the club around, I think that's probably where it started, where we had this love affair with the manager, and I think that's kind of stayed true. That's passed on from generation to generation, and that's probably where it started, I would say.
But I think there's similarities, although I wasn't here, between the personality Shanks was and the personality Jurgen was. The personality Bob was when he came in for Shanks, and the personality Arne is coming in after it. And because Bob was a withdrawn person, but by the way, great decision maker. How he got it so many right, I never know. But he won 6 titles in 9 years, and just throw in a few European Cups if you wanted.
Just on the way.
It up a wee bit, aye. And the greatest thing that I think happened to Bob, I thought happened to Bob, was when Graham said at Wembley in the League Cup, I've told the boss to go up first. And he went up these steps to get it, and that, by the way, that was the least that he deserved.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? And I'm meant to be answering questions, but I've got a question for you. Do you think that because of kind of the Bob's kind of nature of not kind of self-promoting himself, and that went through to the players, and it's that almost self-deprecating humour and almost like deflecting attention and not trying to take credit, that what Liverpool achieved during that time is maybe undervalued in terms of what any English team have ever achieved? Because I think that if you go back now, when they talk about that period of time, Liverpool and Bob Paisley, it's never been, you can talk about, Man City haven't done it with the untold riches now, won 3 European Cups, and that was back when you had to win the league. A lot of teams that have won the European Cup since, obviously Bob Paisley won his and Liverpool won 4 in that short period of time, wouldn't have even qualified for the European Cup or the Champions League back then, because you had to win the league to qualify. Would you say that it's maybe underappreciated how good that Liverpool team was?
But who's underappreciating it? Certainly know the people that played there, know the people that supported it,
And that's they're the most important one.
I'd say in world terms.
I'd say in world terms
because
there wasn't, during that period, there wasn't, and you can say what you want about individual accolades, but there wasn't one Liverpool player that won Ballon d'Or or anything like that. It was almost like, I don't know, I don't think that Liverpool team is held in as high regard or is appreciated worldwide as what may be relevant to how good they were and what they achieved.
Well, maybe that was an advantage for us.
Yeah.
Because at the time, maybe they never thought they were that good.
No, I'm not saying they never thought they were that good.
No, I'm
but
not
it's
talking
like
about the opposition. So if they underestimated you, it makes your job a little bit easier, doesn't it?
You know, when people talk about it, and you see this now, pundits on television and stuff, they talk about the treble winning side of Manchester United, don't they? This is a side that did it for much longer period and had a much bigger sustained success on the European front than that side, but it's never held up alongside Ferguson's side, is it? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. I think that, you know, if you look what that achieved, if you look how many league titles and 4 European Cups, 77, 78, 81, 84, and then beating the final in 85. When you had to win the league or win the Champions League to get in it.
No group stages in those.
No group stages. If you lose, you're out.
Yeah.
It was knockout. I mean, that is the ultimate test, really, for me. And I genuinely think that when we talk about like teams, what they achieved, I think that team should be spoken about as one of the best to ever of any time. But it's almost at times you sometimes think football only started with the Premier League.
Yeah, I think to be fair, okay, you've probably not had to buy a pint in any major city in the world because of the success that you had with Liverpool during that period. So, you know, as far as underappreciated, you probably feel pretty appreciated for it. But yeah, it's the pre-Premier League thing sometimes for younger people maybe don't recognise it.
But also, I didn't have to buy anybody one either, which is more important. No, I think the most important thing is the people that matter, or would matter to Bob first and foremost, are the people with Liverpool in their blood, right? And as long as they appreciated him, and we wouldn't even be upset if he never. But as long as they appreciated what he did, and I tell you, all the players appreciate what he did, then he's content. He would be content. It doesn't matter. You don't need to wheel people in and wheel the stats in. I mean, every time you watch your football on the telly now, it's about stats. So what? What stats? You can have as much of the ball as you want. But by the way, it's goals that count. And I never had the pleasure with Shanks, although I met him when I signed. Big Tosh took us down to Shanks' house. He lived just near Everton's training ground, and he said just 2 words of advice. He says, "Didn't overeat." I went, okay. He says, "And didn't lose your accent."
That's more than that's more than 2 words.
So by the way, here, I think
they not count either. A great manager couldn't count.
1 out of 2 is no bad, is it? So I've kept the weight on.
Absolutely sensational stuff. That random one then, the accent thing. I remember interviewing Luis Suarez just after he'd signed, and I said to him, "Who's harder to understand in the Liverpool camp?" I said, "Is it Jamie Carragher or Kenny Dalglish?" And he said, "Carragher, I understand a few bits. Kenny, nothing."
As I've got to speak Spanish to him now.
He did all right. It worked out all right for him in the end.
And I can't speak Spanish.
Well, there we go. Guys, wow. The Dalglishes in the house. Thank you so much, Kenny and Paul, for taking the time to come and join the stream today. Chris, do you want to give us a little update on where we're at?
Yes, so currently we're at £14,297. It is now 71% of the target, having moved the goalpost. It was 10,000. We're aiming for 20,000. We've got around about 7 or 8 hours left of this stream. Plenty more guests to come. I just wanted to say, first off, Sir Kenny, thank you so much for coming in. Showing everyone what type of a man you are, as you have done for years and years. But an extra special thank you to Paul as well.
Driving him?
It was no.
I'm feeding him. That was his food.
Yeah, he's got to get him a dinner on the way home to this. But no, Paul's been such a big help. Linked us up with Lee Pryor earlier on today. I mean, just absolutely unbelievable. We couldn't have put today together without you, Paul. And just want to say thanks for that as well, mate, and giving your time up as well, and speaking to your dad and everything, mate. But you've been really couldn't have done it without you. So this £14,000 is as much to do with you as it is to anybody else, mate.
Yes, two absolute legends in the studios. Right, we are going to step out. Chris is going to continue. The stream continues. Make sure you keep chatting to us in the comments section. Keep giving. We'll bring the QR code back up on screen in a minute. But yeah, you can go to justgiving.com/page/the Redmen TV. Yes, 71% of the new target of 20k. Let's see if we can get to that. And yeah, thank you so much. I don't know what happens now.
We're going to video and then Steve is back with 3 more guests.
Okay, cool.
Hi everyone, my name is Bianca Cook and I am 3-time world champion in Taekwondo. And when we all come together and support each other, miracles can happen. And we need a miracle now to help and raise as much money as we can for Zoe'S, please. So if you can, please donate and support in whatever way possible. And I just want to say a massive good luck to Redmen TV on their 12-hour live streaming. Doing fantastic, and hi to everyone.
What's happening, people? Sorry I couldn't be there today for the Redmen stream. Wish I had a little half an hour to come down and see everyone and have a little chat, but Wednesday's a very busy day for me. Training in the morning, S&C in the afternoon, then got 2 babies to help look after. So everyone, I hope it gets loads of views, and let's just donate as much as we can, and let's get Zoe'S place saved. Nice one everyone for watching. Again, sorry I'm not there.
Hi, this is Bruce Grobler. I'm very sorry that I couldn't be with you today. You know what Zoe'S place means to the Liverpool people, and your generosity has been overwhelming. So I had to come to the cause. I will be donating a pair of signed gloves, and Redmen TV will be picking out the winner randomly and then sending them to that person. So whether you put in £1 or £100, it goes to a good cause. So dig deep, keep up the good work. You'll never walk alone.
Hey Liverpool fans, Everton fans, this is where I know you guys are always amazing. Always, always, always. Zoe'S place has been threatened with closure. Now, if you can, just try and donate a few pence, a couple of quid if you can. So when you go past a coffee shop and you fancy a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, just say, today, I'm not going to have one. I'm going to donate to Zoe'S place. Let's try and keep the place alive if we can. I know you're always amazing for this sort of cause. Yeah, and you will not let me down. You never ever do. You guys are absolutely amazing. So if you can, let's keep Zoe'S place alive and kicking.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Redmen TV live stream raising funds for Zoe'S place. I'm Steve Hall, delighted to be joined by Mo Stewart, by James Sutton and by Mark Kenny. And gentlemen, thanks so much for coming in. Not big shoes to fill.
We were all stood outside watching King Kenny walk out going, have you got anything interesting to say after that? Because my mind's gone completely blank. I wasn't even here.
I can still feel the heat off the seat. So.
the King's Royal backside of That's the one. Thank you so much to Kenny and Paul for coming in. Thanks to everyone so far for donating. We're up to like £14,300, which is absolutely magnificent as we look to raise funds to keep Zoe'S place alive and kicking. So yeah, that's what we're all here for. Mo, I'll start with you. I was saying before I was outside, the last time I saw you, we were in Philadelphia.
Yes.
It's an hour in Hunts Cross. It's quite different, but being part of the pre-season tour, Mark was there as well, of course. Have a good time over there in the States?
It was incredible. For people who don't know, my mum actually lives in Philadelphia, so I've been kind of waiting for the club to go there for quite some time. So I was very, very excited. Like when they announced it, I think back in February, my phone just started blowing up with just people I know just saying, you're coming, right? You're coming, right? You're coming, right? So yeah, I've been looking forward to it for so long. And then obviously I knew that Philly was going to stand up and show themselves. And yeah, it was such a great atmosphere. Like not even just the day and the day of the game, but the whole week. It was like every little event that went on, there was just, oh look, there's just loads of people here, all absolutely mad for the Reds. It was fantastic.
It was absolutely fine. Mark was playing songs to most of those people as well. Yeah. How much of that tour do you remember? Be honest with me now.
How much of the tour? I think I sweat most of it out. Yeah, it was so hot. We went down to Colombia as well.
Yeah.
And that was even hotter. Yeah. It was just, the heat was incredible. They were in the middle of it. I mean, it's hot there anyway, compared to here. But they were in the middle of a heat wave and it was just, it was insane. But yeah, just seeing all the Reds out there, you know, the start of a new era as well. We're getting a first look at this new Reds era under Arne Slot. It was fantastic. Brilliant.
It was an absolute amazing time indeed. Speaking of amazing times, the Reds are currently having one. Shall we talk about the current Reds? Because why not? Sometimes I've done these shows and like, if the Reds are rubbish, it can be really hard because nobody wants to talk about it. But James, when the Reds are boss, everyone's happier. I know you were in with the guys the other day about speaking about the Chelsea game and how much fun it was, but it is fantastic, isn't it? That we've gone from legendary manager thinking, oh my God, what's this going to be? It's like, oh, actually, this is quite nice. We're actually quite good. This is brilliant.
This is a laugh, isn't it? We're having a laugh this season. Yeah. It is. I think, partly because there's a lot of pressure put on us this season. The eyes of the world are back on Liverpool again. It sort of dropped off the last couple of years, but all of a sudden, Jurgen Klopp's era comes to an end. We bring in this new manager. What are we going to expect? We've seen other clubs change really high-profile managers, and it's all gone horribly wrong. And there's a lot of people, I think, that were waiting for that to happen to Liverpool and really hoping, actually, that we had a really crappy season. So, sorry, lads, but it's all going really well so far. But no, I mean, you can't be anything other than absolutely delighted. Huge shoes to fill. But what I really like, apart from the fact that he hasn't come in and tried to, do a Jurgen Klopp impression or anything like that, we couldn't have had a manager with a massive personality, I don't think, to follow Jurgen Klopp. I think the club and the board have actually got that appointment absolutely spot on. I'm not saying that he's boring or anything like that at all, but he's just really, really calm, and he speaks his mind, and he's honest, and he's quite a likeable guy, and that seems to have gone throughout the club, and certainly through the first team. This sort of sense of calm and everybody, very, very professional, very business-like. And I think if you had to level a slight criticism at Jurgen, was that sometimes he could get very, very emotional, and it could, something that would ordinarily be kind of swept under the carpet became this huge thing. Yeah. And that's great in some aspects. We love all that, but sometimes you just want to put a lid on things and go, let's calm it down. And that's what he's doing now.
Absolutely.
Top of the league, and you speak to them, you hear the manager speak, and he's just like, no, ask me in 6 games time, ask me in 5 weeks time, let's all just keep calm. I love that.
It's brilliant. And I was going to say, because you go to press conferences,
I do, yeah.
You've been going along, and I've been keeping an eye on it and stuff. He is all business, isn't he? Like, there's no. I met him obviously very quickly. We spoke in Philadelphia, like we mentioned before, and obviously he doesn't really know us yet. And I think this happened with Jurgen. Yeah, they'll become to get to know the intricacies of Liverpool and what you should and shouldn't say. But at the minute, he just seems like it's all business, and I don't think that's a bad thing, because trying to follow on, you can't be a cheap imitation. You've got to be the next guy, and he's been fantastic.
Absolutely. I think probably the thing that he has in common with Jurgen is that he's not going out there trying to impress anyone. He's just being himself. And he knows that the reason he got the job is because of himself. And he had that self-confidence to not have to try to please everyone or to try and make himself look fancy. But yeah, it's funny because being in the presses, you do start to see a little bit of like what he's like when the cameras start rolling. And he's normally very jovial. Like, he'll have a joke, like he's kind of had a running joke with Vinny O'Connor, because like, I know what you're going to ask me. And he's always going to ask you the same thing. And it's always the first question. And so like, rather than him allowing that to be like, oh, for fuck's sake, why am I doing this again? He's kind of made a joke out of it, and so it's kind of like, well, okay, I know you've got a job to do, I've got a job to do, let's all kind of get along together and get through this. And I think his approach to everything has been really refreshing in that respect, and I think the players respect it as well. So some of the things he's done early on, some people have been like, oh, that's a bit surprising. So when he was being so open about some of this tactical stuff with Sky Sports and Gary Neville and all that stuff, or when he's come out and said, well, players specifically said, oh, well, this player didn't do that. I told him I didn't like it. Those kind of things where you're like, oh, maybe you shouldn't have done that. But he's like, no, this is just who I am. This is how I am. And the players are starting to kind of really kind of warm to it. And I think we all will as well. I think it really made me laugh on Sunday, though, because, like, he did get a little bit annoyed at that point. It's like...
Did you see him after the match, though, when they asked him about his tantrum, and they said, did you deserve a yellow card? He went, yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah. I hold my hands up. That was not good behaviour. Straight yellow.
But he also said, I deserved that yellow card like we deserved the penalty that we didn't get. Was
that what he said? Yeah. Which I like even more.
But that's the thing, it's like this club will eventually start to get he can be the calmest, most mild-mannered guy in the world, but a few years at Anfield and you start turning into
I don't think it's a few years Anfield, Mark. I think it's a few years of watching England. I was going to say, I'm not sure it's a few years Anfield. I think it's a few years being involved with English referees. As
just the Premier League. And he'll have had to watch the Man City game before.
Yeah.
And he'll have just gone, how can that happen in one game?
And then that happened, and then obviously there was a very similar incident that happened in the Arsenal game, and they got a red card. And I don't know, it's taken him a couple of months, and I think he's just looking at it going, what have I walked into? You know,
he has no idea.
He has no idea.
He has no idea how bad the refereeing in this country can be.
But I think going back to what you were saying about his calmness, I think that's translated onto the pitch, and it's a very, very different Liverpool side now. I mean, I think we've got the 4-3-3 formation which we're playing, which is kind of similar, but all the roles are all completely different. And I think what people are getting asked to do, the players, they're getting asked to perform different roles as well.
I'm just going to refresh. Sorry, mate, I'm being rude. I'm just going to lean over because, as far as I'm aware, I think I'm right in saying, sorry to interrupt you, yes, we have. Can you bring our screens up, please? I think it's Aaron or Amber, apologies, who's producing the show. We have just hit another landmark. We have gone past the £15,000 mark. So thank you to every single person who's donated so far. We originally set out for 10,000. We've upped it to 20 now. Thanks so much to your kind generosity. So yeah, £15,052 we are currently on. So thanks to everyone for donating. Again, thanks to everyone for coming in, giving up the time, and you're trying and save Zoe's place. So every single penny will go straight to them as well. And for those who weren't on earlier, AIMEE came in and told us exactly what the money's going to be used for and why they need it. And then we also had Leon with his son and his wife, who obviously attends Zoe's place, and anyone who just saw that knows exactly how important that place is. So it's great, isn't it, James, when the city comes together for things like this? Like, I only know the city, so I'm biased, and you guys have travelled a lot more than I have, but like, this city, there's something about it, isn't it? Comes together like back our own, and this is just another example of it. People from all over the world being so kind and generous.
I've lived in Cardiff, I've lived in London, I've lived in Leeds. There's nowhere else like Liverpool. There really isn't. When it comes to things like this, things that matter, things that, things that other people in other cities might perhaps go, oh, that's life. This city has stood up time and time again for important causes and things that matter. The fight for justice that went on for years. That epitomises the spirit in this city. And when it comes to things like Zoe's place, I mean, the work that they do is just unbelievable for all those families, for all those youngsters. And I'm so proud. I'm sure I speak for all of us. I'm so proud to be here today, and I'm so proud of you guys for doing this, because it is unreal. It really is.
Absolutely. And like I say, every single penny will go straight to them. I think there's a lot of work to be done, and loads needs it, but this city needs that place, and the people need that place. So thank you so very much, everyone, for donating. If you can't afford to, fantastic, please do. So if you can't, and whatever, I understand time stuff for everybody. Just like the video, tell a friend to watch it. Share it. Every single penny that we make from this video on YouTube today, we'll be donating as well. So just by watching, you're helping raise funds. So get your friends, your family, someone who, if they don't even know how to use YouTube, just send them the link. And the more people who get eyes on it, the better, because every single penny, like I say, we make will go straight over to Zoe's place. And I'm amazed, like £15,000, just absolutely ridiculous. We thought we might have set it too high at 10, but obviously we've underestimated the more fuel as the people.
That's another thing about the city, though, isn't it? It's not just about the fact that we come together for things. It's for things when people say, oh, well, there's no way you can do that. Oh, there's too much. It's too hard. It's like, well, we're going to give it a go anyway. We're not going to allow you to stop us. We're just going to keep going until there's literally no more time. And particularly things like this where it feels so unfair. And that's another thing I've always loved about this place. They've got a real idea of what it should be and what shouldn't be. And I don't think there's anyone out there who believes that a city shouldn't have a place like Zoe's place. So we're all going to do everything in our power to make sure that we can keep it going.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Anyway, thanks so much, everyone, for donating. We'll keep it going. Big game tonight, Mark. And we're in this quandary, because Liverpool got Arsenal at the weekend, but Liverpool got a big Champions League game today, and we're all like, what you focus on, what to bother. And it's like, what's Arne Slot going to do? Is he going to have an eye on Arsenal? Is he not even bothered? I've always felt, right, managers and players value the Champions League so much that no way am I getting rested in the Champions League. No way am I putting a weaker team out. It feels like he's just going to go for both.
I think the exact same. I can't see him. I mean, obviously he's going to have one eye on Arsenal, but we've seen what happens. Jota come on and got injured. You can plan for these things and you can rest players, but it doesn't always work out like that. So I think he's going for both. I think we're going to prioritise this game, and then when we get to Arsenal, we'll prioritise that game. I can't see him picking one over the other. I think he's just going to play for the moment, and he's been doing the odd rotation. There's not been big wholesale changes to the team. You know, he's been making maybe 2, 3, 4 changes per game. I think we'll see pretty much the same tonight.
I suppose as well, it makes it easy. James is like, the squad's brilliant. So like, it doesn't really, genuinely, I mean, it's like, it is like, if you dip, well, Trent goes out, well, Joe Gomez comes on sound, you know, Costas has been playing well. If he wants to change a centre half, he's got Gomez, he could use Kwanzaa, he's got millions of options up front, like, he could, in theory, he could dip 1 or 2 out and Liverpool don't get significantly worse, which just, again, it kind of shows the squad that he was left, because it's effectively Jürgen's squad plus K's injured. It's the same players, and yeah, it feels like, fill your boots, because they're all brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. And the faith that he has in that squad, you know, and the fact that he didn't buy anyone in the summer, he could have come in and gone, right, I need X, Y, and Z. He didn't. He went, actually, I'm gonna have a year of these lads and see what these lads are all about. And I tell you what, these lads are absolute mustard. They really are, time and time again. And you're absolutely right. The drop off from the starting 11, it's not that bad. And I agree with what you're saying as well. I think he takes tonight really seriously. Every time, I mean, I'm going back to Jürgen obviously, but whenever I thought, and whenever we'd speak and say, I can definitely see some rotation tonight, you know, with one eye on that game or that cup or whatever, the managers are very, very different, and they're going, actually, this is really important. I think maybe like the Carabao Cup might be the one this season that I think we go, right, okay, we need some time off, so that will just be the kids. But in terms of Champions League and Premier League, like you were saying, these are the competitions that we want to be in. These are the competitions that we want to win. And also, there's a world where I think we got 8 games in the first part of the Champions League. Is that right? Let's win 6 of them, and then let's see where we are. And if we're in that top 8 or top 10, you know, then we could have a little rest then.
I think that's a problem. It's the unknown, because the format's been changed. We don't know how many points we need.
A draw in Leipzig would usually be sound. Now you don't know if it's sound.
I think you just have to win everything. I think that's basically the competition now, because I think Villa are top of the Champions League or something. Which is bonkers. But I mean, I'm here for it.
Absolutely. Yeah, they've got good odds maybe on Aston Villa being top of the Champions League. Well, fair play to them.
They're only there because nobody understands how it works.
It's like that.
I think it's alphabetical order.
It's like number one on there. Like no one's got any idea if someone's winning. That's where we're at. It's interesting, isn't it, Mo? Because I think if you know, Neil Mellor sat there before and he said, you know, I'd take a point tonight and beat Arsenal. I think everyone's kind of in the same boat. Yeah. But Arne's got, I think when you think, you know, 2 of your home games in the Champions League, you got Real Madrid, you got Bayer Leverkusen. They're not easy. No. So therefore, you can't really. I just wonder. We haven't seen too much rotation for him, but he has never had a week yet like Chelsea, Leipzig, Arsenal. We're still learning about this guy, aren't we? There's so many questions, and there's no reference point to know exactly how he's going to act.
No, because even with the concept of what he was playing European football with Feyenoord, the idea of having 2 big games as big as this, there isn't really that many big games in Dutch football, with all due respect to Dutch football. So yeah, you're right, we are still kind of finding out. My personal feeling is that I think we'll see the kind of the recognition of the Arsenal game in the subs rather than the starting lineup.
Agreed.
So I think what he'll want to do is he'll want to go strong-ish. I do think maybe one of the fullbacks, I think maybe Robbo, for Simicast seems like a smart move. I'm fascinated by the whole midfield dynamic though, because it's like, who does he want to start against Arsenal? Is it going to be the normal 3, or is Curtis in a position to start playing his way into the starting lineup? And if so, then do you play him from the start in this game? Do you maybe look to say maybe McAllister comes off the bench, or maybe even to say to Gravenberg that maybe we'll put Mac in the 6 and then we'll do something around. So there's so many variables in it. I think the other thing that we kind of haven't touched on the fact is that 2 of our lads are going back to their old team. And they're absolutely going to want to put on a show. I mean, like, we know Konate's a nutcase, but he's a Liverpool nutcase. So he will have seen all of the stuff about Leipzig and their forwards and how good they are. And he was like, nah, I want y'all to miss me. and so I was like, obviously, like, I mean, you saw in the press conference yesterday, like, he was got asked a lot of questions like, welcome home, welcome back, and all that kind of stuff. And he looked like he was really kind of pleased to be back, and he knows that it's not been quite going as perfectly as he'd like for us so far. So maybe being in familiar surroundings once again, that will give him a bit of a perk up. Like, I would, if he's in the starting lineup, I'd back into Bag tonight.
Can I ask you the question? I'll start with you then, Mark, and I'll work my way around. Like, going into the season, I was like, Liverpool got really good players, but we know how great Jürgen's been. Like, surely there's going to be some type of impact. I mean, Did anyone think Liverpool would be top of the league, at this point in time? Because I was thinking, if Liverpool end up in a top 4 battle that they eventually win and end up in the Champions League, they've had a good season, first manager. We've seen other teams like United, etc., like Arsenal, when a legendary manager goes, they hit the shits basically. What was your expectations going into the season? Have you been surprised so far?
Yeah, massively. I didn't expect us to play the way we're playing. I thought we would have the continuation of Klopp's mentality. I thought he would have played that. We just completely changed it and played his own game. We're a lot more thoughtful. We're reserving a lot of energy, which I think is going to come into play, certainly over the Christmas period, and then after New Year as well. If you look at, I haven't seen the stats for it, but I'm guessing the miles covered will be way, way down.
Unless you're Dom Soboslai.
He's doing everyone's doing all the running. Maybe that's why he's brought in. Just brought the legs in and just said, right, no one's running, but you're doing it all. So yeah, I am surprised to see us sitting at the top of the league, clear. We're a couple of points clear. It's not just on goal difference. We're ahead on goal difference as well at the moment. Appreciate it's only 8 games in, is it? But what a start it's been. And if you look at his record, I think that the only blemish is the Nottingham Forest game. Apart from that, it's been impeccable.
I actually think in the context of where we are now, and I know it's easy to look back and say I told you so or whatever, but I don't actually think that result against Forest is the worst thing in the world. Actually,
could have kicked us on for
these players early doors to have a little bit of a wake up,
and him as well,
but more so them, because that performance, that was a stinker. I mean, it was lethargic. It was very low energy. I felt. I didn't think we pushed the game enough in our favour. And actually, I don't think it clearly hasn't been a bad thing for those players to go. Actually, it's not enough to just turn up. You've got to work really, really hard defensively and going forward. And look at the position that we're in, though. I mean, you're absolutely right. None of us would have thought we were going to be here. Did you think we were?
Okay, so yes and no. Yes and no, right? So I knew that these lads were still good enough to challenge for the title. I wasn't one of those people who was like, oh, well, we're going to need a season to see how he beds in, all that kind of stuff. Nah, those players are strong enough to be able to go out there and do the job. I think that...
Did you not think that the transition from Klopp to Arne Slot would have had more of perhaps a negative impact? The lack of continuity?
Yes and no, because again, I feel like they picked a guy who would minimise that change. They specifically went for a guy, and we heard quite a few people talking about that before we even saw any Slot football, that he's come in as being someone who's going to be evolution, not revolution. And that's exactly what these players would have wanted, because they were successful in the last manager. So we don't want to feel like we've got to completely change everything we do. So I thought that there wouldn't be massive changes, maybe just little tweaks here and there. And I thought that we were still good enough to be able to go with it. The surprising thing is the level of consistency. Like, I would have thought in the first 11 games, there'd have been more than one game we dropped points in. That's what I would have said. But do I think that we would have still been in and around the top of the table? Yeah, definitely. And as soon as we won at Old Trafford in the way we did, then yeah, absolutely, this team is ready.
I was nervous always, because you talk about the new manager. When I went to that training session in Philadelphia, and I watched them from pitch side, I was like, oh my god, this fella's the business. And I was bored.
Really?
Mate, he was,
what did you see?
So,
It was so impressive.
He did, it was his session. So usually, it's just like, and he kept saying this thing, and I've said loads of times, it was like, every time you lose the ball, we lose a chance to score. And someone would give the ball away in training, and he just blow his whistle and stop the session. Like, no, we don't do that. Like, that's just not what we do.
Wow.
I think again, it's just different, and I'm not disparaging the previous regime. It was like you were encouraged to try that. So if you had the ball in your own half, try that risky pass, and if you got counted, it's fucking giggles. I mean, he wasn't having it. And I remember in particular, he had a real, I don't know if go was the right word, but he had to talk to Endo, and he was like, no, here's what we do. We do this. And he was trying to get him on the half turn and stuff. And I was thinking, like, my worry was, we've signed a good coach, and I thought, that's great. I always worry, James, about coaches turn into managers, because sometimes the best coaches aren't the best managers. They're two completely different jobs. There's been numerous times of great coaches but not being great managers. That was my concern on it. But yeah, so far so good.
Well, I think having Edwards there as well, and having that set up behind the scenes, that in tangent with getting in on his slot, that's the cohesion that you want, because you can leave the sort of the footballing side of it to Arne Slot, and then you can worry about signings and wages and contracts and everything else. Doesn't need to bother him. He just has to worry about that squad in front of him. And I mean, I'd have loved to have been in his head on his first day there, walking into the training ground and seeing those lads for the first time and thinking, Jesus Christ, look at what I get to do for a living. I can tell these boys how to play football. That's wicked.
But talking about Edwards coming in, obviously that's going to come into play in the next transfer window and transfer window after that and so on. But I think that was a big concern, because it seems a lifetime ago now, because we're playing amazing and we're playing great football, we're scoring great goals, we're retaining possession, and we've got the best defensive record as well in the league. So the football side is great, but it seems a lifetime ago that we were worried about who we were signing and the amount of players, especially young players, we let go over the summer as well. But that seems a lifetime ago now. But I think the reason we were worried about letting people go is because we ran out of legs and we started picking up injuries. This new style of football, I do think we're going to pick up far less injuries, which will come into play later on.
Absolutely, fingers crossed.
We've got the best stat nerds in the business to do all that side of it. Do you know what I mean? To look to see when our players are close to getting injured, to see identify players abroad that have got that are on the rise, or youngsters who
got legs like Sam's like.
Who doesn't mind doing all the running? So I'm feeling really, really positive going forward.
Fingers crossed. Absolutely. It's our half an hour's nearly up already, guys. So it's just been the fun conversation. Before we go, I'll go around the room. Mo, are they going to win tonight? Are they going to win on Sunday?
Yes and yes.
Was that a confident yes or a nervous yes? The
second one was slightly more nervous. Yeah.
It really was. You really elongated it. Yeah.
I thought you were flirting with me at one point.
Listen, I'm hoping that my girlfriend's watching the stream, so I'm absolutely not
yes and yeah.
Go on, man.
Yes and yeah.
Yes and yeah. Right, Mo, thanks so much for coming in. James, thanks so much for coming. Mark, thanks so much for coming in as well. Like I say, we are going to go to a quick break now. Chris is going to pop back in, and then we're going to get some other guests on Zoom. I think I'm right in saying Robbie from AFTV is going to join us very, very shortly. I'm reading the running order, so I hope that is what's going to happen. So yeah, please, if you can continue to please keep sharing the stream with all your friends and your family and get everyone involved. And yes, we'll be back with Chris after this quick message. See you in a sec.
Hello everyone, Robbie Fowler here. Just a quick well done, and a huge well done actually to obviously everyone at Redmen TV, especially Chris and Maish for the wonderful work in obviously the live stream. I'm not sure how many hours you've been on, but you've raised lots and lots of money so far, and hopefully you will continue to raise lots and lots of money. So my message to you all, of course, is let's try and raise a little bit more. If you can donate. If you can't, just spread the message and make sure we get that message across that Zoe'S place is a wonderful, wonderful place that needs to be open for lots and lots of families who need it. So keep doing what you're doing, guys, and hopefully
What's happening, people? Sorry I couldn't be there today for the Redmen stream. Wish I had a little half an hours to come down and see everyone and have a little chat, but Wednesday's a very busy day for me, training in the morning, S&C in the afternoon, then got 2 babies to help look after. So everyone, I hope it gets loads of views, and let's just donate as much as we can, and let's get Zoe'S place saved. Nice one everyone for watching. Again, sorry I'm not there.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Redmen TV. I'm Steve Hoare, joined by Chris Pajak, who's frantically trying to get the next guests involved. But
this has been such a stressful day. It's been such a stressful week, because every guest I've organised, like if they're on time, if they're running late, if they've turned up early, I'm just trying to juggle everything to make sure it's as smooth as possible. So you said before about the swan and all that earlier on in the day. This is very much not a swan at this point. This is someone trying to stay above water at the moment. But we've got NIEVE coming into the Zoom right now. And we've got Robbie joining us in about 10 minutes time. So we're going to bring NIEVE in, but once Amber, I think, has sorted one of our camera lenses out as well. So we'll bring NIEVE in now, Steve-O. And we're just going to try and get Niamh in. Well, there we go. She's going to turn that camera around, I'm sure, Niamh, if you don't mind. You're not on stream yet until we get that sorted. You might need to turn auto-rotate onto your phone or whatever. And then once that's done, we'll be able to bring you into the stream. Oh, that's beautiful.
Kenny Dalglish like?
Kenny Dalglish was fantastic. So Niamh, you'll be on the screen in about 30 seconds time, if that's okay, mate. And then Robbie will be joining us in 10. I can hear you fine, mate. Yeah, that's absolutely cool. So we're going to get Niamh on the screen. As soon as Niamh pops on the screen, we'll start talking to her. Kenny Dalglish was fantastic. There she is. Look at her. Looking resplendent in grey. Niamh, thank you so much. Before we get into it, right, I am so impressed with what you've been able to do over the last few years on YouTube, and I just wanted to say that I'm a big fan as well. Think you're absolutely brilliant, and yeah, I'm made up for you. I love to see people do well. I love to see people smash it, and I know you've had your demons at times, and the fact that you've been able to do all of this just blows me away, mate.
I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, to be fair, yeah, it has been tough at times, but it's just, it feels like I'm reaping all the rewards all at once at the moment. So I'm just absolutely just loving it, buzzing. And I really, really appreciate that.
No problem. So we're here, we're raising money for Zoe'S place, as you know. We are currently on, what's the target at the moment? The target's 20. We're currently on 15,630 we've raised for Zoe'S place so far, Steve. What happened in the last half an hour? I feel like I've missed out. I was just chatting outside to the king.
I mean, yeah, while you were schmoozing Kenny Dalglish, I had James, Mark and Mo. We were just having a chat about, obviously, Mo gets to spend a lot of time with Arne Slot around the press conferences and stuff, so we just thought about how Arne has adapted well and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it was a nice, proper football chat for a little bit, but yeah, it's been a good day so far. Thank you to everyone who's donated so far. Thanks to all the guests for joining us as well. It's been
incredible.
And there's a long way to go, Chris.
We've only got about 7.5 hours to go. We'll be there. We're about, 5.5 in now. Niamh, Liverpool this season on a slot, taking over from Jurgen Klopp. What have you noticed, and what do you like about the transition from Klopp to Slot?
Yeah, you know, funnily enough, about Liverpool, my initial prediction this season was that I thought Liverpool could potentially win the league. And I know it's so early days at the moment with the way they're playing, but I rue the day, although I've got the receipts, to be fair, when I was first asked, because I went on Sky to do some predictions, and I was first asked who the title winner would be, and it was Liverpool. And then at the very last minute, I changed Mindset City. But what it is about Liverpool that's making me think, hang on a second, they could actually do it, is the fact that there's been the subtle changes on the pitch, and obviously he's implemented his style, but actually it's the continuation with the players in terms of when you look at like transitions over the course of history of managers, some players adapt to it, some players don't, and there's teething issues. But we're being reminded, I think, this season, don't underestimate that team, because that team is not different to the team that have been so successful for many years. Obviously, they didn't really do anything in the transfer window, just Chiesa. But it's that reminder of, hang on, there's winners in this team, and I think they bought into what Slot wants them to do so quickly because they're such professionals, and that's easier said than done. So that's what I've been most impressed by.
I mean, I'm all for the Liverpool chat, but I'm a big Liverpool chat now. So I want to ask you about some of the ground hopping you've been doing. What's been your favourite stadium you've been to so far this season? Because I've been, or in the last couple of years, I've been going through your social media the last couple of days, and you've been everywhere. What stood out for you?
I like the really peculiar stadiums. I really like a lot of the Norwegian grounds. There's a Norwegian ground that I went to, Bode Glimt, and it's got what looked like an office block as one of the stands, and it's where like kids will do their exams, there'll be work going on there throughout the week, and then there's just a football match on Saturday that will go ahead. And I love that kind of thing with stadiums, because it just, I think it's like that reminder of just daily life. Football's just like another part of life for people.
So we've got NOS in the comments who says, tell Niamh to leave Bolton and join us. So any chance of you joining, becoming a Liverpool fan at any point?
Well, you know, if I lost my head as much as some Bolton fans lost their head in the recent result we had against Birmingham City, then you might think I'm coming over. But no, I'm gonna stick with Bolton. I really enjoy life in League One.
Can you not just be Conor Bradley FC? Maybe he's one of yours. Could you?
Yeah, make that. I was just on loan with Bolton for 20 years. I'm back to Liverpool now.
Absolutely. So Premier League title race then this season, Liverpool, Arsenal, Manchester City all being talked about as potential winners. Where do you see it going now, having seen the start of the season, and what might be the pitfalls for some of these clubs, Niamh?
I think it's so early, but I think with City, the thing that keeps me with them is just the fact that they are having a slow start, but they're picking up results this time, which is a little bit different to usual. But there are weaknesses to the way they play. But I think a lot of that lends itself to, like, Gundogan still needs a little bit of time to ease into the team, I think. I think Foden's had a relatively slow start as well, and that's why maybe they've not looked the best on the transition defensively, City. But nobody's really exploiting it. Nobody's going at City, and I think that's because there is a built-in fear/respect to City, and that's what Liverpool had as well for a little bit of time. And it's that I don't think Arsenal have actually, in their last couple of years of being so good, I don't think they ever really created that. And teams go at Arsenal. We saw it with Bournemouth. And yeah, I don't ever really see teams, very rarely do they really go at City. So even though right now they don't look their best, it doesn't really seem to count for anything. And we know how they finish seasons.
Absolutely. What about Arsenal then? Obviously they're having a bit of a struggle with injuries. A lot been talked about with the red cards that they've picked up over the last few weeks and stuff as well. Are there cracks there that maybe we could exploit, Niamh?
Yeah, and it's so important to regard the injuries that Arsenal have got this weekend. I actually think that, personally, I think the pressure should be more on Liverpool than Arsenal this weekend. I know off the back of what happened at Bournemouth, you would think it would be Arsenal because it feels like they've got more to lose. But there's a chance to shift momentum so early on in the season for Liverpool. I think all it would take is a win this weekend. It shifts momentum because of Liverpool's past and because of what we've seen. So, yeah, with Arsenal, it's those injuries, really. I can't... they're going to have to set up... The way they set up to adapt to it as well is they have this sort of hold back, don't they? And my concern with the players is there's only so much of that holding back that you can do before the players start to think, do we not think we're just capable with our entire squad of going at any team and winning against any team? And, you know, players might not really buy into what they're doing as much if they're not enjoying it. That's how I feel about Arsenal.
Okay, we've got Robbie Lyle joining us right now on Zoom as well. So, Robbie, we'll be able to hear you, but if you just give us 30 seconds to get you up onto the screen, that would be fantastic, mate. Video still needs to be turned on. If you're on your phone, could you turn it landscape for us, please, and make sure the auto-rotate is on. So, yeah.
Take it all back now that Robbie's here. Arsenal are brilliant. Arsenal
No. We're going to ask you to repeat exactly what you've just said, Niamh. Don't be trying to get out of it in that regard. I'm going to see if I can ask Robbie to turn the video on here because we are on Zoom. Other apps are available to you, but no, we're here. We're going to try and get Robbie in now. Don Robbie is going to be joining us, and there he is. Of course, somebody else is doing it for him.
Robbie's not doing his own Zoom call. He's got an assistant to do it for him.
What a guy, right, Robbie? Thank you so much for joining us.
Give me a second, just setting up.
No problem, mate. We can hear you fine if you can hear us. Hopefully you'll be able to hear Niamh as well. We are currently, just to give you an idea, we are currently on 15,755 raised pounds. What on earth is going on? Imaging Edge webcam. Okay, the video's gone off for Robbie.
Get your person to fix it, Rob. In the meantime, we'll speak to Niamh. Niamh, you mentioned before about obviously Arsenal's injuries and what Liverpool are going through at the moment. Was you impressed by the Reds regardless against Chelsea and how they went about that one? Because it was a tough game. Chelsea probably surprised a few people this season as well.
Yeah, 100% this surprised people. But I think I was impressed with Liverpool at the game management throughout the game. I was impressed because I thought Chelsea, the way they started the game, especially through the middle, thought, oh, you know, they've got a lot of numbers, and we know from throughout the season they play with a lot of freedom and so much talent going forward. But just the way Liverpool were able to adapt throughout the game and just maintain it. I think Szoboszlai actually stayed on for longer than maybe fans would have wanted, because I know in the final third, Szoboszlai maybe struggles a bit with that final pass, I've noticed, but he stays on that pitch because I just watched him the whole game, just running up, down, up, down, up, down. Every time he tracked an extra runner for Chelsea, just on it. And I think that's something that Liverpool needed in that game, and that's why I've been impressed by him. But I've seen a few others maybe not as impressed, but I think he's been really important for Liverpool.
No, he has, absolutely. And I was going to say about what we saw at the weekend as well with Man City. From a Liverpool point of view, again, I didn't know what Liverpool were going to be, were they going to be in a title race, what it was going to be. As it stands, they probably are. And I'm taking a little bit of encouragement from City. I know they're winning just about, but the amount, you know, they seem to be conceding the first goal an awful lot. You know, Liverpool kind of went through this last season where they, you know, and eventually caught up to us. What have you made of City so far?
Yeah, that is a really good point, to be fair. I think it's just... The thing with Liverpool, though, is it felt like Liverpool were constantly working so hard, as you say, to get those points. And it did feel like, because of the style they play, it felt they ran out of steam ever so slightly towards the end. And the fight physically on their bodies just didn't seem to be there as much. Whereas I look at City and I don't feel that same way. I feel like, yeah, they're conceding and, yeah, there's weaknesses there to be exploited. But the way they play so high up the pitch and passing the ball to each other and controlling games for big periods towards the end of games. And because they've got such a big squad, it doesn't concern me in that same way with them. So no, I still look at City and think, yeah, they're the team. But I look at Liverpool and everything I thought maybe could happen positive with them is happening, which is why I'm just really excited about Liverpool.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the more Liverpool praise, the better. Robbie, I think you can hear us now all set up. Are you all good? You got us?
Yeah, listen, I was trying to set up a bit of camera on this and that, but...
Mate, you look fantastic, mate, don't worry. I need to ask a question about your football team, Robbie. Why is your football team a gang of hooligans? They keep getting sent off. What's going on? This thug Arsenal team, what's going on? This gang of thugs just keep kicking people, red cards, throwing people on the floor. What's happened to the beautiful Arsenal?
Yeah, that Arsenal's gone, right? You know what I mean? We're harder now. But, yeah, listen, we've got to sort of sort out our discipline problems, because, you know, all the games that we've dropped points in this season are games when we've been down to 10 men. You know, when against Brighton, we're winning 1-0, we're absolutely cruising. We're thinking 3-4s, we'll probably end up, we get a man sent off with, you know, a whole half to play, and it completely changes the game. Same thing at Man City, we're 2-1 up, we're looking good, you know, I mean, they were completely rattled, and then we get a man sent off, and then we end up drawing the game, and then the one on Saturday was horrendous, you know what I mean, like, you know, man sent off 60 minutes to play a game, and I don't care who you're playing against in the Premier League, when you play with 10 men, you've got problems, and they exploited it, and they deserve to win the game, so we've got to keep 11 men on the pitch against Liverpool on the weekend, and if we do, we've got a chance. We've got a good chance. It's going to be a good game. Really looking forward to it.
Robbie, who are you going to be playing as centre-back? Or, in fact, who's going to be playing for you in defence? Because am I right in saying Calafiori got...
Robbie's playing centre-back.
All you had was centre-backs, and now you've got no centre-backs. You were playing 4 of them across your back line, and now you've got none. What's going on?
Thank God, you know what, in the summer we bought so many defenders. So literally, you know, we've got so many injuries at the moment, and then obviously Saliba's out. I don't know who's going to play there. That's the answer. I mean, I was thinking he might go with Timber playing as, because he's played that position a couple of times for Arsenal. Looked really, really good, actually. And he's really, really capable of sort of playing that right-sided centre-back. But we don't know if he's going to be fit. And then Calafiori, who I was thinking, all right, he's another option, or he can play on he could be Timber as a left back, and Calafiori dropping into centre back, because he's a centre back for Italy, and he was at Bologna before he came to Arsenal. He went down with an injury in the game yesterday. He's doubtful for Sunday as well. So we've got a lot of injuries to some key players. Will Saka be fit? That's the big one. We're not sure if he's going to be fit. We know Martin Odegaard's not going to be fit by the looks of it. So lots of injury issues for Arsenal, and right now I don't know who's going to be that other centre-back pairing. I think if Timber's fit, it might be Gunnersaurus. But if Timber's fit, I think if Timber comes in there, he's a more than adequate replacement. He's very good centre-back. He's very combative. You know, he's very quick. But I think we're not going to get a clearer picture until near the weekend.
Niamh, you got no skin in the game. If Liverpool beat Arsenal at the weekend, are Arsenal out of the title race?
I wouldn't say out, but it's. But I think this has come at the absolute worst time in this game for Arsenal, because off the back of losing against Bournemouth, these injuries as well, and just the whole feeling around Arsenal at the moment just feels a little bit flat. We know what momentum's like in a season, and it can just be such a game changer, and there'll be such a huge shift in momentum and just in the mentality and the minds, and who knows what that could then lead to in terms of results beyond that. So this is so huge, this game.
And Robbie, sort of same question to you. You've got more than skin in the game. You've got your heart in the game. You've got your entire being, the love of the club that you've had for so many years. Your entire business that you've made is around your love of Arsenal Football Club. If we beat you at the weekend, are you done for in the title race already, or is the pressure just going to build and build and build?
I don't think so. Listen, it's still early in the season. I've had over the past couple of seasons where we've been top of the league at Christmas, we still didn't win it. You know what I mean?
We've all been there, mate. We've all been there, mate.
Yeah. So to me, I just think it's too early in the season to say that. What I would say is that when Liverpool came to play us last year, I remember it's kind of a similar thing where we weren't, playing that great. Liverpool had beaten us in the FA Cup. There was a lot of people sort of saying that they felt that Liverpool would win that game. And we put in a brilliant performance, played Liverpool off the park that day and won 3-1. And was it 3? Yeah, the 3-1, yeah. So, and we got a good record against Liverpool at the Emirates. And, I know Mikel Arteta was saying last night, because there was a pretty flat performance against Shakhtar, which we won. We should really have won that comfortably, if I'm being honest, but it wasn't that inspiring performance where we all say, right, bring on Liverpool, you know what I mean? It was more like, oh my God, we got Liverpool at the weekend after that performance. So, but Mikel Arteta said it. He goes, we won't be like this on Sunday. The place is going to be a different place. And he said, we're going to be flying on Sunday. And I think we will. I think we're going to come out of the traps. And I think that is going to be a completely different game. I really rate Liverpool. I've always rated Liverpool. I respect them as a club. I think they've had a great start to the season. But when I was watching that game against Chelsea, I was like, listen, they can be got at as well. Obviously it's a new manager. He's got slightly different tactics to what Klopp has. I think they can be got at. You know what I mean? And I think it's going to be a very interesting game. At this moment in time, you probably say Liverpool are the favourites. But Liverpool did lose to Forest as well. And you bounced back from that. So why can't Arsenal, bounce back from a defeat to Bournemouth with a win at home against Liverpool? I think we're more than capable of doing it. I'm shocked at how a lot of people are kind of writing us off. I'm
not writing it off. I just wanted to see whether you thought you'd out of the title race. I've always thought that Arsenal are a good side. I didn't know whether I thought Arsenal were going to win it this season.
I did going in.
The Premier League.
Yeah, I tipped Arsenal going in.
Yeah, I said City.
Even last season, Chris, I remember we didn't start on fire, Arsenal. We started okay, we started well, we were winning games, but we weren't super convincing. It wasn't sort of until we got to the new year, right? I remember we had a couple of defeats over the Christmas period against Fulham and West Ham. And then when we got to the new year now, that's when we started flying, and we were completely, we were really, really good.
Do you think there's a transfer that you could make in January that could win you the title? Is there a player that you could, just a position that you could bring in to really help?
Yeah, listen, we're always looking at the striker position at Arsenal and thinking, is there somebody we could bring in? There's still lots of talk about Gyökeres at Sporting, but to be honest, I don't think they'll sell it. I mean, he's too important to them. And a player like that, when you get to January, and if a team's in a good position, which Sporting at the moment, they're still in the Champions League. They started well. They're doing well in their league. They'll just look at it and say, what's the point in sending him in January? May as well just wait till the summer and sell him for big money then. So I'm not sure if who that player will be that would strengthen. We got a pretty good squad. I mean, we could just do with some of those players being back from injury. You know what I mean? We're starting to miss Odegaard. We weren't at first missing him, but the last couple of games, I'm looking at it, I'm thinking we look like we miss him because he kind of leads the press, he leads the tempo, and we've lacked tempo in those last couple of games, and the pressing has not been good enough. So we have been missing him in those last couple of games. We just need everybody, we just need some of our key players back, you know. But I don't think, listen, put it this way, this is how I look at it, right? If we win that game on Sunday, we still got a long, long way to go in the title race. It still doesn't mean that we're going to win the league. Especially with Man City, especially when I saw that way got that last second goal. The second time they've done it, they did it against us, and then they did it against Wolves. I'm like, these guys, man, how are they going to be stopped?
Do you know what? Do you know what I've loved, Robbie, is that finally another fan base has started talking about the charges hanging over Manchester City, and you've been doing it for a good 18 months now, because when you're fighting with them, you realise how much of a cheat it is, and it's been difficult. But Niamh, I just wanted to bring you in. You know, Robbie mentioned the player there that, you know, a lot of fans have been noticing over the last 12 months, and Victor Gyökeres. Like, how many Premier League clubs dropped the ball with him? He was at Coventry a couple of years ago. I mean, did you see that step up when he was playing at Coventry, that this would be a thing 18 months down the line?
I mean, maybe not to the levels that we're seeing, but I think that's just he's such an embodiment of that. Don't ever miss a trick with the English football leagues. I mean, we see it countless times when you step into the Championship, step into League One even. The amount of talent that's in our own country, but then once that talent goes abroad, it goes to a top division in another country, you know what the price tag suddenly becomes for them, and the wage increase as well. It shocks me. I'm confused by the rare amount of times that clubs don't look at the Championship. Really, really shocks me.
It is mad, isn't it? It is mad. Honestly, like, I mean, we do a show on Redmen where we tried to pick a replacement centre forward using just the stats and stuff like that, and he came up within about the first 2 months of him being at Sporting, and he came up based on his Coventry stats as well. And so we weren't particularly shocked. We were surprised that we got our side of things right. We were surprised that we were able to sort of scout him more than anything else. But like, if we're able to do it with the free data available, that, you know, when Arsenal looking for a centre forward, why? Yeah, you're right. Why aren't we looking in those sort of things there? But Robbie.
The thing is, on the centre forward thing, though, Havertz has been excellent this season.
He could break a record, couldn't he, this weekend if he scores at home for you guys?
Yeah, I bet he would have broke it last night if he would have scored, which I could not get my head around why he didn't take the penalty that we got and he didn't let Trossard take it. It was ridiculous.
So would that have been 8 games at Highbury, nearly said that, at home with a goal in each game?
Yeah, but he's been on fire this season, so it's not really been the striking position really that's been a problem. I mean, listen, we could do with I still think we could do with another striker. But actually, Havertz has been playing really well this season. So he's been good. The team on the whole has been good up until the last game against Bournemouth, where basically the reason why we lost that game is the reason why we've been dropping points in these games. We're playing with 10 men. We've got to sort this 10 men thing out.
How come you guys, when you play with 10 men though, is there not a little element of it's as if you think you're playing with like 5 men. You kind of like it's just we've got 10 men, so we just can't win the game.
Listen, I don't think it's like we can't win the game. I think in 2 of the games when we were playing with 10 men, we were winning the game. So it's like sit in and let's just try and make sure we hold out and win the game. And then in the game on Saturday, it's 0-0. I think it was almost a thing where sit in a bit, we're going to get that big chance. The big chance came and Martinelli fluffed his lines, unfortunately. He hit it straight at the keeper. He should have scored that goal. But the end of the day, the stats will back it up. When you go down to 10 men, you're in trouble. Your chances of winning the game are greatly diminished. Your tactics change. I mean, I've not seen Arsenal launch the ball as much as I did on Saturday. You know, I was like, where's the playing out from the back? But, Bournemouth were doing a great job of pressing us. So we were having to go long, and then they were just coming back at us. So your tactics go out the window. I think it does change a lot of things. You know, now and again, teams win games with 10 men, but a lot of times, especially when you've got to play a long, 60 minutes with 10 men against any Premiership team, you've got a lot of problems. And we haven't been able to deal with them. Yeah, maybe we should have been a bit more attacking in that game against Bournemouth, but then, they played well. It could have been even worse, so we've got to, against Liverpool, we've got to get 11, keep 11 on the pitch at the very least.
Nah, don't do that, Robbie. Don't do that, Robbie.
We've been playing red card bingo, which Arsenal players going to get sent off. I've gone for the goal. I've gone for the goalkeeper. I definitely.
Listen, I think I'm looking forward to the game, man, because I do think some of the stuff I've seen, we're being written off.
Yeah, it is true.
I think that's dangerous, man. We've got a good side. We had a bad game against Bournemouth, but we've been playing. We've only lost one game as well.
Right. Yeah.
I think people are forgetting that we were unbeaten before that game.
Yeah, and you dominate the ball so well, and Chelsea dominated the ball against us as well. And that was at Anfield. That's not something you expect to see. I think Chelsea have got something to say this season to all of the teams above them, by the way. They look, and Enzo Maresca looks like, Niamh, he knows exactly what he wants, and he might be turning this Chelsea ship around.
Yeah, listen, some good sides, this season. Villa as well. I think Villa, when we played them, they're a good side, And I think they're going to give a lot of sides problems as well, And then you've got teams like Spurs that, 1 week is like a kamikaze thing, but if they do get it right in games, the way they attack, they can hurt teams as well. So I think this is going to be a really open league. I don't think it's good.
How many points do you reckon? How many points do you think that it would take to win? Do you think it would be quite a low point scoring? I get
the feeling it's going to be under 90.
I think spot on 90.
I really do.
I think 90 wins it.
Yeah, I think it could be under 90. You know what I mean? Because there's just some good sides. Like, I could see those two that I just mentioned. They can beat the other two, like Villa and Spurs. They can on a given day. They can beat, your Liverpool.
Brighton as well.
Cities, So absolutely. Sorry, Brighton. Yeah, Brighton as well. Yeah, you are right.
Absolutely,
Brighton.
yeah.
Can I just give an update, guys? Sorry to cut across you there. We've just hit another landmark here on the stream. So for those who don't know, of course, I'm sure you're joining us by now. We're trying to raise money for the Zoe'S Place Hospice. They need to raise a lot of money in order to continue to help the families in the city. We've just gone past our latest landmark, so we've just gone to £16,000 worth of donations. Oh. So thank you to you guys for joining us and helping us raise that money. Thanks to everyone who's donated so far. Yeah, we're going to keep going, but I just wanted to say thank you so much, guys, for joining us. I think you guys yourselves brought in about $1,000 of that by people coming to watch you guys, so you've really helped out there.
It has been an excellent day so far. Niamh, Robbie, thank you so much for your time.
I appreciate it. Thanks. Hopefully you raise loads of money, and then that's where it stops. The good news. As far as at the weekend, we need to win this game. But no, well done to you guys, man. That's doing what you're doing.
Appreciate it. Appreciate you, Robbie. Thank you so much, Niamh. Thank you to you as well.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Cheers now. Right, it's me and it's Steve for another minute, and then we will have Liverpool's ex-CEO, Peter Moore. So maybe if we could just go to one more quick video, that should give us time to turn it all around.
What's going on, guys? My name is Ryan Babel. I hope you guys enjoy the Redmen TV live stream. By the way, with a click or scanning the QR code, you can now donate. I hope you do.
Hey, what's going on, people? Ricky Hayward-Williams here. I'm a Radio 1 DJ and TV presenter. Now, I hope you guys are enjoying the Redmen TV live stream. I'm a massive fan of the guys. But more importantly, when I heard about their charity live stream to help Zoe's Place Baby Hospice in West Derby, Liverpool, I had to get involved. Now, here's the important part. We need to raise £5 million in less than 30 days to save Zoe's Place from closing down. And if I've learned anything about the people of Liverpool over the years, and anyone connected to this club, it's that we always help each other, right? Wherever we can. Now, I know times are hard. I know money's tight, but any amount that you can spare, however small, will be appreciated so much. Please click the link or scan the QR code on the screen now and donate to Zoe's Place. Thanks, guys, and up the Reds.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for joining us here on Redmen TV. We are live, we are raising money for Zoe's Place. We've been live since 10 a.m. this morning. I just not really factored in the time. It's 4 p.m. here. I'm not sure how that happened. We just filled the day with awesome chats with amazing people. And yeah, we've been smashing milestone after milestone along the way as well.
We just hit 16,000 in the last couple of minutes, which is incredible.
So yeah, for those unfamiliar with what we've been doing so far, we originally set the target at 10,000. We smashed through that, absolutely smashed through it. So Chris has reset it at 20. We're 80% of the way to £20,000 raised for Zoe's Place. We've got some great stuff happening. Jordan Henderson, former Liverpool captain, has offered a pair of match-worn boots to anyone who donates on the stream today. We've had Zoe's Place in talking things. We had Jamie Carragher on Zoom from London ahead of his preparation for his coverage on CBS tonight. We had Steven Gerrard. Steven Gerrard just dropped in for a laugh and a chat. He dropped in. John ACHTERBERG dropped his phone. It was all good. We've had the King Kenny Dalglish and his son Paul Dalglish as well in the studio. And now I am very pleased to say we are joined by former Liverpool CEO, Mr. Peter Moore, the man who always has the best Zoom backdrops. No still images needed, just as life. How you doing, Peter?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you? Congrats on where you are. This is amazing. Well done.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, mate. Yeah, it's wild. I'm going to take all of the credit because Chris isn't here, but Chris is the one who deserves all of the credit, really. He's been spinning the plates majestically behind the scenes as well as in front of camera so far. Yeah, good times. Right, we've got Peter here. Should we have a little chat about football?
I think that's what we're here for, yeah, mate. Yeah, that's exactly what we're here for.
Peter, how are you enjoying this new era of the Reds from afar?
It's great to watch. Case in point, I was in Las Vegas this weekend. The OLSC, the official Liverpool supporters club there at McMullen's Pub, is immense. Hundreds of Reds. Went there with my wife, Debbie. Of course, it was a tense game, but and we'll be watching the Leipzig game in our local pub here in Santa Barbara at lunchtime for us, noon kickoff. I'm amazed. I mean, obviously, we were all very concerned with Jurgen's departure. Who can fill his boots? Who can pick up where he left off? Not only him, but the entire coaching staff. I think Arnie and his staff have done a brilliant job. They've slowed things down a little bit. We've got used to the more patient approach. But I think that, given the length of this season, given the number of battles and battlefronts we're on, it's exactly the right strategy. And I know a lot of people were frustrated in the summer that we didn't make a bunch of big signings, but I think the wisdom of that, if you will, has proven solid here. We've got a great squad. We'll see what the team is today. I think Arnie's learning the art of rotation slowly but surely. And look at us in the Champions League. And a win today keeps us very much in contention for getting through to that next round. So as a fan now, I'm absolutely delighted. I love watching it. It's exhausting at times. It's tense. But I can relax a little bit and watch in my T-shirts and shorts and not my club suit and tie. And I can jump up and punch the sky, which wasn't done in the director's box in the old days. So I couldn't be happy with where we are with the team right now.
Yeah, and definitely a stress-free summer of seeing people complain about transfers and knowing that it's nothing to do with you whatsoever.
Oh, I'll get the blame. I mean, there are people... I've been gone, nearly 4 years, and I still get tweets. What are you doing? Why aren't you buying people? I mean, people who claim to be massive Reds still think I'm at the helm. So I'm used to that. It's fun. But I was back in Liverpool a week ago, supporting actually Clatterbridge Cancer Hospital, and it was great to see so many people, big smiles on their faces. We raised a lot of money for that wonderful institution, Clatterbridge Cancer, right there in the heart of Liverpool. And, it was great to be back. I didn't enjoy the weather, but from the perspective of being back home, It was wonderful.
Yeah, I can't see what the appeal would be to leave Liverpool and move to Santa Barbara State. I can't fathom what that might be. Yeah, what I really like to see, Peter, is that you say you and your wife there, you guys just look like you're living your absolute best lives. All I see is you at like premieres, or if there's cool things opening, like you just absolutely having a whale of a time. I must admit, I am very, very jealous.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, look, I've lived here, other than my 3.5 years in Liverpool, I've lived here since the early 80s. It was not easy going when I came over as an immigrant to coach and play, but I've done my time. I've served video games handsomely for 20 plus years, as well as my time at Patrick and Reebok. And as you guys will learn as you get older, you've got to embrace your age, embrace the people around you, embrace your environment, take it easy a little bit. I'd like to say I'm taking it easy, but as you may know, I'm the founding owner of a brand new professional team here in Santa Barbara, and spending most of my days getting ready for kickoff in March of next year in the USL.
Yeah, I mean, again, looks very, very exciting indeed. I mean, just obviously sort of similar to what you're going through at the moment, or been going through since leaving Liverpool. Obviously, Jürgen, we talked about him moving on. It's really, I guess you were probably like all of us, really, watching him over the summer. There's a little bit of, I don't know, there's a little feeling, a little pang, a little, when you see him not involved with Liverpool. But like when you look at what a guy is and what he's been through and what he gave to Liverpool Football Club, I can't help but feel just so happy to see him not as stressed out by the day-to-day of life.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's exactly what I just said. And when you give us, he had 9 years of service. The intensity, the pressure, he wears his heart on his sleeve. This is not a laid-back manager that sat down in the dugout for 90 minutes. And not only that, but, the days of preparation. I know what they're going through right now on a plane yesterday to Leipzig, arriving, getting ready for the game today. I went through that many, many times in those 3 years of Champions League away games that we have. And it's intense. And Jürgen gave everything. He had difficult decisions to make all the time on who plays, who doesn't. How do you manage the players who aren't playing? You're always thinking, look, slightly big game coming up this Sunday, and you've got to be thinking 2 games ahead all the time. So I'm with you. He's got his home that I think he's still working on in Mallorca. He's playing, as he always does, paddle tennis and enjoying that immensely. He deserves to take all the time in the world. Obviously, he's got a new gig starting next year, and we'll see how that goes for him. But this is a man who gave everything. And, at the end, he had the humility and the humbleness and the vulnerability to say, I'm exhausted and I can't give what Liverpool needs anymore. And as a result, I'm going to give my notice, as he did last November, and allowed the club and allowed FSG to conduct a thorough search to get the right person. And not just the right person, but the coaching staff, because, as you know, many of the coaching staff left alongside Jürgen, and rebuild the club. I called it a hard reset at the time, and that's exactly what it is. But boy, to here we are, whatever it is, nine wins out of 10, or and looking at the league table, who'd have dreamt, that we'd be there? Clubs already underneath us, slipping up a little bit, and look, it's only October. We know what can happen here in the winter months, but so far so good. Just wonderful to watch. The Chelsea game was game management that sometimes we lacked in the old days. Taking control. Chelsea played very well, but the defense that we have this year is rock solid, and we gave up a lot of possession, but I never once felt, I didn't see Quiveen Carragher really get stressed. And so from that perspective, it's a new Liverpool. It's a Liverpool 2.0, but it's the same old Liverpool, knowing how to win, keeping the games exciting. I'm watching it, as I say, with hundreds of Reds in Las Vegas. I could hear the crowd, urging them on, recognizing, as they always do, they're suffering, they're having to backpedal. It's very unusual, as you know, for teams to come in and dominate possession like Chelsea did. But you also felt comfortable that backline was going to bend, but it wasn't going to break. And I always felt we were good for a third goal at some point as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Peter, can I ask you about, you mentioned before, actually, you touched on it, what you're doing now with Santa Barbara. So you get yourself back into football, you're setting up a new football team over. What's that about? Did you just miss it so much that you had to dip your toe back into the football world?
Well, sort of, kind of. I arrived back, it was the end of the COVID season, as you remember, and I arrived back here in California, and my wife Debbie and I bought this home in Santa Barbara. We're in Montecito up in the hills, and pretty quickly the executives at USL, which is the league that sits below MLS, figured out that the former CEO of Liverpool had taken up residence in Santa Barbara. It's a city that they desperately wanted to bring into the fold of USL, couldn't get traction for a while. And so, gosh, it's nearly 3 years ago now that I sat down with them and said, I'll be an engaged minority owner. Well, me being me, 2 months later, I said, I got to throw myself at this full time. So we've built this literally from a clean sheet of paper with a bunch of names on it, building a full-time professional club that will play in USL, commencing in March. You know, the American leagues still rather bizarrely play from March through October. I think they're still worried about the NFL or whatever. And that's something that if I had my druthers, we would change and get onto the more traditional, winter schedule, but so be it. And negotiating for a stadium. We have a magnificent stadium here in Santa Barbara, 17,000-seater stadium on the University of California, Santa Barbara campus. It's a soccer-specific stadium, and that's important in this country. It's natural grass. There's no running track. The stands come right to the touchlines. And UCSB has been a soccer and basketball school for the past 25 years and been one of the perennial tournament champions here in collegiate. So we're very fortunate. It's a lot of work building something from zero, literally looking at a name, Santa Barbara Sky. I like that. Finding people, building the brand, looking at the logo, building websites, mobile applications, merchandise, season ticket platforms. All of that didn't exist. But jumped in with both feet. And concurrently, my wife, Debbie, who many people know, founded Fundación Cielo in Spanish, Sky Foundation, because one of the things we learned in Liverpool is the importance of football and what it can do to help a community, help them get through difficult times, help disadvantaged families, give them hope. Obviously, we were very involved in fan supporting food banks when we were there with Ian Byrne and Dave Kelly. We took those lessons and straight away when we founded the club, Debbie and I also funded the club's charity. Even before the club existed, it had a charity. And so that is our strategy and focus here, is to raise the spirits of people through the power of football, the power of the badge, and make sure that we, finally here in Santa Barbara have a professional sports team. It's been 30 plus years since there's been any sniff of a professional team here, but this will be the first professional soccer team in 3 decades here. And we're excited. We're already exhausted, but we also intend to support the community through the power. It's a great community that's got a tremendous Hispanic population as well that just love the game, as I'm sure you would guess. And we're serving that community through our foundation as well. So very excited, and I'll keep you posted as it goes. And hopefully I see a lot of people coming over from Liverpool to the West Coast, and always call on me, and we're always happy to see them. So starting next March, we'll be playing at, it's known as Harder Stadium in USL, mid-March, and play for what is pretty close to a 7-month season.
I'll be hitting you up for some tickets on that front, Peter. Don't you worry.
There you go.
I was going to say, it's not a bad time as well to get, US soccer, Peter. Obviously, with the next World Cup coming over your ways as well. Is the excitement building over there already? I know it's a couple of years away, but it feels like a good moment for US soccer, for pardon.
There's also a player over there that's helping to drive some sort of attention.
Yeah, he's doing
towards,
Mr. Messi's doing a little bit for himself as well.
Yeah, well, you're exactly right. Look, I've lived here for 40 years. I've been involved in the game, both personally and professionally, since I arrived in the late 70s, coaching and then working for Reebok and helping MLS get going. President of EA Sports in that little game called FIFA, so on and so forth. I've not seen the game be so strong and powerful as it has been in the last 5 to 6 years. Now, whether it's the Premier League, which we get superb coverage here from NBC, every single game live on every channel, whether it's Ted Lasso, interestingly, that became popular culture. Whether it's Welcome to Wrexham, friends Rob and Ryan, and that documentary. Yeah. As a lad who grew up in Liverpool but moved to Wrexham, it's bizarre to walk down the street and everybody's talking about Wrexham. Yeah. Really is. And then I think you're right, Messi coming, companies like Apple doing a $2.5 billion deal for streaming rights for MLS, of which Messi gets a cut. So you add all of that together. Let's not forget the FIFA Club World Cup is here in 2025. And that's bringing, I think, 32 club teams, top club teams here, Liverpool notwithstanding. And they're probably happy about that. But from the perspective of getting ready for World Cup in 26, yeah, but it doesn't need it anymore. This is not like 94 when I was here and I went to as many games as I could and I was working for Reebok and we saw this as some kind of ignition point. We don't need that anymore. I think what's happened as a little bit of a voyeur of this from a business perspective is Gen Z here has embraced soccer. Yeah. They've embraced the game itself, the globalization of it, the heroes. You can see their faces. They're not wearing helmets. The cardiovascular benefits. Families love their kids to play soccer than any other sport. And also the challenges, let's call them indigenous American sports, NFL, NBA not so much, but NFL, definitely Major League Baseball, hockey, all struggling in one way or the other to contain their fan base. They have aging fan bases that, sure, they stay with them. I love the NFL and I watch it, but, you know, I'm exhibit A of that aging fan base. The teenagers, 20-somethings that are coming through as Gen Z, almost exclusively are soccer fans. And we're seeing this quantum shift in America, finally, to embracing the global game. I can have intelligent conversations with people, no matter where I go here in the US, about the game itself, the global game, Premier League, La Liga, Bundesliga, Serie A, Eredivisie, you name it. And that, I think, the attraction and the change in society in America of reaching out more globally and understanding what makes the world outside these borders tick, all bodes well for soccer, and that's what we're seeing right now.
So what we're saying, and to summarise, we probably can get someone better than Diana Ross to take a penalty to launch the World Cup this time around. Is that what we're hoping for?
I was there, and I was worried she was going to like fall over and break a leg. I think Scotland were about to. I think it was Scotland, Brazil. I'm trying to remember, but it was. I think one thing America needs to do. You guys watch Super Bowls. They know how to put on events here. Yeah. Finally, we have the stadiums, and I think that's been important as well. When MLS got going, the teams were owned by NFL owners who were looking for a secondary tenant for their stadiums. Robert Kraft of the Patriots, Lamar Hunt of the Kansas City Chiefs. They were looking for some way to offset the cost of their stadium with a second team playing there. Now, soccer-specific stadiums are being built everywhere, and that has been the real change. The real inflection point here is that, I mean, literally there's probably 25 stadiums being built in the US right now that in communities, let's call them mid-market communities, that are soccer specific. By that I mean natural grass, stands to the touchline, not NFL lengths, but longer than that and wider than that, and embracing soccer as communities are doing, because it attracts a whole different generation, a younger generation. And we're seeing it all over this country. And it's amazing. And like I say, I've been here 40 plus years. These last 5 years, I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, it's genuinely incredible to see. I remember, I mean, obviously you've now got proper community football teams and actually, you know, big teams. I think look what happened with Columbus Crew a few years ago when they were fighting for their lives, and the fans really took to it with Save the Crew and what have you. And you know, because these were people for whom it's a proper thing to them. It wasn't a fly-by-night. It's actually almost taken that European approach of saying, no, this isn't a franchise that can be moved to another city, to another state, or what have you. This is part of our community, part of our heritage. It's great to see it being adopted in that way, really.
Look, you guys come over to LA and you go watch LAFC versus Galaxy. I mean, it's a proper game. And, you know, when I say proper game, tifos, you know, the big banners, you know, I know they're not allowed, but flares and smoke bombs, fighting, God forbid. I mean, it is serious stuff. And it's called El Tráfico, not El. So, because of the traffic in Los Angeles. But
anyway, Los Angeles known as such a peaceful place as well, like, I mean, I'm sure.
Well, you know, and look, the fact that, you know, with so many professional teams there, it's the game to go to. You've got the LA Rams and the LA Chargers in the NFL. You've got obviously the LA Lakers. You've got the hockey teams, the Kings, and yet the soccer game, that game. So you've got two full-time professional teams with soccer-specific stadiums that are drawing 20, 30,000 every game. And it's kind of a Liverpool-Everton scenario. The stadiums are a little further apart, but you've got the established Galaxy who've been around, as you remember. Beckham came over and Stevie G came over as well, and in their twilight years and played. And then you've got the more upstart LAFC that they love. And what you've got now is real rivalries, which is what was lacking previously.
Absolutely.
Peter, sorry, very quickly, Chloe's just messaged me and Chris to giving us. Thank you so much. He says you've donated the prize.
Well, I'm going to come to that now.
Yeah, well.
So, yes,
let me
Peter.
talk you through this. Let's get the camera right. So, what this is a blackout shirt. If you recall the blackout collection that was part of our 1920 when we won the league, the employees were presented with a shirt, a blackout shirt that was signed by Jurgen. And this was in, if you will, celebration for the entire club, not just the players, for all of the work we had done in a very difficult season, obviously, a COVID season that required huge amounts of work in the background, the most difficult of circumstances. And Jurgen, to his credit, signed a bunch of these and gave them to people. This is very special to me, but it's more special if I can raise money for Zoe'S Place, which is an incredible institution we have in Liverpool. And it was a shock when I first heard a couple of weeks ago that it was in jeopardy. You never want to go there. You never want to be part of a family that is taking a child to Zoe'S Place. But the fact that it's there, the fact that it's a safety net emotionally for the most difficult and heart-rendering of circumstances, and the fact we have one in Liverpool, this is something we need to protect. We can't let it die. And a little bit of, here I am 5,500 miles away, but I'll leave it to you guys to figure out. I think we decided that if we get bids in, if we get donations in right now from £100 onwards, those people will go into a draw, and whoever wins, I will ship this over to them wherever they happen to be in the world. And hopefully we can make some real money out of this to support a worthy cause. I think, Chris, is that the way you want to do it?
Yeah, well, Chris has passed us on all the information. I think you and him are having a private conversation around it. So, just to reiterate on this, because this is a ridiculously unique item that really only Peter could have probably presented to us here. So what we're saying, yes, anyone who donates £100 or above to justgiving.com/page/the Redmen TV will be in a draw to win that signed shirt. I mean, talk about a piece of Liverpool history and memorabilia. Yeah. Any collectors out there, you're not going to get much in the way of quite as special as that. So yeah, and Peter will personally ship it to you as well, so there you go.
I'll find a way, or I might even use it as an excuse to come over a game and deliver it to you, depending on where you are, obviously. But and I know there are a lot of my American friends on this stream, so cough it up, come on, and I might drive over depending on where you are. But please, donate generously. As I said, just to be clear, from here on in, anybody £100 and above, we'll look at that. We'll put all those names into a draw. You guys over there pull the winner out. I'll make sure I get it to them.
Fantastic, absolutely brilliant from Peter. So yeah, there you go. If you donated so far, if you've donated, then and you want to consider getting in the hat for this one, we really want to push this up. This is us going up a gear now because we've done some amazing stuff so far. I will tell you right now, Stephen, where we're up to. We are currently at, I think that's, there we go. £16,516. That's 82% of our way towards 20k. So yeah, keep it coming in if you can. And as I always say with this, please don't push yourself beyond your means. If you do have it and you've been considering it, then yes, by all means, please do donate. Use the QR code, or again, go to justgiving.com/page/the Redmen TV. Peter, look, we've got you here. It would be remiss of us not to talk about some of the great times of you at the helm at Liverpool Football Club. You and I have sat down in the past and done the life and times of Peter Moore, because I was always keen to talk about the Sega days, because I think the Dreamcast offers such a place in so many people's hearts. I am waiting to see what tattoo you come out with for Santa Barbara. We'll have to see what happens with that one, of course.
I've run out of body parts. There are no more tattoos. They're full.
But look, let's talk Liverpool. In fact, I'll tell you what, because of the item there, let's go back to that game, the title lifting game, as it were.
Chelsea.
Was that the most stressful day of your entire time at Liverpool Football Club?
Yeah, it was. I mean, for reasons that and nothing to do actually with the game itself. Jurgen and the coaching staff and the playing staff had arranged for their families to come to Anfield. And they had thought that they got permission from the Premier League and all the way up actually all the way to 10 Downing Street to be sequestered in one of the big boxes. I think it was box 1A in the corner by the Carpen. And then we woke up in the morning and all of a sudden it's like, no, you can't. We were at level 3 status in isolation. And somehow somebody thought that they got permission. And so I spent all of that day working with DCMS, the secretary for, I think it was Oliver Bowden in those days, with the Liverpool City Council, the real hero, ultimately, you know, we're the people that were looking at the safety certificate. And because we could not get a safety certificate if these people were present. At one point, as bizarre as this sounds, we were going to have them sat in the Kenny Dalglish parking lot, watching the game on the bus, and then allowing them to get into the locker room quietly to celebrate with the players. Ultimately, we managed to get a safety. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon where the safety certificate was granted, that the players' families and the coaching staff's families could go into this box away from cameras and enjoy watching the game, and then join their loved ones afterwards to celebrate. Not within camera view, because that was important, but it was a tough day because Jurgen wasn't very happy with me or anybody else, and I was working very much with our managing director, Andy Hughes, and Billy Hogan. We were all trying to fight our way through this. But Liverpool City Council, in the end, kind of brushed through some of the issues we have, made guarantees to the government. We figured out a plan of where to put people, not to get the cameras, Sky was the broadcaster, not to get the cameras on them, and then, you know, incur the wrath because we're Scousers and we're breaking the rules, like you can see the headline right now. But it all worked out well in the end. But that was a tough day. That was really a tough day. And as late as like 3:30 in the afternoon, you know, we still didn't have the permission. And nobody was happy in, I think it was Formby Hall, where everybody was sequestered. And but we broke through in the end. We got permission. So yeah, and all's well that ends well. You know, Kenny presents the trophy to Jordan. Kenny comes back. I got a picture that I will take to my grave of me, Rushy, and Kenny with sneaking in a glass of champagne. We were the only 3 people pretty much there in that area of the stadium. And I thought Sky did a great job of kind of a made-for-TV event. I always remember Jamie Webster. Sky did a version of, you know, My City. And I show that to people here in America of a way of building the emotion of an event through the legacy of what it means to people who are otherwise a little disadvantaged. And everything that if you recall the video, that video captured, you didn't need to know anything about Liverpool to understand what it meant to those people. And so that entire afternoon, that day ended well, but boy, it didn't start well. And I can still remember being on the phone all day trying to get everything squared away. And in the end, we did.
It's funny that, isn't it, when we consider, obviously, there was no way we were ever getting, you know, 46,000 people in the stadium, but actually being able to give the players and something. That's one of the things from us watching it at home was it was devastating that we couldn't be in the ground, but actually I got a real sense of just actually getting to see that the players could enjoy it in some regards. And when you saw the photos come out afterwards and the players with their families, that it wasn't quite what we were all anticipating that the end of the 30-year wait would look like. But I'm glad the guys who had to run through brick walls to get Liverpool over the line got to have that moment.
I can tell you they did, and they were very appreciative of the work we went through, and it was wonderful from a distance to see them with their families celebrating this. You know, could be, let's hope it's not a once in a lifetime event, but it certainly may, for many of those players, it certainly was. And to not have their families there would have been a travesty. So we worked our way through the day, and finally got them there. It was a great day, and obviously beating Chelsea, I think it was 5-2. It was kind of a funny old game, but you know, and like I say, all credit to Sky and the Premier League for putting on an event. I got, as we all do, great photographs of the trophy being presented on the Kop, and that will live with us. And it will be a regret of mine that we couldn't have a parade. I know it would have been amazing, but you know, times were different then. And I'm not sure if we got on the bus now celebrating our 1920 Premier League that the rest of the world wouldn't give us all kinds of stick and abuse.
Well,
so.
Peter, listen. If the Premier League wants to give any other trophies that Liverpool probably should have earned over the years back, I'll parade them. If I'll parade them, I'll do the open.
Well, let's see what happens.
Myself.
Let's see what happens in the next 12 months about that. Anyway, so, but yeah, amazing day. And look, a lot of people still showed up outside of Anfield, which then started to worry me. I saw fireworks going on, and then obviously, you know, those people who decided that COVID be damned, I'm celebrating outside, which created some problems for us. But hopefully, I think everybody got out of there safely and enjoyed everything. It was a great night.
Yeah, rumor has it that when there was the Chelsea City game, when the title was actually won, that one or two Liverpool players may have done some hats and some high collars and made their way outside the ground, but we couldn't possibly confirm or deny those names, Peter. Right, just I guess just lastly before we let you go, Peter, look, one more moment. I have to say Barcelona. Is that that Barcelona at Anfield? Is that it? Is that the pinnacle? Is that as good as it could get in any job or walk of life?
I think so. I mean, you know, you've got to set the scene from the previous week, and I've just completed my autobiography, and that night is the prologue of my entire life of what is unfortunately 240 pages, single space. But it was. We went to Barcelona. I'm sat next to Bartomeu, the Barcelona chairman, delightful guy, somewhat controversial, but delightful guy. And we played well. I thought we played them off the park. He thought that his team was played off the park that day, and said to me as the final whistle went just after Messi's free kick, he says, I have no idea how we won this game 3-0. No idea whatsoever. So he arrives the morning of the game at Anfield. And my job as the CEO is to entertain. We go to the magnificent restaurant in Liverpool, Paul Askew's Art School. We have a private room there. And what happens, you have what's known as the protocol lunch, where the visiting executives from Barcelona, in this case, come. The UEFA delegate who is responsible for monitoring the game on behalf of UEFA, and we all meet. I say a few words. I'm sat next to Bartomeu, and he whispers in my ear, I'm worried about tonight. And I said, you're joking, right? You just need to score one goal. We need to score 5. Because it was in that, you know, period where, quote unquote, away goals count double. And I said, you don't think you're going to score a goal tonight and you think we're going to score 4? He said, that could well happen. And obviously the game unfolds. I'm sat in my normal seat on the aisle. He's no more than 4 feet away from me. And as the game unfolded, you take a sneaky glance to your left to see the body language of the visiting executives. Let's not forget the same thing had happened to them the previous year in Roma. If you recall, they had a big lead and threw it all the way there. And you could see in their faces. And of course, as we're watching the game unfold, you know, halftime 1-0, and then, you know, changes. We don't have Mo, we don't have Bobby, we lose Robbo. And then it becomes, you know, Trent puts it into Gini, the ball squeezes under to Stegen. And then 3 minutes later, Millie to Shaqiri to Wijnaldum's headbang, and the place erupts. And of course, it's corner taken quickly. And again, I look to the left, and heads are now starting to go in hands, and body language is shrinking because you could tell they've seen this movie before.
Yeah.
And you're watching, obviously, Barcelona, you're watching them physically shrink on the field. And 79th minute, corner taken quickly. I leaned over and said to Debbie, my wife, I said, 11 minutes to go, they're going to come at us hard now, so get ready for this. They didn't. If you recall, I mean, maybe in a couple of breakaways, but there was nothing then. We saw the game out brilliantly, and we broke them. And I will say this, you know, the final whistle, Bartomeu, to his credit, stood up, came over to me, hugged me, whispered in my ear, said, now go on and win it. And, you know, that, the elegance of the man and the magnanimity of like the most difficult time, but wishing us well, is the power of football on a global scale. And and then the boardroom stayed open a lot longer than it should have done. And then what I typically do, I had to go home, decompress, and watch the game all over again.
Yeah.
Because I want to hear commentary. I want to see things that I would have missed there live. I had to be back in the office early the next morning because now we're getting ready for Madrid, you know, and it was just one of those moments. They're one of those 24-hour periods that I shall never forget. And like I say, in my autobiography, which I'm finalizing now, it is the prologue of everything that unfolded that evening. I always remember Kenny and Rushy were behind me. We're shuffling back to go in the boardroom at the final whistle. I looked at them both. I said, greatest night ever at Anfield? They both went, absolutely. You know, so that's something coming from Ian Rush and Kenny Dalglish.
Yeah, who might know a thing or two about such things. Right, Peter, we're going to let you go, but I just want to say we've had our first donation since we announced it. iDad here has donated £100. Says, hope you hit your target and beyond. So yeah, Peter has kindly put up this incredibly unique football shirt, the blackout shirt from Liverpool's title-winning season, signed by Jurgen Klopp, and he will be hand delivering it if you've got something cool happening in your city. Peter will be there like a shot. Peter and Debbie.
Always up for a party. Absolutely. Yeah. So, guys, let me know when it's all done and dusted, and I'm more than happy to get this to the winning one. And thank you to the people already who've donated and for people here. Let's get this done because we can't afford to lose this magnificent institution. We cannot afford to. And I can see all around the city and all around the country people rallying, and I think we're going. I know we're going to get there because we always do. But everybody like yourselves, and thank you to Redmen for everything you're doing here. You may think it's not a huge amount, but it's as much the act as it is the money, and the show of caring and belief in this institution. God forbid any of us need this. Even the two words that go together, baby and hospice, just break my heart. But let's get it done.
100%.
Because we will.
100%. We are up to 85% of our 20k total. 17,000 we've just broken through while Peter's been on, so thank you so much. Peter Moore, former Liverpool CEO, superstar, and about to be incredible author and novelist as well. We'll keep our eyes peeled for that one. All the best, Peter. Thank you so much, mate.
Cheers, lads. Take care. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Wow. I honestly, again, we were privileged when Peter was leaving the club. He came in to the studio and did a long old sit down with us to talk through his life and times. It was just sensational stuff. Some of the best stories come from people when they're actually there and they're in the room. To borrow a line from someone more cultured than I, to be in the room where it happened. We've got more people, great people still to come. We have got Alex GILDEA, TROTT, and
Neil Reynolds coming in shortly with me and Chris.
Very shortly. We're going to take a minute break while Chris Pager comes in because NFL chat. I'll be all right, thanks. We'll see us all in a few minutes.
Hiya, Paul Mullen here. You know, as we know, Zoe's Place needs some help in raising funds. So if you could hopefully donate anything you can, that would be much appreciated.
Hi everyone, my name is Bianca Cook and I am 3-time world champion in Taekwondo. And when we all come together and support each other, miracles can happen. And we need a miracle now to help and raise as much money as we can for Zoe's Place. So if you can, please donate and support in whatever way possible. And I just want to say a massive good luck to Redmen TV on their 12-hour live streaming. Doing fantastic, and hi to everyone.
Hi everyone, hope you are enjoying the live stream for Zoe's Place. Please donate if you can use the QR code or the link. All the best, you will never walk alone.
Hello, welcome back. It's me, it's Steve, and we will have Alex GILDEA TROTT and Neil Reynolds from Sky Sports joining us momentarily once Alex has sorted out his AirPods. It's a very first world problem, this day, isn't it?
It is, but how are you doing? It's been a long few hours.
It's been an incredible few hours. I got a picture taken with Kenny Dalglish just a couple of hours ago. Did he pretend to be asleep on your shoulder? Because that's what he did for me.
Oh, so we stitched you up there.
Yeah, you stitched me up big time.
And Neil might be a good person to bring in on this in a moment. So for those who don't know, Chris went to the NFL in London a few weeks ago, with myself, obviously, and Chris fell asleep because he was so drunk at the NFL. So the first thing I did was, Kenny said to me, can you tell us something about who's on? I went, oh yeah, it's Chris. And obviously, and then I showed him the picture of you asleep at the NFL.
So yeah, my one photo with the King is with him pretending to be asleep on my shoulder. Thank you very much, Steve. And Neil and Alex, you've joined us. Alex, Liverpool fan, Cop TV, icon, DR Sports icon, Neil Reynolds, the voice of the NFL in the UK.
And a Liverpool fan.
And a Liverpool fan, of course. So thank you very much for joining us.
Guys, I'll go first. Neil, thanks so much. I'm on a scale of 1 to 100. Do you think Chris was the drunkest person who's been to the NFL this season?
Well, he was being good company. There's plenty of them on game days. Everyone seems to have a good time when the NFL rolls into London. So yeah, I'm actually. Steve, very jealous that you've met the King because there's King Henry in the NFL, but there's only one King, and that's Kenny. So
when I told Neil Kenny was coming in, he was extremely jealous. He was trying to figure out a way to get him.
I didn't think I could expense it back to Sky, so I failed miserably in the end.
Last time I saw Neil very quickly was at that game, and Neil was about to get on a motorbike to get driven to Sky Sports, and you were the most terrified person I've ever seen in my life, Neil.
Never been on a motorbike in 52 years. and the problem was, everyone started getting in my head. So everyone was saying, oh, you got to lean when he leans and you got to, go around the corners. I was like, it wasn't like, super bikes. We weren't going at like 85 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour. So all I did was sit on the back and chill out. But yeah, I was very nervous at the start. But, this is... it's the glamour of TV. Being driven through the rain from Tottenham Hotspur Stadium to Sky Sports Studios on a Sunday night.
It's a glamorous life. Alex, nice one for joining us as well, mate. Where are you, by the way? I can see you. It's a very nice background. Where are you?
I am actually in the Hard Rock Hotel, just off Hyde Park Corner. I was travelling and I couldn't miss this from the worst of the world, so I had to jump off somewhere and find somewhere. It is loud. I do apologise for that, but like Neil said, this is the showbiz. I'm currently sat outside with loads of American tourists having a lime soda. So, glitz and glam, mate.
Absolutely. Mate, what's been going on in the world of DR Sports and the Cop TV at the moment? Is there a lot of chat about the Liverpool Arsenal game at the weekend?
Yeah, as you can imagine, working in the office with Robbie, Cecil, Turkish, Lee judges, it gets a bit annoying at times, especially on game week when we go into the Emirates, which I still think is the hardest away day. I'd actually back us more to get a result at the Etihad rather than the Emirates. So come Monday, I'll show on DR Sports. Hopefully I'll be the one coming in, bragging, and not them bunch of sausages, because they give it all this, but they're just the pretenders, aren't they? Hey?
Absolutely. Neil, you're down in London at the moment, so obviously Liverpool fan in London. Are you getting a lot of Arsenal stick as well? Because we had Robbie on before and he was trying to give it the big one of like, the pressure's on Liverpool, we're all injured. It feels like already they know that they've had a couple of bad results and they're trying to shuffle away. Are you getting any of that with your friends down there as well?
Yeah, there's a few at Sky who support Arsenal, including one of my bosses in the NFL department. So that's always always comes up. There's a Tottenham fan who's my producer, who was very excited by the Man City goal late on Sunday last week, and I was like, "Hey, what's that got?" And he was like, because he was sat next to an Arsenal fan who's one of the production assistants. So yeah, it's the same old stuff. What I love about being a Liverpool fan is like when I'm on Sky, I have to be like super neutral and I have to like all 32 teams. But when I watch Liverpool, it's just, I don't even have to bother. I don't even have to bother, It's just brilliant. It's my escape from the NFL. I love it.
So Neil, obviously for those who don't know, Neil works sometimes when the late matches are on, so he's like kind of watch it on his phone, or he's asking me to text him the scores and stuff as well. And you've got to remain perfectly neutral. You don't have to be neutral here, pal. You can be as biased as you want.
Oh, I tell you what, the 4:30 Sunday games are the worst in the NFL season because... So we rehearse from about 4:30 on Sky.
You rehearse that?
Well, I don't really rehearse.
I was going to say,
go through stuff. And we go through stuff from about 4 o'clock. Then we go live at 5, and then the games kick off at 6, and then it's manic. So I actually get so all I get is updates from my son George, who's also a massive Liverpool fan. So I'm in the breaks. I'm almost frightened to go to my phone. And like this week, it was 2-1 after Curtis had scored. And I didn't want to pick up my phone. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is too nerve-wracking. I don't normally do this, but I have 2 monitors in the studio. I have one that's on our main game, one that's on all the action from the NFL around the league. And just on my phone down to the left of me was the last sort of 7 minutes of injury time. So I couldn't resist.
While you were live. Legends. That is a Liverpool fan right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Can I make a confession here? So I was on the watch along.
Watching the NFL.
I had the Packers on my phone. I did. I can't. And they were getting beat as well.
But you got a field goal right at the end.
Yeah, they did. They won in the end. But I was watching on my phone and I was like trying to watch both at the same time. Yeah, I don't know.
I can't multitask to save my life.
Same, mate.
I can do it when there's sport involved.
Yeah, Alex, Liverpool tonight, Leipzig. We're about to turn our attentions to that one. What do you reckon? What type of side do you think Arne's going to put out tonight?
I wouldn't be surprised if he keeps it strong because, form has showed that. I think when people think he's going to put a weak team out, we don't really have a weak team. I mean, our C or D team won the Carabao Cup against Chelsea. Half of those players aren't even with us anymore. So what does a weak team look like? Does Endo come in? Does Curtis start over Soberslide? Does Nunes start through the middle? In my book, that's still a very strong team. So they're no mugs Leipzig. Yes, they've lost 2 in the Champions League so far, but they're unbeaten and they sit joint top of the table with Bayern Munich. Jambi Simons, a very talented player there as well. So, we need to win. There's no doubt about it. Liverpool still need to win before the Leverkusen game, before the Madrid game to get yourself in a nice, comfy position. But at the same time, I wouldn't expect too many changes. I mean, I'd love Endo to play. Just to give Gravenberch and McAllister a little rest. But I still expect us to go fairly strong, to be honest.
Have you got one eye on the Arsenal game yourself, Alex? Are you working back from the Arsenal game, or are you all about 3 points tonight?
I would say work back from the Arsenal game because, you look at Arsenal's lineup that's going to play on Sunday. They're going to be probably without Odegaard, Saliba, Calafiori potentially, might not even be Saka. So to me, that's go a little bit weaker tonight and then go absolute full throttle on Sunday. I think we can get a big result at Arsenal. I mean, if you asked me this time last week, I wouldn't have been as confident. But seeing them perform last night, plus they lost the last game, Liverpool should be going into this thinking, what a time to go to the Emirates. Let's go and win convincingly as well. So maybe I might not say all this on AFTV, by the way, on Thursday. When Robbie's there across, it's a bit more of a relaxed environment without him there. But yeah, go strong at Arsenal, but go semi-strong tonight and get the 3 points and get back and rest. Rest for Sunday.
Neil, Arsenal fans, Arsenal players could be doing some NFL. Did you see Saliba's tackle the other day? That would have been prime NFL tackle. That's a red card all day. I mean, he'd have done well chasing that. It was like he was chasing down a running back, wasn't it?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, he's a pretty good tackler. I'd say that. Yeah, I think we don't have that many sending offs in the NFL. You get the occasional one, but I don't think it would suit Arsenal because that seems to be their bag at the moment. So, I actually think, if looking at tonight, the only one I would probably really want to rest is Konate because I just worry about the 2 games per week thing. Although it doesn't seem like Arne Slot wants to rotate very much at all. It's just a really, again, that's it's obviously been very encouraging, but at some point you probably need to rest, and certainly the big ones on Sunday for me.
Yeah, I think it is as well for me, to be honest with you. I've been saying that a long time. Now certainly I've said it many times today. I think the Premier League that's the one for me. And now in normal seasons, the European Cup is what gets my juices flowing, as it were. But this time around with Arne Slot, I just want the Premier League so badly. And I think we just don't know how the Champions League is going to work out, the new format and everything else. Whereas I really think you can end Arsenal's title chances this weekend. I really do. And then you can make it a 2-horse race, because I truly believe this, and people will have seen me say it already, but I think the pressure that Arteta is applying to those Arsenal players it becomes a big problem for Arteta, and it becomes a big problem for those Arsenal players if they are 7 points behind Liverpool and maybe 6 points behind Manchester City or whatever.
So you'd have to have a Like they have to have one of those win 10 out of 10 kind of.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they can win those 10 out of 10. I know Manchester City can, and this Liverpool side, all right, not under Arne Slot, has proven that they can do it and stuff. But listen, we've also proven that we can go 2 competitions in a week. Neil, I know you've got to go in 5 minutes, mate, so we'll stick with you. And Alex, if you can just stick around for a little bit longer as well, mate. But Neil, I mean, I wanted to talk about the midfield today, and you know, Gravenberch he's been our best player, hasn't he, this season?
It's incredible when I think every summer I'm guilty of this as well. Literally, they call it doom scrolling when you're looking at bad news, but I do the reverse. You're looking for good news, like in the summer, and we're all looking for signings, and then we all wring our hands when there aren't any. And for the last couple of years, it's been a case of, okay, well, it's turned out all right anyway. And you know, if Gravenberch had been like a signing that we'd had this summer, everyone would be like, what a move that was, you know. So maybe sometimes it's playing. We always talk in the NFL about like when you're building a team, it's not collecting trading cards, you know. It's not fantasy football, and maybe if you've already got a good team, you don't add to it, or you don't need to add to it as much. So he's been sensational. He's looked like strong, composed, just, I'd say, a completely different player from what we saw before. We only ever saw kind of bits and pieces, but confidence is a huge thing, being in the right system. Everything starts for me there, and that's really, I didn't think I'd say that this year, given how good McAllister was last year. But if you think about the midfield right now, I'd start with Ryan.
Yeah, that's the first name on the team sheet, isn't it?
Yeah, he's been the best player. I said it was funny. We done a live show the other day, and one of the topics was who's been Liverpool's best player. And I actually got the look of the draw of being able to say Ryan Gravenberch, and I didn't actually have to say a word. I just showed the video of Ryan Gravenberch playing football this season.
Me and Paul did 5 minutes each on why it was anyone other than Ryan Gravenberch, basically. And Steve just put a picture up of Ryan Gravenberch and got the biggest applause of the night.
Oh, mate, if there's a cheap pop to be had, I am more than willing to take it. Honestly, don't get me wrong. I'm more than happy to do it. Always very easy. But last one, Neil, I knew you shoot off in a minute, but again, I know we spoke privately, but like in terms of going into this season, I was saying before to Chris, I was always thinking if Liverpool could come fourth, but you can kind of see what Arne's trying to do, we'd all take that. But now we're top of the league already. Have your expectations changed? Have your hopes changed? What's possible this season?
I think I always felt we'd still be really good, and I always had a feeling that he was going to be good. Well, I didn't really know too much about him. Can't say I studied.
He was bald, Neil, wasn't he? That's what it was. He was one of us baldies. We trust each other. That's what it was.
Did you? I don't know if you noticed. So I accidentally. So on Sky on Sunday, I had on like sort of black trainers with the white bit around the bottom.
The Sky presenter trainers.
Yeah, those. Quarter zip jumper, dark one. I went to work dressed as Arne Slot. I didn't even mean to. I'm doing every
hard, mate.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and the other thing is, you might have dressed as a Manning.
I didn't go dressed as Ten Hag because I didn't have a permanently confused look on my face. I was quite confident about what I was doing in the studio. I was pretty confident. I'm always confident that we're going to be there or thereabouts. But yeah, it's been really encouraging, and that just means I'm going to be scared, stiff, and nervous for most of April and May.
Absolutely. It's going to be a wild time. Neil, just wanted to say thank you so much for joining us, obviously. It means a lot, and we're currently at
17,700. We're up to £17,700 we've raised so far, so we're doing really well. So thank you very much, mate, for giving up your time. Thanks everyone who's donated so far as well. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm sure we'll catch up again soon, Neil. We'll be texting on Sundays when you're asking for the Arsenal results at the weekend, I'm sure.
Thanks, guys. My pleasure.
Appreciate it. Right, Alex, let's get a one on you. Look at that. That was seamless, wasn't it? Neil and Sky could learn a lot from that transition.
You can't see what happened there, but that was absolutely glorious by our production team. That was absolutely fantastic.
It's the first time you've got it right all day, Aaron.
He'll murder you in a minute. We've got AGT even bigger on the screen. You're bigger than us. How's that happening anyway? It's absolutely fine. Only today, Alex, not in real life, mate. Don't
yeah, no, that's it. Just today, lad.
Are you obviously looking ahead to tonight, Alex, and what Liverpool? Do you think they are going to? You mentioned before, like Leipzig are a good team and stuff, but it just feels like we've got ultimate confidence in this manager and this group of players at the moment. Like, yeah, just bring them on.
Yeah, I mean, any game that we play right now, I'm predicting us to win. Whether that's Arsenal away Leipzig away. I know we've got some really tough home fixtures coming up as well, but we're kind of in that same groove. I don't know if you guys remember, you know, when we finished the kind of midway point of the 21-22 season, we just won every game. And I'm not saying we're on for the quadruple, I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but it seems that feeling that's gone around the team is, even if we do go a goal behind, it's very calm and composed. We're still going to go on to win the game. And I think every team that we play at the minute fears us. They probably mocked us. There's a lot of people saying there's going to be a big drop-off when Klopp goes. They look very silly now. And, you know, as Liverpool fans, all we need to do is just keep touching wood and make sure that the good luck is there for the rest of the season. Because you need a bit of luck, but with the tactical input that Arnie's created, it just seems like it's on autopilot at the minute. Everything happens as it should. Everyone knows what they need to do. So it's a great position for Liverpool to be in this early on in the season.
That's it. This is him coming in and setting a few things. I can't imagine he's changed that much in training. You know, the training might have changed, but I can't imagine he's changed that much. This is the first form of Arne Slot's Liverpool side, isn't it, Alex? You know, in 2 to 3 years' time, when he's probably realised his dream of what this Liverpool side could be, this is just the first step on the road, isn't it?
You're so right, Chris. And do you know what? We could look back in 4, 5, 6 years and think it was even better than Klopp. I think a lot of people, including myself, including both of you boys, very emotional when Klopp left, thinking, how is anyone going to replace that? But as time goes on, it seems like we're on for an absolute incredible season if things carry on like they are. So, listen, all the positivity, all the confidence has replaced the wariness, the nervousness around how this season would pan out. And again, we're not even a quarter of the way through, so there can't be anyone getting ahead of themselves. And I think you'd agree, if we can get through to Christmas after this really tough batch of games and we're still in this position, that's when I'm really going to start getting excited, because if you can get to Christmas in that form with as many little injuries as possible, you are setting yourself up to deliver what could be our best season ever. But again, I'm on the lime and soda, Chris, not the Guinness like last time when I was with you. We had a good scoop, didn't we?
We did. Everyone seems to have a story about having a drink with me. I think I might have a problem here, Alex.
I don't think there's any thinking about it.
I've got a couple of stories of Chris drinking, but probably not appropriate for this incredible stream. But guys, I just wanted to say what you guys have done today, and what you do in general, but what you're doing today, it makes me really emotional, because as someone who lives in Liverpool that isn't from the city, obviously all my family are, the way you guys paint and portray the city and the real important causes that need to be highlighted, for instance, Zoe'S place, the way you've all just scrambled together in the last week and put this stream on with some of the names that you've got on, mate, absolutely incredible, and there's no one doing it like you guys. So I just wanted to give you your flowers whilst I was here as well.
Mate, thank you so much, mate. That's it means a lot, mate, honestly. It does.
Can I just say we've just broken through another barrier? 18,031 pounds. We're up to. Thanks everyone so far who's donated, been a part of the stream, liked, shared everything. Keep it going, because we're here for another 5 or so hours, so there's plenty more time for us to go, and every single penny, again, will go straight to Zoe'S place, including every penny that we earn today as well. So just by watching this, you're helping out as well. So share the link with as many people as you can, mates, friends, family, everyone. Get it out there, and yeah, let's make sure Zoe'S place stays, because it's much needed in the city.
Right, from the good to the bad though, we've managed to stay away from this conversation all day, Alex. Contracts. We've not talked contracts all day.
It's hard to keep the vibes positive.
The positive vibes, yeah. Listen, we might be able to get a week's wages for one of these lads here, the way these donations are going. Alex, whereabouts are you with it all? Like, are you getting worried yet? I mean, the news broke a couple of days ago that Virgil's in talks. That's obviously a positive, but it's what's left unsaid there, isn't it? Virgil's in talks, great. What else is going on?
That's it. You know what? I'm not actually that worried about it, but it's until I walk into DR Sports, right? And Robbie reminds me, whenever he sees the colour white, he's like, look, same colour as Real Madrid. And I think, they're more obsessed with it. Rival fans are more obsessed with it than we are. And it's starting to really grind my gears. But if I'm really truthfully honest, you know, the longer it goes on without hearing too much about Trent, it doesn't look good. There's conflicting reports almost every week. He's leaning towards it. He's leaning towards Madrid. I think Virgil will be the first to sign. I think Salah will be the second. And I don't know with certainty that Trent will sign. What I would say is, what I think and what I hope and what I think the fans would want Trent to do, if he is going to leave, is sign a new contract to allow us to get the most money for you, bro, because it would just be an absolute travesty if we allowed to. I mean, there's no way we're allowing him to go for free in January, by the way. But even next summer, I think the clever thing, the respectful thing to do would be sign that deal. And then if a massive bid comes in, then it allows us to sell you at the maximum price. But at this stage with Trent, it is more hope than clarity on if he's going to sign or not. I think the easiest to do a Virgin and Mo. I mean, look, we've saved 300k by Matip and Thiago leaving. So I'm no mathematician or accountant or audit person, but you give them each 100k more and then it's all sorted. So it doesn't work like that, obviously.
Can I just say, when you said I'm not an audit person, I was convinced that you knew nothing about money. I am not an audit person. I'm not a.
What do you call them? Auditors.
Auditor, yeah.
Auditors.
I'm not a knife into someone's. Oh no, I'm a surgeon. I'm a surgeon.
No, brain surgeon. That's what I am.
That's it, mate.
No, but genuinely, I think every Liverpool fan is in hope stage more than Trent's definitely going to sign. I think the last few weeks have maybe tilted just towards that, but. Mate, if he does go, what a player we had on our hands, but there's still a lot of work to do, boys, until he does leave. So if I was him, I'd collect as many trophies as you can this season. Just keep ignoring Jude's WhatsApps. I know he's probably belling you off, but just ignore them until May, and then we have another chat. But if it gets to May and it's not decided, then it isn't looking good, is it?
Absolutely. Listen, Alex, thank you so much for joining us today, mate. Massively appreciate it. Good luck with everything at Cop TV and DR Sports. And yeah, about 10,000 people that watch every single show. Obviously, I've been speaking to people out there today saying how much they love it and stuff as well. So yeah, it means a lot that you came on. Means a lot that you jumped off a train that I'm assuming you now have to get back on at some point. So yeah, appreciate you, and we'll see you soon, mate. Yeah.
Appreciate you, boys. Big love to everyone. Keep subscribing to the Redmen. Chuck us a little follow if you can as well on the Cop TV. But most importantly, donate if you can, because as someone who lives in Liverpool, I feel this one from inside. So it must get sorted. And, you know, you just have to big up everyone who's been involved today. What a cause and what a channel you guys are. So much love.
Thanks, mate.
Appreciate it. Take care, buddy. Take it easy, Alex. Steve, I think we've got Adam Rowe walking into the building in the next couple of minutes. Hopefully we'll have Ruby Deschamps joining us as well. I think me and you are tagging out. Paul and Errol will be joining them. I'm assuming it's going to happen in a couple of minutes' time. I know Adam was going to be right on 5 o'clock. Adam's been a huge inspiration to me. Over the last week, and I know you as well. We were texting, weren't we, almost immediately after all this was happening, and it was seeing Adam as well as the response from everybody else that really inspired us to push through with this today.
Adam's message of around it was along the lines of, you know, if we all do something, it'll all add up. And I was thinking, he's right, and I was thinking about, could I do something personally? Is there something I could do? And I thought, you know what? And I texted you, I was like, we should do something, shouldn't we? And then obviously you took that and ran with it, yeah. Because I think Adam's message was like, if at time they need like £4 million, he was like, if 2,000 people raise £2,000, there's the money almost. And obviously we're lucky and to have this platform where we're able to maybe communicate with people. And then obviously for the people who you contacted, and we contacted everyone to give up their time and effort to come and help us raise this money. It's been inspiring, to say the least. So Adam's, like, when I saw it needs like £4 or £5 million, my first thing was, oh, that's dead, that's gone, it's not going to happen. But his message was actually, no, we can do this. And then I thought, you know what, he's right. Like, the people of Liverpool can do this, because if anyone can do it, we can do it. And not just the people of Liverpool, but Liverpool supporters who are watching the stream, people from all over the world, really. If anyone can do it, we can do it. And they say, whatever help we can do today, and all the money that we raised, and so grateful of everyone who's donated so far. I think, like I say, that going past that 18 grand mark, we were speaking, weren't we, because of like, what do we set the bar as? And we were a little bit nervous at 10. I was thinking, that's asking, you know, and I understand times are hard, and I completely understand it. We were thinking 10 might be a lot, should we aim for 5? And we went with 10, and to be at 18 with off 6 hours to go on the stream is just breathtaking. And it's genuinely emotional. Like, it
is, and because it's so important to each of us and to everybody. I mean, there's a man in that room over there doing the production for this, and we'll give him his flowers later, but Aaron, who's just been unbelievable.
Been working like 12 hours already and stuff.
Yeah, and you know, everybody who's jumped in and helped out behind the scenes. I'm so thankful that the Zoom element of this is over, because that's the one thing that we don't do a lot of, but we've managed to get through every Zoom call. We have
ghosted yourself because there's a pre-record coming up later.
I've turned it off. I've turned it off there because we know we're going to have a chat with James Alcott and Flav, who unfortunately were working today but wanted to do something, so we'll do that a little bit later. I just want to say thank you to everybody that's joined us so far as well, because whether you've liked the stream, whether you've watched the stream, we'll be adding the ad revenue and our Dr. Cynic sponsorship money from today's stream in there as well. So anyone who's liked it, who's watched it, who's had an advert on there, who's shared the stream, it all helps. And obviously everybody who's given up their time, be that the King, be that Paul Dalglish, be it Neil Mellor, Mo Stewart, whatever, whoever it's been, and be it Amber and Frank and Bobby and Chloe and Mark and everybody who's working behind the scenes to make this a thing, it means a lot. It means a hell of a lot
to the people as well. So for those who don't, you might not have obviously joined on the stream now, we're just finishing work. At the various points you can go back. So far today we've had legends. We've had Jamie Carragher, we've had Stephen Gerrard, we've had Kenny Dalglish. It's been absolutely fantastic. We've had donations, we've had all kinds. It's been a wonderful day. We've had a couple of prizes donated to us, and I'll speak through those now. So anyone at all who donates anything whatsoever on the Just Giving page, we're going to do a draw and we're going to pull out a few names. We've got a pair of Jordan Henderson's match worn boots, kindly donated by Jordan. There's a little video, it's on our socials, it's been on the stream already. Anyone who has donated £1 or above will be in that draw.
We don't know if they're washed boots or unwashed boots, but we don't know whether you prefer either, so
we'll find out. If you like the smell of Jordan Henderson's feet, you might find out in a few bits of time. We've got a signed John Barnes frame shirt and also a signed plaques by Ian St John and by Roger Hunt. We are giving all those away. My glorious assistant's going to bring some of them in now. There you go. There's the John Barnes one. Hi, Paul. Smooth. And then why you this one?
Oh, don't go too far. Don't go too far.
I'm getting sacked. Well, my donation will be my wages.
There we go. Looks much better, to be fair, does it? So that's in there for
anyone who donates to the Just Giving page. We'll do 3 draws and pull them out. And also, if anyone donates over £100, as we just heard before from Liverpool, former Liverpool CEO Peter Moore, he's donated a limited edition blackout chair from the 1920 season that was hand gifted to all of Liverpool's employees, signed by Jurgen Klopp. It's an amazing prize, and Peter has kindly donated that for the cause as well. So if you donate over £100, you'll be in a draw to win that as well. So yeah, just unbelievable. So everyone's generosity has been just absolutely fantastic.
Okay, should we get into the next one then? We've got a couple of messages from a couple of people that wanted to speak directly to you about Zoe'S place.
Hello everyone, my name's Lewis. I'm from a band from Liverpool called the Cheap Thrills. I'd just like to say I hope you're all enjoying the stream as much as we are, and just another little reminder to keep donating as much as you can to Zoe'S place. We all know how important it is that we save it, so yeah, anything you can spare would be bloody brilliant. Thank you very much, love yous, enjoy the rest of the stream, see you later.
Hi everyone, I hope you're enjoying the live stream. When I heard that Zoe'S place in Liverpool was in danger, then I was keen to help in some way. So I'll be sending a pair of match-worn boots across to the Redmen TV, who will pick someone at random, whoever donates today, no matter how big or small the donation. So please give what you can. It's our only and last chance to save them. And if any city can, Liverpool can.
What's happening, people? Sorry I couldn't be there today for the Redmen stream. Wish I had a little half an hour to come down and see everyone and have a little chat, but Wednesday's a very busy day for me, training in the morning, S&C in the afternoon, then got 2 babies to help look after. So everyone, I hope it gets loads of views, and let's just donate as much as we can, and let's get Zoe'S place saved. Nice one everyone for watching. Again, sorry I'm not there.
Hope for the best. Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us. I'd like to say we're in the home stretch, but we're not, because we've got like all the way through to post-match to do. But we have got some fresh people in the studio with fresh eyes and impetus to bring some more fresh energy to the stream. Of course, Errol returns.
Nice one.
Yeah, thanks so much, Errol. And joining us, have a word, star, stand-up comedian extraordinaire, Mr. Adam Rowe.
I really didn't enjoy it and those compliments. Like, that was such a weird thing to be sat here watching you do that.
Hat wearing Yeah, a long time Redmen TV contributor. He's gotten so much bigger than us since he started coming in here. I'd like to think we play a small part in his rise. Someone else who's always been more famous than us, and we had nothing to do with that, is Ruby Deschamps as well. Ruby, okay?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, very good indeed. Yeah, I'm excited about this. We've had some mad people. Have you seen? We were on before. We've seen some of the bits.
Yeah, I've seen a few clips, and obviously I had a look at the clips that you have made and other people have made on Twitter, and having like Kenny on and all that. Like even the clips that you've had in, Paddy, Stevie, like it's been insane. And the money that you have raised up to now has been absolutely incredible.
Yeah, mental stuff. I mean, Adam, let's talk Zoe's Place before we get into like, you know, you being an actual comedian and the fun stuff and all that. But you've been big on the Zoe's Place stuff for a while now. Yeah. And actually, I first became aware of this, the issues they were going through, actually through your Facebook and stories and whatever, because you were already on the fundraising sort of mission for it when it all kicked off,
yeah,
right?
Same for me, really.
Yeah. So about a year ago, I become good mates with one of the girls who works there. Her name's Gina, and she's fucking great. And we can swear and all that, can't we?
You've done it, mate.
They're all great, the people who work there. And she asked me a year ago, would I go to India and raise money for them, because they were doing like this cycle across India. And I was drunk in my hotel room after the gig, right? I'd done like a tour show somewhere, and I said no. I was like, no, okay. Don't be ridiculous. And she's like, oh, come on. And about 2 hours later...
How middle class do you think I am?
I was like, I'm not going to it. It's 450 kilometres in 6 days. And I was like, no, just no chance. Like, I'm nowhere near fit enough to do something like that. 2 hours later, not only did she convince me to do it, she's not soft, she got me to pay the deposit. Which was 5 ton. So she was like, go on and pay it now, and then you've paid your bit, and then you need to raise, like, whatever. So... I sort of the next day wake up hungover, 500 quid like committed to this thing, and I was like, well, I've got to do it now, because the reason they're the one that I choose to support is they're right next door to the school I went to, so like we always raised for them when I was in school anyway. Yeah. So I go into our podcast studio on the Monday morning, and Dan hits record, and I go, I've got something to start with. So, like, our podcast goes all over the place when we talk about whatever, but, like, sometimes one of us has had something happen over the weekend, and we go, I'll start today, I've got something stupid to talk about. And they go, what is it? So I was like, well, I've signed up for this thing, how do I get out of it? And then the whole team went, well, we'll just do it with you. So by the end of it, like, through her getting me to sign up to that drunk on a Saturday night, by the Monday afternoon, she had 5 of us signed up for it, all committed to raising this money. And we were like, literally, like,
boxed off.
So we're like, we started going for it because, like, they knew they needed a lot of money, and India was like a big drive and sort like their big sort of event to raise all the awareness for it, so they could get money from elsewhere. And they thought they had until, you know, next year to raise it, and certainly didn't think they were going to get the news they did a couple of weeks ago. And I went for a coffee with Gina, and she was like, I think we're going to get some bad news. I've just got this horrible feeling. And then on the Monday, she told me like news was going to break by 6 o'clock. She was like, I'm embargoed, I can't tell you what it is, but I'll ring you after 6. She rang me, she was in the pub. I've never heard anyone I care about sound that angry and upset at the same time, like over the phone, like just wailing tears and screaming, and just what they'd been told by the directors and stuff that day was essentially, even if we had all the money right now, there isn't time to build this place to move into by the time we've got to be there. And I just said, like, she was obviously a bit like drunk and that, she's in the pub. I was like, I just don't actually believe that to be true. Yeah. I was like, there'll be someone out there who can do this quicker. There'll be some amount of money that gets this done quicker than, like...
I've seen enough home shows.
Yeah.
Not even that. You see how quick they throw up the students' accommodation in Liverpool at the minute?
Yeah.
Like, one semester to the next and they're up, so you can definitely pull the finger out.
I was like, I'm just not really having it. And, like, you know, I've always got a bit of, like, a chip. I'm always just like, nah, I'm not going to pick a spade up. Like, I'll get someone to do this. So the next day I was like, look, I said to her, I've done this video. I sent it. I was like, just show the staff and like the people in work, and just let me know this is all right, because like I'm not like sort of towing the sort of staff party line here. I'm just trying to be a bit like, let's make some noise and let's put a bit of pressure on the people who've made this decision to reverse it. And then that kicked it off, and I sent it to, like, you know, other people that I know who've got like a bit about them in the city, like Paul Smith and Paddy and Webster and that, and was just like, could you just like share this? And but then they all started doing their own ones as well. They were like, not only I'll share it, we'll all do our own. And then Ian Byrne got involved, who's the MP in West Derby, obviously, and he's just like, nah, he's just not like a normal politician. He's a Scouser who happens to be an MP.
I adore Ian Byrne.
I said this, he's the absolute proof that they're not all the same, because his attitude was like, what, we're closing, you're having a laugh, aren't you? So he goes down and goes, this is not happening. And it's just all kicked off from there. And I'll be honest with you, over the past 6 months or so, I've always been like proper proud to be from Liverpool. I think there's so much about Liverpool that like is, we can wear as a badge of honour. And then what happened after the horrific events in Southport and the riots in the city, and there's people wearing like fuck the Tories caps, chanting Tommy Robinson's name on the docks and that. That's the first time I've been ashamed to be from here, and I felt genuinely like I wanted to leave. I was like, I've never been someone who's like thought, if I made millions, I'd go and live in Cheshire or something like that. I've always been like, I'll be in Egbert me. And like, I was just like, do you know what? I think I would go now, because this is just not like how I feel as a Scout. This is not what we are. And it's the first time I felt sort of like disillusioned and depressed with like this as a city. And it felt like, there's been a bit of a turn from the past and stuff, and people's attitude towards all sorts of stuff was just not what I was used to and what I identified with as a Scouser. But the reaction to this campaign has sort of reignited my sort of pride and love for the city, because I do genuinely believe there's not another city in this country that this would happen in. I think other major cities would go, oh, that's so disgusting, how sad's that?
Anyway,
I think it's not just pride and belief though. I think it's everything. It shows that everyone says, oh, Liverpool, Scousers, they all stick together. But I've always said we've got like a town culture, but we're a city. And I think driving that is the belief and everything else behind it. And to do it for a hospice for babies, I didn't realise, but a girl that I grew up with last year, she lost their baby girl, and she had the most precious 2 weeks, and that was because of Zoe's place. And they do things like that, and they give parents them type of opportunities, and there's no place like that in Liverpool for people. You never know what's going to happen to you or your new or your unborn baby. So I think for me, I didn't really know what was going on, and it was your post, Adam, and Molly's and Ryan's and Paddy's and all the little kid who's doing the run. It was things like that, and that is the people that are in the limelight or have some form of say within the community using that as a piece.
I felt stupid because on the Friday I was in a networking event for work, and one of the Zoe Place representatives was there talking about the 5 million target that they wanted, and this is literally the Friday before your post went out on the Monday. And I remember I was tweeting you being like, I'm sure I've just spoke to them on Friday, like, it's all sound, don't worry, like, they're gonna be alright, they've got a plan. And then like more stuff came out underneath your tweets and that, and then I was like, oh shit, like that's like literally over the space of a weekend, how you can go from obviously the contact that there, feeling so confident that they've got a plan, they've got a way out, they've got a way forward for the new build, to going into work on Monday and all of that being undone. It just didn't feel real, to be fair, and the way that it just happened pretty much overnight was crazy. So the response from people and the willingness and the togetherness, as you said there, it's been phenomenal, because you see how quick momentum can just change and shift.
I must admit, it's one of those things where I wasn't totally up on it, because that was the time we were up in Scotland the other week doing a live event, and people know I've been doing stuff, getting my dad's book launched and all that, and I was just absolutely wiped out, and my plan was to kind of just get my head down for a bit, and then this all started to come out, and it's one of those things where when you can't avoid it, I get that sense of pride as well, of the scouseness of it all, of the amount of people who I know, and I've been lucky to to rub shoulders with you guys and all the people you sort of mentioned there over the years. I like the way that everyone just went, nah, fuck off.
That's not happening.
Not having that. That's not, no, nah, you're all right. I get what you're saying, but no. We're going to do our own thing instead. So, I know you've got an event coming up. You're doing stuff with John Gibbons, the Anfield Rap, and Jamie Carragher.
I keep forgetting about that one, to be honest with you. So, because everyone, because I sort of encouraged as much as possible, everyone who said, hey, can you come and do this? I've just gone, I'll be there. Right? Like even today, coming here, I've been and done my podcast, Have a Word today. We didn't finish till 4 o'clock, so I've come straight here. I'll go straight to the comedy club after this, because I've got to do a set tonight. And then tomorrow, is Jamie Webster's concert that he's doing for him, for it, and I said I'll go down and introduce that, but I've also got to go and do hot water after that as well. And then Friday there's something on. Saturday is the Jamie Webster, the Jamie Carragher show with John Gibbons at hot, because John rang me and was like, could you speak to Hot Water for us, because we'd like to do this at their venue and we think it'd be perfect for it. And I just went, let me know if you want me to come and do a set. And he goes, yeah. So I was like, great, cool, well, I'll do that as well. Then later that night is our Finn from our podcast. He's doing his gig at the Jacaranda Baltic, and I think this was long before like it all kicked off. That's his biggest ever headline gig, and I think he was donating something like £1 of every ticket to his fundraising as well. The 27th, I think there's like a charity football match on, and I can't make that because I've got something else to do. And then the 28th is we're doing there's a comedy night at Hot Water again. I'm hosting it. We've got John Bishop, Jason Manford, Dan Nightingale, Jamie Hutchinson, and Ian Sterling, who's like the voice of Love Island. It's sold out like in like 2 minutes or whatever, but they're going to stream it worldwide for free and people can just donate. So like sort of like the stream you've been doing today. So they're just going to put that out and just have a constant like rolling QR code or whatever on the screen where people can whatever.
You and Ian Sterling.
Yeah.
That'll be wild. That'll be wild.
It'll be it's going to be a good night, and then obviously
I mean, mate, that's a kind of lineup that would sell the arena. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
well, we got. I'll be honest with you. Live Nation seen what was going on, and they rang me and was like, "We've got you the arena the first weekend in December," and I was like, "Okay, we'll just pencil it because we might need that."
Yeah.
Because if we get to the end of October and they go right by this date we need another 100 grand, then we can probably get 100 grand from the arena, but. What people don't sort of realise when you're doing arena shows is the amount of costs that come in that are just unavoidable. Like, an arena doesn't have a stage in it. I know that sounds stupid.
Yeah.
They don't have stages, and they don't have lights, and they don't have... You have to get all of that on top of hiring the room. And even if they find a way to give us the room for next to nothing, then it becomes very cost ineffective to do the arena rather than doing a 600-seat comedy club that you can stream for free and everyone can chuck a tenner in.
Yeah.
So we should make more money for the charity on Monday than we would by doing the arena, which is why we sort of look to do it that way. And Hot Water have been unbelievable because they've just, like, they put it on sale, they list it, they send it out to them at mailing list, absolutely nothing going to the club, they're just giving it all in. And they've arranged, like, Granada Reporter going down to do a live thing on Monday and just go in half an hour after our news show's done, go on the Hot Water website, and then...
Didn't the lads from Monterex as well? They put their hand in the pockets as well. They've been brilliant. 100 grand or something like that I've seen on LinkedIn.
They're obviously doing really well, those lads. They're a decent company now. They've got their own like store in Liverpool One and that, and you know they're sort of iconic with like Scouse, especially like footy going lads and stuff like that. They've become like the Scouse brand over the past few years. But I don't care how well you're doing. 100 grand's a lot of money, and like, I'm not sort of talking down about this, but you know, the entire donation from Liverpool Football Club was 150. Yeah. And I'm telling you right now, I don't care what you say, like percentage wise, the Monterex lads have chipped more in than the football club. Yeah. They have. I'm not saying like that we're very grateful for every donation that Zoe'S place gets, but Monterex has gone completely under the radar really, because the amount they've put in, considering, you know, the size of their organisation, is more than anybody else, and they deserve a lot of credit for it. Yeah,
absolutely,
100%. I'd not even heard that. So 100%.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely massive. And again, goes back to it. There's just
Scousers being Scousers, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it is. Again, goes back to that massive sense of pride. While we're here, I may as well do an update on where we're up to. We are currently, because as mentioned, we had a 10k. Like sort of threshold we were looking for. We smashed through that. Chris raised it to 20. We're now 95% of the way to that. So we're on 19,189 so far. I mentioned already, Jordan Henderson is offering up a pair of match worn boots to anyone who donates at any level whatsoever. Peter Moore from Liverpool CEO has just been on. He was gifted a shirt for being at the club when Liverpool won the league title, a blackout shirt of that season signed by Jürgen. So there's only a very limited amount of these in the world. Anyone who donates 100 or above is going to be in a chance of winning that one. Absolutely mad.
It might be worth plugging, because I know you'll have a lot of people watching and stuff as well. This isn't announced yet, but like you'll see it on my socials and the Have a Word stuff in the next couple of days. So I spoke to the lads in work today about, like, because obviously we've been doing our own separate pages and stuff, but I was like, we need to sort of, like, my page has slowed down in the past few days, so like people are now donating direct to the Zoe, and it doesn't matter where you donate, like everywhere's the same.
Yeah.
But I was like, I want to just keep ours coming in. So we've put a raffle together where it's going to be a tenner to enter, and this will be mainly sort of fans of mine and the podcasts. And we're doing a lifetime golden ticket. So the prize is you and a +1 will get a ticket to any Have a Word show, any Adam Rowe show, and any Dan Nightingale show that you ever want to go to for the rest of your life.
Wow.
So, like, if you come to 3 shows a year, then the tickets will normally be like 20 odd quid. You're getting 50 quid worth of tickets 3 times a year for the rest of your life, and that should be announced in the next day or two how to enter. But keep an eye out, because that was the only other thing left that we thought we could.
There's a few things that's really worth pointing out on that. Obviously, every time you guys put anything live ticketed, it goes within seconds. So you're going to get that. So obviously, these are always the hottest tickets in town. But because it's lifetime, it's worth remembering, right? So even if you're not a big fan of Adam or Dan, you're going to get like at the tail end of their careers when they're really, really maybe phoning it in. And so they're right at the crest of the wave now. But like you could really get to see the undoing of these guys, like, when they're like in Blackpool and pubs and all that kind of stuff. Like, so that is a prize and a half, no matter which end of the career you're looking to see.
I'll be in the adult hospice long before I'm doing those Blackpool runs, lad. Rowe's place.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Another thing I just wanted to point out, because we had obviously we were talking about Zoe's place, and people were asking where you get the t-shirts from, and they just didn't have any t-shirts. They were trying to get something up and running. Chris, being Chris and the king of merchandise, has managed to sort it. So if you want to buy a Zoe's place t-shirt, and obviously it will donate towards the cause as well, if you go to redmenmerch.com, you can get one of those t-shirts now. You can literally place the order and you can have it, in the money, all the money raised for it will go to Zoe's place as well.
Wobbly Banana says gift aid of 3.6 thousand as well is not included in the total, so we're closer to 23k.
Oh, wow.
Well in the Redmen.
Amazing, cool. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's something that's worth remembering. Right, okay. Look, that's been awesome. I'm enjoying all that, and obviously, please do keep your donations coming in, of course. But we've got you guys here. You're both really interesting human beings, so let's talk about how interesting your lives are. Ruby, every time I check your socials, you seem to be in the company of another Liverpool player of some description. Best mates with Cody Gakpo and co. Anything massively exciting that you can talk about that you've been into lately?
So another episode of A Day in the Life has been filmed. We're just waiting for it to come out. And then another one is in the pipelines, but I was away when we were going to shoot it. So we're kind of trying to navigate who and when to do it. But there's 2 names. I don't know if I'm allowed to say. Okay. I'll tell you off camera. Yeah, there's 2 names. I think they'll both go down really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the most exciting thing that
excellent.
I've been doing at the moment.
Yeah,
keeping it under wraps, but I don't know what I can announce and what I can't, basically, because it's all like through the club.
I like the idea that you just get like messages to and go, right, Ruby, remember that amazing thing you did 6 months ago? Well, that's going out now. Could you just go and you go,
literally,
oh God,
I'm like, when did we even do that? Was that this year? And they're like, yeah. I was like, it was in January. I'm like, but it's only just came out in July.
So the last time me and Ruby did work together, it was the infamous opening of Box Park in town.
Jesus,
so
nice.
This is definitely one of the things for Scousers will get this, and this caused a bit of a kick-off at the time. That they had the Merseyside derby on, and they basically said that Evertonians weren't
allowed.
Wow. It was I remember it, yeah. It was one of the stupidest things I've ever seen any company do. It obviously it was a bit funny.
Yeah.
And do you know what I thought when he did it? I was like, you'd have been better, genuinely, doing it the other way around.
Yeah.
Because, look, I'm not trying to take the mick too much out of Everton fans, right? But if you sort of choose...
This isn't the platform for that, Adam.
If you choose Liverpool, over Everton, they'll remember that.
Forever.
Whereas Liverpool fans wouldn't really be asked, do you know what I mean? If they were like, hey, it's Everton fans on this week, we'd be like, yeah, cool, whatever. Like, you'd probably just not be bothered and not even think about it when you're going to go.
You'd probably still turn up anyway because it'd be half empty.
But Everton fans will have, Box Park on the dartboards and everything now, do you know what I mean? It was just such a mad move. Even as a Liverpool fan, I was like, it's funny because I watched them all kick off, when Koeman's Everton tree was red. Do you know what I mean? It was another one of them, people losing their minds over it. But It was daft, wasn't it?
Well, we learned a harsh lesson that night. So it was this is off the back of we'd gone and done Belfast and Dublin, and we had like 300 people, all like when you've got an easy crowd, they were there for you. So like everything you say lands in a huge way.
I've done the Wembley Box Park one as well. That's completely different. Obviously, everyone's already pissed.
Yeah. And this one was a bunch of like student girls out having cocktails on the front row who clearly had no idea the footy was coming up or whatever, and we're cracking gags about like Don Hutchison and all this kind of stuff, just straight over the top. Ruby's out there doing crowd work.
I had to go right round the crowd, and it was like nobody wanted to talk, so I was just like, you've made eye contact with me, so now you have to talk, and I just have to put the mic in the face.
It's just an absolute like graveyard. They did a comedy night. When
they wanted
first
to do
opened.
Games at half time, and this was the derby that we lost.
Yeah, they didn't advertise it was a comedy night. It was just like they got comedians and they were like, "Oh, we're just gonna have yous on as the entertainment for the night." So then there's like 500 people just at Box Park, just there for like a Patterson's chicken burger and a Diet Coke.
Like, who's this
Joe
fella
Donuts on
jobbing?
stage, like trying to get the attention. Everyone's like, "Shut up, will you?" I think it's so. If you go to a comedy club and talk while the acts are on, I think that's so unbelievably rude and disrespectful to everyone else there. But I actually think if you're a comedian and you walk into a pub while people are having a pint and a catch up, it's equally rude.
Everybody. I'm about to be funny over here. Can we all listen to me being funny for a minute, please? Yeah. So anyway, we had to do this and we had the show. It was all planned out. It was cool, but there was a point where we were rattling through it because no one's laughing, no one's engaging, and there was a point where I looked at my watch and like we had an hour, and it was like we've done 10. I turned to Chris, turned me back and just did this like, just stretch it out, just talk.
You called me on early as well.
Oh, Jesus Christ, we were dying up there.
Ready to go on, and he was like, and now we've got Ruby to introduce the game. I was like,
just needed to get off. Right. But I learned an important lesson there, and I've seen this subsequently, because obviously I was told no Evertonians, and we discovered obviously they're Evertonians, because you don't tell them they can't go places because they'll go there out of pure. They support that football club out of sheer belligerence, and have done for generations for no reason other than fuck you to their like brothers who support Liverpool or whatever. And so they started to creep out the woodwork when we started to go wrong, and we were at the back on the raised bit, and it turns out there was a big table full of Evertonians who were getting really, really excited, who then got even more excited when they noticed me and Chris sat there just casually not enjoying the footy. And but I learned that Evertonians, because no one wears footy shirts anymore, everyone just wears gym gear.
Monterex.
But those Monterex shirts, like the mottled ones that everyone wears, Evertonians have like blue ones. And so I was just like, and then I started to see them, and I can't unsee them now. So every time I see someone in blue, I'm like, that's an Evertonian. It's like they've gone undercover. But I've now cracked the code. So all these lads in blue Monterex t-shirts all started jumping up and celebrating. I was like, fuck. So it's an important lesson.
It was an interesting night that though, wasn't it? I couldn't have left faster.
I was getting off, and a bunch of lads went, where he's going? I went, I'm getting off. What do you think I'm going to do? I'm going home. I think I'm going to hang around and have a big chat with everyone.
I was in Pogues like 3 or 4 nights after that. Pogues is generally a Liverpool pub, innit? Like, because it's ran by Liverpool fans, and like lads who work for the Anfield Rap and stuff have got like investments in that bar. So it's a Liverpool pub. And like a couple of nights after, I think it might have been the night after the derby, I was just in there having a pint, and there was just 2 tables who took the entire the back recess of Pogues, who were all just Everton fans, but like they were doing we're in their pub having a pint, like
infiltrated them.
And I'm quite happy for you, to be honest with you. Like,
strange bunch.
Pretty sure they were buying the pints though. So.
I love that as an idea. Like, it's funny because it's amazing that they don't get their heads kicked in, because it definitely, that kind of thing happens in England. But have you ever seen it in America where the videos come out and like someone walks into like a pub, like it's like a Liverpool pub, but they'll walk in a Man United top, and it's
they
like
the dead hard.
But they come in like, and they're like, hey, and I was boo. Oh yeah, look at Man United. If someone walked into a booze with a Man United shirt, they'd be going out head first out the window.
In December last year, me and Carl and Steve went, again, both like 2 to have a word about. We went to Vegas for the UFC card that Paddy was on, and Liverpool played United while we were there. and we went to the Liverpool Supporters Club in Vegas to watch it. But there's no Man United one. So there's a few Man United fans in there and no one's really bothered. And Carl, and like, I was like, look, I know, because they're both Blues. I was like, you got to just come with us. Like, the UFC is more your thing. I'm going there for you. Like it's a trip that I'm happy to be there, like, but just, you've got to come indulge me in the... And he was like, yeah, we'll come. They had the time of their life, because first of all, the game was terrible, but also they got to watch like Yank Liverpool fans saying things like Gakpo and stuff like that. Like grown men being like, oh yeah, Gakpo's not been very good, he's poo. Like, it was, they're just like crying, laughing, and I'm just like, this is the worst. Like,
it's your nightmare.
Entire fandom. Yeah, I'd rather be on my own.
Still sounds like Box Park was worse though. Yeah, cool. Are we all excited for the match later, by the way? Are we all enjoying Arne Slot's Reds? Ruby, what do you think of it so far?
Yeah, I think that obviously the vibe of the club is very different. The style of play is different, but not so much to the eye, but it is. We've seen the work that they put in during pre-season. It looked like they were going to war. But yeah, I think the way he's handling the fixtures, yeah, people are saying we've had the easiest fixtures coming up, but did you see the way City cheered against Wolves? Like,
yeah,
you can't say one thing and then do that.
Yeah.
So I think the way Arne has been controlling the games, taking these tactical subs, say when Trent's coming off, things like that, making the subtle changes. I think the way he's doing that, and the way he's handling not only the fixtures but the players throughout these games has been great.
I love the way, Adam, that he's come in as this cool cat, a cool customer, and he's had 8 games of English referees and his head's ready to fucking explode.
Because he come in like really calm, didn't he? He's like, oh, he's got to win the game, you know, he's got to do whatever we can. I was like, this close to running a pitch and straggling someone. I think he's been unbelievable. I think, you know, like, you can talk about like an easy start and stuff, but I don't remember any other team ever winning 10 of their first 11 games under a new manager. And, you know, there'll be teams who've had similar starts. It's not like we've played no one, do you know what I mean?
It's not me saying it, Adam, it's what other people are saying.
Yeah, God,
would you consider it a new manager bounce, though?
No. Because
I like that. I like
new manager
that.
bounce comes in the middle of the season when like a team's struggling against relegation and they sort of outperform out the skin for a few games. You don't get a new manager bounce in the top 4.
And it's not like the crowd's been mad for it, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, not like we've got, right on it, everyone, let's greet the coaches and you know what I mean? Like, you get them excited
everyone's
for a new
kind
guy.
of took a step back because we didn't really get the chance to like grieve Jürgen, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And usually you do have that step in coach manager. Obviously Pep went with Jürgen, so we didn't really get that, but we've been able to have this other manager coach who has carried us on with that success, which I think is harder to kind of appreciate when you kind of do want to grieve Jürgen.
Well, this is it. You know what Arne Slot could have been, like that archetypal stepdad who comes in and he's like, hey, you can call me dad if you want, you know, I'm here for your sport. You know? And you're like, oh, no, you're not my dad. But in reality, he's just like, come in, he's like, no, he's like what you probably do is just get on and let you be you, and then you'll warm to him or you won't.
Yeah.
And I think everyone's warming to him because he's not trying to make us warm to him, you know?
Totally, but like, you're right as well. We did, like, it was soon, because it's like your mum met your stepdad at your dad's funeral.
Them kind of
and we all just had to be alright with it. Like, oh yeah, mum's upset, so she needs some company. Like, I mean, we'd never heard of him, and he's so bald. Like, I'm bald managers, and he's the baldest man I've ever seen.
Have you seen the pictures of him younger with hair?
Yeah.
Wild.
Have you seen the picture of him with his wife and daughter on holiday where his beard's growing out a little bit and he looks like he's from Verzachley?
Yeah, he's just chilling
He looks
on a
so
sun lounger.
Scouse. It looks like such a Scouse family. He's such a perfect... He needs to grow it out a little bit. He just looks less
Get a
bald.
sovereign, you know what I mean? Like, pair of 110s laughing.
He is perfectly bald. Like, that shimmer in the stadiums is crazy.
He's done an unbelievable job. I done a tweet before saying, like, I reckon this will be the team tonight, or will be my team, do you know what I mean? And, you know, everyone kicks off because no one can talk about footy without, like, calling you the fat bellend or whatever they want. Like, if you have one player difference in your 11 and someone else's, you're a fucking idiot who doesn't know what they're on about.
Yeah. 15 years.
I'd go relatively rotational tonight.
Who was in your 11 then?
Jaros.
Yes.
Fuck off.
Fucking hell.
I wouldn't,
okay, shut up, you fat belly.
I wouldn't risk Carragher getting injured before Arsenal.
Okay.
So,
That's fair.
I
That's
just
fair.
don't I just don't see the point.
Yeah.
I think Gerrard is good enough, and this is not like. If I said to you, you've got to lose one of these games this week, you're absolutely losing tonight's game, like without any shadow of a doubt. So I'd go Jaros, I'd go Trent, I'd go Kwanzaa, Van Dijk, Tsimikas, I'd go Endo, McAllister, Szoboszlai, and I'd go Salah, Nunes, Gakpo. I'd want Diaz full legs for. You get him a few minutes of that, but I'd want Diaz definitely against Arsenal. I'd want
drop Jones. You drop Jones.
I'd have because I want him against Arsenal.
Okay. Over. In that midfield? No, obviously, but over who in that midfield on
my midfield for Arsenal would be Gravenberch, McAllister, Jones.
Okay.
You play, what, McAllister further forward? Or
no, Jones, I think. Yeah.
No, I think that's a really interesting one. It depends on your level of bravado or how much of a shithouse you are over the Arsenal thing, I think. And I'm more of the mind of just run them this week and then Brighton in the League Cup. Sorry, League Cup. We've had some great times and great memories, but not this season. Not this season. It's a three-handled shit cup this season, as far as I'm concerned. Just this year. Go back to winning it next year. This year, no, not for me. You know, we don't need the Tri-Wizard Cup again this year. It's fine. It's they can get in the bin. Go on, Ruby, just quickly. What team are you putting out tonight?
Oh God.
Or anyone you're definitely playing or definitely not playing?
For me, with the form he's been in recently, there's not a chance any game I'm not playing Ryan.
Yeah.
Just the way he's turning on the ball in the middle of the park is just absolutely insane. You'd think that he's playing his game on a Sunday League pitch. Like, he's just getting through this any midfield. He's turning, he's dropping his shoulder, but then he's at the edge of their box.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
He's been playing absolutely ridiculous. I don't think there'd be many changes I'd make. Obviously, Conor Bradley, Harvey Elliott and Jota didn't make the trip. So I don't think there's many... Yeah, or Chiesa, and Alisson, obviously. Yeah. So I don't think there's many changes that I'd actually make, other than if you wanted to play, obviously, a few different names like Jaros, or maybe give Endo a few minutes. But
I've got a new theory about why we signed Chiesa. You know, like a lot of Liverpool's backroom and upper staff is like statisticians, isn't it? And like sort of Moneyball style things. I reckon one of them has gone to slot on like Edwards and Richard Hughes and gone, hey, do you know, statistically, if you have 6 forwards, one of them is always going to be injured. And they've gone, right, well, we'll just buy one that's always injured. And the other 5 will be sound. That's how we keep Jota fit.
Remember we had that offer?
Oh, the Mellow, yeah, absolutely. You've got, statistically, we've always got someone injured, so yeah, play.
Imagine you buy a permanent one, and if you only spend 12 million on him, then, you know... If we spent 12 million on Chiesa and it meant Jota's fifth in 90% of the games this season, it's the best 12 million you've ever spent.
Yeah, 100%. There's a curse, and we need to sacrifice someone to the altar of the injury gods for a while. Yeah, there you go. Federico Chiesa. Sorry, mate. Unlucky. Right, okay. Well, listen, we are at the end of your time. In fact, we're over and above your time. One little update before we move on. Yeah, 98% we're up to right now. 19,641. Let's see if we can get it to 20k before we return.
We'd smash it while we were on here.
We've done pretty well to be fair. Yeah, don't forget. Yeah, anyone who enters any donation onto the Just Giving page, justgiving.com/page/the Redmen TV is in with a chance of winning Jordan Henderson's match worn boots. Anyone who donates £100 or upwards is in with a chance of winning that limited edition Jurgen Klopp signed blackout shirt from Peter Moore, who's going to post it to you. And as mentioned, he just loves a party, so if there's something boss going on in your city,
might have a return address.
He's just gonna fly over and give it, and then you're going to see his Instagram, and it's just going to be him, just like is Bruce Springsteen coming to your town soon? Then he'll be there. Don't worry about it. Of course, as Adam mentioned, you know, I can't even begin to remember half the things you've listed, but this weekend, Jamie Carragher at Hot Water, yes.
I think there's still some tickets left for that as well, whereas I think the rest of the stuff is sold out. So Jamie, I think the event with Jamie's at 1 PM at Hot Water Comedy Club, but all the listings are on hotwatercomedy.co.uk.
Amazing. Yeah, of course. Yeah, and just keep your eyes peeled. Make sure you follow Zoe's Place on Instagram as well, Zoe's Place Liverpool. If you want to grab yourself a Zoe's Place t-shirt, go to redmenmerch.com. All the proceeds from that will be getting donated to it. And again, all the stuff that we raised today will be going there. You guys get to go. We get to stay, and somehow there's a match that we've got to cover at some point tonight as well. So yeah, I'm going to be caffeinating up for all of that good stuff. So yeah, guys, thank you. We're going to be taking a break. James Alcott and Flav, James and Flav for now, have been so good and recorded a show for us, which is going to allow us to take a very, very short break. And there's an Oppo preview for this game as well. So stay tuned to the stream. Please keep using the QR code. Please keep donating if you can. Again, please don't go above and beyond your means. But if you can, if you've got it to spare, then it's a wonderful cause to donate to. And yes, that is us for now. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I've got James and I've got Flav here to discuss the Premier League. Obviously, you've been watching the live stream all day. James and Flav, unfortunately, couldn't make it, but wanted to be involved in some way, shape or form. So we're doing this pre-record a couple of days early to fit in around everyone's schedule. So James, first off, thank you so much. Flav, of course, thank you so much for joining me. It really does mean a lot, and it'll hopefully mean a lot to Zoe's Place as well, because that is ultimately why we are doing this 13-hour live stream. We didn't promote it as a 13-hour live stream because we thought it sounded a bit poo. Anyway, Flav, I'm going to start with you, mate. We're going to talk football.
Thank you. Well, thanks for starting with me, because James came first twice in that introduction.
James and Flav for now, isn't it? It's James and Flav for now, Flav.
Yeah, so thanks for coming to me first, because otherwise I would have been fuming.
Well,
absolutely, I understand it. Don't get me wrong, mate.
Yeah, well, it's retention, because everyone's on tenterhooks to hear my thoughts on football. So they're going, well, I'll listen to this Flav shit, and then he'll ask James a question in a minute. So clever stuff, Chris. Carry on. Sorry,
I might not ask James a question here, to be honest, Flav. He's getting a bit all
yeah, he is.
There, isn't
he's changed, isn't he?
He has changed since the ball.
Since he hit the 300k, he's changed.
Yeah, it was the 300 that tipped me over the edge.
Yeah, absolutely. Flav, Spurs then.
Yeah.
You've never really been a happy Spurs fan, but are you a happy Spurs fan at the moment?
No, I'm always happy that I was forced to choose Spurs. And I'm happy that's always, I'm grateful to my parents for that. I could have been an Arsenal fan where I grew up, so there's that. Look, I am happy in that I feel like we're moving in the right direction. It's just the journey is extremely stressful, and that's the only way I could describe being a Spurs fan at the moment. Are we good? It feels like we're good, but we keep getting beat, so I'm not sure whether we're good. Look, there's definite progress. You can see if you take the emotion away from it and look at the statistics, which I'm not a massive fan of doing, but you have to find your wins where you can. Right, I'm looking statistically at what Spurs are doing, and we're much actually better defensively, despite what happened in the second half against Brighton. We're creating more chances. We're pressing like absolute beasts. We're winning the ball over constantly. So it feels like we're moving in the right direction. It's just there's this kind of bubbling discontent that seems to follow Tottenham around regardless of how well we're doing. And so you're kind of dealing with that as well. But I love Ange Postecoglou. I have faith in him. I believe in him. And I think he's going to get us there. And if he doesn't, sack him, get another one. Because that's the cyclical nature of football.
James, do you agree with that? Do you think he's going to get them there? And where is there for Flav, do you think?
Well, I dropped a bomb this week, and Flav replied with, I've been thinking that for a decade. I said that I think Spurs will win the league in the next 10 years. I think they will. I think a dynasty is a stretch, but I think it's coming. Like the money that they're bringing in, the stadium's obviously amazing, but obviously you need, as you know, Chris, you need that. You need the guy. You need that figure. You can have as much great recruitment as possible, but you need that guy that gives you the sort of intangibles that you need to get those marginal gains that allow you to win games. And part of it is the sort of mindset. Like, I think when we look at like the thing with Ten Hag, when I look at Ten Hag and I look at Postecoglou, the thing with Postecoglou is I think he has such gravitas, whereas Ten Hag, I think he might be tactically really solid and strong, but there was a clip that came out from Benny McCarthy recently, who'd been part of the coaching staff, and he was like, "At training, we're on fire. We're unstoppable." And then we'd get to a game on a Saturday or Sunday, and we'd be like, "What is this?" And I feel like with Postecoglou, I don't think you'll have that problem. He's come out and sort of spoken about how he's got to be different for something to be different. And I think these are all the right things for Spurs. The thing will be is if they get kind of gobbled up by a bad run, so he loses all the love from the fan base. And also, I think the other thing that is creeping in a little bit is he is a little bit aggy. He's a little bit aggy. I don't think he's actually. I think he's impressive and he's quite alpha, but he's quite intimidating. Like,
do you know this is something that's followed him around for his entire career? So he started off with a kind of nice guy persona when there's no pressure, right? When everyone's happy that he's there and we're doing well, we're undefeated first 10 games, everything's fantastic. Let him dream. That's what he said. Let him dream. Right. and then Chelsea happened and we couldn't dream anymore because it became a living nightmare. But the that agginess, that tetchiness, the prickliness in periods of bad form, it is evident throughout his career. Like, he had massive falling outs with the press when he was in the Australian job. So he comes across really affable and likable, but he's actually quite spiky and can be.
Don't you want that?
Divisive.
Don't you want that from a manager? You want someone who gets angry when they lose?
Yes. Chris, do you know what wound me up the most, right? And I'm looking down the camera here because I'm talking to anyone out there who likes Hans Postecoglou. He's
We'll all look down the camera for this so they really feel it.
He's nothing to do with you lot. He's our manager. You're not supposed to like him. And, he got a fair bit of abuse for digging out the female reporter and probably should have been a bit kinder to her. But, he was angry. So, I don't want anyone to like our manager because if we like our manager, we're not winning. People,
you don't want to lose the squad. That's the only thing I would say.
What's that?
You don't want to lose the squad.
What?
Like when he's shouting, like when he's shouting on the sidelines or doing sort of certain things, that's my only fear. Like his loyalty is to his philosophy, which I think is something that absolutely everyone can get on board with. But I'm not sure his loyalty is with the players, and that is sometimes a bit of a facade because players come and go, right? But you think of Klopp. I think there are he might get angry, but I don't think he'd be getting angry at the players. It was just there's a pure like love bar sort of going between him and the players. Sounds dodgy. I'm not sure there's that same.
Maybe at Liverpool, that when
the charm.
Towards the end, that started to dissipate a little bit. There's a fracas on the touchline. I'm sure Chris might correct me here. It felt from outside that as it was coming to the end, maybe Klopp said, "I'm just not going to give as much energy to this bell end as I used to." So
I need him. Sal, I don't need this, mate.
I don't need you anymore.
Anyway,
I'm gone.
I'm tired. I don't want to. No, that's not it. Like,
here, have a Red Bull. Red Bull that cheer you up.
He had it throughout his time. It wasn't just towards the end though, because he had it with James Milner when he came off as a sub. When James Milner was absolutely fuming at him, and then the sub, I can't remember who it was, comes on and scores 30 seconds later, and James is literally still fuming at Klopp on the sideline and goes, "All right, then you were right. Sorry about that." Like, we'll move on from Spurs because I don't think anyone tuning into this show really gives a shit about what Tottenham Hotspur are doing, and anyone's going to finish outside the top six. So
the QPR section. Let's go.
Yeah, James. Yeah. We're not going to do that either. That's for next year's show. We'll do the title race. James, I'll start with you this time. It's going to be a big few weeks for everybody. Some big fixtures coming up. Liverpool's look tough. The next 5, Chelsea, Arsenal, Brighton, Aston Villa and Southampton. In the next 5, throw a couple of Champions League games in there as well. For example, Leipzig away in between Chelsea at home and Arsenal away. Liverpool haven't really played anyone as of yet sit at the top of the table by a point. Do you think this is going to be the litmus test for Liverpool and to see whether they are part of a title race or whether they are best of the rest?
Yeah, I think it has to be. Like the 6th game, there's Man City, and then you got Newcastle away after that. So I'm just looking at it in front of me. So that's tough. Yeah. Do you know what though? I don't know if you agree with this, Chris. Say the Forest game, we did a video on it, and we were kind of. It's all good and well going, wow, this guy's next coming of Christ. You got to see if there's a weakness that could sort of, could stop one because it's football. And that sort of, aggressive mid-block or sort of not playing into the hands of Liverpool in terms of giving them that space to play through you because they're so, you've been so good at that. That's something that's there. But in this run of games, I think Chelsea could, obviously this would be out after Chelsea, so I'm fascinated about that game. But I think a lot of these teams will come and have a bit of a go at you. So it might be one where actually sometimes in those bigger games you actually have a bit more space than you would normally. So I think it's so up for grabs this year, especially with what's happened to Man City. Arsenal are going to grind out results, but there is always something in the back of my head that they're not like outrageously.
They're too emotional for me. Still far too emotional at a too early stage.
Really?
Yeah, and that comes from the manager, to be honest with you. I think he's got them on tenterhooks, and that pressure from the first game of the season to the last game of the season, I just think might break a couple of the players.
But but they're
fantastic. They are fantastic.
Emotion can be good, can't it? Like you've obviously seen that over the years. So what do you think is the wrong emotion?
I think it's too much too early. I think being in a title race from the second game of the season is too much for any player, to be honest with you. I just think it just builds up and builds up and builds up. And listen, they may prove me wrong, like, don't get me wrong. I do think they're a fantastically coached side. I think they're a fantastic football side. I really do. My only doubt about them is just the pressure that's being cranked on them each and every single game and having to go to the well. And I know people will say, it's championship winning form when you do that and all this type of stuff, but man, it does run out.
Yeah, I'm very possibly. I think that's the thing I struggle with is I agree with you. They just continue to grind out results. They don't really concede goals. They score from set pieces, and that will get them out of trouble.
For the good of football, everybody needs to come together to stop Arsenal win the league. If this is how you do it, just sort of sit back, grind out results. Don't let anyone play. Just grind them out. I wouldn't want to win the league like that. I'd rather not win the league. I'd rather never see Spurs win the league than play the way Arsenal do. They stink every game out. They are almost becoming an embarrassment to the league.
How does everyone feel if Man City win the league? I've heard it so many times.
I feel great.
No. Hang on, sorry. Let me finish. If Man City win the league and they've not had Rodri for a whole season,
well, it would feel like cheating, to be honest.
How does it feel like cheating? They've not got their best player for a whole season. But isn't that's on you then? It's on the rest of you lot.
No, it's on QPR as well. It's not just on us.
The best player, that's on you. That's on you.
Yeah, QPR are directly responsible for giving them the greatest moment they've ever had in their lives.
Yeah.
That's on you, James.
You gave them the belief to go on and win 4 in a row. Maybe 10 years later.
And you celebrated together. Just because you didn't go down doesn't mean you celebrate with Manchester City.
All right, Roy Keane.
Absolute joke. Absolute joke. Who do you have at this early stage then, Flav? Who do you have as the title winners?
I hate to say it. I think Arsenal are going to do it this year. And it pains me. It really does. But despite what I've just said, they know how to win now. And I think over a season that's going to play out. I think Rodri's going to be massive. So I've really got everything crossed that Liverpool are going to come good. Because if I had to choose one, it'd still be Man City. But then it will be Liverpool. Then it will be Arsenal. And the reason why I'd give Manchester City the nod is that if they win, so what, man? They always win. It's like, all right, football's a little bit screwed up. We know that already. Man City winning doesn't hold a mirror up to the rest of the league. Liverpool and Arsenal winning does. It makes you feel really bad because you're thinking we could have that, but we don't. So fingers crossed, Manchester City win the league. But if they don't, 100% Liverpool. And I'm actually grateful if Liverpool are in the title race because that's even more pressure on Arsenal. They don't have to look at Manchester and Man City. They've got to look at Liverpool. And the squad that he's been left, Slot, is sensational going forward. The firepower is unreal. And he's managed to fix that midfield, which is really impressive. It's small tinkering and it's evolution. And what I've seen thus far, you look really, really good. So I'm hoping you could carry this on through this very difficult period. We'll see where you're at, but Liverpool definitely in it. But yeah, I think it's going to be Arsenal, unfortunately.
For the avoidance of doubt there, any team being in the title race would have been good for Flav as long as it wasn't Arsenal. Any team would have been 2 in that number in that list. It's not just saying that.
Do you know when we didn't lose? You know when we lost to Leicester? Well, say we lost the league to Leicester, we finished 3rd. Although we didn't win the league, I was like, well, at least Leicester won it, so Arsenal didn't. So anybody but Arsenal, but I feel like, they're going to do it. They're going to stink their way to the title.
James, what have you seen from Liverpool that you like and dislike, and what you think are the concerns moving forwards or the positives?
I was just thinking about there because I'm famously indecisive in terms of like just picking someone here because you just know anything can change at any moment. I think you're pretty solid. I'll be honest. I think the only thing I sometimes fear is that when someone's playing great, that doesn't mean they're great forever. Like, you know, form's a thing. So Alexis McAllister and Gravenberch are just so good in there. And, you know, the way they're playing, you think that will continue forever. But it was a surprise. You know, it was a bit of a surprise for them to be as dominant as they have been and be able to showcase what they can. I think the way you've played I think there's so much more control there. I really like, I was messaging the other day, wasn't it, about Van Dijk, and then I was watching sort of clips of him. I think he's really enjoying a slightly different role. I think he's almost he's always been a bit of a quarterback, but because he's sort of playing a few more shorter passes, he's dictating it a little bit more. I think for me, it's injuries has been the only thing that's really got in your way. I thought last year, I thought you might have enough emotion to get yourself all the way. What transpired, I think, was that you would create the chances. The composure wasn't there to take those chances. So if you're able to create the same amount of chances, I think Jota's going to have a great season this year. And I think Luis Diaz is obviously playing really well as well. So the chances that you're making now feel a bit more composed, if that makes any sense. So I think the only reason why people aren't saying Liverpool can win it is because you've got a new manager there and you haven't really bought anyone. And so people think that you're a bit light, but you're not actually that light, really. Like, I mean, I wonder if, like, how much do you think it would hurt you if say Gravenberch got injured or Alexis McAllister got injured? Do you think your midfield would be, Curtis Jones and would that be enough?
That would be a tough ask, I think, because I think Curtis Jones would naturally come into the midfield. I think if you were talking maybe any more injuries than that, you're really starting to struggle. Obviously, Harvey Elliott's out at the moment, due back any day, of course, back in training. Wednesday the 16th or Tuesday the 15th of October, something like that it was. I actually think that Harvey Elliott would have been better for us in the earlier stage of the seasons. I actually wondered whether Harvey Elliott would have been playing against the Nottingham Forests and stuff like that. And Szoboszlai is
season, didn't it? Oh,
unbelievable. And Szoboszlai, for me, his work rate and the way that he sets the press for us, and he's so important and integral to Slot. He's so much better for these games that are coming up.
Chris, when you messaged me asking about running stats, and I was thinking, oh, who's he won it for? And was it Szoboszlai? Yeah, he's a monster.
He's ridiculous. He's absolutely ridiculous. And like, he actually does lead the press, and he speaks to Salah and he speaks to Jota and he speaks to everybody else. And he's been incredible for us. But I think the big thing is the manager came out and said, you need more goals, you need more assists from that position. And that's where fans are now focusing. But what he's bringing us in terms of off the ball stuff is unbelievable. But
Can I ask a quick question before we end? Because I'm just fascinated by this situation. Salah, you don't want to say, Salah, Trent Alexander-Arnold and Van Dijk all out of contract. What are you going to do? You've got to keep one, hopefully two.
There's been, according to the rumours, a day of recording, I'll have to put this out there because it might completely change. We're recording Thursday the 17th. On Wednesday the 16th in the evening, loads of rumours started to come around that Van Dijk's pretty close to a contract and Trent's got one on the table. The rumours were that Van Dijk is going to be on a high contract that actually gets lower during the next couple of years, but no one knows how many years there are. And again,
the length of contract is significant.
Don't know. Yeah,
the rumours
maybe 2 or 3 years, but it starts high and it goes a little bit lower. Trent's actually the opposite, where it might be a 5-year deal and it starts mid 200s, 250s and goes up and up and up. Now that's interesting, but it's really interesting that again all these rumours happened and still no Salah.
I think it feels like the end of the road, an amazing journey.
Not the end of the road.
Yeah.
Don't say it like that, Flav.
It feels like the end of the journey. And look, it's been fantastic. He's been incredible. Probably up there with the top 3 of all time in the Premier League.
Oh, yeah.
You got Harry Kane, then Henry, and then Salah, right? So he lives amongst
Shearer, Henry, and Salah. Yeah, absolutely.
He lives with the ones I just said. But you've got
to have won a league title, I think, to put yourself on the actual Mount Rushmore of Premier League.
Scored loads of goals.
Yeah, that's true. Can I ask a question before we end as well? Chris, in terms of the title race for Liverpool, how do you think you'll fall down if you do fall down? Like, what's going to stop
That's
you?
positive end.
I didn't get to the other side of it. Like, you just did all the, you said all the good stuff. Like, what's going to stop you from winning it?
In the words of Kanye West, we'll all fall down. As in, injuries is going to be the crux of it. Like, you know what I mean? That's what it's going to come down to. I think Jota is so important for us. I don't know whether if Jota takes a big injury, which he's been known to, then is Núñez going to be able to step up? Is he the right type of profile player to play for Arne Slot? Not 100% sure. If Van Dijk was to get an injury, that's that. Write it off straight away. Yeah. There's just no cover for him. But I am really enheartened by the fact that we are so good defensively this season. I mean, even the XG numbers are fantastic. We've actually only conceded 2 goals in the league so far this season. There are loads of things to build on. There's going to be bumps in the road, but I do back Slot that he's going to be the man to take us forwards and get us there wherever there is.
Under the radar as well. You're naturally going to be under the radar for the bulk of the season, I think.
Just quickly, while I've got your last question for you both. Thomas Tuchel, now the England manager, Flav.
Sitting with it, and I like it. I like it. I don't like the German aspect rankles a little bit. Not that I'm kind of super xenophobic, but I do kind of feel like there is something.
Why have you said that? Why have you got I'm not super xenophobic.
Yeah, but I'm not the guy ringing up
xenophobic.
TalkSport saying it's a disgrace. I'm not just saying that there's some of our beliefs are aligned. It doesn't make me that person, right?
Right. I just wanted you to provide that context.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, I think he has everything to make that would get the best out of these clutch of players. He's clearly a great tournament manager and a fantastic manager. So is he better than Southgate? Yeah. I'd rather have Tuchel than Southgate any day, right? So, but he's a part of the enemy, right? Which is in football, forget like all the war stuff, right? But in football, we're still enemies. There's still a rivalry there, right? It's like Tottenham and Arsenal. You don't want George Graham or, Sol Campbell going the other way. It's important that the fabric of these things are intact. However, I don't really care if we win the World Cup.
Okay, James, is there going to be a big deal made of him not singing the national anthem?
Inevitably, yeah. I mean, he said that he's not made
German. It can't be.
If he sang it, I'd actually be quite like, what are you doing? Yeah, you are German. You're okay. Like, you can't go, well, let's just not be German now. Like, it's absolutely absurd. Like,
we've had this conversation about Lee Carsley. He didn't sing it. No one has to sing the bloody anthem anymore.
Gary Neville didn't sing it.
Didn't know the words.
No, yeah, maybe not. But and he loves music, doesn't he? So
will he win a trophy for England?
Nah. Probably not.
Probably not. But
give it a go,
I do like him. I like him more than as I've sat with it. It's been quite a good one for me, I think, to kind of, because I was really big on they have to be English and not from anything aside from
xenophobia.
From xenophobia, and it's about it just, for me, integrity of the competition and integrity of the sport is quite important. I think when you're in an enormous country like England, you can't find one bloke.
He's got to be fucking English.
It's grim, but I do like him. I think he's quite charming.
Mate, when he's talking, I was listening to him on the news yesterday. And I was going, do you know what? I actually quite like this guy.
Yeah,
he's just got this gravitas about him, rather than kind of listening to a worm speak for the last 8 years.
Hey, slow down.
Is there a better English manager than Tuchel?
Is there? No, I don't think that. For me, that's not the point. That's not.
Why isn't it? Isn't it about winning trophies?
No, it's not about. We've established this over years. It's not about winning trophies.
The thing for me is, I want to win it. I want to win it a very specific way. I want to win it in the most pure. If I'm going to wait this long for a major trophy, I want it to be as pure as possible.
See, if there was a rule that said every country has to be managed by them, I'd be fine with it.
Yeah.
I'd be absolutely fine with it. I really don't care about international football. Anyone watching this will know that. I also think it's a bit unfair on San Marino, for example.
Yeah.
having to be managed by someone from San Marino who's also
some binman.
A binman, yeah, exactly. It's just not fair anyway, is it? Like they can pick anyone.
I think there should be special dispensation for countries that aren't like football.
Yeah, I think if you're a top 10 country, I think it's embarrassing that you can't, with the amount of money that one costs to become a coach, which is a different problem, but the amount of money spent on coaching, supposedly a coaching hub at St George's Park, and there's supposed to be this pathway. Like I think it's embarrassing that we can't find find an English person to
James, can we maybe we can talk about this on Jaffin. Go and listen to Jaffin as well after you're done with the live stream, right? But I really feel bad for Lee Carsey because he knew all the information. No one knew the information that Tuchel was going to sign. They stuck him in front of the camera and then, do you want the job? And in his head, he goes, I know I haven't got the job. Tuchel's got the job. I can't say I don't want the job, right? If I do, it makes it look like I don't want to take advantage of this great opportunity and I'm not the manager. And he's literally saying, we need a manager who's won all the trophies, which we know we've had in place. He was just, for someone who has no media training or ability in front of a mic to be put in that situation and then torn to shreds for everything he said. I feel sorry for him.
Yeah, I guess it was short-lived at least, so he kind of knows that. Look, I mean, the one thing I'll say is that we've had managers. I'll absolutely give him a fair crack at a whip, and if he does well, then brilliant.
I mean, well done, Jim.
Right? But the fact that he's come in just because he's won trophies before, it doesn't guarantee you anything. Like in international football, like you've got to get a little bit lucky, and you've got to get but you've also got, I guess, got to coach it well as well. Like
there's only one job in football that actually can break any manager. There's two. There's the England manager and the Tottenham job that will break any manager. Like I'm convinced that the English press would break Pep Guardiola if he made the Tottenham the England coach.
I would absolutely love that. You know what? I absolutely love the idea that Manchester United had a 6-hour meeting. And at one point during that meeting, they were like and ahhing over Ten Hag's future. And someone walked in with a little note, pushed it across the table, and they looked at it and went, Tuchel's gone to England. It's right. Meeting adjourned. Ten Hag is still our manager until the next international break. Meeting adjourned. I'll see you next time. But listen, gentlemen, we agreed 20 minutes. You've given me half an hour. I'm really sorry to take up the extra time, but thank you so much for joining us.
For a great cause.
Thank you. Zoe's Place, obviously donate, get involved. They need £5 million. You know this. Hopefully they'll need 4 million by the time that this is here. It is ridiculous that this place is closing down. This is a one-stop shop for families in Liverpool, and it will not be replaced. So James, thank you for giving your time. Flav, thank you for giving your time. And we'll head back to...
Yes, thank you so much there to Flav, James Alcott, and a past version of Chris doing absolutely everything they can for this cause. And I am completely and utterly blown away. To every single one of you who has watched this video, commented, donated, shared the links to the Just Giving page or the streams, who's actually, gave us money through the stream. We have hit £20,000 over on our Just Giving page. It is on 20,385. I am stunned, completely and utterly stunned. I'm delighted to be joined by a blue that I actually really do like deep down, Baz from Toffee TV. And first of all, it just goes to show what we can do when this city comes together, but also honorary Scousers who support whatever team, rivals obviously, but honorary Scousers who from around the world might support Liverpool, might support Everton, have seen how dear Zoe's Place is to us as a city, and have been so generous to even get involved.
Yeah, it's incredible. You've done an absolutely tremendous job today. I've watched bits of it. I've been in bits of it when I've been in and out of our studio. It's been absolutely brilliant to see, and that figure's unbelievable. Speaking to you this morning, and I think it was on about 6,000, and you'd had 10,000 as your target, and it was like, come on, you can do that. And then obviously when it went past it, to get to 20,000 is incredible. Now I'm challenging anyone to get to 25,000, which would be unbelievable. But you've done a fantastic day so far, so it's been brilliant. But when everyone pulls together in this city and from outside the city, it shows what we can achieve, and absolutely brilliant. It's such an important cause. It's a huge thing for the city. It's obviously incredibly sad, but can be incredibly helpful to families as well. Let's be honest, we shouldn't need to do this in society, but we have to. And when people step up and do it, and knowing people who've been through that process of Zoe's place, knowing people who are attached to that in the past, and people will obviously be attached to those places in the future. It's part of life, isn't it? So we have to protect them when we can, and the people who offer all that support and the people who do so much for it, and obviously to play a little tiny part is incredibly important.
Yeah, it is, and also thank you to you guys as well, because you donated towards it as well. The Scousers coming together, rivalries being put aside. But I mean, first of all, I'm going to ask you about your experience of Kenny Dalglish, because from our perspective, it was, oh my word, possibly the greatest player to ever play for Liverpool, as first of all, taking the time out of his day to come here, to be a part of this live stream for little old us, to help support Zoe's place. But then you welcomed him into Toffee TV. He looked around and he actually stood with you for about 10-15 minutes and had the right chat, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he was saying he wished he'd play for it. No, listen, he was fantastic. My memories of him is an incredible footballer. I was a kid, unfortunately suffered through Kenny Dalglish a few times as a player and a manager, but he was tremendous, unbelievable footballer. Again, we're talking through a couple of his derby misses, but he did point out the one I was talking about. He had scored after 27 seconds in that one, and I still remember the noise.
You just mentioned it, and he was like 27 seconds, that one.
But the thing, it's one of those things as a kid that it just stuck with me. I remember I was at the front of the Gladys Street, and it was launching it down, tipping it down, and he hit the shot, and it went into the Gladys Street net, but I can still hear the noise of the ball on the net, because everyone there was silence, because it was so early, and then obviously the roar from the Liverpool supporters as it gone in, and that has always stuck with me. But no, we had a really good chat. He was lovely, and we discussed many things.
Yeah, he did. We will be building up to the RB Leipzig game in a couple of minutes. You'll be joined by Errol and Steve then. First of all, I'll have a little chatty about Everton. We've talked about Manchester United, you've talked about City, we've talked about many other things. Everton, it looks like everything might be turning on the bright side with the, club being taken over, Bramley Moore being done, and actually, I've mentioned it many times this season, yous are somehow, once again, better than 3 other teams in the Premier League. And I'm not going to lie, at times I've thought you might have been down there, but this season most definitely, I don't think you're anywhere near, and you've actually been all right at times.
Yeah, listen, I said all along, we've said it on the overlap when we've been on that together, Everton will finish between 11th and 14th. There's easily 7-8 teams worse than Everton. It's just the way it is. And it's forget about Everton for a minute. It's so difficult for the promoted sides coming into this division. I'll be amazed if any of the 3 get more than 30 points. I really will. And that's not because they're not good clubs or whatever. It's just a gap. And this is the worry, I think, just in general for football. And listen, the last couple of years, I'm being glad there's been a little bit of that. But I think the gap is the chasm between the Championship and the Premier League teams. I think it's just getting bigger and bigger, and therefore you've got to produce almost a monumental effort to try to become 4th bottom and hang on in it. It can be done, of course, it can be done. It's been done many a times, but I just worry that that'll get bigger and bigger as we move forward with, wages and money that's in the game. Yeah. But yeah, listen, Everton will be okay. It's not amazing, but it's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, and you actually care less about football. You just forget about it, don't you?
Switch off. You go the other way. You're too focused on football.
I ended up at Stoke the other day to watch Lewis Kuba.
You're stressed over it, though. You've got to just relax and go, especially you've got a good team. You should be loving it. But no, listen, my lad's footy is far more important to me at the moment than all the other football. I still love it, of course. I talk about it every day. I do it, but yeah, don't get stressed over it. You should be enjoying it. It's a good side to watch.
Someone has donated in the chat $4.99, and they've put, just to let everyone know, BUVEY's ball knowledge needs to be studied. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, BUVEY, what a character. What a very strange character. But no, he is funny. He's funny, and he does say a lot of stuff for reaction, of course, and he is... it does feel a little bit at times like he's he's a character playing
yeah,
playing a very good game. So fair play to him. I personally couldn't look in the mirror and come out with some of the stuff and act like I believe it. Do you know what I mean? Which he does at times. But no, fair play to him. He's very entertaining.
Yeah, and at least he backs what he says. He doesn't back down from
He's
it.
got
He'll
Man
probably
City
get
though,
clipped.
hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's from
True.
Bristol. He's adopted Manchester City.
He's from Bristol.
Right.
Stop it.
No, but that's what I mean. So he's got an incredible football. Listen, however they got there, they got there. But he's he's got a bit of game behind him because the team that he follows is very, very good at kicking the football around. So fair play to him.
Yeah.
Fair play to him.
And who are you facing this weekend?
Fulham. At
Well,
Goodison.
at home, obviously, yeah. We're Arsenal away. I'll ask
yeah.
you right.
Go on. I can talk about
Yeah, no,
Liverpool,
you
so
can,
you know. I know I was joking when I said don't ask me about
Do
Liverpool.
you think Liverpool can/will win the league this season?
Do I think they can? Absolutely they can. Do I think they will? No. But I think it'll be very close. I think they'll be way closer than last year. Being impressed with what I've seen so far of slots. Not maybe some of the games might have gone either way, but you can only beat what is in front of you. So I've been impressed because it's early. And when you've gone from having an incredible manager like you have and everything that he wasn't just a great manager, was he? It's everything he brings with it. And you have to change to someone who is a lot different. There can be, the worry I guess at times will be, what's the drop-off going to be like? At the moment there isn't, and that's good. Liverpool are doing exactly what you'd want them to do. But they're going to be right up there, absolutely. Can they win? Of course they can win it. They've been close in the past. I just don't think they will. I think City will win it. Because I look at Arsenal and think they've got a chance, but then I go, and it's probably just like muscle memory. I just think City always win it though. So it'll be interesting to see, because I think
You'd be silly to bet against them, is basically
but I
really
think
what it is.
Liverpool are really, at the start I thought it'd be Arsenal and City, and thought Liverpool, this might be, even though I thought they finished top four, absolutely, I thought, I just wonder if it'll be a season where they just get into grips with everything and they go again next summer. It might still play out like it's only been 8 games, but right now they're right in, of course they can win it. Why not?
Yeah, and also we face Arsenal this weekend. If Liverpool were to win, we go 7 points clear.
Yeah.
Do you think that might mean Arsenal are dead and buried? No. You think
The same as if Liverpool were 7 points behind them, I wouldn't think it'd be dead and buried.
If anyone was 7 points behind, the only team that I wouldn't bet against is Manchester City once again now. If Liverpool were 7 points behind, in my head I'm thinking, yeah, it's gone. City are the only ones that, no matter how far behind you are, I always just worry that they're
as you get older though, you'll realise that no one's ever won a league in October. But I think if Liverpool got 7 points ahead, that's a great position to be in. Arsenal got 3 out, haven't 3 big players out.
Yeah, they've got Saliba, Odegaard,
Calafiori went off last night with an injury.
Yeah, Saka's
might touch and go.
He probably will, but
Liverpool in a good place, but it'll be a tricky game because Arsenal still got fit. I looked at with the Champions League stuff, I looked at the team and the bench. They've got people like Zinchenko, who's obviously excellent. He can come back in, so it'll still be a tough game, but even if Liverpool drew, Arsenal, that's them going, well, we've missed an opportunity to drag points back here.
Yep.
So all the pressure's on Arsenal on Sunday, and when Liverpool playing without that kind of pressure.
Yeah. And them obviously dropping points has meant that actually, look, I think Liverpool need to go there and try and get the win because of the circumstances, but coming away with a point from the Arsenal game because they've dropped points the other day, it takes the pressure off us. To bring it back to Liverpool and Everton, I'll put you on the spot just slightly. Can you give me your combined starting 11? Don't worry, you can take your little time here with this. We'll start with your goalkeeper. Come on now. Come on. I just want to...
Your goalkeeper?
Yeah, goalkeeper. Best
Are they all fit?
Yeah.
Then it's Alisson. Of course it is. No, there's not.
No, but I meant all time, so I was expecting Neville
all
Southall
time? Combined ever?
Yeah, because that's
Neville
the only way
Southall.
you're getting anyone in this team. So I'm trying to help you.
Stop it.
Right, so we've got the goalkeeper
Neville
then.
Southall's without a shadow. The greatest goalkeeper ever lived.
Right back. Don't say Seamus Gold.
Right back. Liverpool. See, this is tough because I've obviously seen Everton winning stuff. And don't forget, when Everton won the league in 84, 85, they had to overcome the greatest team in Europe at the time, which was Liverpool. So Everton had to overcome the greatest European champions and win the league in our own thing. So right back would be Gary Stevens.
You two centre-halves.
Centre Alan Hansen, one of the greatest
Oh, love
centre backs I've ever seen.
Wonderful. Yeah, I agree.
And unbelievable footballer. Like, as a footballer, he'd playing now, he would be 150. People talk about him, 150 million. Absolute, and good looking fella, calm, cool, and he's suave and all that. So Alan Hansen, absolutely. I would put. I know, listen, Virgil van Dijk's brilliant, right? But I'm not going to sit here and put two Reds at centre-back. So I'll put Kevin Ratcliffe next to him, because Kevin Ratcliffe was lightning and really good centre-back, and I think them two complement each other.
Yeah. Your left back?
Left back. Left back. Robertson has been really, really good, hasn't he, for Liverpool? And Liverpool have had other ones in the past. There you go. He's not bad.
Yep.
He's not bad. Yeah, go Andy Robertson just for the younger ones. Throw him in, because also he's one of them players that you hate when he plays for you. You love him, but I hated him at Hull because he's a little narc at Hull as well. But he's a good player. Yeah.
Are we going a 4-3-3 here, or do you want to do a 4-2? I mean, give me your midfielders then. We'll have three of them.
Midfield
One can
for
be more
Liverpool.
attacking.
Gerrard.
Yeah, love that.
Got to be in there. Oh, this is tough. Because I want to throw in like Peter Reid, because he was amazing for us. Him and Gerrard.
Lovely man as well.
He's a nice fella. Sammy Lee was a good player.
Sammy Lee was incredible.
No, Sammy Lee was really good, but then Liverpool have had some top midfielders throughout the era as well. I'm leaving people out here who I know. I like people like Graham Souness, who was incredible. Terry McDermott, although I was a bit young, but I know that he was very good. Liverpool have had players who've won stuff recently, like Wijnaldum, who was brilliant for Liverpool for a period and all that. I'm going to put Ray Houghton in there. Okay, cool. Because he was a goal scorer. He could play wide or through. Ronnie Whelan was good. Yeah, Ray Houghton. Ray Houghton. You put me on the spot. I would need more time.
No, look, the people are just happy that you're actually putting some Liverpool players into the squad.
Because you've asked me for a combined 11. Mo Salah would get in it. Okay,
so have you gone 2 midfielders or 3?
Go with 3.
3. Okay.
Very attacking.
Gerrard,
Houghton, Peter Reid.
Okay, cool.
Bracewell, though. Imagine you can't. Oh. No, go on. Oh.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. See, I saw Gary Lineker, he was unbelievable, but then Ian Rush was unbelievable. Oh, it's too hard.
Okay. So we definitely
Kenny Dalglish was unbelievable.
Yeah, it feels rude. He's just came and spoke to you and had a lovely little chat.
Mo Salah might have to drop to the bench.
Oh, okay.
Even though I think he's one of the greatest Premier League strikers ever.
Love that. Better than Hazard, please.
Do it.
Better than Hazard.
He is better. Hazard's amazing.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hazard's amazing, but Mo Salah, just look at his numbers. Yeah. Unbelievable.
So we've got...
We'll have Kenny Dalglish. We'll have... Hang on, who forgot him? I'm taking Ray out now in midfield, and I'm putting Sheedy in as well. Right? No. There's a method in me madness. I'm going to have Kevin Sheedy in midfield with the left foot. Gerrard to the right. Reid is the holder, even though he's do everything. But then I'm going to have Kenny Dalglish, Ian Rush. And I love Adrian Heath, but I'm putting Gary Lineker in there.
Okay.
Rush and Lineker as 2 strikers, and Kenny. It's a little bit... I don't know how it play out,
fine.
but that would be an 11.
And it sounds like an 11 that could win.
I know I've missed out lots of unbelievable footballers.
There's a lot of history between the 2 clubs, so there's bound to be a lot of really good players. Who's the manager of that then? Because you've got, from a Liverpool perspective, Jurgen Klopp, Bob Paisley. You've obviously got Bill Shankly. I mean, Fagan even. You can go further on.
Why have you only mentioned Liverpool managers?
No, I said from a Liverpool perspective. They're just my little collective. You've got David Moyes, football genius.
David Moyes is a good... I don't know why he gets so much stick. David Moyes is a good manager.
I think West Ham have really messed up getting rid of him.
I'm going to... The joint managers.
Oh, okay.
The joint managers. So, as good a manager as Klopp was, and he's unbelievable, as good a manager as Kenny was, but he's playing. So I'm going to have Bob Paisley because he was unbelievable. His record speaks for itself. But it's got to be Howard Kendall as well. The pair of them. Okay. The pair of them. Two, they like the good laugh together, those two. Like a beer.
Well, it's a team that could definitely conquer.
That team, that'd take City on without the money. You know, them fellas probably, all of them didn't add up to bloody Erling Haaland's weekly wage.
Yes, that's probably true, actually, isn't it? I can see everyone still in the comments donating, so thank you so much once again. Yeah, if you want to ask Baz anything before he goes, do get it in the comments. He'll be as honest as possible. That's what you always are, aren't you?
Absolutely.
I mean, someone said now do the bench. Give us 3 bench players. Then 3 super subs. Come on.
No.
Mo Salah's got to be one.
Salah's one. Quite clearly, Mo Salah's one.
Yeah.
From a purely idle point of view for me, Agent Heaton, because he's Mike, the first player I absolutely loved. So there's 10, he could play a few positions. I don't
Can I suggest a Virgil van Dijk? Just
Go on,
because?
you can have Van Dijk. You can throw Van Dijk on there.
Wonderful. Where do you reckon how do you reckon you're going to get on for the rest of the season then? Because I feel like you're already miles away from the bottom 3, so...
Not really. I think they'll, like you said, Chloe, I think it'll be a bit of an average season, and it'll be between 11th and 14th, I should imagine, which is depressing enough. But a season, I hope it's a season without any drama.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
Yeah, that would be good. People are saying fair play, Baz, for not being biased. You're getting a load of lovely comments here.
You've asked me an honest question. I'll give you an honest answer.
Someone said, do you reckon Dyche will be gone at the end of the season? No matter what you do.
I do, because his contract's up. I feel like he's 2 games away from being in very much a Ten Hag kind of thing of lose a couple of games, you're under pressure. But new owners generally want their own people in, don't they? And I imagine they will replace him. I think they might leave until the end of the season, but I think they will replace him.
Someone else has asked, someone said funny that he didn't pick the icon, that is Divock Origi. But the last one,
he's not coming in.
The last question I'm going to ask you here is, it's the last derby at Goodison.
It is the last derby
what
at
is the
Goodison.
score going to be for us? Go on.
2-1 Everton.
2-1 Everton. He's gone for it. Okay, someone click that just in case. Click that just in case.
And what if it happens and we win 2-1?
If it happens, you can have the clip because I now look like a tool.
Listen, it's the last ever Goodison derby, as if I'm going to back against us.
That's true. It is a hard place to go. Thank you so much for joining me and Baz. Thanks for Baz for taking the time. I don't know what person we're bringing on the screen right now for you to have a look at, but do enjoy it. There is loads. Errol and Steve will be here for the start of the watch along very, very soon.
Yeah, very fast in attack, very dynamic. They play that 4-box-2 formation, so it's effectively 4-2-2-2. What was quite interesting, actually, at the weekend, you often see Xavi drift off to the left, but we didn't see that, actually, at the weekend. We saw him playing kind of inside right at sometimes, which is unusual. And they get their width from the wings. Now, what I mean by that is it's the fullbacks coming forward, so the wider players actually play quite narrowly. They've had a real setback recently. David Raum, who's their left back, who is a really good attacking fullback, right up there with Germany's best. He's had ankle surgery, and he's going to be out for a few weeks now. So that's a real problem because they've got to work out who's going to play on the left. What they did at the weekend was they had Castello Jr. play that left-back role, and he effectively tucked in as a third centre-back, and they tried to get a bit of width on the other side. I don't know how sustainable that is. Benjamin Henrichs is a very good right-back, so he gives them a bit of width on that side. But I'll be really interested to see what they do against Liverpool because the temptation would be to actually keep Castello Jr. there to deal with Mo Salah because they're going to need to try and contain him, as difficult as we know that is. So that's a problem for them, but lots of pace. Openda will try and run in behind all the time. Šeško is a bit of a unicorn in the sense that he's big, he's good in the air, but he's quick as well. And Xavi will try and get between the lines. He'll try and pick up those pockets of space where he can turn and really do damage. So, yeah, the Red Bull style that we're used to, but Marco Rose has kind of put his own little twist on it.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Redmen TV. Our live stream continues. Yes, we're raising money for Zoe's Place Children's Hospice. I'm Steve Hood. This is Errol Smith. We're going to guide you for the next 10-15 minutes or so as we prepare to get ready for the watch along of tonight's game. Paul and Chris having a little well-in rest of their voice. It's been quite a day, Errol. You've been in and out all day. You've been hanging around, so Jamie Carragher on Zoom. We had Stephen Gerrard join us on Zoom. Kenny Dalglish has been involved. Like, I mean, some of like
in the building.
Oh, you got a picture there?
I did, yeah.
So, some of the legends of Liverpool getting involved with this has just been fantastic.
Oh, it's been absolutely brilliant just to see the response, and obviously the content creators of in the YouTube sphere as well have all chipped in and brought some of their following and their communities into it. So I think it's just been brilliant. The response, the amount of money that's been raised in the short space of time that you have been live since this morning really, and you're powering through. Obviously the lads are going to come back and do the watch along to make sure that you don't miss a kick this evening when Liverpool take on Leipzig. But it's been fun as well. I think I know you guys will have been very tired, exhausted.
Honestly, mate,
it's been, the adrenaline carries you through on days like this, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's been great. So just to let you guys know, anyone who donates, there is a link. If you watch obviously live, there's a link in the YouTube. There's a QR code to Errol's right there as well. If you go to justgiving.com/page/the Redmen TV and donate, if you donate anything at all, we'll be doing some draws. So we've got some amazing prizes to give away. Pair of match-worn boots donated to us kindly by former Liverpool captain Jordan Henderson. We've got a pair of goalkeeper gloves signed by former Liverpool goalkeeper European Cup winner Bruce Grobbelaar. We've got a massive plaque signed by Ian St John and Roger Hunt, and a plaque signed shirt signed by John Barnes. They are all available to anyone who donates at all on the Just Giving page, and as a special prize, as donated by former Liverpool CEO Peter Moore, we've got a 1920 limited edition blackout shirt that was donated to all of the Liverpool staff at the time, which obviously when they won the league title. It's been signed by Jurgen Klopp. Basically ridiculous prize. So anyone who donates over £100 will be in a draw for that. But anyone else, of course, if you donate as little as whatever, it doesn't really matter, then you'll be in the draw for some of those other prizes. Obviously, I understand times are tough for everybody completely. It is what it is. The world's tough at the moment for everyone. You can't donate, absolutely fine, do not worry about it. Just by watching us here today, if you want to share the stream, give the link out to your friends, your family, your neighbours, everybody, everyone who watches. Every single bit of money that we raise here on Redmen TV from YouTube, our fee, off our wonderful sponsors, Dr. Cynic, we're going to donate all that to Super Chats as well. So just by watching this, you are helping raise money for Zoe'S Place. For those who don't know, very quickly, if you just joined us, Zoe'S Place is a children's hospital here in Liverpool, and it's been threatened with closure. They need to move to a new site very, very shortly. They need to raise around £5 million to get there, a massive amount of money. So there's fundraising happening all over Liverpool, all over the city, all over Europe. Everyone's getting involved, and we're doing our bit today. And so far, like I say, thanks to the generosity of our wonderful followers and fans and supporters, we are past the £20,000 mark. So thank you very much indeed. Dougie says, I've just donated. Dougie, you are one of the many, many legends who have done just that. Thank you so much to everybody for getting involved. Errol, how on earth are you thinking about the Reds this evening? You're looking forward to the game? You're going to chill around and watch it? We're going to watch it in the back.
Yeah, we'll have the night off.
So we're going to chill in there and watch it with Chloe, Quinn, Darlene. We're all going to be in there, have a couple of snacks and stuff. You looking forward to it?
I am, to be honest with you. I think there's an opportunity to rotate a little bit. I think given the fixture, not necessarily pile up, but the fixture list that we've got over the next couple of weeks, I think these games are as good as any now to start doing a little bit more rotation, start using that squad size a little bit, because obviously, we all think that how well we've started in the Premier League, it is a great opportunity for us to just keep putting points on that board. So we want to be able to field our strongest team, strongest 11 as much as we possibly can on the weekends. There are games that we can navigate here between now and Christmas in this Champions League table format, league table, where I think Liverpool will be healthily in and around that conversation of the draw for the last 16. Hopefully on the points total will do us over the line in the next couple of games anyway. But if Liverpool can kind of navigate the way through that and have a couple of games to spare where we can really rotate and he'd be considered almost free hits, that'd be fantastic. But I do expect us to make a few changes, given we've had Chelsea, then Leipzig, then Arsenal. There's some big hitting games for me.
Oh, absolutely, you're right. Just to let you guys know, I mentioned before about some of the work we're doing in terms of raising some money. I just mentioned before some of the great prizes that we've got to give away, but don't just take our word for it. Rather than me and Errol telling you all about it, let's hear from some of the men themselves who've donated some of these prizes.
Hi, this is Bruce Grobbelaar. I'm very sorry that I couldn't be with you today. You know what Zoe's place means to the Liverpool people, and your generosity has been overwhelming. So I had to come to the cause. I will be donating a pair of signed gloves, and Redmen TV will be picking out the winner randomly and then sending them to that person. So whether you put in £1 or £100, it goes to a good cause. So dig deep, keep up the good work. You'll never walk alone.
Hi everyone, I hope you're enjoying the live stream. When I heard that Zoe's place in Liverpool was in danger, then I was keen to help in some way. So I'll be sending a pair of match-worn boots across to the Redmen TV, who will pick someone at random, whoever donates today, no matter how big or small the donation. So please give what you can. It's our only and last chance to save them. And if any city can, Liverpool can.
Yes, welcome back. So yeah, don't take from us. There's the men themselves, not just blagging you. They told you themselves in video form. They are just some of the prizes we're going to give away to anyone who donates. And speaking of donating, we have just passed another landmark. We have just gone past £21,000. Thank you. Round of applause to every single person there who has donated. We originally set out to raise £10,000. That was the original target. We smashed that within a few hours, so we revised it to 20. We're already past that as well. We're up to £21,000, which will all go to Zoe's place. So thank you so much, and good luck to all of us when we do those prize draws a little bit later on. Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? This city is just it's the
something
best,
else. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like we could sit here all day, which we have, to be fair, but outside that, just talk about how special of a city it is. When there's something like this to unify us, to kind of all bring us all together, it doesn't matter whether you're a red or a blue. You know, Baz has just been sat here with Chloe for half an hour, you know, talking about how much he believes in the cause and why it's such a good thing for us to all be doing and supporting. And it's just right. Like, it's a shame that it's had to come to this. But the fact that the people of Liverpool have said, no, we're not standing for it and we're going to do something about it, just kind of shows you all the people that try to take the piss out of us and try and use it as a guise for banter. We've just shown you exactly what Liverpool's true colours are all about.
Absolutely. And we've got a message from Pam who says, I've just made the donation. I wish I could give more. Pam, every single penny matters. Honestly, do not wish anything at all. Anyone giving whatever they can is more than, honestly, is absolutely brilliant. Anyone in this climate giving even £1 is absolutely ridiculously well appreciated. So do not worry at all. Thank you so much for everyone who's continued to donate. It doesn't matter how little or how large, it's all well received, and so don't apologise whatsoever. You've been an absolute trooper. Going back to tonight, we were speaking about today before we went on here from Jordan and Bruce, which is a funny thing to say. Yeah, it's the Champions League and this new format, Edel. This is what we were trying to say before. We said this before Bologna. We don't really know what you're going to need, so just fucking keep winning. Keep winning, and then we'll see where we're at when we get there. Like, at some point, you might be able to rest, you might not. But at this point in time, just until you, like what Aston Villa are doing, just go ahead and win games, and then you'll figure out the rest later.
Well, yeah, and to add to that, I think I seen something yesterday again. Chatting people online, I'll have to let me know if it's 100% true. But Arsenal now have got 7 points after their game, and they're guaranteed to already be in that draw. They might still have to play a playoff if that was to end on 7 points, but they would have those extra 2 games as a bare minimum. So 7 points at the moment is a threshold to kind of guarantee you passage to look at the next round of the knockouts. So Liverpool are in a very healthy position right now. And as I say, if we do in the same vein as Aston Villa and get 9 points out from the 3 games that we played, we are going to put ourselves in a very, very strong position to be in the knockouts when it comes to the new year. So from that perspective, I think you're right. The sooner you can win the games and then the less pressure that then is needed, because we are in the thick of it at this moment in time. The run of games that Liverpool have got over the next 6 weeks is an absolute madness. So I do want us to prioritise the Premier League. You know, the League Cup will be what the League Cup will be. The Champions League, we just have to, again, bit like Arnie Slot's game management, we have to manage that effectively. Use the squad. That'd be my little tidbit. If we use the squad to the best of our abilities right now, I think we've got enough to navigate and battle on the 2 big fronts. that are the Champions League and the Premier League.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to Edwards, who's just gifted 5 Redmen TV memberships during the stream. So Ed, we'll get the money donated and raised from that. We'll donate that as well. So thank you so much. And a good point, and I apologise if I misconstrued what I said earlier, from Juicer, who says it's not just the City, this is Liverpool fans from all around the world.
Facts.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't mean it to come across like we didn't mean that. Absolutely. We've had donations from as far as what we've had South Africa, we've had Canada, we've had all kinds in the chat, so you are absolutely right. What I'm saying is, when this city puts its head together and raises funds, the wider Liverpool community absolutely joins in as well, and it's much appreciated for everyone who's been getting involved with it. It's Neil Mellor was on before, and other than insulting me for being bald,
which he did do, by the way.
Which he did. Well, not ideal. He said, I'll take a point today if it meant winning on Sunday, and I think, yeah, facts.
He's a man that knows ball, isn't he? Like, fair play. Mate, honestly, as I say, Liverpool on the road, they're in Europe. A draw was never deemed a bad result, and I don't believe it should be tonight either, as I keep saying, and I'll keep drumming on about it. The fixtures are mad. Like, they are blockbusters from now until the back end of November. There's no let up. People can say, well, Liverpool have had an easy start to the season, but this is the period that's going to test us. So from that perspective, I would happily take the draw. Good performance, and again, I'd take the draw in the context, given that there are other players, there are senior players, or your big hitters that get opportunities to be rested. We manage the game, because for me that would be a good sign that, you know what, we're gonna make sure that we're fit, because the amount of players that are going down like flies at the moment, players have already come out and said, there's too many fixtures and there's nothing we can do about it now in the middle of a season, so you've kind of got to get on with it. But I think Arne Slot, if he has the idea that he can manage that squad effectively and make sure that he can keep a little bit back but have enough to just see us over the line, whether that be a draw or a win, I think he'd be quite happy with the progress. And then of course, going into the weekend, we can look at it with still keeping that momentum and turn our attention to Arsenal unscathed is the hope for every Liverpool fan tonight.
Absolutely, fingers crossed. That's exactly what we're going to do, because Liverpool want to come out of today fully fit with 3 points. Jobs are good and beat. Like in an
ideal world, 100%.
That's what we're all after. How they get there and how we end up navigating what has been an already tricky weekend into more. Then absolutely. We've had a chat here from Quadbot, says Redmen around the world, saving kids and winning footy games. Let's have it. And then Nick, congratulations to Redmen TV. Best wishes to Zoe'S Place and the City of Liverpool and the fans of the club, coming together in aid of a great cause. You'll never walk alone. And absolutely, Edel, it's been quite a day. Are you ready to chill out a little bit? Go watch the match.
I can put my feet up.
Get your feet up, eat some food. I think we're ready for...
We've got snacks galore back there.
Loads of the guests who come in brought food, which is fantastic. I mean, I'm already feeling full, but there's plenty more that I can...
Have a squeeze it in.
I can absolutely get into. What we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to hear from the manager at his pre-match press conference. That'll give us a couple of minutes to turn everything around. And when you come back, we'll be ready with the build-up show for Leipzig versus Liverpool. So thank you very much, everyone who's tuned in, donated, liked, shared, everything so far. Let's have a little listen to what Arne Slot had to say to the media, and then we'll be back with the build-up show. See you in about 3.5 minutes.
You mentioned those issues piling up and the fixtures keep coming and coming. Is that what a bit of importance to go and get another positive result tomorrow night with all these games coming, that you can get your qualification done as soon as possible in this group stage?
I never think it's a good idea to lose a game. So no matter where you are in the season, it's always better to get the best possible result. And that's also what we're trying to bring in tomorrow. We look at it game by game, and we try to bring out the best possible team for tomorrow for the competition we face with Leipzig. We're doing really well in the Bundesliga. Had the difficulty of playing two very difficult teams in the Champions League. That's the difficult thing of this format. That after 2 games you can have a league table that doesn't tell the whole story, because you can face teams from pot 4 also.
You mentioned those issues piling up and the fixtures keep coming and coming. Is that what a bit of importance to go and get another positive result tomorrow night with all these games coming, that you can get your qualification done as soon as possible in this group stage?
I never think it's a good idea to lose a game. So no matter where you are in the season, it's always better to get the best possible result. and that's also what we're trying to bring in tomorrow. We look at it game by game, and we try to bring out the best possible team for tomorrow for the competition we face with Leipzig. We're doing really well in the Bundesliga. Had the difficulty of playing two very difficult teams in the Champions League. That's the difficult thing of this format. That after 2 games you can have a league table that doesn't tell the whole story, because you can face teams from pot 4, is also you call it pot 4 or group 4? Group 4, or you can face the difficult ones in the beginning, and that's what they had. Very good team, and yes, the fixture list is tough, but what would you expect if you play Champions League and Premier League? The fixture list then is tough, and that's what we like, that's what we want. So we have to deal with it, and we like to deal with that.
John, what just here? When you mentioned the single league concept, have you got your head around it now? And what do you think?
The concept of this Champions League, I got my head around it, but I don't think you can have a fair opinion yet, because we're only 2 games into the Champions League now. If you would say to me, okay, tell me what you think about it, because I want to have an answer, I would tell you, okay, I like it, but that has only to do with us having 6 points out of 2 games. That has nothing to do with the format. So we have to wait and see what the end result of this format is, and you can only judge that after the group stage is done, and then see if me or you or the fans like this new format.
Do you think it will be an incentive further down the line if things continue to go well?
You mentioned those issues piling up and the fixtures keep coming and coming. Is that quite a bit of importance to go and get another positive result tomorrow night? All these games coming, that you can get your qualification done as soon as possible in this group stage?
I never think it's a good idea to lose a game. So no matter where you are in the season, it's always better to get the best possible result. And that's also what we're trying to bring in tomorrow. We look at it game by game, and we try to bring out the best possible team.
Hello, everyone. Yes, we are here, and I want to say we're ready for the watch along. We're not, but we know what, it's Redmen TV. If you've known us at any point during the time of this channel existing, you know we're just very good at rolling with things, and we'll make of it what we can. We have been here since just before 10 a.m. this morning, raising money for Zoe's Place. If you're not familiar with the plight of Zoe's Place, is a baby hospice in Liverpool, providing help for sick children and respite for their parents and family members, but it is in desperate need of funds in order to build itself a building capable of housing it ongoing. It is an essential part of the needs for people in this city, and yeah, the people of Liverpool have risen to the challenge in a huge way over the last week or so. We've had so many of them actually on the show. Adam Rowe in particular has really fronted up towards this. He's doing all kinds of stuff, from comedy shows to comparing things and everything in between. So far we have raised an absolutely stellar £21,527. We set a 10k target. We smashed that. We set a 20k target. We've smashed that as well. I have got no idea how high this can go. Chris asked me earlier in the break, said, do you think we can get to 25? 20 is above and beyond what that was my little quiet dream, one I didn't dare to mention out loud. So why not? Look, we're here all the way through the match. We're here with the post-match content on YouTube as well. So yeah, we'll see where we get to. If you haven't donated yet, there'll be QR codes coming up throughout. If you go to justgiving.com/page/the Redmen TV, you can go and donate through that.
Link in the description as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Or if you want to get yourself a Zoe's Place t-shirt, you can do by going to redmenmerch.com. Chris, was the thumbs up to say that you're ready to talk about the team?
It was very much that. You might have to check the subs bench for me, but as we go through it, the team is out. Carragher is in goal. Kostas Tsimikas is playing left back. Virgil van Dijk, Ibu Konate, Trent Alexander-Arnold. The midfield three of Gravenberg, McAllister, Szoboszlai, Gakpo, which surprised me, starting on the left-hand side. Salah on that right-hand side, and Darwin Núñez up top after an unbelievable performance at the weekend in place of the injured Diogo Jota after about 30 minutes or so. So literally, this is a strong side. Obviously, Kostas Tsimikas has come in. He's been good this season. He's been good at every opportunity that he's had in place of Andy Robertson. Gakpo, we know what form he's been in so far this season as well. So he keeps his place over on that left-hand side. Darwin stepping in. It is a 1A side as far as I'm concerned. And Liverpool have plenty of 1A players, and that's the beauty of this squad, isn't it, at the moment? And this squad that Jürgen built and Arna has taken over and added to and stuff like that. And I think in terms of the substitute, I don't know whether you've had a chance to check this for me. We've got Jaros in goal. We've also got Harvey Davies. Unfortunately, I can't find that. Joe Gomez. Endo is there, Diaz, Jones, after an unbelievable performance at the weekend, is there, Andy Robertson is there, Jarell Kwanzaa, Tyler Morton, Trey and Yoni, all on the bench for Liverpool tonight. So still options on the bench.
You can launch Jota.
That's the player.
Unfortunately. Sadly.
So it's just Harvey Davies we're missing. So there we go. It's a brilliant squad, really, isn't it? Even with a couple of injuries. Obviously no Chiesa, no Jota, no Harvey Elliott, but still options from the bench in Curtis Jones and Luis Diaz, Andy Robertson, Jarell Kwanzaa. So yeah, big sides and a big night in the Champions League for Liverpool, gents.
Yeah, it's interesting, the team selection, because obviously what the big debate we've had on a number of shows leading up to this, and obviously looking ahead tentatively towards Arsenal stay, is because we had to bring the South Americans out of the starting 11, McAllister and Diaz for the weekend. What did that mean in terms of rotation? Well, actually, so the question was, did they both just come back in for this game or not? Actually, quite a little surprisingly, maybe. Cody Gakpo keeps his place instead of Luis Diaz. I thought Cody was fine, by the way, at the weekend, but Curtis Jones was the man of the match. Now, does this say to you that Curtis is played himself in with a greater chance of playing the Arsenal game?
No, I'm not sure. I think just because Alexis didn't play, I think it's just managing. I think the manager will just see where he's at on Sunday and pick his best team. I wouldn't be shocked if it's very similar to this, really, with maybe Diaz and Robertson coming back in, but he's always told us, and every manager tells us this, and we had John Achterberg on the stream before, and we never believed him.
Yeah.
We'll think about the next game, and then we'll cross bridges when you get it. And when you've got such a strong squad, you're going to be afforded to do that. If you're like Arsenal, for example, now, and you've got like 5, 6, 7, and then maybe that's when you have to worry. But Liverpool will just keep rolling with the punches until they don't. So I think that's all he's done. So I thought maybe that this could have been the game for Gravenberch not to play. I thought it might have been Endo. But that's the only one that I'm a little bit surprised by, just because Gravenberch has played so often. But it just feels like he's the Iron Man, and he's going to be asked to keep going and going and going. Before you start, can we just have
you can do what you want, because my computer died during the break, and it is currently having absolutely none of anything I'm asking it to
Listen, we've had
got a wonderful silver paperweight in front of me at the moment.
We've had 12 hours just think of machines working and not working. It's been fantastic. But thank you very much to Danny, who's just sent a super chat in. Says, I just want to publicly thank the Redmen for doing this. Having worked with you in America over the years, I can honestly say that the team are amazing, and I'm proud to be a subscriber. Thanks very much, Danny.
That's Danny Greenwood, yeah.
That is Danny Greenwood.
Thanks for that, Danny. Thank you, Danny.
Danny Greenwood, one of only 2 people who were at the wedding renewal of my wife and I in Las Vegas.
And the only person who had a pina colada down his white shirt as well.
That's absolutely,
I'll be shocked that Danny remembers it.
Danny was our fixer for the day. What a guy. He's genuinely one of the most lovely human beings on planet Earth, is Danny Greenwood.
Danny looked after me in Philadelphia and in South Carolina. Actually, it was lots and lots of fun. We've got a record. Have you seen? Mo Salah is now 3rd in Liverpool's all-time appearances in the European Cup / Champions League. That's where Mo Salah is at. So he's another record for Mohamed Salah. He's creeping up many a list. I was saying today, Mount Rushmore of Liverpool players. He's on it now, and we've had 2 of them in today on the stream already.
Yeah,
Gerrard and Carragher.
Keep watching, because you never know. Oh no, he's a Jeremy.
So if Mo or anyone in Mo's entourage get involved at some point throughout the day as well, because we've had 2 of who will be the 4th? That's a question for you. If it's definitely Kenny, Gerrard and Salah now, I wonder if there's a 4th one.
Totally depends on what are the criteria for it, because
your heart.
What?
whatever's in your
well,
heart.
no, what I mean is that, you know, are we talking, is it have to be 4 people? Because if it's 4 people, there's Shankly on there, or is it someone who's got to have
I was thinking players.
Played for the football club? Okay, so yeah, Gerrard, it's probably Rushy.
Yep.
It's Rushy, and you know what? To cheat and have one more, it's probably Ian Carragher as well. Just in terms of something, you know, the record appearance holder for Liverpool, you know, Scouser through and through as well. But yeah, the Salah thing, you know, we've been doing this as a live show content for a few months now, and getting people's sort of take on it. And I was talking to someone the other day about this, like fans of other football clubs. In fact, it was talking to the people around at Sky Sports and how Salah is now, and I think outside of Liverpool, people are starting to talk about him as they should, and that is in the category with Alan Shearer and with Thierry Henry as the best player, one of the best players ever to play in the Premier League. And like Rory Jennings is saying that to me. It was the most biased Chelsea fan who should have every reason to even privately just stand his ground and say that Salah's not the one.
I was with Rory off YouTube, Arsenal fan, Rory knows ball, and he was saying the same thing. Actually, it was weird just to see Mo Salah getting his flowers. He richly deserves. So it'd be an interesting conversation of if it is Gerrard, Carragher and Salah, who the fourth is. Nigel says Kevin Keegan. He was our first superstar. We've had Alan Hansen shout, who I'll find that in a moment as well from Simon.
Can we have a shout for Phil Neal as well here, by the way?
Phil Neal's with everything.
I mean, 4 European Cups, wasn't it, for Phil Neal?
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Were you checking that stat there?
8 league titles. I have been in his company and he's reminded me before.
Okay. So
yeah. To be fair, Pedal says John Barnes. And we've got a John Barnes handshake giveaway, by the way. Someone's asked us, by the way, I think it was Frenchy, apologies if I missed your chat, says, when are we doing the draw for the giveaways? We're going to leave this open for a while in terms of getting the donations so give us a few days. We'll make sure it's announced on YouTube, on Twitter, on everything, everywhere we go. Obviously, we want to give people who weren't able to watch live a chance to donate as well. So give us a little bit of time. Obviously, this page will remain open for a while in terms of donations, but we promise you it will happen, and everyone who wins will be communicated to. There's no point doing it today because we don't want to stop raising money for what is a wonderful cause, but I promise you we will get there.
So yeah, just to run through the list of things that we're going to be giving away to people who do donate to our Just Giving page for Zoe's place. There is a pair of goalkeeper gloves signed by Bruce Grobbelaar. There is a series of prints is that what you were going to guess?
Yes.
You took them outside before.
Yeah, we got rid.
We've got 2 signed prints, a John Barnes one, and we've got one signed by Ian St John and Roger Hunt.
Yeah, which is ridiculous. That's what a prize.
I mean, when you consider,
that's outrageous.
Absolutely, you know. Ultimately, there's not going to be any more of them, mate. So yeah, you know, grab one, grab that. It's a huge prize, of course. Former Liverpool skipper Jordan Henderson is donating a pair of match-worn boots as well. So if you donate for any amount of money to the Just Giving, your name will go into the draw to win one of those prizes. Additionally, though, former Liverpool CEO came on the show earlier on and he presented, you know, he's gifting the signed blackout Liverpool shirt. The only people on planet Earth who have this shirt worked for Liverpool when they won the league in 1920. Blackout Liverpool shirt signed by Jurgen Klopp in a gift box as well, and he's offering this up as well. So anyone who donates £100 or more will go into the draw for that one. I had a few people saying, does it have to be pound sterling? Look, I'll be honest, we're not going to nitpick on whether if it's euros or dollars. It's close enough. Now, if it's like something mad like rupees or pesos, I don't know. You know, I don't know the exchange rate on most, but I know that it's more you know, it's close enough on either.
Damage Hale says, are you taking donations through Super Chat? Listen, we would like you to go through the link if possible. If there's a Super Chat, we don't get all of that, to be honest with you. So like there's some of that gets lost in the YouTube ether. So by all means, any Super Chats we do get will be donated. Yes. But if you can use the link, that way Zoe's Place get 100% of it. So giving them a tenner on the link or giving us a tenner Super Chat, Zoe's Place will get all the tenner if you go via the link.
Just to be clear on that, yeah, absolutely, 100. We will be donating all of that stuff. So if that's the way you can do it and that's the way you feel comfortable do it, awesome. We'll make sure that whatever money we get from that we will hand on. But as Steve rightly says there, the Just Giving link will be in the description. It's the pinned comment in the live show chat as well. So if you just want to go through that and do it that way.
I've had a text off Danny, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Danny Greenwood says he does remember the wedding.
Good, he should do.
But he's not sure how he did it. I do remember the wedding, but not sure how, as we did a pool party before it. So did you have a pool party before you got married?
Yeah, absolutely.
Was you drunk at the renewal?
No, I was fine. Because I wanted to get it right. I got bladdered that night. I got lifted up by like someone in a Spider-Man costume and a Batman costume on Vegas Strip in my white suit.
What happened in Vegas, mate?
100%. Yeah. So thank you so much to everyone who's done it so far. As we say, we're going to keep things going. I do have to mention, because we've got a long-going sponsorship with them, with the name's been on stream all day as well, is that obviously our partnership with Dr. Emrah Cynic. So if you're in the market for a hair transplant, a beard transplant, or dental work as well, then do consider going to Dr. Emrah Cynic. Packages are available on his website. He is the home hair transplanted to the stars. Well, that's not how that SDI works. That's cool. But yeah, he.
What did you just say?
SDI. I meant to say not
NDI.
NDI. That's the one.
They're vastly different.
No, SDI is the cable that runs.
STI's
STI. You're thinking of SDI.
Yeah, okay.
Said, careful.
That's not what you said.
There's different clinics available for that. But if you want a hair transplant, Dr. Emrah Cynic is the one who can back it up. And yeah, the link will be in the description underneath. Hair transplanted to the stars. Ivan Rakitic, Ryan Babel, who's in the video, Rivaldo et al, Luis Garcia. Absolutely brilliant. And yeah, there's packages where you can go over there. It'll cost a lot less than maybe you think it will if you think it's out of your reach.
Can I just let you know as well? Obviously, our fee from Dr. Cynic today for the show, we will donate to Zoe'S Place as well on behalf of Dr. Cynic. So yeah, on behalf of us and of course on behalf of them, of course, as well. So anything that we make today, any money that we make today from this stream ourselves will be donated to the Zoe'S Place cause as well. That includes the fee that Dr. Cynic is paying. So we'll make sure, get involved with all the chats, super chats, donations, links, everything. Do what you can, and it'll all be going to Zoe'S Place. If you can't donate, share the link with your mates. Go and get everyone to watch it. The more people who watch it, ultimately the more money that Zoe'S Place gets at the end of it.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see that there's nothing incriminating on my desktop there, so it's fine. I'm a bit. Yes, I do play Champman 0102 on my Mac. So there you go. People will have seen.
Someone said that guy looks like me.
The front
on the doctor's. It does look.
In that he's got more hair than you, and he's just going through the process.
No, he's bald and beardy, isn't he?
Okay, cool. I mean, yeah. To be fair, sure.
Okay, I'm just saying what the chat
cool.
said.
It's cool. No, that's absolutely fine. I think that's is that baldest? Like to say that you just look like people would do a bald.
Yeah, a little bit, but I'm fine with it. Neil Mellor rinsed me before for absolutely no reason. No. It was mental, and he said his exact words were, "No offence, Steve, but like people like me and Steve and Gerrard, our hair grows forwards." But it wasn't offensive. It wasn't offensive to me until he said, "No offence, Steve," and then it became offensive.
It's very rare though that you start a sentence with "Don't take offence" without it being something.
But it wasn't not to do with me. It was it was talking about himself.
Did you take offence?
Not until he said, "Don't take offence."
He said, "Don't." Steve,
sorry, Neil.
Doing? He told you not to take offence.
That's exactly what it was. Yeah.
So yeah. Fantastic
More
stuff.
fool me.
Sensational stuff. Chris, we've not really talked about the team, to be perfectly honest with you. Certainly, how you feeling about it? We had a lot of chat. Adam Rowe put a team up before that had Jaros in goal that he wants to see us play for this one.
Adam's my kind of guy, because honestly, that's what I would. I wouldn't go as far as Jaros, but I'm so in on the Premier League this season, and so in on just demolishing Arsenal at the weekend that I would have been quite happy with this. But it's not surprised me that Slot's gone particularly close to full strength for this one, because it's what he's shown us that he's going to do, isn't it, I think? And, this side here, and, there's going to still be energy in that side. Obviously, McAllister had a little bit of a rest at the weekend. Darwin Núñez only played 60 minutes. He's been chomping at the bit. Hopefully, he'll be able to go in there in Leipzig and just showcase exactly what he did at the weekend and keep those energy levels up, keep tearing around. And if it is creating space for the likes of Mo and Cody, then brilliant. But if we can get Núñez more involved, then brilliant as well, because that's what we want to see, isn't it? We want to see Núñez build on pure energy. And we saw that at the weekend. He was linking up play brilliantly. He was beating players. He was using his body. It was a real centre-forwards performance. And listen, goals is normally what changes around form for strikers. But that could be the catalyst for goals for Darwin Núñez. And we've been waiting for him to turn the corner, so to speak, in his young Liverpool career. And I really hope that this is it. I've been critical of Darwin over the last couple of months, and I really do hope, and we say this a lot, don't we, that I want him to shut me up. I want him to shut everybody up. I want him to go out there, because it's much easier to support a player that you already really like because they give everything for that red shirt than it is to go and buy someone and hope that they work. I'd much rather someone in the squad be able to do it. So yeah, I'm really excited. And in general terms, I'm very tired. You asked that as well, Paul. How you feeling? Honestly, tired. And I think you guys, you guys have been here all day as well. It's been a long day.
We've not been here as long as you have.
Day.
I think that's fair to say, Chris.
It's been a long day.
I don't think I was still in bed, but I was probably about to leave the house to start to do the schoolroom when Chris put the picture in our WhatsApp group of him sat in the studio saying ready. And I come in, he was already on the couch by the time I got into the studio. Chris Pajak has put in a monumental shift so far, and we've hit the target. We're here. Listen, we're made up. Every penny above and beyond that is just absolute magic time. So we're here. We've got to do a proper job now.
You say that we've just, by the way, gone past another milestone, £22,500 on the Just Giving page. Thank you so much for everybody who donated. You're the absolute best. You are legends. Keep them coming in and get yourselves in the draw for all those amazing prizes. We've had a couple of super chats quickly as well. From my channel, who says, I'm a San Francisco Bay Area fan of both our beloved LFC and the Redmen. Great cause, fellas, up the Reds. And then Damage Hurdlers donated through the link and as well as on Super Chat from Boston. Yeah, Reds all over the world coming out in force to help us with our fundraising targets. It's been mad. We've had people from everywhere. It's crazy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, absolutely balmy. Just to pick up from what Chris was saying then in terms of the players and what have you. The Darwin stuff, I do wonder whether he was maybe a little bit of time away yet from being ready to be unleashed, if at all. Sometimes you'll never know, whether a lad was in the manager's plans or he had a wider ranging plan of, I'll keep him under wraps, and then when I've got him ready, I'm going to unleash him upon the world. Well, you don't get to decide that in football. Sometimes
best laid plans and all.
Exactly. Life is what happens when you're busy making other plans. And this is what's happened to Liverpool. Jota's not available. Darwin's there. Darwin has played up front for Liverpool in the number 9, wearing the number 9 shirt, and scored goals for us. He scored more goals, in the second season he scored in his first season. He hasn't had that start yet, but he is up and running. He did score that absolute belter the other week with that left-footed shot in particular. Chris has said it already. His overall performance against Chelsea, Steve, was great. I want him to succeed as a Liverpool player. I think the Liverpool fan base as a whole, broadly, are still totally behind him, but it is that feeling of it's very much Jota's shirt. Yeah. But that's on Darwin now. He's going to have a couple of weeks at least, and if he just comes in and if he's scoring goals and creating goals, which is what he's done for the last 2 seasons for Liverpool, then that's going to be a high bar for Jota then to get back in the side.
Yeah, absolutely. Same as the centre back. By the way, thanks Dave for your super chat. Appreciate it, mate, and good luck on the way to 25k. He says, look what happened to centre back. It was Gerrard Kwanzaa's shirt, and then Konate got it for half a game, kept it, and he's kept it since. And the manager's proven he'll ride the hot hand. Curtis is the example the other day when you get
that sounds like a wanking euphemism, but that's
ride
fine.
The hot hand.
What are you doing with your day off?
I think it's gambling terminology, which suits me. I mean, more so, but. Like, for example, look at Curtis did the other day. I know he's not playing now. He might be even getting rested. If you get a chance, you don't get loads. Yeah. This manager's very loyal to his team. Yeah. It feels like it's going to be hard to crack his team. So if you get a chance, you've got to take it. Mm-hmm. Curtis Jones did at the weekend. He won Liverpool a game, got man of the match. He's proven to Arne Slot now, like, I can be your man. Darwin Núñez is yet to prove to Arne Slot, I can be your man. Mm-hmm. Now, Darwin played really well when he come on. It was a different role for him. He wasn't expected or, to do the, he didn't touch the ball in their box. Mm-hmm. But he put a shift in tonight. It's on him. He's not coming on when the game's half an hour done and you're in a certain position. Liverpool's took a lead and then Darwin come on. This is a different game. He's the man who the goals are relied upon. So you are right. And like you said, life happens, and listen, Diogo Jota gets injured. It's not his fault, this one. Some groch lands on.
Water's wet, the sky is blue, Diogo Jota's going to pick up injuries.
And it's not this one, like I say, some random 6'7" fella land on his chest. There's nothing you can do about it. That's footy. Sometimes, you take your chance. Yeah. Gerrard Kwanzaa said it with Joel Matip, didn't he? Joel got injured. I apologize, sorry to Joel, but it's my chance to shine, and it's Darwin's to take advantage of it.
We had Neil Mellor in the studio before, who's Liverpool. The fame that he's accrued as a Liverpool player comes about because Djibril Cissé breaks his leg, and Milan Baros gets injured, and all of a sudden, Neil Mellor, great record at youth level, of course, gets thrust into it, plays his part at Olympiacos, scores the winning goal against Arsenal in the Premier League. Unforgettable moments, and that's because Liverpool always creates new heroes. And you get that opportunity to wear the shirt. And there's lads who, have played 10 games for Liverpool who are actually seen in some eyes as legend. Darwin Núñez has already got a good bank of games under him. He scored some big, very memorable goals for us. This is not, again, with the greatest respect, this is not Neil Mellor coming in from the youth team. This is a Uruguayan international who we paid a lot of money for, has got a certain degree of pedigree, a big chance. And Chris, just on the Darwin thing, do you think actually it being away from home, one of the things I said on the podcast this week was I feel like he's a big kicks kind of player. You get more chances to have big kicks, I think, in games where your counter-attacking is going to be more your vibe. This is not going to be at Leipzig Park in the bus and you need finesse. Actually, and being a bit of a blunt instrument actually might work for us.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. Actually, it's not one I considered, certainly. And, you're right. If they're attacking and they're sort of feeling it a little bit and they leave some space in behind, then hopefully we can feed them a little bit more, because he didn't get a touch in the box at the weekend in the 60 minutes that he was on the field. And, you don't want that from your centre-forward, do you? You want them. You don't want to just be able to talk about the defensive work that he did and the link-up play. Ultimately, what Darwin Núñez is going to feed off is those goals, is those assists. So if he can find that little bit of space, if there's a bit of a high line that he can run into and all that, then we've got players like Virgil van Dijk and Trent Alexander-Arnold, McAllister, that can literally find him from anywhere on the football field. And if it means we've looked great on the counter-attack at times, we've looked great with that up-back-through sort of, how many goals did we score through pre-season, the first few games of the season, with that up-back-through sort of passing sort of move. This is the type of thing that Núñez will feed off of. But ultimately, it comes from these three guys, I think, for me. And listen, loads of chat about Dominic Szoboszlai at the moment, and McAllister, Gravenberch, Jones, rightfully so as well. But this guy here, I think, is taking a little bit too much criticism for the work rate that he is being able to put into this Liverpool side at the moment. Yes, I think we all want more goals, and yes, I think we all want more assists, but if we're comfortable with Liverpool defending and how good the defence have been, one of the reasons that it's been that way is because of Dominic Szoboszlai and the way that he's able to press, and he was one of the big reasons that we won at the weekend in terms of the tactical tweak that Slot made. Obviously, we were attacking with that sort of, we were defending, with a 4-2-4 at the weekend, weren't we? And what was happening is, Curtis Jones was in here for McAllister, and Palmer would move out wide. Curtis would follow him through, and Gravenberch was on an island, and then it was just quite easy for Caicedo or Lavia to sort of get the football from the defenders. And in the second half, what we saw was Dominic Szoboszlai play that little bit deeper. Maybe Núñez be the man pressing on his own, and Szoboszlai sort of attached himself to Lavia or Caicedo, whoever was near him. It meant that Jones could then move out and follow Cole Palmer and stuff, and that is key. We don't win the game without that. So that work rate that Szoboszlai is showing, and the ability in the press and all that type of stuff, it's brilliant. And it might just be that we all thought of Dominic Szoboszlai as the heir apparent to Gerrard sort of throne in this Liverpool side. Maybe he's a little bit more Henderson, and is that the worst thing in the world? Because Jordan Henderson won a hell of a lot at Liverpool Football Club.
Yeah, probably for the many people who made their personality not liking Jordan Henderson, and there were a surprising number of those human beings on the planet.
I see him more genie.
So, no, listen, whatever, man, it's the same thing.
It's somewhat, but
legs it about and facilitates the team.
Klopp
just
midfield
Henderson as well, innit?
Yeah, 100%. Well, a Klopp midfield, that was what it was. It was industry, wasn't it? It was about being the foundation for everything that the attacking lads were doing, and this midfield does that in a different way. But we were told that what we want is more goals and more assists from I think, from this midfield. But to be fair, in the Champions League so far, Dom's got a goal in the Champions League. He's got a goal and an assist in the Champions League so far. Alex McAllister has scored in the Champions League. They haven't scored neither of them have scored in the Premier League. Where obviously Curtis Jones has now. These are all positive things. These are all good things. If our criticism is that Dominic Szoboszlai could do with scoring more goals when Liverpool are sat, 6 from 6 in the Champions League and, top of the Premier League, then I would see that as something that the manager has still got space to improve upon. So that is a very, very good thing indeed. Got super chats?
Yeah, got some super chats. I don't know if it's CL, is it C. Lauren or Clark? What would you say that is? Because the two capitals are throwing me. Anyway, I'll be becoming a dad in December. Great cause, congratulations, and thanks so much for the donation. Diane with the £10 super chat as well says obviously she knows she worked with hospices in the past and happy to give to a great cause. Thank you very much, Diane. You're the best. And Christopher Scott says, as a former medic and trauma nurse, takes a special kind of angel to take care of children, and they donates $10. Yeah. Thank you very much indeed to you, Christopher, as well. We did have someone asking about the Leipzig team.
Okay, sure.
I mean, I don't. Get Tweeders playing. There you go. And Galaxy, Dan Club met Peter Galaxy the other day. Did you see him get a selfie with him?
That nobody bumps into more footballers.
It's not a coincidence at this point. I think he might be a football stalker.
Yeah.
So yeah, Peter Galaxy's in goal. You've got Gertrude, Urban, Nusa, Haidara, Xavi.
Wow.
Appenda,
Xavi.
Vermeeren, Castillo, Sesko, and Henrik. So yeah, there you go. There's the Leipzig team for those of you wondering. They do theirs in number order as well, which is fucking rubbish.
Xavi Simons, if we will, not Xavi. Wow, and Iniesta's in there with them as well.
They don't even put their subs on their graphic. That's how rubbish they are.
Oh wow.
They just got the Puma logo.
Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe Sutton Jürgen can go and get his hands on it.
Right then. Yeah, look at this one. We've just gone past another landmark.
Holy shit.
£23,000 and counting. Yes, the money keeps on rolling in from all of our wonderful people. Thank you so much. You're the best. You're the absolute best. And this will be so much appreciated by Zoe's place. AIMEE was on, it seems like forever ago now. She said she's been refreshing the street, the Just Giving page all day, seeing where we're at, so she'll be delighted too. But it feels like a long time since she was here.
That was a very, very, very long. We had Jamie Carragher on this morning. Jamie Carragher was on talking about.
It was so long ago, I forgot her name, Steve. To be honest.
AIMEE. Yes, got to remember that. Yeah, but yeah. Also, what she was asking as well is if you're a regular Instagram user and you want to keep up to date with everything that's going on there at Zoe's Place Liverpool, so you can get some numbers on there. Just because obviously it's great that everyone off their sort of platform is raising awareness and raising funds for them. But you know what happens with causes? Causes have a peak and a zenith, but what happens the week after and the week after that and the week after that? So if you want to keep on top of everything that's going on there, and do follow Zoe's Place. And Steve, I believe you're going to mention another piece of incredible work from Chris Page.
If you're looking at us three handsome hunky men and you're thinking, wow, I could do with the shirts that they're watching. Chris, yours off as well. Chris,
sorry,
pose.
Sorry, what am I supposed to be doing here?
Sexy in the shirts. There you. Not that. Oh, okay. If you're, never mind.
Was that YNWA?
It's been a long day. Sorry for the ladies. If you go to redmenmerch.com, basically earlier on today, and Chris is a superstar for doing this, AIMEE from Zoe's Place said they haven't really got an outlet to sell their t-shirts. People have been wanting to buy them. Give it 45 minutes or something, and Chris Page had the t-shirt designed up on the Redmen Merch website. So if you go to redmenmerch.com, buy one of the Zoe's Place t-shirts. They will be all the money that we raise from them will go directly to Zoe's Place as well, and yet you can look half as good as us. Maybe not fully as good as us, because soz on our healthy diet. But
sorry, Chloe is absolutely struck me out. Like the Scouse Queen, Chloe Bloxham, getting me a chocolate milkshake has basically sorted my life out here.
I just want to say though, actually, I'm getting the credit for this. I agreed to do it with AIMEE while we were on the stream. But it was the team behind the cameras that managed to get that stuff sorted. I then just had a quick phone call with AIMEE to say that it's okay and talk through the financials. So obviously the t-shirts are on sale on redmenmerch.com. They're £20. We will be donating the full profits. So I think it's I haven't double checked the figures yet because this is the stuff that I have to do, but I think it is going to be about £14 a t-shirt that we'll be donating from the 20. Obviously we've got to take the tax off and the t-shirt itself, so yeah, that is what we'll be donating for every t-shirt sale, and that 100% of the profits will go to Zoe's Place. Nothing in there for us, of course. This is just about doing something good for the community.
Yes, absolutely, yeah, because like she came in and obviously things have been mad, and she's been giving t-shirts out to people who've been funny fundraising. She came in with a bag and she went, I've just grabbed what I've got left. So that's why I'm in an XL, you're in an XXL, Chris is in an XXXX.
Shut up! I'm in an XL, you flirt.
Chris is in a small.
I posted a picture of me wearing this with Ken Dalglish, and a lot of people on Twitter were calling me fat. And now I am quite big bone, but it was even weird. I mean, look, I look bigger in the t-shirt than I am. You meanies? How mean are you?
Honestly, the humanity, man. Just, nah.
You know, you pricks.
No, genuinely. Right, okay.
We have sold quite a few of the t-shirts already, by the way. I'm just checking here on the website, so thank you very much.
If you want one, again, that's the thing Amy was saying. Lots of people have been asking her, but they had no way of delivering upon it. And obviously, she's running around, keeping tabs on all of the fundraising efforts going on at the moment. So, yeah. Okay. Steve, you going to...
I'm staying.
You staying for a little bit, right? We cool. Me and Chris will be back very shortly. Steve's going to take some of your comments and reactions to the Liverpool team news and a few other bits and pieces as well, of course. Chris and I will be back for kickoff a little bit later on as well, so don't forget. Yeah, obviously we're going to be live all the way through the Liverpool-Leipzig game. You don't need to go anywhere. One stream to guide us all the way through to the end. Yeah, we
that was like Lord of the Rings.
I was one stream to bind them. I was thinking like we might be live, but me and you might be asleep at some point later, and it's not the only thing. A photo of someone going to sleep flying round today, actually, which anyone who's watched earlier on in the day will know.
Kenny Dalglish fell asleep on Chris's shoulder earlier. Not really. He's just a very, very funny guy. Anyway, yeah, I realised. No, I pulled out of the Lord of the Rings gag because you
don't know the rest of it.
Seen the film once, you know what I mean? On the pictures when it came out. Torture. No, just because I've got bad knees. Maybe. Okay, cool. We will return. Stay tuned. Steve's going to be guiding you through for the next short period. Then me and Chris will be back for the match. Yeah, the link is in the description. justgiving.com/page/the Redmen TV. If you want to get yourself in the prize draw for us.
Was you trying to hide your McDonald's there? Sorry.
No. What am I going to, like, I mean, it's just excessive, isn't it? Just fucking drink. No, it's because ultimately we're not sponsored by McDonald's, so I wasn't going to make a big deal out of the fact that I had a Mackey's milk. But anyway, thanks, Dave. Burger King do lovely ones as well. Sadly not. Right, we'll be back. Stay, enjoy.
Bye.
Hello everyone, Robbie Fowler here. Just a quick well done, and well, a huge well done actually to obviously everyone at Redmen TV, especially Chris and Maish for the wonderful work in obviously the live stream. I'm not sure how many hours you've been on, but you have raised lots and lots of money so far, and hopefully you will continue to raise lots and lots of money. So my message to you all, of course, is let's try and raise a little bit more. If you can donate. If you can't, just spread the message and make sure we get that message across. That Zoe'S place is a wonderful, wonderful place that needs to be open for lots and lots of families who need it. So yeah, keep doing what you're doing, guys, and hopefully I'll...
Hi everyone, it's Sam Queck here. I hope you're all enjoying the Redmen TV live stream. What a lineup, by the way. Also, I just wanted to hop on really and say how proud I am to be a Red. I think when we need to rally and get behind people or places, we really do make a difference. So thanks everybody for watching this stream in aid of Zoe'S place. So any money that you can spare or donate, it doesn't matter how little or large it is, it would be massively, massively impactful. So yeah, click the link or the QR code, and thank you very much. But in the meantime, up the Reds.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to the Redmen TV. I'm Steve Hall. It's the fan interactive show, yes, ahead of RB Leipzig versus Liverpool. Those of you who regularly watch the Redmen watch-alongs will notice a little bit different. We're doing this one in honour of Zoe'S place. We've been live since 10 a.m. this morning with our live stream, trying to raise as much money as we can for the Zoe'S place baby hospice, who basically they need about £5 million in order to move into their new building, where anything that we can do to help. So far we've raised over £23,000 thanks to your donation, so thank you so much. You can bring that up, mate, don't worry, don't be shy. Thanks so much to everybody who has donated so far. Yeah, we're going to keep it going all the way until the end of the game and beyond. Thank you so much. This is the Fan Interactive Show, though. This is where you can have your say on all things Liverpool FC. I asked Paul and I asked Chris this question before, but I'll ask it to you guys as well. if there was a Liverpool player, Mount Rushmore, the greatest 4, who would be on it? I said Gerrard, Dalglish and Salah are definite for me, and I was trying to think of the other one. It's mad because 2 of those people, Steven Gerrard and Kenny Dalglish, have joined us today on the stream, so thank you to those absolute icons for giving up their time. We can forgive Mo, he's busy, he's about to play a game of footy. So yeah, let me know your guys' thoughts. 4, if there's a Liverpool Mount Rushmore, players only, we're not including managers, who would be on yours? Yeah, thanks by the way to Robbie Fowler and to Sam Queck for their messages of support as well. Yeah, just it's mad. The amount of people who've been getting themselves involved, it's been quite outrageous. Right then, who's in your Mount Rushmore? Robin says Kenny, Gerrard, Fowler. Sorry, Jenny. Kenny, Gerrard, Salah and Rush would be on theirs. Andrew would put Robbie Fowler. Nigel would put Keegan, Dalglish, Rush and Stevie G. So Mo Salah's got work to do in terms of Nigel's. James, Kenny, Gerrard, Salah, and then either Neil, Rush or Callahan. You've got to pick one. James, that's just cheating. You've got to pick 4. Rushy, yeah. I agree. Ian Rush is probably a good one. See, I was very close to, like Gerrard says, to putting Johnny Barnes on it. Cam will put Suarez, says he didn't stay very long, but he's my favourite striker of all time. Kenny, Barnes, Stevie and Mo. Yeah, Gerrard, Kenny and Mo seem to be popular. Johnny Barnes, we're legend. By the way, for anyone who donates today on our Just Giving page, any amount, we have a signed John Barnes printer giveaway as one of our amazing prizes. A pair of match-worn boots by Jordan Henderson, a pair of goalie gloves from Bruce Grobbelaar, a signed print from Johnny Barnes, a signed Ian St John and Sir Roger Moore print as well for anyone who donates on the page. We'll be doing draws for them at some point in the next week or so. And if anyone donates over £100, thanks to former Liverpool CEO Peter Moore, a limited edition blackout chair from the 1920 season, signed by Jurgen Klopp. It was given to all the staff as a thank you for all their hard work during Liverpool's league-winning campaign, and of course got all the COVID stuff and dealing with all that. Peter, he said it was a present that was closely, he meant a lot to him, but he wanted to help raise some money, so he's donated that. So if anyone donates over £100, you'll be in the draw for that as well. Hello, Chloe.
Hi, I was just seeing if my lipstick was in.
Is your lipstick here? No, sorry, mate. You look fabulous without it, though, so don't worry too much. Getting interrupted by for Chloe. If anyone, I haven't got it. Anyway, that was Chloe looking for the makeup. Yeah, fantastic. Get yourselves involved. Justgiving.com/page/the Redmen TV. The QR code will appear at various points throughout the show as well. There's a link in the description if you get yourselves involved. Yeah, John says, I heard 1920 season rather than 19/20. Yes, 19/20. When Liverpool won the league, that's what I was talking about. Going back to the Mount Rushmore comments, then Danny would go Barnes, Fowler, Gerrard and Salah. I mean, not putting Kenny Dalglish on it, that's okay. I think I definitely would. Callahan's being shouted out. Yeah, there's loads. Billy Little is certainly an option as well from Dickie or Reds. There's plenty of them. Did I say Roger Moore? Say Roger Hunt. It's been a long day. Did I say Roger Moore? It's not Roger Moore. It's definitely Roger Hunt. Jesus Christ, I'm tired. Yeah, Ian St John and Roger Hunt, not Roger Moore. It definitely wasn't James Bond. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going delirious. It's been a long day. Anyway, on this. Today's game, Liverpool's team, for those who don't know it, you got, and I'm going to go, Keith Kelleher in goal, Timakash, Van Dijk, you got Konate, Trent, Gravenberch, McAllister, Szoboszlai, Salah, Nunes, Gakpo. What are your guys' thoughts on the team? Do you think Arna was going to rotate more? Do you think he should have rotated more? Are you happy? Maybe surprised? Curtis, man of the match in the last game, left out today. Is he being brought back in for maybe Arsenal at the weekend? Let us know your guys' thoughts on the team news today. As MC Hammer says, he put Divock Origi on his Mount Rushmore, which is, you know what, fair enough. Divock deserves plenty of Divock deserves plenty of loving as well. For me, back to the Liverpool team, I'm not completely shocked by it. I thought maybe this might have been the game where Gravenberch finally got a rest. We might have saw Endo playing, but other than that, not too many. Baldwin says the same. Yeah, Grav should have been rotated. WD Red says, I'm surprised Trent and Dom started. I wouldn't be shocked if there are some pre-planned subs here. I wouldn't be shocked if there was some pre-planned subs, but like Quadbot says, Arna knows more than me, so I'll just trust his judgment, and that's absolutely fine. Absolutely trust him. I was just surprised more than anything. Yeah, Diaz not being in is interesting, says Ed. For me, that suggests Louis 99% certain to start against the Arsenal at the weekend. Yeah, same Curtis Jones. It just shows how good Liverpool's squad is, quite frankly, that they've been able to make all these changes. It's also important, by the way, if Liverpool win today, gets a 9 points in this thing, they're almost there in terms of getting through. Now, obviously, they want to come in the top 8, but in terms of top 24, you're nearly there already. So maybe that's what the manager's thinking. And ultimately, it's a Champions League game. They all want to win it. So I understand. I'm looking forward to it, actually, as well, I'll be honest. With today being so busy, obviously, with the live stream stuff, it's been kind of, I haven't really had my attention too much on the game. It's been elsewhere on all the other stuff. Now, as we're getting closer to kick-off, about half an hour or so away, really starting to look forward to it. RB Leipzig are a very good team. I know they've struggled so far in the Champions League. They obviously haven't won either of their 2 games, lost both of them. They're flying in the Bundesliga. They're at home. So it is a big opportunity this for Liverpool to go and play another really good team away from home and lay down another real marker. If you're... For those who maybe aren't as up to date with the Bundesliga and how the table's going, I will bring the Bundesliga table up for you in a second just to show you exactly where RB Leipzig are. They are effectively played 7, won 5, drawn 2. They are level at the top of the Bundesliga table with Bayern Munich, yet to lose a game. Obviously, the couple of draws there have hindered them a little bit, but they've had fantastic in terms of domestic form in the Champions League. They've been poor, actually, and they lost both games. They lost 2-1 to Atletico Madrid, and then they lost 3-2 after leading against 10-men Juventus. So that's been disappointing for them. But their league form, for the most part, obviously, they had a couple of draws in September, 2 0-0 draws in the league. But since then, they've had a couple of wins. They beat Mainz, of course, over the weekend. So they're in good nick in the Bundesliga. So Liverpool are going to have to be at it. And if Liverpool would have played too weak a team, there's a chance they got beaten well. So they've been good in the Bundesliga, not so good in Europe so far, and hopefully that continues today. If Liverpool can make them winless after 3 games, then I'm sure we'll all be... I'm sure they'll all be more than pleased here, won't we? Right, I'm just going to have a little check where we're up to on the... Let's have a little look. Thank you very much, Lindsay, who called me a legend. Says, it's been a long day, but we're still on it. Of course we are. Of course we are. We're trying to raise money. We're trying to raise money for the wonderful Zoe'S place. So that is absolutely why we're all still going strong. I'll get myself a little rest when Paul and Chris start for the watch along as well. Someone says there, Cammy says they haven't conceded in the league. They've conceded 2 goals, to be fair to them. So they've played 7, won 5, drawn 2, lost on goals. 11 goals for and 2 against. They don't score too many goals to RB Leipzig, but a little bit like Liverpool, they've got a very good defence, at least in the league again. Europe's been a different kettle of fish. They conceded 3 to Juventus and 2 to Atletico Madrid. But domestically, they've only conceded 2 goals in 7 games. Like, they don't let many in. They don't score too many either, but they don't concede too many. So it's something like Liverpool are going to have to try and break that down. Then that's exactly what they're going to have to do. And I'm sure they will as well. Let's have a look. I wonder if you don't mind, where are we up to in terms of the donations? Yeah, look at that. We're on £23,900. When we get to 24k, we'll have another big celebration, because hopefully we'll get there in the next few minutes or so. Right, take a breath. Let's have a look. Wobbly Banana says, is Jürgen there tonight? He might be at the RB. He's going to work for these soon, isn't he? So he might be at some point down the line. Quadbot says, are you saying 0-0 is a bankers team? No, I think we're going to win. I mean, a team with Salah, Nunes, Gakpo, Szoboszlai, I think Liverpool have got enough attacking strength in the team. I think Arne Slott's idea is to win this early, if he can. Best laid plans and all that. I think if Liverpool can put in a performance similar, I went to Milan for the other away game in the Champions League. Other than the first 3 or 4 minutes when things weren't great, I thought Liverpool were a fantastic away European performance. If they can play like that again, and I almost get to a point where the game's won after very, very relatively, then that would be the ideal, wouldn't it? Obviously, with Arsenal at the weekend, Adam Rowe was in here, like I said, and he thought Liverpool should have made loads of changes and just fully focused on Arsenal. The manager isn't going to do that. But yeah, he will have half an eye, I think, on the Gunners at the weekend, given you know, given the game that we just had against Chelsea and they've got Arsenal at the weekend, I'm sure the subs will reflect that at some point. For example, I wouldn't be totally shocked if Mo Salah doesn't play 90 minutes or Trent doesn't play 90. McAllister, who's been dealing with a little issue, maybe Szoboszlai as well. I'm sure we'll see Luis Diaz for Gakpo at some point, for example. So I think that's the way Arne Slot rests. He'd like to get the game running and make subs a little bit like he did in the San Siro. If he can get to there as well, that would be if we can get to that point, things will have been flying well indeed. Dickie O'Red says, I'd take the clean sheet, but I want the win. Yeah, listen, Neil Mellor came on before and he said, you know, a draw today might not be the worst result, especially, and if you win on Sunday, it's more than worth it. We don't quite know the points tally in terms of what's going to get you through in this group stage in various levels. Top 8, the estimate by all the nerds was like 15 to 16 points. To get top 24, you're maybe looking at like 10 to 12 maybe. So we don't know exactly what is a good result. A great result is a win, we know that. Because in the past it was like, well, you've won 2 already, you can afford to draw 1, win another 1 and you're already through. We don't quite know that yet, which is what makes it a little bit difficult. If this was the old format, you might have made more changes because you've given yourself a little buffer in what you've done against Milan and Bologna, but we're not there. So it kind of is what it is. We're going to have to roll with the punches and see how it goes. But I do believe that would the aim. I'm watching the replay here on the screen. Actually, everyone in Liverpool went to the San Siro before. It was magnificent. And if they can do that again, yeah, all will be well. Adam with a story. I'm a cabbie. I've been watching all day on the live stream. I was on my way to a job to pick a customer up, but Stevie G made a surprise visit. I completely forgot about the job and just carried on driving. The customer was not happy. I can only apologise to Adam's to Adam's customer there if you're watching it as well. It wasn't his fault. When Stevie Gerrard gate crashes your stream, yeah, it was fantastic. We lined up for those who weren't aware. You can go back and rewatch it. It'll be on the socials. We'll cut it out separately as well. Steven Gerrard gate crash. Basically, we were on the phone to John Achterberg over in Saudi Arabia, and his manager Stevie G gate crashed the stream. Fantastic. By the way, he made a joke on, I'm going to say this now for those watching, Gerrard made a joke that he alters the training sessions around watching Liverpool games, and some people have aggregated that, and he was joking, it's not true, he doesn't really do that, he was just telling a joke for all the idiots on Twitter who started having a go at him and whatever. He was joking, he doesn't really, in fact he left our stream to go to a meeting, so it was a joke. So chill your beans, Twitter and the internet. Yeah, absolutely mental. Ganto says, it's an emotional return to Leipzig for Szoboszlai. Hopefully I see him non-celebrating a rocket in the top bin. Yeah, him and Ibrahim Konate, both obviously ties with Leipzig and RB. So when Dom did the presser yesterday, it was pretty much announced that that he was going to be playing, yeah, absolutely scoring against his old club. I mean, Mo Salah scored against his old club at the weekend and celebrated, but that's probably because, like all of us, he thinks Chelsea are the worst and hates Chelsea, and he would be right to think that, because Chelsea are the absolute pits, so that's why he celebrated against them, yeah. Hopefully we get to find out if Dom's a celebrator or not. My guess would be he probably wouldn't, but if him and Ibu want to score and then not celebrate, I'll absolutely take that as well. Ooh, let's have a chat with some people who are in here. I say, Josh, Darwin Núñez could do with a goal or two before the weekend. Yeah, he's clearly got to run the team. We don't know where Jota's at with this issue. He's got bruising. So, mate, I'm guessing if you've got sore ribs, the last thing you need to be doing is getting on an aeroplane. So I'm guessing that might be part of why he's there. So we don't know if Jota's going to be fit for the weekend. But yeah, it's a big opportunity for Darwin to get play himself into some form, get some goals as well. Thanks for your super chat. Trig Josh says, Steve, what do you know about this possible Liverpool Saudi takeover? Apparently they're dumping Newcastle. I have no idea, and I hope it doesn't happen. Would be my guess. I don't know. I don't think Liverpool they're for sale, but if they are, I don't know. But I don't know. I haven't seen the rumours. Trig, so I can only apologise in advance. But hopefully it doesn't happen. I don't want Liverpool to be state owned. If it's just businessmen, then that's different. But if it's something to do with like the Saudi fund and all that, and I don't believe in state ownership of football clubs, so I don't know enough about it to comment. If it's, but I would never want Liverpool to be state owned. That wouldn't go down well with me if I'm honest with you. Right, let's see who else is here. Phil, yes, shout out to Phil, my friend in South Carolina. Would love a Dominique double for a 2-0 win, yeah. We'll take it every day, Phil. We would take that every single day indeed. Right, Nigel is calling us legends. Thanks very much, Nigel. Very much appreciated. Dickie Oy Red says Stevie was boss on the stream. Yeah, he really was. He was excellent. His kid loves Mo Salah more than he loves him. His kid's left-footed, and he's not quite sure why. There was a lot going on with Stevie G as well. He was fantastic. Huge praise for Curtis Jones, of course, who Stephen coached at youth level and was talking about that as well. Right then, we've got another milestone that we have just hit. Thanks very much to John O'Connor in the chat for letting me know. We have just gone over the £24,000 mark in terms of donations. I'm the only one here, so I'll give you all a round of applause by myself. Thank you so much to everyone who's donated via the Just Giving page. £24,000 going straight to Zoe's place in their fundraising efforts to get themselves into their new building and help support like over 50 families in this area whose kids desperately need that as well. So thank you so much. You're the best. We'll continue throughout the day, of course. Our original target was £10,000. We smashed that very early on because you guys are the best. We upped it to 20 and we've smashed through that as well. So thank you so much. We understand times are tough for everybody, and you know, whether you've give from £1 to £100, whatever you've give, it really does help. So thank you. And like I say, if you're just watching the stream and you can't donate, which is absolutely fine, we don't want anyone to go above and beyond what they can reasonably afford to, just by watching this now, as long as you've got ad blocker off. If you've got ad blocker on, then you're not helping. If you've got ad blocker off, then yeah, all the money that we get from today from YouTube, we will donate to Zoe's place as well, including all the super chat money and our fee from Dr. Cynic as well, our sponsors. We get obviously our sponsorship fee from Dr. Cynic for helping support the show, and without them we wouldn't be able to do all of this because they're the best. We're going to donate that as well. So that £24,000 is just from you guys on Just Giving. There will be more money added to that as well. Ryan Mental says, I've been with you all since the beginning. Amazing work. Thank you so much, mate. That is very kind. Really appreciate it. Right, who else have we got? Sean, thank you very much for your kind words. Sean, Footy Bike, am I allowed to donate what someone else can't afford? If you find a wallet, can I don't? I mean, give the wallet back. Don't steal someone's money to donate. We wouldn't want that at all. Jerry says, big test this, away in Europe. Enjoy learning more about this team. Yeah, it is a big test. It's absolutely a big test. It's absolutely a big test, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Liverpool deal with it. So far, Arne Slot's team have dealt with pretty much every test thrown at them. The Nottingham Forest test wasn't so great, but other than that, the Reds have been mustard. So, in terms of I'm just looking forward to it. I always look forward to watching Liverpool, but especially when they're in a good vein of form. The players are playing well, the vibes are good. Yeah, I can't wait. But yeah, big tests. Last year, with all due respect to the Europa League, which was quite fun and at times interesting and quirky places to go. The reason you want to be in the Champions League is to be tested. You know, a good team away from home. This is what the Champions League are all about. There'll be bigger Champions League nights in the future, of course, as well. But this is a massive game. You know, the glamour ties, your Milans, your Real Madrids, Leverkusen now, of course, Bundesliga champions. The glamour ties, Leipzig, a very good team away from home. That's what we're in it for. So if you can't get up for this and you're not excited for this, then yeah, maybe you're in the wrong place. Thanks, Danny, for another super chat. Danny, you're the best superstar. Thank you very much. Absolute superstar, my good friend. There, let's have a chat. Rob says, I've been with you all day, stay 9.5 hours. The best 9.5 hours I've had in a long time. Thanks for the entertainment. Thanks, Rob. That's very kind of you. And like I say, just by watching the show for those 9.5 hours, you've helped raise some money here on YouTube. So you too are a legend, my friend. It's been a good day. It's been a fun day. So yeah, for those again just joining us, because obviously loads of people just tune in for our regular watch-alongs, and we are doing that. It's just extra special today. We have been live since about 9:50 this morning UK time. I don't even know, what's that, about 10 hours ago, something like that. With our live stream, we're raising money for the wonderful Zoe's Place Baby Hospital. We started the stream with Jamie Carragher, who looked absolutely fantastic, by the way, with his new gelled hair glasses look. We were joined by Stephen Gerrard and John ACHTERBERG on Zoom. We had Sammy Lee in, King Kenny Dalglish was in the studio, which was just, again, blows your mind. Neil Mellor came in. We've had all kinds. I'm probably missing loads and loads. Every single person who's been in has really helped us put this on and helped donate the money so far. So thank you very much to everyone who's enjoyed it and got involved as well, because it's been fantastic. What time was Kenny in? That is a good question. I can let you know what time Kenny came in. It was quite a while ago now, actually. I think I'm right in saying Kenny came in. Let me just check. I've got the WhatsApps here right now. Kenny came in about 3 p.m. UK time. So what's that? Where are we now? I don't even know what time it is. 20 to 8. I mean, work backwards from there. So about 4 hours ago, give or take, something like that, Kenny came in. He came in with his son, Paul, as well. The plan is we are going to... we'll clip some of this stuff up and put it all out. If you go to our social page now, you'll see Kenny's on there as well. So, yeah, thank you very much. Rail Regulation Record. Steve, are Mellor and Gerrard related, or have they just got the same hairdresser? Well, they addressed this. And while addressing this, I got insulted by Neil Mellor. So thanks, Neil. That was a pleasure as well. They basically got the same haircut. Neil described himself as a fatter Steven Gerrard. I disagree, because I don't know if anyone's seen. Neil's in fantastic shape. He was looking good. We later had Mark Kenny in, the Liverpool musician, who plays paddle every single week with Neil Mellor. So yeah, apparently they're all in good shape, to be honest. We had Sammy Lee in as well, who's an absolute legend. KIEO was here, James Sutton, Mo Stewart, Adam Rowe, Ruby Deschamps. We've had loads and loads and loads of people wheeling in throughout the day. It's been absolutely outrageous. The best thing about Kenny Dalglish is I told him beforehand about Chris falling asleep at the NFL, so Kenny Dalglish leaned on Chris and fell asleep, which was just brilliant, because he's a very, very funny man. Thank you very much for the super chat to Brace DeVille. Says, well done today, the Redmen. I'm proud to support this team and this community. Thank you so much, Paul. It's been... every donation, every super chat we get as well will be donated. So yeah, thank you so much for that. That is absolutely fantastic. But yeah, it's been an absolute wonderful. It's been a wonderful day, absolutely wonderful day. We had on Zoom, we had Adam MCKOLA and BUVEY just arguing like they do on the club all the time. Mark Goldbridge and Lawrence McKenna were in as well via Zoom. They came in. We had James Allcott and Flav. We had Alex GILDEA TROTT from COP TV. We had Neil Reynolds, host of Sky Sports NFL coverage. He was here. It's been unbelievable. It's been quite the day. And like I say, if you haven't watched it, you can go back at various points, because this stream will stay live forever, but we will chop bits out and maybe put some highlights packages out or whatever. We'll figure that all out in due course. We had Robbie. Yeah, Robbie came in, and NIEVE as well. And yeah, Robbie was nervous. He was. Adam was right. Robbie was crapping his pants at the thought of playing the Reds today. Thank you very much to Ethan for your stream. For your super chat as well. That's very, very kind. It's been quite the day. It really has been quite the day. Yeah, Ganto says, hit the like button if you haven't done already. Help share the stream. Yeah, absolutely. Please, if you can, just get some friends, family, whoever, co-workers, get anyone you can to just watch the stream, because every time they watch it, we make a little bit more money on YouTube, and we can donate that as well. So yeah, share the stream far and wide, as many people as you can, get watching it as much as you can, and we'll have ourselves a jolly old time indeed. Thanks very much, James, for your comment. Yeah, Unak says BUVEY was so funny, people donated money for him to shut up. Yeah, at one point the donations flooded in just to stop BUVEY from chatting wham about sports washing. That was very, very, very funny. Just James says, can we listen to this as a podcast? I'm a delivery driver and I would love to hear it all. What we're going to do, James, we're going to chop it out, and it will be available as a podcast at some point as well. It won't be today because there's a lot going on, but the plan is to take some of the big interviews and the big sections, and yes, we will put them out as podcasts as well, various points throughout it. Like, we've had loads of ad breaks and stuff, and we won't want that all as a podcast, but we will put various sections throughout as well. Ilias, will this stream be posted on YouTube so we can rewatch it with timestamps? Yes. This will stay live. Once we go off the air, basically it automatically becomes a YouTube video. We'll then look to do a little bit of time stamping so you can get involved. Yes, we will absolutely do that as well. So yeah, thank you so much. But so yeah, we'll put it out for all you guys to watch, listen, do whatever you want to do with it. We'll try and share it far and wide. Dickoy Red says, please Redmen, have a rest after today. That's not going to happen because there's content to be filmed tomorrow. We are back here tomorrow. We don't sleep, we don't breathe, basically. So no, we're not going to do that. We're going to continue doing what we're going on. Josh, Steve, did you see that Leverkusen drew with Brest today? I didn't see that. I'm going to Google Brest. Let's see what happens, eh? Don't bring me NDI up. Don't bring me NDI up. That is not what I wanted. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not what I wanted to bring up in the first place. Right, I'll bring Leverkusen up as well. Oh, there you go, yeah, 1-1. Yeah. Florian Wirtz, yeah, so there you go, by Leverkusen. Drew with Brest at Brest as well. Yeah, nice, okay. I didn't know that, but thank you very much. Yeah, Xavi getting undone by a bit of Brest. We've all been there, Xavi. We've all been there indeed, my friend. Right. Whoo, yeah. I at some point, if I say something wrong, right, I do it when I've been fully refreshed and fully energized and I haven't been live for like 10 hours. So if I do say something wrong, like before when I called Roger Moore, for example, I can only apologise on behalf of that. So yeah, yeah. Like when I say things like timestamps instead of timestamps, that's kind of where we're at. Thanks very much to Lid for the £5 super chat. As well, we will donate all the money we get from these super chats straight to our wonderful pals over at Zoe Place, who are looking to raise as much money as they can. I hope you've all enjoyed the stream so far. For those of you who have been along for a long time, let me know in the live chat right now or in the Discord chat if you're one of our Redmen Plus Club Legends. What's been your favourite part of the stream so far? What's been your favourite part? So if you're in the YouTube chat or you're one of our wonderful Redmen Plus Legends who are using the Discord channel right now, what's been your favourite part of the live stream so far? Let me know and I'll read some of them out as and when I get the chance as well. I say when I get the chance, it'll be pretty much straight away. If I'm being honest with you. Who's in the live chat? So let's have a little look. James loved Carragher, Gerrard and Kenny. El Descariado loved Kenny and Peter Moore, yeah, former Liverpool CEO Peter Moore did join us at 1 point. King Kenny and Paul was great, says Gareth. Yeah, he was absolutely fantastic as well. The chat with Stevie and then Rowe. Yeah, Adam Rowe came in looking a little bit like a trucker, which was great to see. He was definitely pulling the look off. Yeah, Adam Rowe, Gerrard, Carragher with boss, says Emma. The Gerrard surprise, says Trevor. Now, I know you said it's not the quotations say surprise. Like, listen, full disclosure on the Gerrard thing. We asked John Achterberg if maybe he could have a word with Steve and Gerrard to join us, and John said we'll see what he can do. So we weren't sure Gerrard was going to join. So when he joined, it was technically a surprise because we weren't convinced. We'd asked the question, but yeah, finally we got it. Finally, we got there as well. Border Law in the Discord says, Steve, you have been my favourite part. Thank you so much. You've been my favourite part too. Baloo loved Don, Robbie and Stumpeg. Yeah, she's fantastic. She's going to be a superstar in the media world sooner rather than later. She was absolutely fantastic. She was NIEVE is an absolute superstar. And yeah, she travels all over Europe, but she has great opinions on the foot. She's the best. She's an absolute legend. She's fantastic. Who else we got? Chris and Dalglish Jr. talked about their semi-nude photo. Interesting. I haven't seen that picture, to be honest with you, so I'm going to keep an eye out for that one. Sammy Lee was great, says Midnight Tokyo. Sammy Lee was fantastic. Jodie's right. You know, Sammy Lee might be the nicest person. He is such a cool, fantastic guy. And he gets a bit of stick, doesn't he, because he went and coached Everton. He doesn't deserve it. He is an absolute wonderful human being. Dickoy Red says everybody except BUVEY. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I can agree. The best part for me was the Sunday League chat. That was Carragher and Lee Pryor. Yeah, so when Jamie Carragher was on, he was on with Lee Pryor, former Liverpool youth team player. Now Lee's little boy Louis actually goes and attends Zoe's place because of the complex issues that that he has. So when Lee came in, actually with his wife Claire, it was quite a touching moment to see exactly what Zoe'S Place do and the type of families that it helps. It was a really touching moment, and yeah, Jamie Carragher and Lee reminiscing about some stories was absolutely fabulous as well. Toffee TV with Chloe was excellent, says Andy. Yeah, Baz was in good form. Baz from Toffee TV, and thanks to the Toffee TV lads, by the way, who donated a £250 on behalf of themselves and their followers, which is fantastic. Yeah, this isn't just a Liverpool thing, this is just not only a City of Liverpool thing, but a worldwide thing. So thanks to Toffee TV and all the Evertonians who chipped in as well. Fantastic. Really much, yeah, really well appreciated. The left line, yeah, John Achterberg dropping the phone. So when Stevie came live with John, it went off. John maintains he didn't drop his phone, which would be mad if your goalie coach is dropping the phone. He says someone rang him, and you believe who you believe. But that's where he was. I believe John. Adam Rowe and the Achterberg F-bomb were highlights. Yeah, Achterberg's not. He is prone to do that. When was BUVEY on? Says Dean, nice name. Dean. BUVEY was on around about 11 a.m, so a long time ago now. He was on with Adam McKola, just basically singing the praises of sports washing, if I'm honest. So that's when that was earlier on today. Tom says, is it a 4-man watch along today? No, it's not. Tom, it's going to be Paul and Chris are going to tag in a bit of a moment. I'm going to take a bit. Well, I think it's a well-earned break. You might disagree. You might think I've been lazy all day, but I think my throat probably needs a little bit of a rest from all this talk. And so I'll be popping out. Paul and Chris, who are refreshing as we speak, will dip back in and guide you through the rest of the game. We'll be back a bit later on, maybe to do a bit of a roundup chat. We'll see how that all pans out, but that's where we're at today anyway. Thanks, Caroline, for your comments. That is very, very kind of you as well. Thanks, Jodie. I like getting compliments, I'll be honest. If you compliment me, there's a very good chance that I'll reciprocate, because I've got an ego. If truth be told, right then, we're about 7 minutes away from the game. It's crept up on us, to be fair. It's been it's come around very, very quickly after what was a very stressful few days. Congratulations to Chris, by the way, who's been the heartbeat of getting all this together, booking the guests and various things and all that. Chris has been superb in getting this all put together. I just had to come and turn up and talk about footy, and talk about whatever really, and I'll do that until forever. Chris is the one who put loads and loads of hard work behind this, so shout out to Chrissy P as well. When he walks back in, if you want to give him a round of applause and all of the love in the world, he very much deserves it, as does Aaron, who's been on the 1s and 2s back there for 12 hours as well. Superstar, gladly assisted by the likes of Mark and Frank and Amber and Super Chloe as well, who's been here all day. Chloe's been here from the start in the background as well, with guests and social clips and doing the tech stuff. So it's been a real team effort. It's been fantastic. And when you see stuff like this, where we've raised so far £24,500, then we know, things have gone really, really, really well. So, yeah, get yourselves tuned in, strapped in, because in about 5 minutes' time, the game will be kicking off. So Paul and Chris will be joining back in the studio shortly. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to text them now and see if they're ready to come back in. Let me just do that right now and just make sure they're all right, because I can hear them on a little gab out there. So I'll get them lined up here. I can hear the door opening. Do you want to go to a break, or do you just want to walk in? You want to go to a break? Right then. Thanks, guys, so much. You're the best. We will be back with the full watch along. Chris and Paul will be in this studio after this quick break. Thanks very much. See you in a bit.
What's happening, people? Sorry I couldn't be there today for the Redmen stream. Wish I had a little half an hour to come down and see everyone and have a little chat, but Wednesday's a very busy day for me. Training in the morning, S&C in the afternoon, then got 2 babies to help look after. So everyone, I hope it gets loads of views, and let's just donate as much as we can, and let's get Zoe'S Place saved. Nice one, everyone, for watching. Again, sorry I'm not there.
Hi everyone, I hope you're enjoying the live stream. When I heard that Zoe'S Place in Liverpool was in danger, then I was keen to help in some way. So I'll be sending a pair of match-worn boots across to the Redmen TV, who will pick someone at random, whoever donates today, no matter how big or small the donation. So please give what you can. It's our only and last chance to save them. And if any city can, Liverpool can.
Hello everyone, my name's Lewis. I'm from a band from Liverpool called the Cheap Thrills. I'd just like to say I hope you're all enjoying the stream as much as we are. And just another little reminder to keep donating as much as you can to Zoe's Place. We all know how important it is that we save it. So yeah, anything you can spare would be bloody brilliant. Thank you very much. Love yous. Enjoy the rest of the stream. See you later.
Wow. Okay. Hi. We started streaming at 10 to 9 this morning, 10 to 10 this morning. Chris has been here since the crack of dawn. And what a day it's been so far, but we're not done. You know why? Because Liverpool have got a game of football to play in the Champions League.
The main event.
The players are walking out on the pitch right now over in the Red Bull Arena in Leipzig. We've spoken about the team. We'll go through it again in a second, of course. But just a little update from us in terms of where we're at. Chris, do you want to give us the running total so far?
Absolutely. Right now we're at 24,635. It says 123%. It's probably closer to 46%. Would that be right? We started out with a 10k thing. We're at 24,635. We're blown away by the support. We've been asking for a week if you guys would be able to support us, support a cause that we feel passionately about, and you guys have absolutely blown me away and blown us all away. You were talking before to Steve, Paul, and I was at the board, and you were talking about how much money we raised, and I was nearly crying then. I don't know what I'm going to be like at the end of this stream. You know, I really don't. I am gobsmacked at what you guys have been able to do for us today. So yeah, thank you to each and every one of you. But it is Liverpool and it is Leipzig and it is the Champions League, and that's what we're about right now.
No, we've got a couple of minutes till kick off, so we'll just update you if you're just joining us for the watch along. Yeah, we're trying to raise money for Zoe's Place, which is a baby hospice in Liverpool, which drastically needs to raise £5 million in a very short amount of time. The best and brightest around Liverpool and Merseyside have all jumped into action, particularly the likes of Adam Rowe and Jamie Webster. The Anfield Rap have been doing their part. Monterex
as well.
Yeah. Monterex have donated 100 grand themselves, so we've decided to do this because the best and brightest and us are involved in all of this. Yeah, we're nearly at £25,000. There's a few little perks there if you want to donate, or you're sitting wondering, like, you know, what else is there? You know, there shouldn't need to be anything else, but there is. Anyone who donates at all, any single amount of money to the Just Giving page, we will put you in a draw to win. We've got a bunch of prizes. Jordan Henderson has donated a pair of match-worn boots. Bruce Grobbelaar has donated a pair of signed goalkeeper gloves. Sammy Lee...
You never actually specify goalkeeper gloves, but I'm assuming they're goalkeeper gloves.
Yeah, gardening gloves. Rubber gloves, dishwasher.
Imagine
Sammy
yellow
Lee.
rubber gloves. They go well with the shirt, to be fair.
The marigolds. Sammy Lee has donated 2 signed framed pictures. One of them is John Barnes one, and the other one is signed by Ian St. John. And my brain is absolutely Roger Hunt.
Well done.
Good luck.
Notice how he didn't look at me because I didn't have a clue either.
God,
no clue whatsoever.
He didn't step in, so I had to go on alone there, ladies and gents. So those are very, if you donate any amount of money, and Peter Moore has donated just an unbelievable prize. Anyone who was a member of Liverpool staff when they won the league in 1920 was given a blackout shirt, boxed and signed by Jurgen Klopp. He's donated his one of very limited in the whole wide world. Anyone who donates £100 or more will go in the draw for that particular item, and Peter will send it out to them himself. So you might have Peter Moore knocking on your door, which would be cool because it rhymes. Right, we are moments away from kick-off.
Come on, Liverpool.
JustGiving.com/page/the Redmen TV if you're that way inclined to the pin comment as well in the live chat.
We're going back to the goalkeeper again. We used to go back to the centre-back, didn't we? But now we're going back to the goalkeeper. It's an interesting little twist on a theme.
Yeah, get more bodies up the pitch, I'd guess. Just set a higher line.
Set a higher line. I noticed it the last game as well. I don't know whether it happened before that, but I'd not noticed it before the Chelsea game.
That's the first time I've noticed it. So, but then again, I don't pay attention to as much as that stuff as you do. We are underway. We went long toward the left-hand side toward Cody Gakpo. Didn't quite make that. Costa Simicas.
does well.
Comes out of bother. Yeah, he's not giving the ball away or lost the battle in a daft area, which has led to a goal just yet, as he did the last time he faced a big Champions League game away in the San Siro. The ball is being knocked around the back of Leipzig at the moment. Peter Galacci in goal, former Liverpool goalie, or Liverpool Academy goalie, really, to be slightly more accurate on that one. And Leipzig just looking to build their way out down this left-hand side. Little step over, and it's going to be Ibu Konate's steamroller his man out to play there. And it
Some
will
studs
be
on the kneecap there, I think, did Ibu, but he looks to be running around okay, so it's not too big of a deal right now. As the cameras show Marco, I'm assuming just Rose, but I don't know. Do you know?
Rose, I think it probably
Rose.
is.
There was no accent on the E though.
I don't think you need it in other language. It's French. You definitely need that.
Okay.
Jose would be French, but yeah, I guess anyway. Galaxi's got it. Yeah, Dan, club's mate, Peter Galaxy sent it out to the right wing. Costas again in a little bit of a battle.
McAllister?
Alexis McAllister, Szoboszlai, Cody Gakpo.
A little bit of a foul on Cody there.
Yeah, he got
free kick in a good area for us. 1 minute 25.
Shurel Gertruida there giving away the
free
kick.
Feels like longer than a minute and a half here, you know.
I've said this off camera to Steve, and I've not said it to you. I haven't got the ability to bring any of these comments up, so if you want to do super chats,
that's
please be my
absolutely
guest.
fine. The ball's in play, so next time it goes out of play, I'll bring up some super chats and stuff. But what I will say while we're passing out from the back,
Costas has lost it. Maybe I spoke too soon. Here come Leipzig tearing towards the penalty area. Ball played square. First time effort and over the bar by Xavi Simons.
So yeah, I just wanted to say, obviously the super chats are coming in, and we will donate every single super chat that we receive tonight to Zoe's Place. But if you can, please do donate to Zoe's Place direct. So I think YouTube take about, they take a cut. I don't know exactly how much of super chats. So also, if you're in the UK, you can give gift aid, I think, and that will bump up the amount that Zoe's Place will make. But Mo Salah's on the attack now, so I'll shut your face.
He is indeed. Little left-footed ball. He was looking for the run of Dominic Szoboszlai. It wasn't a great pass, and it was cut out. And this is the counter-attack, and this time it's Liverpool's attempt to cut it out. Konate snuffs out the danger. Gravenberch, McAllister, and then back to Salah. Salah deep on that right-hand side. Little twist and turn by Trent. It was a nice idea to turn away, but then he just gave the ball away. So once again, a little bit bitty from both teams so far. Both have got the sort of, I think both teams want to hurt the other one quickly.
Yeah.
They want to move the ball sharply, but it's not been quite as sharp.
It feels
so far.
exactly like that. Yeah, you're spot on, aren't you? Both teams looking to try and get it up the field as fast as they can, so that the other team's not set. Hopefully looking for a little bit more space and stuff. Simons has it at the moment. I bought him in Championship Manager or Football Manager, and I tell you what, he was fantastic.
Yeah, he's a talented player. I think everyone had one eye on Cody Gakpo, didn't he, for the Netherlands at the Euros, and actually got their eyes caught by him a lot during the summer. Yeah, definitely one who's got a bright future in the game.
Okay, Carl Martin sent us a super chat there. Great job with the fundraising. All you do is to support the community. I'm from the US and honoured to support this cause. You'll never walk alone. Thank you so much. Sarah Lees has donated £1 as well, so thank you so much. That'll go into the pot, of course, for Zoe's Place. The Lim report says you'll never walk alone from Aotearoa, New Zealand. I've never heard of that place.
Rowe?
If you'd have said Hobbiton, I'd have known exactly where it was in New Zealand, because I'm going to visit there one day. Damage Hurdle says adore this club and community.
Trent's giving it away, sorry. And here come Leipzig on the edge of the penalty area, trying to fashion space for a shot.
Well done, Trent. Great defending, Trent.
Yeah, making up for his early error and driving up the pitch now. Little toe poking to the path of Darwin Núñez. He shifted over to Cody Gakpo.
Numbers over.
Yeah, Liverpool have got men over at the back post. Being Salah. It's a driven cross too hard, too high, and it's almost gone out for a throw-in over the far side from Cody. But it was the right idea, as pointed out there, Chris. Salah had a little bit of space at the back post, and Cody got to the byline and got it across.
It's just that ability to want to go past his man, and he's looking for Salah, isn't he? I don't think he's shooting there. He is looking for Mo, and he was unfortunate in the end, just overhit the cross a little bit. I think Arna looks sweet as a nut in his coat as well, hands in the pockets. It's a fantastic look for him.
I wasn't sure because I had no really idea what type of manager he was going to be, and you've often got the suit manager or the tracksuit manager, and I like the fact that he's smart casual manager, if I'm honest. I just don't...
Bring him back the cardigan.
Suits are too much for me. It's a sporting environment. What are you doing? So I like the fact that he wears trabs, even though they're like those like smart football pundit type trabs, you know. Smart.
The Sky Sports
white
trabs.
bottoms.
I said that to Neil Reynolds. He went, I was wearing those black trainers with the... I mean, you mean the Sky presenter trainers? Well done. Yeah.
Football pundit trabs.
He's great, great guy, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I was in the middle of a super chat from Damage Hurdle there, wasn't I? It says, adore this club and community, will never forget your kindness when I met you all in Boston and took a pic with Chris. I'm emotional all the way across the pond. You'll never walk alone. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, it means a lot. Obviously, you know, we're privileged that we do this, and listen, I'm not remiss. We worked hard. We have worked hard for 15 years, but
feels like that was how long it's been since we started the stream, Chris, if I'm being perfectly honest.
You know what? Anyone who's watched us, we'll always have time for, man. And it's just the type of people we are. Whether that is we'll be doing Redmen or not, we'd always have time for people who want to chat to us, especially about this club.
Yeah, difficult moments here for Trent. He got caught by Xavi Simons again. I'm running through me.
Simons.
Xavi. Should we just settle Xavi Simons?
I like Simons because it's easier to say. Oh, they've lost the commentary. Boo! We've been going since 9:50 a.m. Haven't lost a single second.
Yeah, I haven't missed a beat. Salah trying to be the outball for Liverpool. It doesn't stick with him. Here come Leipzig gaining a little bit of space. Liverpool got a lot of men back in that corner of the pitch, though.
Can we get a social post out asking anyone who's watching TNT Sports
Always
Live
across from Simons. It's a free header. And that was a chance for Leipzig there. It was going to be a difficult one for him to gain any real power on it because it was a real floater up there.
He's been involved though, hasn't he, so far, Simons?
He's been the one consistent threat in this early stages of the game so far. We'll do need to sharpen up a little bit here. Carragher takes it short to Konate, gets it back, directs him to go. Virgil,
closer than it needed to be.
Camera angle has just put the shit right up me, but Liverpool come away with it. Gravenberch. It was a hospital pass to Szoboszlai.
I was thinking it was good jumping by the number 23 for Leipzig. It was brilliant. He was 5-10 yards away and absolutely raced forwards.
And gets a yellow card for his troubles there for catching Szoboszlai. Just stands on the foot there.
There's another super chat from Mark LFC UK. Much love from the AA family. Zoe's Place, we love you. Thank you so much for that one.
The Caber in the book there.
Another one from Reese McCarran. Forgot the message. Gents, great cause. You'll never walk alone. I'm a massive Liverpool fan. Love the club, the people. When I go up, everyone's so nice. And I've walked alone 97. Anthony Jimenez, thank you so much for all of the super chats. I think I might have missed one there as well. Oh, it was Reese McCarran who just put in a 1999 super chat as well. Thank you so much with no message and then sent it a little bit further on. Trig Josh has donated £50. Thank you so much. Children's Hospital in Port My Life was saved in 1988 by Sheffield Children's Hospital when I was hit by a car. Happy to help. Trig, you're one of a kind, mate. We really, really appreciate you.
Yes, Gravenberch having to go in there. And down this left-hand side, Xavi Simons is really giving Liverpool a game so far. Being a real pest, not just on the ball, but off it, and really getting in Liverpool's faces, not allowing them time on the ball. And we've kind of fallen foul of it a bit too much, really. I'm concerning about really so far, but Gravenberch was the one who was alert to it and went back and won the ball. And Liverpool just knocking it around the back four at the moment. Great ball. Konate, Szoboszlai turns on it. Salah looks for one in behind to Darwin Núñez. He's going to make that, try to fire it across.
There was no one there.
Corner.
Well played.
Yeah, well done.
Hitchin Baz there was going to watch the game at the pub, but decided to stay home with you guys and donate my beer money. It's a worthy cause. Love your commitment. That is a class comment, isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant.
And Mike Johnson just said you'll never walk alone. Thank you for your donation to Zoe's Place as well. Massively appreciate.
Yeah, we're gonna keep our powder dry on the total for donations, but keep them coming in on justgiving.com/page/the Redmen TV. We'll revisit at half time and see where we're up to. We've passed the £25,000 threshold. Let's see how high we can get by half time. Let's see if we can hit any more milestones in the meantime. Corner then for the mighty Reds. It's going to be an in-swinger from Costas. We've had some good luck from set pieces, from corners, particularly obviously Virgil van Dijk and Konate have been a threat.
Good ball and Costas, doesn't he? That's the thing. That's one of the things that he brings to the table. I think he might be our best corner taker.
That's an interesting shout. I'm sure Trent would probably eyeball you over that one. But we'll see.
I know.
Costas in swinger then from the near side of the pitch.
Someone's getting to the front post
right hand in the air. Heart of the penalty area. Headed away for now. It was right, really, into that danger zone, right in the edge of the 6-yard box. Trent fires it forward again. Szoboszlai knees it down.
Well done.
Just about gets it to Virgil. Virgil sends it to Cody Gakpo. He's up against Geert Tweeder.
Oh, brilliant ball. Oh, little
touch. Dink.
Oh, he's gone back stick.
Cross stood up, just can't
good
quite
defending,
reach
that.
it. But it's, Leipzig really at the edge there, managing to clear it for the moment. Trent,
Ooh, poor.
yeah,
Poor,
a
he's
couple of
got an
times
option.
now he's just not had that like vision of what's ahead of him really, and stab the ball in the general direction. But to a Leipzig player, not a Liverpool one. Szoboszlai now cropping up on the left hand side of midfield again. Cody Gakpo ahead of him, gets it, continues his run.
It was a poor ball, wasn't it?
Yeah,
right idea.
Tried
poor
to box him
execution.
in there and do for the moment. McAllister, well done. Gravenberch, he gets it all the way back to Virgil van Dijk. Whew, Virgil's just going to take a moment to catch his breath, which allows us to do
that
the
would
same.
be nice. Actually, that would be nice.
Good God. Okay. Ball inside to Ryan Gravenberch from Szoboszlai. Szoboszlai again drifted over to that left hand side. Whether we will find him change that a bit, Chris, but this last minute or two, he has been very, very wide on that side.
Well, yeah, McAllister's switch. You see him sort of in the 10 position at the moment with the right number on the back as well, which is nice to see. And Trent's actually really high up, and it looks like he's trying to find a little bit of space in the midfield, looking for an extra body as Liverpool go on the attack. What a turn by McAllister.
Dances past his man in the 10 position, gets fouled. He's calling it a dive. He's called it a dive and has booked Alexis McAllister. Darwin Núñez laughs in his face.
Are you having a laugh?
I mean,
I thought he turned him.
I need to see it again. Let's see. Ball comes to him. Takes the touch, goes round his man, gets absolutely cleaned out.
Sod off, like, you know what I mean?
That is...
Can they VAR check that?
No, they cannot.
That's ridiculous.
The fucking... I mean, the pathetic from the fucking Leipzig guy there with the thumb up. Like, good shout, ref, you fucking loser. Anyway, here it is.
They can pay for that. Bang it in.
Yeah. Trent's on the overlap. Oh, we couldn't turn it round.
You've got to go now.
Yeah.
Trent's out of position.
Szoboszlai's going to have to get back and cover for Trent. Trent motored him back now. Xavi Simons plays it inside. Adara. And well blocked there from Cody Gakpo, getting stuck in. McAllister. Like that, I mean, it's blocking as well. Like
inexplicable.
And when you consider, I think a little issue we had with Chelsea was that we couldn't be in people's faces.
Oh, no. He's got two there.
He's got to defend. He's got to defend well. And
what a brilliant
piece
piece of defending. He's what? Konate's saying he hit the ball. I thought it was a corner, to be honest. But regardless, Konate needed to do that. He had two players there. He uses his strength. He uses his body. And it might actually be a goal kick.
Maybe. I thought he kicked it out.
I did originally, but he's a great actor. He's given the corner to RB Leipzig, so that's the only thing that matters at the moment. And another super chat from James Shine, just saying, great job today, guys. You guys are legends. No, you guys are legends for supporting this, every one of you.
Corner taken short. Got a man, now two men on the corner of the box. Not sure what the plan is with this one. Don't think they anticipated Liverpool's press to be quite so vociferous, but they've managed to somehow work it out. Ball played back to the edge of the box. The first time strike. Great save.
Caught that as well, didn't he? Caught that. And we've gone quick. Oh, no, we haven't.
Yeah,
the way he moved, I thought we'd gone quick then, but no. Comes through a lot of bodies there. Queeve does well.
Yeah,
could
really
have taken
does.
a deflection or anything, couldn't it?
It was a fabulous hit from the edge. Left-footed, low, hard. And it's not right in the corner, which I think, we'll be mercifully glad for. Carragher got down well, kept hold of it.
Poor that from McAllister.
Yeah, just sloppy from Liverpool. They're in the box again. Cut back. Terrible cut back in the end, and Trent can take it before Simons can react.
What's a ball that
Gakpo to Darwin. Darwin lays it off to McAllister, a little touch from him.
Slow it down, keep the ball.
Absolutely. Needs to just catch our breath again here. Konate gets it off Kelleher, and the Reds can come out down this right-hand side. So Szoboszlai in the right-back position is Gravenberch. He needs a ball. He might have to just go back for a minute here. Oh, no, just through the lines to Trent. Lovely.
They've got a lot of bodies in the middle, considering we just thrown Trent in there as well, Paul. They had, 6 players in the centre of the park then. I just had to have a look at that mental image there and count where they were. Happy brain's not working as fast as normal. But now they're in a 4-4-2 sort of block, aren't they?
Go ahead. Yes, they are. Now it's a 4-3-3.
Oh, Gravenberch has taken them all out.
Yeah. Oh, we tried that early ball over the top to Darwin. It was well read by the Leipzig defence. It breaks down. It's going to run all the way back through to Virgil van Dijk once again. Yeah, I mean, Liverpool are evidently trying to play more through the middle of the pitch this season. So teams are going to try and pack the middle of the pitch. We saw that particularly Chelsea did this as well. It's a pretty simple solution. It's why most teams don't play through the middle, because it's quite an easy area to fill with people if you really want to, being compact, as Rafa would say. But the challenge then becomes is how do you play your passes? You need to be brave in the passes and brave in the reception of the passes. And we've been played a couple of the right balls, but then it's the next move that hasn't quite worked out for us. Yeah, it hasn't quite worked out. But we've had possession, which I'm a little surprised by, if I'm honest.
Yeah, 65% possession. I was a little bit surprised by that as well. But it doesn't feel like we've had, other than that Gakpo cross to Mo, it doesn't feel like we've really cut them apart, does it? And you know, I think Liverpool are taking less shots this season. That's borne out in the statistics, isn't it, so far? But we're conceding so many fewer shots as well that it hasn't been a big thing at the moment. But hopefully we can just quieten the crowd down a little bit, passing it around the back at the moment, and you know, I really assert our authority. We're still trying to work out how to build up through Leipzig, because they are blocking the middle, as you say, Paul. And I think that's something that we were brilliant at when we were brilliant on the Jürgen. Is how not just the managers told us to do this is how we're going to attack them, but when the plan doesn't go as you expect, how do you change? And I think that's probably the part at the moment where Liverpool are a little bit unsure of themselves, that sort of thinking on the spot, oh, this is different, what are we supposed to do? Well, this isn't working, what are we supposed to do?
It's not second nature yet, is it? I think it's right, you know. And there are elements which are, and I think sometimes when they trust their instincts, that's when clock ball comes out, and when they've got time to think, that's when slot ball's going to come out. And that's going to be the interesting thing over the rest of this season, but also into next as well, is how much of Slot's style is actually still being coached by Slot. Does he see as important? Because, you know, we've seen it happen with managers. The one that I always refer to is Roberto Martinez coming in after David Moyes at Everton and just added more attacking flair to Moyes' already existing defensive coaching. Anyway, here come Leipzig down the left-hand side, some defending once again for Trent Alexander-Arnold to do. Doubled up with Gravenberch. They've escaped that for now. Xavi Simon's in the box, nipping away at his heels. There's Gravenberch.
Well
does
done,
well.
Liverpool.
Salad down, heavy touch. Gets fouled. Referee's just not having it at all. I'm amazed he didn't book him for diving as well, even though, again, he was fouled. Over on the right-hand side now, again, Liverpool just doubling up at the ball towards Carragher, and he deals with that one pretty comprehensively.
I just wanted to say as well, obviously I can see in the comments that people could hear Chloe. That's not Chloe, that's Steve. The lady sounds coming from the other room. Absolutely, so there you go.
Yeah, Chloe's, if Liverpool manage to win this game, you'll be able to see Chloe's reactions over on her YouTube channel, so yeah, keep your eyes peeled for that one. Mohamed Salah clips one out to the wonderful ball out to Cody Gakpo, clips it over with like seal style with his nose, cuts inside, floats one towards the danger area. Great run by Szoboszlai and Darwin, but just couldn't quite reach either of them there, and then they hack it clear, and there's one Sesko versus Konate now. And Kelleher comes a long way. Heads it. Oh, he's not headed it out. He's given one for Sesko to go for.
Missed.
He's missed, but he's not missed by much, dear me.
I said he missed. I could see it. You see the flight of the ball, Pajak radar, right on point. I didn't panic at all. Also, can someone get me a new chair?
A new pair of pants.
Super chat from Joshua Lowe. The city stole my heart the few times I visited, just walking down the pier by the Mersey. It was so calming. Thank you. It's stolen mine many a time.
Alexis inside to Szoboszlai. He's got runners ahead of him. Salah's wide right, uses him. Here comes Mo heading towards the penalty area. He's inside the box. He totally miscontrols that. Yeah, I don't know what. Was he just trying to play a little bit of a blind ball there to Szoboszlai maybe? Konate from foot defending. McAllister, wonderful. Salah goes for goal. Wide, unlucky.
He changed his mind then. He was trying to play Darwin in, wasn't he? And the defender just blocked it off, and he just went, you know what, I'll have a little try, and he's unlucky in the end. But Liverpool winning the ball back high up the pitch, absolutely class. That was something, wasn't it? That's never happened before.
Ryan Gravenberch has just fallen off the magnet board and then rolled along the guttering like some sort of like arcade, like 60s arcade.
Honestly, he's just taking the piss out of Stewart from the live show. He did such a better roly-poly than Stewart did, and he's not even real.
Yeah. I mean, he's also a circle. So it's so horrible to stay, and we don't mean it. We love him so much because we love him.
Do you know how hard he's working?
Someone always said, if someone really thought it, they'd never say it. You know, like so, like if you genuinely dislike someone, you just wouldn't. We love Steve dearly. Leipzig have the ball in Liverpool's half, got a lot of men back in. Darwin's the only man not behind the ball. He is now, as they've retreated further with it. Well done, Liverpool, just forcing Leipzig back into their own territory. They're going to try and build a game. Szoboszlai on the toes of their midfield. And again, forcing them back to the defender. One thing I've noticed, Konate's been the front foot defender this week.
Yeah, they're taking it in turns.
But like specifically, yeah. But actually, Sesko's having a decent time of him so far because he is such a unit himself. A couple of times, I think he just needs to be a little bit more on his toes, see if he can get there first. But yeah, all right, good to see that. I mean, that ball before we said from Alexis McAllister, the shot was on, but actually he used it as disguise for his pass.
Brilliant, wasn't it? He had me off.
Yeah.
Matthias Hansen's has been working out and eating with my girlfriend, so missed the stream. Would you ever come to Denmark, maybe a dance and do a live show? If you'll have us, we'll be there. I think is the easy thing to say on that one.
Yeah.
Although no plans currently.
Just to say, we had some big plans lined up for March, but it turns out some Liverpool legends also had some very, basically exactly the same plans. So we are looking for some interesting places or countries to visit if you think there's enough people who want to come and see us in next year to carry on the old Redmen live tour. So yeah, Steve King. I didn't. No, okay, I did. That's not nice, is it? It's not nice at all. Okay. I mean, I am from the top down. If you took an aerial view of me, I'm circular too, so it's fine. Trench couldn't get through there. Throw into the Reds on the halfway line. So yeah, we've had the possession, but I feel like they've probably had more of it in terms of being a touch more dangerous. They've certainly gotten into better positions.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Obviously, the Salah one there, saying that their shot was from distance, wasn't it?
Yeah. But there was that one where they cut it back to Simons, but it was behind him. But that's another foul. That McAllister goes down clutching his... Oh, Gakpo, sorry, goes down clutching his ankle.
But let's put it this way. In terms of XG, we're at 0.26 and they're at 0.04. So in terms of XG,
yeah,
that's because Simons didn't get the shot off and, you know, all that type of stuff. So, yeah, I can...
Gertrude booked there, foul on his Dutch team.
But then we had the Cody Gakpo cross to Salah. We had the other Cody Gakpo cross... there was two people in the box for that one and it was good defending, so yeah, I think we're clawing our way back into the game.
Okay.
And we're about to take over. We'll be 1-0 up within 7 minutes and 36 seconds.
Wow, love it. While we're at a short break in play, I just want to say anyone who's just joining us, today we've been raising money for Zoe'S Place Baby Hospice in Liverpool. They need to raise £5 million in the coming weeks. Everyone on Merseyside has basically jumped into action and we're no different. There's a bunch of ways you can get involved. Justgiving.com/page/the Redmen TV. That link is pinned in the comments section. Yeah, if you want to donate, then that would be absolutely stellar if you could do that. We've been here since 10 to 9 this morning and we've still got hours left to go, so yeah, keep it coming in. Konate plays it out to Salah on the right hand side, dropping deep, goes for the big switch. Good to see he had the power to do that, if not quite the accuracy to keep us on the front foot. Gakpo gets it, he's going to try and have a little run. The avenue closes, so he plays it back to Van Dijk through the lines, played over from Gravenberch now to Konate, who's squared of him, back to Gravenberch. He gets his head up. Who can he pick out now? Trent is wide on the right, needs support though. He's going to have to come back inside, and then it goes back to Konate, and here comes the Leipzig press, and Liverpool will go back to Quaveen Carragher. Wide to Konate, and this is where we need to be careful. Great turn and touch by Trent, and that's just rushed.
Two over there.
Yeah.
Trent's position is really interesting for me, though. He spent pretty much all the time we've been in possession in the middle of the park, and I think it is down to the Leipzig midfield and how many bodies are in there. But what a turn that one was.
Yeah, that was the first time he really got that turn right, and he had a time to run onto it, but he was so desperate to play that pass. Again, the pass was a bit rushed and it broke down. Darwin now holding it up.
Good decision to not play the pass there.
Yeah, that's intelligence there from Darwin Núñez. Liverpool again look to play between the lines. Szoboszlai.
McAllister looks on it for me, Paul.
Yeah, he does. I mean, look, he's got a point to prove now because he's been booked for diving when he was actually fouled in the middle of the pitch. Heavy pass there. I was actually saying Szoboszlai, I think he's been really active in what we've been doing as well. Which is another one where that last ball just hasn't really been on the money for us just yet.
That's kind of been him this season.
Yeah,
Oh,
really
you
has.
got to win it.
Trent,
You got to win it, Grav.
Fucking hell, terrible pass from Trent, and now it's time
Konate
to
here.
chase back. It's Ibu Konate to defend it against Sesko, and it does really well this time. And Kelleher just
My
stands
word.
along one up front of Darwin.
We might be seeing the final form of Ibu Konate at this point. You know, he is just something else. Ref, don't you have to?
Sam, there's
He's
a ball
off.
between the lines.
He's off.
It's gone for goal. It's
Fuck
gone in the
off.
top corner.
Told you he
Then
was
the
offside.
Flag goes up. It was a hell finish from Lois Openda there. Left footed on the turn, slammed into the top bin, unsavable. But yeah, offside in the build. Now I'm sure it will be checked, and fingers crossed Chris Pajak called it correctly. Let's have another little look at that one. He's miles offside. Absolutely.
Even Chris Pajak could see it. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, some strike that.
That Chris Pajak, man. Nick Pryor saying, got to help out today. Hope for a win, and you raise a ton of Zoe's place. Doing great stuff, Redmen. Thank you so much.
Leipzig have got it in midfield. Lutrell Gutweed there. Cody Gakpo just clipped in there. I don't think he needed to. He actually might have been in if it had not been for that foul then. Anyway, free kick to Leipzig midway inside their half far side. Taken quickly and back to Galactic.
I just have to put a correction in for the statistics from before, because I just assumed that Liverpool were in red. Actually, Leipzig have got the 0.26 XG and Liverpool the 0.04. So apologies, everybody. I'm an idiot.
Yeah. Ball long. Trent, Gravenberg actually this time. He drifted in to that right hand side.
Oh wow.
Salah and Sos must have gone for the give and go. McAllister's just got to find himself space for the pass. Gets it. Tsimikas. Gakpo. Tsimikas is going to carry on the run. Gets it back. Stands it up. Salah with the header! Yes! It the back post. Poacher extraordinaire in the Reds, having been on the receiving end of a disallowed goal from Openda.
That's in. That's no problem with that. He has absolutely had Mo's pants down there, by the way. That header is bending in. Tsimikas does brilliantly, stands the ball up. The defender in front of Mo. Let's see it back. McAllister keeping the play alive, absolutely superb. Tsimikas 1-2 with Cody Gakpo. Whips a lovely little ball and the defender misjudges it. It's curling in. And Darwin Núñez, the poacher extraordinaire, finally gets a touch in the box. And that touch in the box means 1-0 Liverpool inside 7 minutes and 36 seconds. Yes, baby!
Yes, Chrissy Pajak called it, ladies and gentlemen. Surely that's worth a donation to Zoe's place if you haven't done so already. Mystic Pajak there, absolutely nailing it. Look at them having a little word themselves. I'm here for that, Chris. It was going in probably, but it was creeping. It was taking its final time and doing it. So just stick the ball in the back of the net.
It's like me when the kids leave a chicken nugget or two on the side of the plate. It might get eaten, but you're eating slow at this point of dinner, so it's going.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
gotta make sure.
Don't leave food unattended. In the Pajak house. You need to leave like a reserve sign. Or quite clearly lick it in front of someone, but even then, no guarantee. I'm here for that. It's a bit of a Bob Paisleysm, isn't it? Of like, you're worried about, being offside or foul, whether stick the ball in the back of the net, and we'll ask questions after. I paraphrase it wildly. I
liked it.
Trent pings it forward.
No, it's poor again from Trent. Just rushed.
It is an interesting one. There was talk about him, maybe being rushed back for the Chelsea game. I do wonder whether if Conor Bradley had been fit, whether he'd been, fit with Conor, have maybe gotten a few.
Mo's gone.
Big switch, Salah out wide. It doesn't reach him.
Damn you.
Good header.
Laura Bradburn with a $9.99 super chat, thank you. Hi lads, a fantastic cause. Visited a wonderful city this weekend for the first time and loved it. King Kenny a hero on my side of Glasgow too. Yeah.
Ken Dalglish was in the studio, Chris.
Mate.
He shook our hands several times.
What a surreal day.
He pretended to be asleep on your shoulder. Just wild. If you haven't checked out Paul Dalglish's tweet on that, by the way, go and check out Paul Dalglish, Kenny's son, former Liverpool forward, Liverpool Newcastle forward, both in the studio. Father and son duo. Just exceptional comedy from both of them. Told the story about you falling asleep at the NFL, so Kenny went...
pretended to be asleep on my shoulder for my one photograph with him.
Fucking Kenny.
My one photograph with him.
Gravenberg now. Under pressure, gives away the ball in the midfield. Needs to get back in. Darwin Núñez. Look at the running back from Darwin there. Brilliant. Blams it off his man. Virgil gets it. Costas can't keep it in, fine. But yeah, getting good numbers back there, Liverpool. Commitment, like it.
Trick Josh, apart from the score, you guys not putting any match in front of the screen? No, not today, mate. We've been going since 10 to 9. All of our efforts, to be honest with you, went into the graphics for the day and for Zoe's place and everything else. We did have a conversation, me and Aaron, about it late yesterday, and we just decided to keep the watch along as simple as we can for this evening, and I hope you understand. And the post-match content will change slightly as well, because we're likely to be asleep by the time that the game finishes. So yeah, no.
Yeah, we'll just be doing a big old chat post-match with me, Chris, and stay here. So yeah, stay tuned for all that later on. But yeah, that is a long way away. We've got a whole football game and stuff until that point. So yeah. Great to see some of the names of the most recent donations still coming in on the bottom. The funniest of which was that someone called Fuck Nuggets has just given £25. Sensational. Only on Redmen TV. Only for this wonderful baby's hospice. That someone called Fuck Nuggets.
There it is. Fuck Nuggets. 25. Oh, Ben Pryor as well. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. Machadar, Erica. Thank you so much. And Andy. It'd be remiss of me to not mention Andy.
Yeah. Here we go now. Darwin Núñez just manages to deflect it on. Szoboszlai, good touch. Trent now, what have you got? This is the Salah, completed pass, well done. Here he is now. Higher up the pitch, left-footed ball, that's better. Much better. Cody now, come on, what can you do? Where are you going to go? Inside or out? Inside or out? Outside of the boot. Oh, what a save! What a save from the goalie. Full stretch just under the crossbar. Fabulous cross.
It was in.
It
was in.
Yeah.
My word, Galacci with a brilliant save, but Szoboszlai was telling he was fouled in the midst of all that. I mean, he's on the floor.
Oh, what
a save that is. Oh.
What a cross outside of the boot. Darwin got up, directed it well. Fabulous save from the goalkeeper.
Unbelievable save. I tell you what, they might look at that, you know. Carl Martin sends a super chat as well. Yes, get in there, Reds. Thank you so much. It's Liverpool with Kostas Tsimikas, I'm assuming.
He's looked at it, gone now. Corner.
Oh, right on the crossbar again. Oh, he's missed it.
Gravenberg keeps it alive. Costas just floats it up. Most of the offside. Yeah, and Galaxy's going to claim that one. And quickly smash it down the pitch. Looking to chase one there. Trent's got to do some defending. Go shoulder to shoulder with a Pender. Then gets fouled. Brilliant. Love it. Love a bit of that. Pender obviously just apologises to him for taking his legs out there. I mean, instead of turning around to the referee, saying he dived and then sticking his thumb up, that's actually what happens when you foul someone. Mate, good on you. For that,
yeah, she's apologised.
I'm a big fan of that.
Foul. James Shine, love how our city comes together for great causes. Sorry.
Well, yeah. I mean, if there's a good meal going, I'm sure we'd all come together for that as well.
Damn straight, I'd be there. And old man Digo, what a stream for Zoe's place. Win to top it off, mate. A win to top it off for Zoe's place would be absolutely sensational. Absolutely sensational. You can get donating. It's a pin comment in the chat. It's justgiven.com.
Here we go down that left-hand side. Cody Gapper just steps on it just to make the Liverpool time. He gets the byline though. Stands up again, deflected. Deflected into the hands of the goalie.
It's justgiven.com/page/the Redmen TV.
I'll be honest, we were going to wait until half-time, but you've had it up on your page and I can't not look at it. We are tantalisingly close to our next milestone. So if you want to go and have a look and see if you can do anything about it, we're like 68 quid away from our next 1,000th milestone. 58. So yeah, if you want to get involved with that, go on have a look at the Just Giving page. Back in the defence, Virgil van Dijk. Liverpool not taking too much time to rest here. Look like they're up for this. Szoboszlai, great battle from him now down the right hand side. Steps over, needs support. Goes back. Good to see that. Again, you were right though. It feels like they're starting to win a few more of the personal battles. The game was sharpening up as the game goes along, really.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something Steve Plunkett used to always say, isn't it? If you win your one-on-ones all over the pitch, you're going to win the game, and that's very much Arne Slot's thing, isn't it? You know, he's spoken about Jules how many times since he come in? Win your battles and you win the game, and that's what Liverpool are doing now. They're starting to win the battles, they're starting to tire them out, I think, as well.
Nice idea from Costas. Just looks
and we're starting to get in on Galacci. That Núñez chance, man, I mean...
Hell of a
wow.
Great save.
Wow. And Rachel Todd just sent a super chat, thank you. King Kenny was brilliant. Yeah, there was a point during that, it was so surreal, wasn't it, where me and Paul are talking about golf and you just turn around and we're like, lads, basically shut up. We've got King Kenny here. I'm used to it telling us about, you got semi-naked in a bloody bunker. Just shut up and let me talk to Kenny Dalglish.
Said before, I genuinely love what we do, and we do the things when we're allowed freedom to do the things that make us laugh. Then hopefully we make everyone else laugh while we're doing it. And I'm not sure many people would have gone to the lengths to get Kenny Dalglish shit only to not talk to him and talk to Paul about your golfing instead. That's how we roll. Darwin Núñez, can he keep this one alive? Keeps it in play, does. He's got Cody Gakpo behind him, gives it to him. Just Salah in the box. Cody Gakpo looks for the give and go. McAllister step over from Szoboszlai. Trent drives it. Blocked. Corner to the Reds.
Right, new milestone. Thank you very much, everybody. We're 135% of target. We're at £27,087 raised. That is unbelievable.
Yep. Beyond, I've got no idea how far we can take this, but ultimately it's down to you guys now. Let's take it wherever you guys want to take it.
And tune in next week. We're doing a 12-hour live stream for an app. So if you want a Redmen TV app, you got to let us know.
Here's the corner. Virgil van Dijk got a great run towards the near post. Good header on goal. Good save from Peter Galacci. Another corner. Costas' corners, because you called it. They've all been fabulous so far.
Honestly, mate, I'm on form tonight. I don't even know who I am anymore.
Wild. Darwin and Bear just having a little chat on something here. Do you want to head out and score? Yes, go ahead. Let's see. There's another one to the near post. Virgil again made that run, cut out this time. Costas sends one towards the midfield. Trent needs to have a better touch, gets it, gives it into Costas. Back to Trent. Trent floats that one out wide to the left. Yeah, it's not great, but anyway, Gakpo's got it. Standing, tweeted up.
McAllister's finding space on the edge, isn't he?
Yeah, here he is again. Just being a little wall pass there. Wasn't quite what we wanted. We had to go a bit too far back to Tsimikas there, but Liverpool maintain possession. It's a great run in behind Darwin Núñez. Gakpo.
Penalty!
First gets taken out.
Fuck you cheating bastard referee!
I mean, I'm not sure he's going to get control of it because he's going so fast, but my word, he gets in there. He shouldn't get to the ball, but he does. He gets taken out. Darwin Núñez is livid. Curtis and Co are looking at that on the bench there. I'm sure it's going to be looked at. Darwin motoring there. The defender thinks he's got it.
He's taking him out.
Let's see. Does he?
He's taking him out.
Totally takes Darwin Núñez out. And I guess the question would be, could Darwin have got it under control there?
Unbelievable.
And they've obviously decided, no, ridiculous. Stehor shouts, how is that check over?
Oh, they heard.
It's a fucking penalty.
They heard.
Little word there from Darwin. Looks like he gave away a little free kick there on their man. Darwin's going to be spoken to by the referee. This is something Darwin needs to get his head round here. He's starting to get to them, but don't let them get to you. Don't go too far, Darwin. Just...
Wild.
Just ran into the centre half.
Yeah. The aggregate there said $5. Thank you. Say love from Cyprus. Hitchin Baz said, sorry, you doing a live stream for a nap?
Please.
Honestly, mate.
Please. Redmen TV sleeps. It's our new channel.
And one more. Kyle Wigglesworth. Great name. Love that. Long time watcher, first time giver. Well done today, fellas. Much love. Thank you so much, Kyle. Brilliant. Beautiful. And Trig Josh saying 3,000 likes.
Ball over the top now. Darwin heads it up. Somehow kept possession. Wow. McAllister. Well done. Tsimikas now. He's got Gakpo. He's not. He's going to go. Oh, it's Darwin.
That's great
Darwin
defending.
Gets. Oh, it is great defending.
We are going to be 2-0 up before half time, ladies and gentlemen.
Liverpool are cooking here, ladies and gents. Gravenberg. What?
Okay. We're cooking.
Yeah.
I like it. Mm-hmm. It's new for you. We're just trying it on. Mm-hmm. I liked it for you, mate.
Okay, thanks, mate. Cool. Yeah. The Reds are cooking. Virgil van Dijk has got it at the back. slowing it down again. But yeah, again, talk about this, like winning battles, being first to the ball more and more now. The passes are getting sharper, the bravery's getting more in terms of the balls that they're trying, and they're not just being stupid with them. Bravery and stupidity are, you know, are fine bedfellows often at times, but the Reds are straddling that line much better this time. Yep. If you want to be dumb, you've got to be tough.
Well done,
Virgil
Edge.
wins that.
Oh, this football now.
Referee gets in the way of the pass there from Gravenberg to Salah. He's going to stick one over the top.
He's
Darwin with another header, unchallenged.
He's playing well.
He is.
Loving it. Darwin 2.0, ladies and gentlemen. You're seeing it here. Here we go. Oh, Cody's cooking.
Gakpo again. Little flick on from the defender.
I didn't
Corner.
like it for me. I sounded like a 41-year-old man.
Oh,
it's great
yeah,
defending
living
that,
on the
isn't it?
edge.
Did he handball that?
Okay, it's another corner to Liverpool. It's another one from this near side of the pitch. It is another one going to be delivered by Kostas Tsimikas. Some real on-the-money deliveries from him so far. One good opportunity crafted from them. A Virgil van Dijk header that was turned over the bar by Peter Galazzi. Can they go one better and match Chris Pajak's second prediction that we will go 2-0 up before half-time? Let's see if this is the pathway to that.
Come on, Nunes.
It's deeper this time. Oh wow.
It's another great ball.
Yeah, it really is. Simons, who's really had his influence curbed
It's
since the
mad
first 10
how,
minutes of the game.
It's mad how more players can't just put it in the same spot over and over.
Yeah.
Like, you'd think being professional footballers, they'd be able to do that.
It's mad, isn't it? Because it's overrated. I think people often attribute too much skill to footballers when there is a lot of luck.
What a ball!
Salah!
Oh,
Gakpo just didn't commit to the runner. You know, there was men in his way. It was maybe slightly overhit as well. Great vision from Rowe, but it has broken down. Having said Simons has been quiet. It's the first touch he's really had on the ball in a while. Well marshalled by Szoboszlai.
Got numbers back though.
Yeah, definitely. There's
Really
a
good
commitment
position.
here. Really good commitment to the cause.
Gaz Cavaliere said, I love you guys. I'm so proud to be a Scouser. Thank you so much.
Xavi again. Ball to the edge.
Shit.
Deflected shot. And well judged by Kvig and Kelleher. It's another shot on target for Leipzig, but it's another one well into the breadbasket of our Irish keeper. It's that same fella again whose name I will eventually... Haidara, is it? Obviously got a decent strike on him. It's obviously a weapon that they've got to work it to him. A couple of good efforts from him. Again, a couple of really good saves.
Bit of a chat in the Discord about that penalty. It's still going on, actually. Kieran reminded me to check it, so thanks for that, Kieran. They've just come to the conclusion, I think, between them. Milesy says ball was going out is the only reason it could be. But it was such a quick check.
Yeah, it really was. And you're right, the speed of it. And it's one of those things where actually, in the interest of fairness and the integrity of the game and all that kind of stuff.
Wow.
Oh, Cody Gakpo somehow still got the ball. Szoboszlai now looks for the return pass to Gakpo. Oh! Wide.
Is he fouled as well?
Oh, it's a case. Maybe
what a ball by Szoboszlai, because he had everybody thinking he was going to play it to Salah, and he just played a little reverse pass back inside, and the weight of it was beautiful, and it's just the outside netting. Oh, he's kicked into him.
Ankle on shin there, wasn't it, for Cody? Hopefully he's okay. That'll be a sore one. Wow. Yeah, the penalty thing. What I was saying, like, as far as the integrity, what we all want the spirit of the game to be, I don't think Darwin had any chance of doing anything with the ball. He was moving at that kind of speed. But that's VAR. You know, the amount of mad decisions to get given because they're being judged on a video screen, if you zoom that in, look the contact. It's a foul inside the penalty area. It's mad that there should be rules for closer to the dead ball line of the penalty area and so on. But yeah, it's a pity because Darwin's efforts in this first half have more than warranted having another sort of telling contribution towards it. Got a little cushion volley back there from him to Ibu Konate, as I say that. Yeah, instead. Going mad.
Yeah, can you see this one? Can you bring up my NDI on this, on the meme from Arne Slot fuming from Chelsea about Nunes and stuff? I don't know whether it's possible at the moment. Frank, can you do the NDI, mate?
No, we can't.
No, they can't. Sorry about that, Kieran. I really wanted to get the thing up, but I think Aaron might have fallen asleep.
Oh, well, Alan's just watching the game. Alan's living his best life right now.
Fair play.
Canate, MCKELA. Maybe they're all. It sounds like they're having a whale of a time in the kitchen, doesn't it? Covey and Kelleher now impressed far less vociferously.
Josh
it out to Trent.
Sorry to interrupt. Josh Owen's asking, did you see Koumas's goal last night, Chris? I did not, but if I had to guess, Dan probably flew back from Leipzig for the game and then flew back out to Leipzig, because that's what Dan Club does. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Patch Pepper says, anyone else think City gets the pen? Oh, well, you know, I'm not going to say anything. Not with an open case. The 130 charges, you know.
Let's just say yeah.
I think they get
That's what we're going for. Oh, yeah, let's say yeah. Again, I don't mind that not being a penalty, but it's the kind of stupid one that other football clubs do get. Yeah, so
You're right.
yeah.
You're right.
It's a foul inside the penalty area, and the logic will be, why isn't that a penalty? And I'm if they've judged that in real time, cool. And if it means they're going to judge all of them in real time, kind of cool as well. But I who fucking knows? It's a bunch of nerds in bullied kids in a room, isn't it? Deciding big football decisions. Kelleher sends it long. That's probably the end of the action in the first half. Liverpool. McAllister goes and has a word with the referee there. He's
can you rescind my yellow card?
It's just stupid. He's like, mate, I got fouled and you've booked me for getting fouled. Pathetic. Darwin's going to have a word. Virgil's just going to go, no, Darwin, no.
the situation.
You cannot talk to the referee. Alex McAllister, who is a sensible human being, can go and have a word. Darwin is possibly likely to get to spark someone. He's fuming as well, though, isn't he, Chris? Darwin going off the
Absolutely.
pitch.
He should have had a pen.
Yeah.
That's why he's fuming, and he's also probably fuming at that man there, Peter Galacci, because that was one of the best saves I've seen this season. That close range, I don't know what the XG will be, 0.8 probably, 0.7, something like that. It was absolutely ridiculous. But he's had a great half, Darwin Núñez. In fact, all the Liverpool players have pretty much got better as the half went on. But I think Darwin Núñez, for me, has been great. Cody Gakpo, Paul, has just been brilliant again. You know, everything pretty much has come from that left-hand side and Cody Gakpo.
Yeah, great. I mean, we've had Cody Gakpo getting stronger and stronger as the game's worn on, going inside, going outside. You've actually had Costa Tsimikas supporting him really well with pace down there. McAllister's picking great holes of space just inside him as well at times. Szoboszlai's been going all over the pitch, finding pockets of space, collecting the ball, looking to move it on. Salah's been involved, actually, you know, not in a it's everything going through Salah kind of way, but again in a really nice functional way. And Darwin's getting better as the game wears on as well. Tsimikas' deliveries, we can pick it all apart. It's been a really good performance, and probably the first 10 minutes it was more, I think it was Leipzig. I think we had the possession, but we said it, you know, and it was actually borne out in the XG that they were more dangerous than us in the initial stages of the game.
Not anymore, though.
Yeah. They were getting into good positions. They had that one corner where they played it short, and it looked like they were just stupid playing it short. They got a little bit of a slice of fortune, got to the byline, caused us some. It was like the issue before it being a real issue. They're the kind of things where Liverpool play like that, and it's never borne out in the stats. It's more a general sense of play. Yeah. So I thought they were doing okay.
And Canate was big in that half, wasn't he?
Yeah.
You know, he had that one where they play it through and he's got two players and he has to take the ball, and he takes the ball and actually won a goal kick. Unfortunately, it was given as a corner. You know, that Canate again on the other side. I mean, he's just been a man mountain at the moment, isn't he? He's in the best form of his career. He's playing more games than ever, which is the concern, I think, for Liverpool fans at the moment, who just want to kind of protect him, because when he's playing this well, he's such a massive part of this Liverpool side.
It's so interesting because statistically, Karate's not doing great. He's only won one of his 2 ground duels and hasn't won. He's lost both of his aerial duels so far. But it is that just general sense of his positioning and his strength and his reading of the game. Sesko's given him a tough game, but actually that was the first half of the first half. I think there's a few times where he was trying to be front foot and Sesko was getting between him and the ball and actually holding it up, and he couldn't get off him. But actually, just again, you're right, the total coverage that he's providing at the back. I agree. It's not borne out in the statistics as you might like, but I think he's been really, really good. He's really good so far. And again, we've just gotten better as the game's worn on.
Well, that's it. Honestly, we did the stats, it was about 20 minutes in, wasn't it? And it was 0.26 to 0.04.
Can I just stop you? There seems to be some sort of Christmas movie with Chris Evans and The Rock and the man who played J. Jonah Jameson in the Spider-Man films.
I'm going to say no on that one. The stats were 0.26 XG and 0.04 to Liverpool. Now, they've only added 0.03 to that total. From about 20 minutes into the game. We were at 0.04. We've added 1.55 to that total. We've had 7 shots to their 5, 4 shots on target to their 3. They've missed 1 big chance. We've missed 2 big chances. Yeah. And I don't fashion that we've actually missed one of them. I fashion one of them was saved by a goalkeeper in top form. Yeah. In fact, both of those will have been, the Van Dijk will have been the other one, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Which was, again, another strong hand from a header, sorry.
Yeah, you guess so. I mean, the good thing about the XG is Darwin Núñez's goal there's a 0.86, which is obviously huge because it's a tap in at the back post, with no one between him and the goal line. And in terms of his header that was saved, 0.43, which again is for a header central is a really good amount. But yeah, good goal. Actually, he's made some really good saves, and I agree with your point that it felt like Liverpool it felt more like Liverpool would go 2-0 up than it stay 1-0 and miles away from it being 1-1. It's certainly in the way the game's gone, because I keep saying it, we've just gotten better and better. Our set piece has been really, really on the money. Costas' deliveries from the corner, all from that side with the in-swinger, have been fantastic. They've really lived dangerously, lived on the edge to try and clear the lines in that. I said Virgil had one really good header from that as well. It's just nice, just really, really nice to see. And it reminds me a little bit of the AC Milan one, where it took us a short amount of time to get to grips with what we were doing, but all of a sudden you just dominating. And said it, Xavi Simons was such a handful. He was, whether it was in possession or causing us to lose possession, he was really in our faces for 10 minutes or so. He hasn't had a sniff since.
No, he hasn't, and Liverpool have just dominated, haven't they? And some of the passing that we've seen, Abdou Deme says here, the build-up for Gakpo's shot that went just wide is honestly one of the best patterns of play I've seen us play in my life. And there was a few pieces of play like that, wasn't there? And one touch, two touch football, McAllister being on the edge of the penalty area, Szoboszlai feeding through Núñez near the end there as well. Was it Núñez he was feeding through Szoboszlai?
So Szoboszlai fed through the Gakpo one,
chance,
and it was McAllister who fed Salah for his one.
So I mean, some great football all round, and Trent popping up into the middle of the park, and his passing got better. I thought it was poor at the beginning of the half, but we really did. I said, and I'm completely wrong on this earlier on, it doesn't feel like we're able to think on our feet as much yet, because we knew everything under Jurgen's system. They thought on the feet there, and they got better, and they started to overpower RB Leipzig, and this is a side at the top of the Bundesliga table.
Yeah, absolutely. Frank? Aaron, can you get my NDI up, please? Because I just want to draw attention, actually, because what I was going to say feels like we're playing much more of a traditional Kloppish 4-3-3 in midfield, because they're almost like playing as 2-10s, McAllister and Szoboszlai. But actually, it's an interesting split in terms of the heat maps, because you've got two little hot spots really for both players. Szoboszlai deep on the right and then high on the right, and similar deep on the left for McAllister and then higher on the left for McAllister. And I think those deeper ones are probably the first half of the half, and the second ones are the second half of the half, because a couple of times McAllister in the first 10-15 minutes, Szoboszlai was covering for Trent, and he was getting back in and getting on the ball much deeper on the pitch. But in that final spell when we were really dominating, you can probably see it here. Yeah, there's a highlight. McAllister on the edge of the penalty area. You got Szoboszlai up there with them as well, and they both, and talking about those chances that you talked about, they were created from very 10-like positions from both of them, right on the edge of the penalty area, and it's a pass through to someone in the box.
Well, this is it, and it's an interesting thing with Szoboszlai, isn't it? It's why I don't want to go in too hard on Szoboszlai so far this season, because Szoboszlai is being asked to be a number 10, and I think everybody wants him to score those goals and make those assists. Mentioned in the Uncensored Match build-up show earlier, he does a lot of work, but that graphic on your NDI just then proves that he is the person that covers for Trent Alexander-Arnold. It is not Mo at this stage of his career in the same way that Mo used to help out. I'm not saying Mo doesn't.
He does when he needs to.
Yes, and he did against Chelsea when he absolutely fucking needed to. But in normal circumstances, Szoboszlai has to manage their entire forward line with the centre forward, this Nunes, and also cover for the right back. Is it any wonder, really, when you ask a number 10 to do that you maybe aren't getting the best of them on the edge of the penalty area?
Yeah. Well, I can get Salah's heat map up alongside. That's just to kind of illustrate your point. Now, there is a little deeper spike here for Trent, for Salah, deeper on the right-hand side. But actually, that was part of build-up. That wasn't him covering. That was him just dropping to get more involved in the action. So he has a little spot inside our half, but most of it, the vast majority of it, is that the width of the right touchline heading from the halfway line up to the edge of the 18-yard box, and then almost you can plot his movements from picking it up
and he
deep,
gets a sniff of
and
it
then
all.
bending it in towards the penalty area and in towards the 6-yard box. So yeah, good. I'm really pleased with how we performed so far. I really genuinely am. We've got a minute or so before we take a break, before obviously the second half will continue. I just want to update everyone on what we're doing. If you've just joined us, we've been raising funds for Zoe'S Place, which is a baby hospital in Liverpool. It is one of those services that is so important to so many people, has been for so many years, but they need to raise a huge amount of money, £5 million. But most people would look at that and go, well, never mind, unlucky. The city of Liverpool has decided, no, we're not having it.
Not on our watch.
Not having it. So, so many people around the city region, not just, Adam Rowe's been at the forefront of this, but, Benjamin Paddy the Baddie, Jamie Webster, the Rap, Monterex have donated things, Hot Water Comedy Club, there's loads, and I couldn't even do it justice to start to name them.
Hundreds, maybe even thousands of people just going out and doing whatever they can. I've seen bake sales.
Yeah.
I've seen kids on the street with penny for not the guy, penny for Zoe'S Place.
Yeah.
It's so inspiring to see these people still. Ryan, Meatball Molly, these people, everybody in and around this city right now, red, blue, whatever, is pulling in one direction for Zoe'S Place, and we had to do it as well.
100%. So yeah, I said before, like my daughter's school, we're all wearing yellow today to raise money and raise awareness for it. So yeah, across the region, everyone is standing unified to try and save Zoe'S Place. And yeah, we're just doing our little part of that today. And so far, we have raised the bar once already. We went from 10k, smashed it, went to 20. We've smashed through that. We're 138% above 20. With 20k was the target at £27,717. I had no idea, and I still have no idea how far we can take this. It feels like 30 is the next big round milestone. Can we get there? That's really up to you guys at home. The generosity from people. You were saying before, lots of people have raised a big amount of money, but there's not many organisations that have done it with so many people donating in an individual sense. Over 1,000 people have donated to this so far.
1,277 people. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
that's like, it could be a normal amount of likes for a video. And the fact that, people who are liking a video have donated to this cause, it touches us, it really does. And not just that, but we're donating all the super chats today. Although we would really ask you, please do send the money directly to them. YouTube does take a cut of super chats, so they will get more if you just donate straight to them.
Absolutely.
But yeah, Hawks has just sent one in there, another $25. I think Hawks gave 500 before, I was told, mate. What an unbelievable person. Simons was causing problems, then Szoboszlai started pulling wires, extra option, the threat dissipated. Arna and the team's constant small adjustments, impressive. Hope you take time to feel proud of today.
Yeah,
we're not done yet. We are not done.
Before we take our break, just want to draw attention to the fact that, if you want to buy one of the Zoe'S Place t-shirts, we've been able to make this a thing today as well. They're available on redmenmerch.com. Yeah, we don't take any profit from that whatsoever. That will go towards Zoe'S Place as well. So go to redmenmerch.com if you want to get a Zoe'S Place t-shirt. And as I say, keep it coming in if you can. If you've got it to give, it is a very, very worthy and very, very important cause to the city of Liverpool and all those families and the children that are affected by it. So yes, right, short break from us, and then we'll return with the second half and hopefully 3 more points in the Champions League.
Hi, Phil Thompson here. Hope you're enjoying Redmen TV live stream, and what a great cause it's for. Zoe's Place is having a really difficult time. We all have to do our bit to raise as much money as we can to make sure that it survives, because it is so important to everybody here on Merseyside. So if you can, go to the QR code, see, or go to the link and make sure you pledge your money. Good luck, everybody. Good luck, Zoe's Place. You'll never walk alone.
Hey, what's going on, people? Ricky Hayward-Williams here. I'm a Radio 1 DJ and TV presenter. Now, I hope you guys are enjoying the Redmen TV live stream. I'm a massive fan of the guys. But more importantly, when I heard about their charity live stream to help Zoe's Place Baby Hospice in West Derby, Liverpool, I had to get involved. Now, here's the important part. We need to raise £5 million in less than 30 days to save Zoe's Place from closing down. And if I've learned anything about the people of Liverpool over the years, and anyone connected to this club, is that we always help each other, right? Wherever we can. Now, I know times are hard, I know money's tight, but any amount that you can spare, however small, will be appreciated so much. Please click the link or scan the QR code on the screen now and donate to Zoe's Place. Thanks, guys, and up the Reds.
Hi everyone, my name is Bianca Cook and I am 3-time world champion in Taekwondo. And when we all come together and support each other, miracles can happen. And we need a miracle now to help and raise as much money as we can for Zoe's Place. So if you can, please donate and support in whatever way possible. And I just want to say a massive good luck to Redmen TV on their 12-hour live streaming. Doing fantastic, and hi to everyone.
Hello, welcome back, everybody. Yes, we are here for Zoe's Place. Yes, the second half of the Liverpool game is coming up. Yes, Liverpool are winning at Leipzig in the Champions League. Can Arne Slot make it 3 wins out of 3 in the Champions League? We shall find out. And yes, Paul will be back momentarily. Right now, though, I am hoping
it was horrendous.
We are £17 away from the next big milestone for Zoe's Place. We are at £27,983 raised so far. Wow. Can we break 28,000 by the time the game kicks off? I doubt it, but I'm going to refresh just in case. Come on, people. Do me a solid.
Oh, we're underway.
You
put a little bit of a high bar on that for no reason whatsoever. Right, head away. We're underway. Canal tip sent along your head to Gravenberg. Trent. Gravenberg dancing in midfield. I've opened the celebrations.
Oh, yeah, I'm having
I
all
need
the bounties, sir. No way.
Yeah, please, God.
As if it's Galaxy #1.
Everyone's got one family member
Maltesers
who likes the bounties, and they're an essential part of every family.
After that, then it's probably a Mars. Oh no, I'll put a Snickers in before Mars, and then it's Bounty. That is my official order. Galaxy #1, Maltesers #2, I ran out of hands. Twix #3, Snickers #4, Mars #5.
Where's the Galaxy Caramel going in?
Oh my goodness, straight in at 1. Right, okay. Shit, where did I put Twix? There. Right, okay, so it's Galaxy Caramel #1, Galaxy #2, Maltesers 3, Twix 4, Snickers 5.
Where's Milky Way?
Close to the end. Mars 6, Milky Way 7.
We've got some defending
and
to
Bounty.
do here. Hold on. Gravenberg. Oh, well done, Virgil wins it. Gravenberg carries it. Carry on.
Bounty can get in the bin.
Well, bounties can eat a shit.
That's what they taste like.
Yeah. Yeah, gritty wankers.
So now I'm going 7 to 1. Save the best to last and all that, innit?
Yeah.
Also, I don't advise eating 7 chocolates in
I'm
one
not even
sitting
going to
while
get a
I'm
bounty
streaming.
out of the packet because it was just...
What's your order?
So I'm working it out now. So I'm not a huge Maltesers fan, but these version of
They're the
Maltesers are sensational.
They're the final boss of Maltesers.
Yeah, 100%. Hang on, Liverpool attacking down the right-hand side. Trent Alexander-Arnold. His cross is blocked and cleared for the moment. So I'm going Malteser, this Malteser. I'm going standard Galaxy, Galaxy Caramel, Snickers,
Well done.
Mars,
Yes, God.
Twix.
Oh, Twix is
Oh,
quite low for you.
oh, Milky Way actually before Twix.
Oh, no.
Yeah. It's too much caramel in all these, man. They're just too chewy and getting your teeth and all that kind of shit. Yeah, not dunkable in a tea as much when it's a caramel thing. It's a bit of a
Yeah, we
mess.
haven't had a tea, actually.
I've had too much tea today. If I have another one, then I will be sat here just basically shaking. I did consider it. Anyway, we're 2.5 minutes into the second half. Kostas wins it back inside Leipzig territory. Gakpo rolls on it, tries to play 1-2 with Darwin. It's just a heavy pass back. Szoboszlai tracking back as well there, just to close the door on Xavi Simons before he can unleash anything. And Leipzig are just going to knock it round just inside their own half for a minute or two. Right.
Yeah, I've had
I'm going top.
Real tough message to read out here from Dano. He just says, my nephew died from Epstein's anomaly at 8 months. A rare heart disease. No hospice was there for him where he lived. Please give. Yeah, I mean, I'm really sorry to hear that. This support should be there for everybody up and down the length and breadth of this country. That is a failing of multiple governments. And I noticed today that the MP for West Derby, Ian Byrne, Liverpool fan, started fan supporting food banks with an Everton fan, Dave. He has now written a letter, hopefully that will be presented in Parliament to try and make sure that there are support for children's hospitals up and down the country. So Deno, thank you. I'm sorry for your loss, but yeah, this is something that needs rectifying.
Yes, Darwin Núñez now for touch the tone. Back to the football. Darwin just clicks it. Gakpo, goal! Galaxy with a hell save there down low. Somehow we kept that one alive. Darwin first, then Gakpo with the wherewithal to get the shot away. Pass just breaks down. Liverpool, couple of minutes in the sort of wilderness at the start of the half, but yeah, looks like they're picking up again, kind of where they left off. Brilliant save that from Galaxy, man.
Absolutely. Oh, he might have been the answer a few years back, mightn't he, to take over from Alisson.
Got like a Brad Friedel type quality where he's had a really, really good career. I'm not sure whether he's ever really kind of been able to scale the heights, but he's been at Leipzig for forever. Well, they've been a really, really good side.
Absolutely. Bryce Y since $4.99 just said Reds for Zoe's place. Thank you so much for the donation as always. And another one from Hitch and Baz, man. Thank you so much, Hitchin, again. You must have been planning to drink quite a lot tonight. You can't judge a society by their actions day to day, but their response to a crisis. The city of Liverpool has always been a community that cares, no matter what the cut us. Scousers young, the world unite. Thank you so much.
There's Szoboszlai's got Darwin ahead of him. Good run from Trent, not seen. 10 back inside. Kostas now. Gakpo's outside him. Kostas goes for goal. Wild. Little apology palm up there to Cody as well. He should. I wonder if this is going to be the Cody Gakpo chance. He just doesn't give it up, Chris. In terms of Darwin Núñez, gets it back across the face. The defence get it all wrong, bobbles, and then
it's a great save. The reactions are unbelievable, aren't they? We've had $100 or €100 super chat in from David here. Thank you, David. Hey lads, love the stream, love your city and love this club. Let's keep Zoe's place open and get a Liverpool win. Congrats on all the nations from Ireland, YNWA. Thank you so much. Núñez has got the ball in the box here, you know.
Oh yeah, just outstrength that last moment.
Thank you, David.
Foul from Kostas. They're keeping it alive though, Leipzig. Oh, Trent, he read it, but the ball just wasn't there. Here come Leipzig. Xavi Simons motoring into the box. Can he pick
well
on the pass?
done, Gravenberch, was that?
Gravenberch,
wow,
yeah.
Great. 6 instincts from Gravenberch, sniffing out danger and saying go gadget legs, and go gadget slidey as well. That's brilliant from him. And by the way, we smashed through £28,540 so far on the stream. Thank you, everybody.
Look at that from Virgil, the reaction, like loves it. I love how much Virgil has got everyone loving defending again. Simon's going to take the corner though. It's going to be an in-swinger from him, one for Liverpool to deal with. It's a deep one to the back post. Gravenberch heads it up and out. It will be another corner this side of the pitch this time. My concern with the Snickers, Mars and Twix is they take a little while to eat. They're not perfect stream chocolates, if I'm being honest. It's not going to stop me eating a Milky Way. We've got a corner to defend.
Well, what was the advert for the Milky Way? What's it saying? Melts in your mouth type of thing?
That was no. I mean, we're just going to start
Skips.
naming.
Was that Skips? That was Skips, wasn't it?
Yeah, and M&M's melt in your mouth, but not in your hand or whatever. Okay, corner. Outswinger this time.
The best one was the Mr. Soft advert, by the way. Treebor soft mints.
Yeah.
Classic. Go and get it.
Carragher, great claim.
Hey, we're going there.
Szoboszlai takes it off Trent's
Mo's
toes.
having a look.
Motors. Tries to knock it past his man. Doesn't good defending. Liverpool throwing.
Lucky, mate. We've got 3,500 people in the building right now for RB Leipzig, Liverpool. Yes, everybody, thank you so much. Liverpool have it with Kostas Tsimikas. Plays the ball down the wing to Cody Gakpo all the way back. Could this be the start of, lads, we're winning? Yeah. You've got to come and get this football off us.
Absolutely, no need to expend energy if it's.
No, we've got a big game at the weekend. You've got to come and win this game.
It is
down to us.
It takes bravery if that's the case. And look, we're always a bit like trying to entice them onto us. That's game plan from minute one, right? But you know,
oh, lucky Cody.
Yeah, it was a nice idea, but didn't quite come off with a little flick through to Costas. We could do with the second goal here because you want to get to a stage where you can control your substitutions on this, particularly with one eye on Arsenal. So yeah, we have to maintain our bravery to stick with the game plan, not go too far, not press too hard for the second goal. Hopefully they'll start to come out more and more, and maybe we can exploit them on the counter attack here. As it is, Leipzig got the ball in Liverpool's territory in the final third. Every Liverpool player back in that space though, and they're going to challenge them and say, can you play through us? A little ball through. Trent will have to defend. Xavi Simons is beating him to it there.
Sammy tries that against him.
It just didn't have the pace to run out for a goal kick. So
no,
a bit silly. Anyway, we clear it for now.
Throwing away, did it? It's back with the goalkeeper. I've just had my mind blown here, you know.
Go
on. Before I get into it, my computer might have stopped working here. Certainly the YouTube thing did.
Canate has to deal with that one. He's going to have to deal with the second ball as well. Šeško knocks it down. Canate does win it this time. Now, Trent, what have you got?
A crap ball.
Oh, yeah, crap ball. Cut out. The problems to ride the storm a little bit here.
Shooting from distance, run out of ideas.
Yeah. So
someone's down. Someone's down.
Yeah, McAllister took one in the air. Crown jewels.
Right, first of all about Natsons as a super chat before I get onto my mind blown. Sorry it's not much, but hope it helps a little. Great stream as always, Redmen. I'm glad I didn't watch that. Don't let me watch it, don't let me watch it. Oh, not your beauty.
That was a Home Alone moment of ever.
You need at least 5 minutes for that bad boy.
Get him off. Get him off. The humanity.
Yeah, so, Nat, honestly, that is absolutely superb. There's an old fable, isn't there, with, you know, it's all about how much money you've got, and the fact that you've given any is absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much, and no need to apologise.
That famous fable that you've just perfectly quoted there.
I couldn't remember. And Kieran has absolutely blown my mind. Pajak, did you know that Trebor is Robert backwards because the founder was Robert Robertson?
Wow.
I did not, and I will carry that with me everywhere and probably never say it, Kieran, so thank you.
There you go. That's a thing. You learn something new every single Redmen TV stream with us. I can't guarantee that or anyone else. You probably get better quality streams with Errol and Steve. I know they're very popular, but, you know, ultimately, you know, we've been here a long time. It's our channel. Thanks for joining us and putting up with us for so many years.
Jack English, which is better for stream, biscuits or chocky? Bickies and a cup of tea.
I know.
Bickies and a cup of tea.
Oh, McAllister's looks like he's having a dark moment there, doesn't he? And you would. But I mean, you don't realise it at times. You think the footballs that you play with are the same as the footballs that they play with. They're not. How hard a professional football is, how heavy and how hard compared to the ones that you and I would just buy from the shop.
He was shooting a goal as well. He wasn't playing a pass. He was 35 yards out shooting a goal.
You know those Instagram videos of like slow motion things being put in presses and stuff?
Yeah.
That was like a fast motion version of that.
Satisfying.
Yeah, good lord.
To a club says, Paul's a Malteser, Chris is a Twix, Steve's a Bounty.
I might have to verify that. Bear with me a second.
Mikhail Borisov says, do you know how much has been donated through Super Chats today? I have absolutely no idea, and I'll be honest with you, I have absolutely no idea how to check that either. If someone could verify that for me, that would be amazing.
Just to clarify, I've asked Steve, he thinks bounties are worst as well, so good on him. He can stay employed by Redmen, that's fine. Although someone's going to have to eat these bounties. So we do need someone in the office, but I prefer it to be someone who just comes in of their own volition, to be honest, because I don't feel right.
I've just found it. So the chat revenue so far is £510.22. So we've got another 500 quid through Super Chats to add to our... Dun, dun, dun.
Is that...
Don't know.
28. That's pretty on post YouTube's.
Yeah, it's 28,617 plus 500 quid. So with that, we've broken 29. We'll add that in. We'll add the rad revs in. We'll add the partnership fee as well from Dr. Cynic in. So we'll start. This will still grow, but I believe we might make 30.
Gravenberch dancing through midfield. Cody Gakpo picks up on the loose ball, digs out a ball to Salah. Mo Salah running towards the penalty area. In on his left foot, goes for goal. It's high, it's over the bar. It's unlucky. Got the right pace on it. Did not get the accuracy, but Gravenberch running through the midfield. A now typical Ryan Gravenberch run. Gakpo was there when it just broke down, and it was a good attack, but yeah, just couldn't quite finish it off. Mo Salah there, unfortunately. Wow. Here come Leipzig. Oh, it's a ball into the channel. Canate wins it, goes shoulder to shoulder with Xavi Simons. Nah, that's not one you're going to win, mate. Throw into Liverpool. Yeah, deep in our half. Trent's got it, just rolls it around in his hands, looking for that player movement, gets it from Szoboszlai volleys it down the line, gives it away, comes back to him, volleys it again down the line, back into the middle of the pitch this time, and again gives it away. Yeah, bit daft.
We nearly got
tries to win it on the slide. Needs to get some numbers back in again here. Simon's running up against Trent. Gravenberch tells Trent to go cover the runner. Does, breaks down, goal kick to the Reds.
McAllister's running funny there. His balls must be massive right now.
I am astounded that he's up there. That is one of them. Great commitment to the cause. That's one where you just go, I probably could carry on, but would you do as a solid here, mate? And that just shows the competition for places, doesn't it, with Curtis there?
Absolutely, he's doing everything he can. Man City are 2-0 up at the moment. Not that we give a shit. John Mann's just donated £2 as well. Thank you so much. And Trig Josh again. When you get down to the last chocolate, how are you going to decide who has it? There has to be a fight.
There won't be, because it'll be all bounties, and it'll be fine. Now, maybe the last non-bounty chocolates, perhaps, but I think you reach that point where you're into the mediocre chocolates, aren't you? Which you could give or take that, or you feel so ill by the point you reach, it's like, God, no.
Yeah, no, just take them away from me. There's fruit in there. Did anyone have any fruit?
I had a banana.
Well done, you.
Yeah.
I've got loads of super chats to go through. I'm trying to keep up with them all. Abnormal angling. What is that? Anyway, on behalf of Macca's Crown Jewels, 19.99. Thank you so much for that. We'll donate that, of course. Oh wow. Australian dollars, I think, $79.99. Hi lads, thank you for supporting such a great cause with Zoe's Place. All children deserve to be safe and have access to the care they need in the worst times. Big shout out to Redmen for creating a community for Liverpool fans worldwide. The community would be nothing without each and every one of you. It would still just be me and him talking to a camera. So thank you so much. Winky Wonky Donkey, wow, this is mental. Just donated through the Just Giving. Great cause. Had you guys in my ear all day while cleaning carpets. Up the Reds, we're going to win the league. I like that. We got a free kick and I've still got some more to do afterwards.
There's a big chance for Leipzig now. What have they got from the set piece? The ball to the back post. It's too heavy. It's over everyone. It's a goal kick to Liverpool. Super chat away.
John Lee David Blackshaw. Hero. Absolute hero. Glad you're able to join us. You've done amazing today. I love listening to Sir Kenny, our king, and Paul, Chris, and all the Redmen team. You truly lift us all up with your banter, and as always, come on, you Reds, and you'll never walk alone. And we've had one from Bruce, who says, Chris, Paul, and all the Redmen crew, thank you for doing what you do. If more people are like you, the world will be a much brighter place. Wow, that's absolutely lovely. Thank you.
Not certain it's true, but it's nice of you to say. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Swearier place.
There'd be a lot less food in the world, but there'd be a lot less waste as well. Oh my giddy aunt has said, well done Redmen for your efforts for a great charity. That's absolutely fantastic. Shall we see if we're at 28,849 right now. Jack, Jess, Jack Jr. and Ivy donated £100 and they gave £25 gift aid.
Down with the ball in, looking for the run of Salah.
I tell you what, this anonymous person is just so generous. He left $100 and £10 as well. Absolutely fantastic. And another £10 there. Kyle B says, no, it's not much, but hope it helps. Loving the stream, guys. Praying Zoe's Place reaches its target. We all are.
Absolutely. Here comes Lucho, ready to come onto the pitch. I reckon Salah.
Oh. Not a chance.
Okay. Cody then?
You might be right, you know.
I'm certain I'm right. I am now because I've just seen the number go. But yeah.
Yeah.
Called this in. I think it was on the Umbu. I called that earlier on in the week.
Like that.
Salah has got no one else to sort of rotate him for. If Gakpo's start and Diaz is on the bench, there's no need to take Gakpo because he's not going to start against Arsenal. So yeah, nice logical move. I don't think Salah was particularly pleased with that, but he is off on 63 minutes. Lucho is on. See if he can add a bit more impetus to the attack. Just gone a little bit off the boil in the last few minutes. So really the right time for Liverpool to make a substitution. Not quite proactive, but also not totally reactive either. Gakpo proving he's still got plenty in the tank, getting back, defending and then breaking. Can't quite get it through to Szoboszlai.
I'll sit and wait for it.
Here come Leipzig down the right-hand side. Curled ball in. Canate reads it, heads it away.
Good ball, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, God. Flagging again.
Don't worry about it. It's absolutely fine because the super chats are still coming in and that lifts us up. Been loving the stream all day. Love your work and all for a great cause. Thank you so much, Tom P. I wonder if that's my cousin Tom. It'd be amazing if it was, but I doubt it is, because when you've got a surname like mine, you don't need to just be a Tom P. You can put Pajak in and it's absolutely sound. No one's got that email address. As I found out when I sorted my daughter's email addresses and stuff as well. What's going on here? What are you checking for? Oh, yeah, miles offside.
Gakpo again back in the left back position, winning the ball though, even though it was offside. Costa's going to let that one to Carragher to take. Yeah, deep in the left back position, get all the Reds up the pitch. We could just do with getting the ball into their final third, holding it up a little bit longer. They've had a nice little. They've not really done anything with it, Leipzig, but certainly the last 10 minutes has been a bit more in their favour, I'd say.
But nothing really created for them either, you know what I mean? So, what's that? Oh, yeah, it's not though, is it? 45.228. No, that's where you used the comma. Yeah. 45,228.
Yeah, you can see it just in the momentum chart. If we can get this up on screen right now, obviously Liverpool dominated the back half of the first half. It's been a bit more towards Leipzig this round. Not, again, you're dead right in saying it, not significantly threatening, but certainly, you know, Liverpool haven't really had the same kind of grip on the game so far in this half as they did. And to be understandable, we only played a couple of days ago, as Slot was keen to point out pre-match, and again, big game coming on the weekend, and with injuries we haven't quite got the ability to rotate. We'll see what we do next. Szoboszlai, great little turn. Diaz got Trent inside him, uses it, goes across to Kostas. Both fullbacks very, very inside the pitch at the moment. Gakpo's wide on the left hand side. Tsimikas carries on, takes a man with him. Here's Darwin. Darwin goes with the shot, deflected. Keeper spills it, claims it at the second bite of the cherry there before Diaz can get in there and nip it away from him. Better though from Liverpool. Better build up, better possession, a little bit more impetus. Darwin, fair play. Yeah, he's got a sighted goal there. Goes for the curler. I don't think it's going to threaten the goalie one way or the other, but the deflection then makes it a little bit more tricky for them.
I'm just looking at the live table. I don't know whether you can get this up on my NDI, Aaron, but the top three: Aston Villa, Liverpool, City, currently as it stands. My word.
I was thinking about this, about how it's mad that you can win 3 games. You could win 3 games and not be top of that table, because some teams have just played teams that and they've absolutely spanked them. That goal difference thing has been huge so far. But we'll see on that. Hopefully that can maintain a thing, because as you say, it's hard to judge because it's not at this stage it's just like a proper league table, but obviously we know ultimately it's not, because of not everyone plays everyone. But yeah, interesting stuff. Leipzig having a gain on the halfway line, gets weeded again, cuts inside, retreats with it, didn't have a pass on and gives a glare to the players ahead of him there. It's Haidara dropping deep to aid build-up play. They got some space on the left-hand side now with Simons. Plays a wonderful ball in behind.
His back stick's the problem.
Yeah, Canate just gets beaten at the flex off
well
him.
done.
Oh, yeah.
I think they were asking for offside.
Yeah, it was. I wondered why Liverpool looked very convinced that was offside when it came through.
Ush,
it's close.
At least Canate didn't stick his leg out this time. Like at the weekend. Jeez, Louise. It's like, lad, you're playing the offside. Stop, why are you sticking your leg down there?
That was like those Tory power stances they had a few elections ago when they were all standing with really wide legs. Yeah, he needs to not do that again. Great. I had that moment there where Canate had to come back to defend that, and it looped up, and Carragher gets beaten like that so often. Like something where the amount of goals he concedes, where there's nothing he can do.
Do you remember
about
that
it?
Villa game when the kids were there, and about fucking 7 of them went in on that game?
Half of them goals were just nothing he could do. Totally out of his reach. His Trent played.
He conceded 5, and I thought he played okay.
Yeah, he did. He really did. Throw in to Leipzig on the halfway line. Canate played it to Trent, just a little bit heavy for him to get under his control. Short throw and taken. Chris, can you talk for a bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So Leipzig have the football right now. It's with the right back, and they played it through. They made a nice 1-2. They got 2 men in the box. Man over the back stick. He's looked for that man at the back stick. The ball, Simons has it right now, just on the edge of the penalty area. Trent Alexander-Arnold does brilliantly. Great defending. Trent takes the ball off him, walks away with McAllister inside our area. Liverpool very cool, very calm with possession at the moment. Now Nunes is back halfway into our half, all the way to Costas. Fabulous. And Liverpool move the ball out to the left hand side with Cody Gakpo, who's one-on-one with his man on that left hand side, decides to cut inside, looking for options, got Szoboszlai, Diaz, and now it's with Szoboszlai, who's giving it back to McAllister, and now it looks like we're going to slow things down a little touch. Cody Gakpo has it. He's got a run from Tsimikas, doesn't use him, cuts inside. McAllister edge of the area. Szoboszlai had a little look around, back to McAllister. Beautiful football.
Oh my God, it's beautiful.
And again, McAllister on the edge. Oh, he's hit the bar. What football! From Trent Alexander-Arnold in the right-back position, must be 20 passes. There was at least 5 between McAllister and Szoboszlai. He sets himself, whips it, and just hits the top of the bar. My word.
It's a hell of a move there. Yeah, you're right. The interchange there, it just looked like we were just running down a little bit of a blind alley. And then just, great passing and movement from Szoboszlai and McAllister on the edge of the box. Makes the shot for McAllister. And unlucky not to make it 2-0 to Liverpool, really. But better. Yeah, better.
And I've got loads of super chats again, so
I'll take over again. I'm going to try my little moment to compose myself. It's good.
I don't know where I was up to be honest. And goodness me, the YouTube broke in the middle of it in my comment section, so I might miss a few. So apologies if I do. I didn't mean to put that up. Jack English has got a scary old Liverpool vibe to this game. It might do. I haven't felt it.
Scary old Liverpool vibe means we could concede out of nowhere. So I guess that's right at 1-0. But big challenge for the team in the next 20 minutes or so. Can they keep the shutout here? You've got to be able to win football matches 1-0 if you want to have a successful season, I think. So I'll take it. Whatever win we can proffer here, really.
Okay, so Kieran 13 said I can't bring this one up because I had to go back into a different section, I'm afraid. Got an MXP style question that you might not want to answer on Redmen. How about an MXP podcast for more dough? As he sent in $4.99. We were discussing a brand new sort of MXP the other day in the office for the very first time in a long time, weren't we? So.
Like a foul on Canate. Leipzig coming into the box.
Oh, he's on.
It's on.
What a
save, Caoimhin Kelleher. Great save down low.
Yeah.
And it's wide.
Yeah.
And the shot is wide.
Oh
Dear
my God.
That's stuck right in the net and just outside the goal. Good Lord.
I half cheered actually because I thought it went in. Shit, my pants, everybody. Yeah. My word.
I thought it was a foul on Canate. I do wonder whether if that had gone in, they might have called that back there. But anyway, we required the goalie to switch on. Canate there just... Oh no, actually, it is a good tackle.
What a save. Quick off his line.
Yeah.
And sets his feet.
Yeah.
And covers the near post.
Yeah, good goal. They've gone for the corner, it's broken down. They've got long back into the corner flag.
I don't think he was off, you know.
There we go, Simon's running, Simons.
Oh no! What a save that is!
Save!
Get in!
Queeve and Carragher. I haven't said it. I was watching my own words come out in front of me. Deflected goal, looping over Carragher's head. No. The best backup goalie on the planet.
He's not a backup. He's a number one. He just happens to be a number two for us.
62. Great save. Great save from Queeve and Carragher.
And guys, we are so close to our next milestone. We are at currently £28,943. Are we going to make it to 30,000? Because I didn't know it was possible, but you guys have made it possible.
Ridiculous, right? Corner to Leipzig, in swinger. Got to defend this one, Reds. Oh, good header from McAllister. Now get it on the second ball. So Bosley's out there. Wild strike, goal kick to Liverpool. Nowhere near testing the goalie there. Just got to calm it down a little bit. The ball has ended up maybe with that fella. Who knows? Who cares?
I love a pint in a footy stadium, you know. I know. Robbo coming on. Who do you think it's for? You got the first one right.
It's Eber. That's not fair.
Come in over here. Why are you so scared of me?
What?
You keep sort of drifting out of shot.
I can't go any further. The things.
Ah, okay. You could move it round it. Do I smell?
It feels like a weird league. I've got a whole lot of desk here that I'm wasting.
You keep sort of drifting out of shot. I think I might smell. I think he's being. You look fine there. You know what I mean. We should probably move the score above my head as well, because there's no chance I'm getting up there.
I've already lowered my chair. I had to lower my chair for the stream.
Oh, they've brought on the really easy to pronounce names now. That's nice of them. Oh wow, Wobbly Banana says, Chris, you've done it. 28,942 plus 5,400 in gift aid. Is this? Oh my days! Wow. Well, listen. Do you think I got where I am today by stopping when I'm full? I did not. So give, please.
Give me more. Why not? Substitutions then. Simicast off for Robertson. Joey Gomez coming on for Trent Alexander-Arnold. And I believe Curtis Jones has already come on. I didn't see Darwin Nunes.
Yeah, 9 to 17, that's right.
Okay, yeah. So Curtis maybe over to left wing. And Cody Gakpo into centre forward, perhaps.
Yeah, could be.
Could be. Look at this.
Well, do you know what? Someone said on a stream the other day, they're like, what do you reckon Curtis Jones would be like as a false nine? And I sort of laughed it off at first, and then the more I thought about it, I was like, I wouldn't mind that, you know.
Well, Cody's gone central. Diaz has come over to the. It's on the left.
Nunes on the right.
And Nunes has gone off.
Is that Szoboszlai? Szoboszlai on the right.
Szoboszlai on the right. Okay, cool. Don't mind that.
Footy Crazy Mate has donated £10. Been watching you guys for years. Thank you so much for the laughs and the memories. Hope we can hit the target amount. PS, please bring back Retro Football TV and the Wheel of Work.
Yeah, tried last year. It's not an endeavour I can bring back solo, unfortunately. It's too.
I think that's the whole point of a wank.
Oh yeah, a wheel of wank requires two men, no, or two people. Ball into the channel now. Liverpool high up in possession of the ball.
On, finish the game.
Diaz twisting and turning. Defender for now. Robertson goes up, does well there. Gakpo brings it down. Gakpo turns his man. Gakpo's going to go for goal. Venomous, but over the crossbar.
We're at 29.3. Can you get us to £30,000? I think you can now. I didn't think it was possible.
I had no idea what was possible, and possible is being redefined hour on hour here on this amazing stream, this amazing journey we've been on so far. Wow, that Poulsen, God, I've forgotten all about him. Xavi Simons looks a little upset there. Just landed awkwardly on his foot there. I think he'd had a couple of firm whacks as the game's gone on there. Cody got his shot away. Yeah, that looks like the end of Xavi Simons being helped off by two of the medical team. Shame you can see what a talent he is, certainly, but Liverpool have done a good job of marshalling him. Yeah, I was actually probably about 5 or 6 minutes ago when he seemed to get hurt in the build-up to their corner. Anyway.
Right, I'm going to ask the community because I've just had a text off Josh, who do the dive with, and someone's tweeted him, I think, and said, backroom staff, Chris, Paul, whatever, please be mindful, Google deletes streams over 12 hours, so best to end at 11:50 and restart a new stream. Does anybody know if this is true? Can you let me know in the comments section, please? And I've asked some of the team behind us as well to see if that's a real thing. But yeah, if you could let us know, that would be amazing. And why would Nigel make this up as well, is the other thing. So yeah, I mean, this would be bad. But we also can't end it when the game's on. It is true. Yes, that's true. What? Like, when does it delete them?
Okay. There is no time limit for live streaming on YouTube, but YouTube can only automatically archive streams that are less than 12 hours long. YouTube can automatically archive all types of live streams, including blah, 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 blah. Stream over 12 hours. Streams that exceed 12 hours may not be captured at all. You can record a local archive as a backup. You can create highlight clips while your stream is still live.
We have got it all recorded, haven't we, Aaron? All in bits. We've got it all in bits. Okay, we're safe. We can carry on then, can't we?
Yeah, it means people won't be able to go back and watch it after the fact.
Right. We went... What time did we go live? How long are we live for now?
We have been live for Yeah.
Shit. We've got 16 minutes. There's currently 11 minutes left in the game. There will be time added on.
Okay, let's not worry about this for just a moment. Luis Diaz, left-hand side. Come on, Liverpool, let's put this to bed. Diaz plays it in to Gakpo. Gakpo twisting and turning, finds Robertson. Robertson, flat ball across the box, blocked for the moment, cleared away. McAllister keeps it alive, went to dive, thought better of it. Szoboszlai. Oh, he nearly got tackled by Curtis Jones. Tries to play it in for Gomez. That's a big ask of Joey Gomez, and that will go out of play.
Big shout out to Nigel and Josh for bringing that to our attention, by the way.
So Aaron, will you get another stream set up, and we'll just, if we have to just jump ship over to that one, we'll do that, mate.
Thank you, mate.
The sound is like,
poor
good
Aaron.
God, sounds, yeah, whatever. Go on, yeah. Yeah, keep
Chloe
it going,
doesn't give a
lads.
shit.
Chloe
Play
wants
on.
us to
You don't
play
want
on.
Chloe, the queen of Redmen TV, shouting at you, trust me. Play on. Yeah. Indeed, well done. And yeah, we might have learned something from Eber the other day there.
That was a good little run there.
Because we shouldn't have done it the other day either.
Gomez, Szoboszlai back to Gomez. 10 minutes left of the match plus additional time. Exactly 15 minutes left till the stream doesn't get archived. Let's see how we go. Gravenberch inside. Szoboszlai again. Liverpool in no rush here. Just keep possession. See if he can work one more opening to kill the game off. Gomez goes back to Konate. Konate square to Virgil van Dijk.
Right. Well, we've got... oh, no, we haven't got safe possession. We're about to score.
There's Robertson. Cuts inside. Gakpo. Diaz. Trying to find space. Oh, Liverpool. Too many men going for it. Gomez. No. Flicks it back. Szoboszlai with the volley. Ridiculous effort. Blocked. Throwing.
H and Baz has given another $4.99. That's my beer money for the week done. All I've got left is my Greg's money now. How much for Page at News? I can't believe we're nearly 12 hours in, and that's the first time I've seen Page at News mentioned. There is no amount. And Jack English, thank you for the super chat. Might have been said, but opinions on the boys on loan. Lewis' goal last night was wow. I hope they've all come back happy and ready. Can we give our opinions on that tomorrow? I can't think, and I also haven't seen the goal.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, but thank you so much for the donation. I'm sorry to sort of palm you off there.
At Dan Club,
yeah, honestly,
man,
mate.
on that one. Konate with the header. We'll need to get back in now.
Oh, in the face.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Rob Davies. It's worth caps looking.
Yeah, clothesline from hell there.
Yeah, Dominic Szoboszlai says, nah, you're all right. You're
right,
getting past me.
This is now really important. We've got 9 minutes to break 30 grand. We need another £600.
Oh, hang on. Oh, they're in the box. Scala saved. Followed in. Offside. Come on.
I felt all the emotions then.
Dear me, I can't handle this. I cannot handle this. It's been too long a day. I'm shocked.
Jeez, I didn't even see the offside, man. Let's see it. Good header by Canate. It's great control by their lads. Does brilliantly, does Robertson, doesn't he? And he is offside. He's definitely offside, and it goes in off his knee. It was a good save by Keller in the first instance, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Big, strong hand low to his right-hand side. Would have pushed the ball away. Unfortunately, the man gets it, but it's okay because it's offside. Yeah, fuck you as well. Thank you very much. Aaron has now set up the other stream, so we're ready to jump ship, but I really need us to make this 30,000. If you can, please dig deep. We've got 7 minutes to do it.
We've got 10 minutes. Well, let's say 7. Do it in 7. We've got 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes left on the stream. Come on. Let's get to 30 grand if we can inside this stream. We will be doing post-match on the next little stream. But this game is not over.
Take control of it.
Yeah, well done, Curtis. Comes away with it.
Good ball.
Yeah, nice little pass there for Andy Robertson to motor onto, and the Scot does motor onto it down that left-hand side. Luis Diaz, he's got men to hit. He can't hit them. But they haven't cleared the lines.
I see McAllister. Slow it down.
Yeah. It's all right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the
referee
ref
told him
did
to
stop
kick the
it.
ball out of play, and it is a throw-in.
Bully beef. All the best to Zoe's place and great work today, lads. Sorry for blowing everyone's ears out there. You'll never walk alone. Thank you for the super chat again. Let's see where we're up to. 29,521. That's £479 to go, please. Oh,
hefty.
Ragdoll there, wasn't he? Went down.
Okay.
Joey. He's played into the centre as well.
Yeah.
Like that.
Joe Gomez doesn't have the pass, goes back to Gravenberg. Very much anchoring the midfield at the moment. Robertson's peeled left for Van Dijk's pass.
Got nervy all of a sudden.
Oh, that's a loose ball from Diaz. It was really with no direction in mind there. Gravenberg, a tired run back from him. Canate says no again, slamming the door shut on that Leipzig attack right in front of the 18-yard box. Here we go. Well done. Well done, Luis Diaz. And it just feels like at this point now, Liverpool just need to get out of here with this 1-0 lead intact. Haidar is off for Elmas. Leipzig will give it one last hurrah, you'd imagine. Right, there is exactly 10 minutes left on this stream. We're going to need to cut it short probably by a few seconds at least, just for safety's sake. So yeah, if you're going to donate, we're up to £29,706, closing under 300 away from 30k. Come on, guys. I mean, look again. I hate saying this. I'm not. Don't ruin yourself. If you haven't got it, don't spend it. But if you've got it, now's the time to do it. Liverpool have got to defend. Joe Gomez comes across, reads the danger.
Oh no! Go for the ball.
Robertson holding his shape there. Yeah, Liverpool starting to look a bit ragged here. Leipzig looking the most likely, but this is the home team. This is a good team. This is a team also who don't have any points in the Champions League so far and might smell a point here if they can just dig a little bit deeper. Big ask from the Reds to keep the door shut here. That looks like the challenge for the remaining 4 minutes of normal time, plus whatever additional time will be on top of that. Huge thank you. We've got 4,150 people watching the stream right now. You guys are amazing. Nearly 4,000 likes, and yes, nearly £30,000 raised for Zoe's place via Just Giving as well. Well done, Ibu Kanate.
Right, we are doing something right now. Aaron has done something we've never been able to do before. We're currently live in 2 places on YouTube, I believe. 2 watch-alongs right now, side by side, concurrently. Before we leave this stream and go to the new stream that we've just somehow started, I don't know how Aaron's done this. It's got to be magic. I need to get through some of these super chats because I will lose them. The ball has gone out of play. Oh my Gideon's $4.99. Thank you so much. Kevin Thompson, $11 was about to hit send as the goal went in. Add an extra $1 to celebrate the offsides. Great work today. And up the Reds. Thank you so much, Kevin. 3 World Style. Just donated to Zoe's Place. Maybe live in America now, but my heart will always be in Liverpool. Nothing but love for everybody on Redmen. The link for the new stream is in the top of this one. Pinned comment right now. My word, there's loads more coming. I need to leave the stream. Stop it, please, people. Where was I up to? Just donated to Zoe's Place. Josh just said for the kids. We appreciate that. Thank you so much, Josh. Matt Blakely, great cause, great stream. Sending a big aloha from Hawaii to everyone at Zoe's Place. Redmen TV and our favourite Elvis impersonator. Up the Reds, he's in there, you know he is. Steve Mann says, stress eating, Chris. Yes, come on Liverpool, 30k, here we come. Redmen, best fans ever. Congrats everybody, congratulations yourself. Craig Kendall, $4.99. Well done Redmen, good luck to Zoe's Place from Kendall family watching the mighty LFC. Thank you so much. And Steve Dibble sent us £200 and to say, you lads are the shit, you know, you do everything right. I'm so glad I'm a Red. I'm so glad that Jürgen was a Red, and I'm so glad that you were here to support us. 200 Norwegian kroner in from Storm Shadow 2K. 10 minutes to go. Here is my contribution. Love the channel. Keep it up. You'll never walk alone. Thank you so much for that one. Oh my goodness. Can we put the super chat in the next one, please? Let's get to 30k, says Leon Mills. Thank you, Leon.
It's all the same chat.
Is it?
Yeah. Oh, great save, Galaxy. That was nearly the winner. The definite winner at the death for the Reds.
Right,
Cody Gakpo cut inside, had a strike, great save, Galaxy. We've got a comfortable 5 minutes left on this stream regardless. So.
30,000!
Yes! Come on! Sensational stuff. You and you and you and you and you are home. Heroes.
Get it!
151%. £30,000 raised for Zoe's Place. Wow, and that's not even counting the money on t-shirts, the super chats, the ad revenue, everything else we're going to top up on. But I'm going to just give him right now 151%, £30,000. You guys are amazing, and I want to have. We're going to look. We've still got more to go tonight before we're done. But because on the end to end this stream, which will be coming up in a minute. Huge round of applause in the comments, please, to Mr. Chris Pajak and the monumental effort he's gone through to get this whole thing set up. Can we have clapping emojis, please, in the comments from everyone? That would be absolutely sensational. Wow. 30 seconds left of normal time. Come on, Reds. Can we just put a nice cherry on this day by just getting across the line in this game of football? Leipzig don't want that to happen, though. Leipzig wants to take the shine off. They're going to whip a cross in. Gomez gets up and heads away. Got to win this second ball. Szoboszlai's back defending. Oh, McAllister on a yellow for stupidity on the referee.